हाल चाल। फाइन लाते घर टुक टुक। हेलो क्या हाल चाल? ऑल गुड। बढ़िया भाई, वीकेंड के मजे ले रहे हैं बस। क्या होगा? हाँ ब्रो, पैक सही है, काफी अच्छा। एक बार वो देख ले हिस्ट्री कॉलेज का कि उसमें वो कैसा है, अपग्रेड करने की स्कोप क्या है, वो सब चीज़ एक बार देख। मतलब ज़्यादा प्रायोरिटी कहाँ पे, चेंज योर ब्रांच। मुझे लगता है कि है अच्छा खासा, और ट्राई करना मैं बोलूँगा भाई, फर्स्ट ईयर एकदम जम के पढ़ो और ब्रांच चेंज करो। ब्रांच चेंज करे तो अगले 4 साल तो एकदम स्मूथ जाएंगे। ए यार क्या होता है ऑफ में? किसको का ऑफ? ये देखो कितना ऑफ एकदम घटिया है। घर चंडीगढ़ में। हाँ वही ना, हाँ वही ट्राई करना भाई, ब्रांच चेंज करने का विल बी बेटर। क्या हो रहा है ये भाई? आदम विच फिरतिया है विच जहां लगता है मेरे ओ कैन मिल जाए तेरा चैन जब नजर आए तुम होता हेलो म्यूट हेलो आया क्या खेलने म्यूट डेथ मैच कर लेता हूँ तो जा
Match found.
लेट्स गो
Death match. Warm up.
क्या हो रहा है भाई
We have plenty of time.
Let's go.
Here and now. Be here and
Fight.
I am with you. We are strong. See this dead fool. Darkest girl goes bye-bye.
क्या हग रहा हूँ मैं 8
I dropped your viper.
नहीं हो रहा।
Nice. Too easy. Too easy.
फिनिक्स में क्रिप्टोनाइट है साला। फिनिक्स भाई शॉट तो लगा था। ये लगा था।
I take them out.
फक मैंने ध्यान ही नहीं दिया उसको।
Akwawe pa.
मार रहे हैं।
You dead.
हाँ
10 kills remaining.
Killer.
हाय हाय ये शॉट लगना चाहिए था।
That creature is dead.
वे मुझे लगा मर गया ये मैं। फक क्या खराब है भाई, ये वाला खराब हो गया मदर। अभी तो अच्छा खेल रहा था यार, वो आया तो खराब हो गया मदर।
5 kills remaining.
This individual.
ऐसे मदर।
1 kill kill
काफी अच्छा
remaining.
खेल रहा था।
One more.
इजी देखा मतलब तेरो
Plus we won. Charlie, don't insult my personality.
एक फैंटम के साथ वार्म अप, उसके बाद भाई कॉम्पी में एकदम बूम बाम। वन मोर विथ फैंटम ना चाहिए भाई चैम्बर के लिए। ओ भाई काफी और चाहिए भाई।
Match found.
फ्रैक्चर हेवन भाई कुछ तो एक अच्छा हुआ। भाई सक्षम इसके अंदर तू आना, वो खेलना कभी ऑफ। भाई मतलब मैं जितनी बार भी इसमें ऑफ करता हूँ ना,
Deathmatch.
सीएसगो में ऑपिंग से
Warm
और
up.
प्यार हो जाती है। भाई इसका ऑपिंग नहीं होगा यार, लो तो ठीक ऑपिंग।
They don't have a single life worth saving.
Fight.
शायद फैंटम
We survive.
है 140। बैक टू ए वैंडल।
Dominating. Dominating.
Dominating. ओ भाई मिल जा बंदे भाई।
Dominating.
भाई इसे बंद करते हैं, जो कॉन्फिडेंस मैंने पिछले डेथ मैच में कमाया था साला बर्बाद हो जाएगा। कॉन्फिडेंस से आगे चलते हैं।
Match found.
अरे क्या कर दिया मैंने, नहीं जेट स्किन रखना था मेरे को यार। भगवान के लिए कोई डॉज कर दो भाई।
They have no idea how heartless I am.
कोई तो कोई चाहिए। जीपीएस मेरा विस्की विकी चिकन। ओ भाई नाइस, बहुत बढ़िया। नहीं खेलना फ्रैक्चर साला। हेवन मिल जाएगा प्लीज प्लीज प्लीज। हेवन हेवन या बाइंड, हेवन या बाइंड, हेवन या बाइंड, हेवन या बाइंड, हेवन या चल चल। है भाई ये। इसमें अलग कलर से तो और चाहिए। तो कोई है क्या अच्छा स्किन? गार्डियन गार्डियन इसका ऑफ कैसा है भाई? खास नहीं है भाई, अच्छा ऑफ का स्किन चाहिए भाई। आयन आ जाएगा तो भाई उसी टाइम पे ले लेगा आयन ऑफ। अच्छा भाई कितना टाइम लगा रहा है? तो का तू मुझे का पानी।
Match found.
बस एक घटिया मैप हटा, दूसरा घटिया मैप आ गया।
They have no idea how heartless I am.
ढॉक वाइपर तो आता होगा। सुना। अरे वाह वाह वाह, अरे वाह वाह वाह। क्या ये डॉज होने वाला है? होगा। मिला बस साइफर है। 301 भाई कितना खेला है बंदा।
Shame to take jets, young man. Truly a pity. Turret out. Enemy spotted A.
Feeling safe.
क्यों भाई क्यों मार दिया? ओनली वन वाज देयर।
Jets grounded. Healing you.
मत जाओ रे.
Don't leave B.
बी जाओ कोई. केजे बी जा. मत जा सेज.
This bomb grenade out.
Both
30
sides.
seconds left. Spike planted.
Already यहाँ पे था.
Block in sight.
Sage is
Last player standing.
16.
Left.
One enemy remaining.
राइट साइड होगा. राइट साइड आएगा.
I will not die here. You can trust my bots. They only malfunctioned that one time, and honestly, she won't miss that finger. Turret out.
101 tag safe.
Two side.
And third side.
Spike planted.
Finished.
I shot Reyna. I shot Reyna.
Reloading.
One enemy remaining.
line up, line up.
Go left side. Sage. Nice one. Oh.
Put down this.
There we go. Finally, cracking the code. Weapon here.
Vandal.
Need a drop.
ये लेना next time back कर लेना. Vandal मत ले. ये use कर ले अभी. And एक
ये ले यहाँ.
Bro, sell. Return me.
कर दिया bro.
Let us take the lead here.
B line, B line. B.
Yेंगे.
Enemy killed.
one more. But
Bomb grenade out. Here.
Last player standing.
My ult's ready.
Spike
Vandal.
planted.
left.
One backstab.
Block in sight.
My.
If you lose focus, you die. Read when it's over.
Reloading.
Csgo Vandal.
Here.
Vandal.
Goes mid.
Spike down A.
Get mid in the.
Last player standing. One enemy remaining.
Peek one day. Nice try.
Remember, nobody's a hero when they're crying for air.
Saving. Reloading.
B up.
Ooh, welcome.
My ult's ready.
You will not kill me.
Spike down mid.
Nice.
I know exactly where you are.
Sage मारना.
Tino mid.
Enemy and defender spawn. Here. Good.
30 seconds left.
No. Here.
Spike planted. One enemy remaining.
Nice.
Oh, no, you don't deserve my inventions.
Stand tall. We are Valorant. We are fight. Need a drop.
Sit by dinner, please.
Thanks.
Thank you.
No.
तुम मिड फाइट लिया है क्या? मिड आते हैं जनरली.
Quick peeks now.
There.
Get out of my way. Enemy spawn at A. Many enemies A.
Welcome to my world.
Spike planted.
They will cover.
There.
के अंदर है तू.
Those heads left. One down. Your duty is not over.
Last player standing.
Nice try.
No one will remember them.
Sage come B and wall here.
Here. Here. Here.
Small wall कर दे उधर. तेरे मार कर.
Need a drop.
Careful.
Thank you.
Let's go here. Thank you.
Here.
Placing alarm bot. Placing swarm grenade.
Be nice, multiple.
B. Right. Don't go ahead, yaar. Why are you rushing on them?
3 पे दे.
Rotate. Watch mid.
138 है, 138 है.
Careful.
Last player standing. Spike
क्या
planted.
क्या तूने? कचरी सुनाई.
One down.
The symphony of death. Don't worry, you get used to it.
Come on Anup, come on यार. ऐसे नहीं हार सकते तुम. Care B क्यों?
One down.
One
I'm rotating.
tube.
Spike planted. Last player standing.
I know exactly where you are.
As much as this world hurt me, it's mine, and I will kill to defend
Someone
it.
get this? Can I get this? Placing sentry.
Placing bomb grenade. Keep it cool. That's how you survive.
I need one over here.
Also दिया मैंने.
रेना मिड देख भाई, मिड देख ले.
अबे मिड से आ गया यार.
बोला मैं रेना मिड देख ले.
तो B कौन देखेगा?
Enemy spotted A.
टीम में ही एक ही देखो यार.
Last player
एक यूज
standing.
देखो और एक मिड देखो.
Spike planted.
अरे राइट.
My priority is their suffering.
Flawless.
I hate to say it, but probably best to play as a team. So, what's the plan?
Placing sentry.
Mid देख ले रेना रेना mid देख ले
Rina watch mid.
स्मोक वॉल किया उन्होंने मिड पे
Aim in.
कैरियर कैरियर
Enemy spotted A. Enemy spotted A.
Get out of my way!
Spike planted.
Imposter kill.
Last player standing.
नहीं हो रहा गाइस क्या हो रहा है भाई
Last
मैप
round in the half.
Use everything you have. We lose it anyway.
कोई ना I'll try our best जो होगा देखा जाएगा
Turret out. Turret out.
Sage mid देख ले
Sage wall कर दिया.
टनल से मिल देख ले mid देख
B हो रहा है. They are coming B.
That's done. Killed. Enemy spot. Initiated.
They will cower.
Backside देख ले
I know exactly where you are.
Spike planted.
Welcome to my world.
Last player standing.
inside
One enemy remaining.
Right.
Clutch.
Calculated.
कैसे रिव्यू
Switching sides.
Alright, I take back what I said about those bots.
They're pretty good. And so are you.
वाह 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 चलो नो पावर दिखाते हैं
Alarm bot out. Over.
Did you confirm mid?
There.
Placing sentry.
Cutting their vision. Done.
Ray, mid. Mid-dose.
One enemy remaining.
Kill. Placing swarm grenade.
as well give them to me.
Here. Placing alarm bot. Reloading. Reloading. This
There.
is where we win.
I have a wall like this.
Spike drop.
Turret out.
Get the spike, someone. Guys, get the spike.
Inside. My ult's not ready.
I got a spike.
Still in sight.
Barrier created.
Enemy spotted A.
Ah, backside.
Enemy down.
One enemy remaining.
For you.
Ready. Outrun me? What will it be this time? Have any patterns emerged yet? Reloading. Alarm bot out. Placing sentry.
We win. We survive.
Enemy spotted A. Spikes down.
Me. Sage heal me. Sage heal.
Cutting their vision.
One enemy remaining.
Nice one, guys.
They don't have a single life worth saving.
Let's go B.
I'll go from mid.
Here.
You guys push B main.
Kill chore,
Oh,
bean, kill
careful.
chore.
They will check this position. Careful.
Let's go itself. Let's go, let's go. A. Fake B, fake B.
Spike drop.
Spike is there.
Fake B, wait, Lena, wait.
I have the spike.
Enemy spotted B.
Wait. You have the spike. Let me go first.
100
Wait
tag.
for some.
Viper 100 tag.
Okay, guys, go.
Barrier created.
Plant.
Enemy spotted B.
Spike planted.
Check max there.
You're watching backstab now?
Yes.
Mid. Double dose.
2 double.
One enemy remaining.
I'm watching here.
Enemy spotted A.
Don't peek.
140 there. 140.
Player
Oh, sorry.
standing.
Guys, peeking.
Just one bullet. It's okay, we won.
Sorry.
As much as this world hurt me, it's mine, and I will kill to defend it.
Come, come.
Kakashi Vandal.
Need a drop.
There.
I'll come from here.
I'll watch if someone pushes me toes.
Loading.
You have Viper ult.
Get out of my way!
Wait for it.
Ah, they push mid.
They will cower.
Ah, he's low.
All of them mid.
20 HP.
I know exactly where.
One enemy remaining.
In the smoke beam. Nice one.
Nice one.
Well done.
Time to stock back up. Reloading. Need a drop.
Can someone drop me Phantom?
Wanted.
Can someone drop me Phantom?
Reloading.
No money, no money.
Reloading.
Thank you.
We don't have money. Sell it. I give you. I need my back money. Okay, give me
Can I get
this.
No prisoners.
Thanks.
Direct
Here.
mid. Direct backstep direct.
Someone's in defender spawn.
I guess he saw you, Reena.
There.
Yeah, he saw me. He goes on the right.
Welcome to my
I'll go from
world.
aiming. You watch me.
Plant
Wallace.
here, plant here.
On backstep, I think.
On site, if you.
Player standing.
My power does not end. Ask for aid, and you shall receive.
Okay.
Don't overthink it.
Kakashi,
My job.
unmute yourself. Attack yourself.
Yes. Can you heal me?
For you.
There might be offer at boxes. Just check. Nice.
Inside.
Reloading.
Mid-doors.
Don't peek now. Fall back, Sage.
Lights down.
Still inside.
Don't peek.
Watch back.
Bro, Reina, why are you peeking? Yeah.
Toxin screen down.
Enemy spotted.
Toxins going up.
Variable removed.
Player standing. One enemy remaining.
Don't peek.
Wait. Go. Go. Nice.
Deep breaths,
Need a drop.
everyone. Your hearts are pounding.
Take the Vandal skin.
Need a drop. Thanks.
Let's go A. Let's go B. Let's go B.
Need a drop.
Get, can you drop?
KJ put alarm bot here. Direct here.
Okay.
Alarm bot here.
Here. Turret out.
Hey, he pushed.
Your duty is not over.
Well,
You can rotate. Thank you.
The hunt begins.
Walk.
guys, they are carrying for mid.
Toxins going up.
Multiple.
Last player standing.
That's why I was telling you to walk. But
Is he AFK?
Long.
Prepare yourselves. We fight once again.
Sage, what was that? Sage.
Embarrass them.
Accepted it.
Turret out.
just hold.
Sage, can you heal me?
Thank
Sage, behind you.
One spawn. Side clear, I think.
Unavoidable.
Spike down A. Last player standing. Match point.
Can I get this?
Keep it cool. That's how you survive. Placing sentry. Alarm bot out.
Enemy spotted.
Reload.
Gateway zone friendly.
Spike down A.
Done, man.
You will not kill my ally.
Get back.
You are down.
One enemy remaining.
Nice.
Last one down.
The enemy only looks composed. Their hearts tell a different story.
Here. Can I get this? Thanks. Can someone
Hey, check and drop you.
Can I get this?
Buy me, please.
Weapon here.
One stage. Csgo by the way.
Keep up.
Get out of my way.
They will cover. Cutting their vision.
Come on, it is your match. Ready. Nice.
Nice one, Ray.
One
90, 80.
left. On your left.
Reloading. 90 seconds. 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 90 seconds
Cover him, cover him.
I know exactly where you are.
No heal, don't push.
Last player standing.
Fuck, my bad.
Welcome to my world.
Defenders win.
Fuck यार मैंने हरा दिया टीम को
Match found.
I will dodge it. I will dodge it.
अरे भाई नाइस चेंबर अपने पास भाई एम कैसा तेरा भाई ये बता दे
अच्छा ओ भाई क्या एकदम मेनेस टू सोसाइटी प्लेयर
क्या हुआ
क्या लिया थे कुछ
रिवेंज
बस अब एक और टूलिस्ट ले लो प्लेयर 3 या फिर प्लेयर 2 तुम चूज कर लो कंट्रोल टूल
सेंटिनल ले लो या स्काई ले लो स्काई ले लो स्काई ले लो फिनिक्स और नहीं आता है ब्रो मुझे ज़्यादा आता नहीं है
ठीक है खेल ले हो जाएगा
बढ़िया गेम प्ले दिखा भाई चैम्बर का देखना है भाई
कोशिश करते हैं लास्ट गेम मेरा 34 किल्स थे मतलब अच्छा नहीं हुआ
अभी वैसे लोगों को पता नहीं है ज़्यादातर एबिलिटीज तो कुछ हो सकता है
Match found.
Dodge time, dodge time.
Select your agent.
No charges left.
Oh, let's go away. करते हैं यार जल्दी.
Reloading.
Reloading.
32 jet. साइड पे रहना थी प्लीज.
Wall down, wall down.
Spotted A.
Two are low. Stage and
Here.
Reloading.
4 to the floor. The toxins going up.
Oh, one down.
Last player standing.
Look your enemy in the eye. It helps with accuracy.
Can I get this?
Thanks. Need a drop.
Who will
Can I
kill
get
their
this?
healer?
Thanks. Placing sentry.
74, 70. Sage is low, Sage is low.
Last player standing. Spike down B. Thirty seconds left. One enemy remaining.
Nice. Nice. Uba.
Phoenix! Yo,
Let's go.
That was insane!
अब हुआ कुछ round here. That's cool.
क्या चाहिए?
Class.
Reloading. Can I get this? Thanks.
Please remember to log all observable reactive distortions and reveal facility personnel terms.
Find the leverage and wedge it open. Reloading. Blocking sight.
मैं यूज कर रहा हूँ. Hold करना.
Both there.
Ah, my bad.
Last player standing.
Fuck. Sage is 113 and
भाई
Jet
पर पीछे नहीं
80.
करना था तो. Jet
पीछे
coming
से
from
पीछे से
behind.
आ रहा है.
One enemy remaining.
He will at least have it. Nice.
Nice.
That's good on a highlight reel for sure.
Stay alive. I
There you go.
want their life, not yours.
Yellow phantom चाहिए किसी को?
Need a drop. Thanks. Here.
God.
Isolate and exterminate.
Get out of my way.
Wall down, wall down, wall down.
Enemy spotted. B.
Flashing.
Both left.
Here.
Right.
Enemy spotted B.
Flashing.
One enemy remaining.
Placing swarm grenade.
Nice one.
Wow, so embarrassing. That Viper is so hateful. How could she even think straight?
Let's go. ओहो वॉकिंग करेंगे पूरा यार नाइस वन
वाइपर कहाँ हो कैसी है
Inside.
right
One enemy remaining.
nice
Get
round
the
guys.
operator वाइपर get the operator
More tests to run.
अरे ब्रो मैं वॉल टाइमिंग हो गया मैं वॉल डाल
हाँ so right it's all
Gun here.
भी स्प्लिट करते हैं
अरे ग्लिच हो गया है मेरे इसमें
इस गन पे F दबा देना
अरे नहीं ग्लिच हो गया कुछ
बी से रोटेशन आ रहा है उनका लोग ए आ रहे हैं सब लोग रोटेट कर रहे हैं मैक्सिमम लोग बी आ सकते हो कम भी
Don't get in my way. Goodbye. I planted. Oh.
121 reach 121 reach बहुत हैं बहुत
One enemy remaining.
very slow heal yourself
Careful now. Going up.
he's already there finish
रहने दो मत करो वाइपर रहने दो
करेगा
वहीं गया
My city needs me. I can't be away for it.
तुम्हारे अभी भी ग्लिच है हो गया nice.
अरे क्या चुदा पे वैलो में क्या पता भाई वो स्कोप भी नहीं हो रहा था ऑफ पे तो क्या
बोल रहा हूँ भाई वैलो फालतू गेम है CSGO खेलने जाओ
यू आर राइट
CSGO इज लव
भाई वो CSGO में को फ्री प्राइम का हटा दिया ना
नहीं प्राइम है तो अभी भी
फ्री प्राइम
पे हाँ तो राइट 2-3 लोग हैं छोड़ करेंगे
Placing alarm bot. Initiated. Placing sentry.
Going up.
One detained one CJ main
You will
मार
not
कर दे मुझे
kill
पता
my
नहीं है
allies.
ओ
नाइस ट्राई नहीं होगा अरे यार
बब्बू आए हो गया कोई ना नाइस कर अबे साले वो था मैं स्टन था
ये टॉप मांग ले तो
That tech
is only as good as their
Ah.
and there you have some beats.
ना भी चलते हैं।
Reloading.
और अपना स्टेज होता है ना, हम काउंटर वॉल कर सकते हैं, वॉल करता है वो, काउंटर वॉल हो जाता है।
Let's go.
अबे नहीं पता भाई, मैप दूसरी तीसरी बार तो खेल रहा हूँ ये मैप, मुझे बिल्कुल नहीं पता इसको क्या बोलते हैं। इसमें वॉक करते हैं पूरा।
ब्लाइंडिंग एजेंट है कोई यहाँ पे? ब्लाइंड कर।
स्पॉट हो गया मैं, फक। 3 लोग थे यार, एक हेवन था और बाकी 2 साइड है। तो वैलो खेलता ही कहाँ हूँ मैं, सीएसगो ही खेल रहा था। और जब भी ये मैप आता है हम डॉज कर लेते हैं। नाइस रे, 1 हेवन, आई थिंक 1 हेवन है।
टावर है पीछे।
नाइस रे।
Last player standing.
लिंक।
Spike down B.
Oh! Nice! Jordan.
You man ready for a light show? I need a drop.
अबे ठीक है, हो गया भाई, सिल्वर लोग हम लोग ऐसे सीखेगा ना, और इसमें ऑपिंग अलग है।
Get out of my way.
Turret out.
पर मेरे लिए खड़ा होगा, बार आ रहा हूँ यहाँ से। कुत्ता नहीं हो रहा भाई। 1 -80 जेट टावर, जेट इज टावर -80।
रोटेट लेफ्ट रोटेट। अरे फक यार, राइट।
Spike down. Attacker spawn.
I got the spike. Reloading.
Remaining.
नाइस रे।
रोटेट कर लो। Gpay।
30 seconds left.
केजे सेफ प्लान कर रहे हैं।
Lights down. Placing swarm grenade. Placing swarm grenade. Placing sentry.
ड्रॉप।
Here.
Last player standing.
नीचे कूदा। नाइस रे।
जेट तेरा स्कोप ऑन होल्ड है क्या?
Just let them try.
हाँ, स्कोप है वो ऑन होल्ड है क्या, या टॉगल?
हाँ भाई, होल्ड पे।
होल्ड।
Can I get this? Thanks.
Spike down B.
Turret out. My ultimate is ready.
Careful now.
ब्रिज ए पे था ना?
क्या? हाँ ब्रीच ए पे था। बॉल आया।
Placing alarm bot.
होल्ड खेलो थोड़ा, लेना करो।
रोटेट करते हैं, रोटेट।
Come back.
-80।
30 seconds left.
नाइस।
होल्ड कर दे।
They will cower.
Last player standing. One enemy remaining.
नाइस। टाइमिंग खराब हो गया रे।
अरे हाँ, रेना के साथ तो टाइमिंग हुआ।
New fight, new tactics, keep it fresh, yeah?
Isolate them and kill them. There. Enemy spotted A.
Dead!
Perfect accuracy. Placing sentry. There.
Rain is down.
One enemy remaining.
एक और है वहीं पे।
There.
नाइस।
Last round before the switch.
Last round to use our creds and
तो
fists.
बी चलते हैं, मैं अल्ट करता
Don't
हूँ।
waste your firepower.
बी मत जाओ, वहाँ पे वाइपर रहता है बी पे, उसके वो सब रहता है वाइपर का। ये चलते हैं, ये तो रिस्की हो जाता है।
पीछे रहना। ब्रीच ये डालता है डे।
Oh.
Here.
कहाँ से आऊँगा अल्ट?
Time for a field test.
फिनिक्स केजे पिक लेता है। हाँ बाप।
4v5 है।
वॉल है।
Gun here.
बीपी को नॉइस है क्या?
Welcome to my world.
बीपी अल्ट है उसका।
My ult's ready. Watch this.
फिर मुझे पहले पुश करने दे।
Turret out.
Come on, let's go!
Alarm bot out.
हाँ बैक
अरे ऊपर आ गया और वो स्टेज के ऊपर है
वन एमिन वाइपर लो 12 HP वाइपर
One enemy remaining.
चॉपर था
ये ड्रॉप था
Last player standing.
Go down.
I got
Switching
your back.
sides.
Just, you know, from the front.
ये तो बी लगा ले सेट
Placing swarm grenade. Placing swarm grenade. Placing alarm bot.
Watching here.
ए पे
वाइपर क्लोज लेफ्ट
Spike down A.
बग भाई ब्रिज साइड
110 अरे यार विनेबल है ब्रीच 110 डाउन
One enemy remaining.
नाइस
जेट आल्सो देयर डबल पीक
Last player standing.
52 और मली ब्लाइंड है
इजी
Spike planted.
नाइस
फीनिक्स का थर्ड क्लच था
गॉर्डन बॉट
Clutch.
Oh, you thought you put up a fight?
Win. Show me where to go. Can I get this? Thanks.
मैं भी खेलता हूँ एक स्पॉट हो गया क्या
नहीं वो दोनों ड्रॉप पे इधर ही है रोटेशन में दो इधर
One enemy remaining.
सेज नो आइडिया
इसके साथ ही था प्रॉब्ली
हाँ उसके साथ ही था पर अभी नहीं है वहाँ पे
30 seconds left.
नहीं है इधर नहीं है
10 seconds left.
भाई साहब वो पूरा घूम गया है रूप से.
I'm amped. Let's
बहुत
go.
मेहनत
I got things to do.
क्या वाइपर आता है?
रेना बहुत जोर पे आ रही
अबे
थी.
वो तुम ये
Turret out. Placing swarm grenade.
Coming.
की तरफ आ रहे हैं?
Enemy and attacker spawn.
Get out of my way.
They're super dead.
Enemy killed.
Spike planted. Last player standing.
Jet 100 down.
One enemy remaining.
अरे यार
कहाँ था ये?
एंटी वहीं तुम्हारे तुम जहाँ से घूम के आए वो टावर से.
I'm the last thing they'll see before they die.
Keep up. Placing sentry. Enemy spotted A.
A entered.
Someone is B.
Repeat करता हूँ. देख.
B main.
Sorry, bro. My ultimate's
Nice.
ready.
Spike down A.
ड्रॉप से उतर रहा है. ड्रॉप से उतर रहा
बस
है.
अल्ट है. मुझे बस अल्ट कवर देना.
Come on, let's go.
अंदर.
Spike planted.
वो एक ऊपर एक नीचे, एक ऊपर एक नीचे.
One enemy remaining.
मेरे को बीट करना.
Behind you.
Last player standing.
39. Top.
ऊपर है, ऊपर है.
Match point.
One last push.
Drop मांग लो.
Phoenix, can you buy?
मैंने एक drop दे दिया.
Turret out. Can I get some?
Off your feet.
ये क्लियर लग रहा है.
Thanks, Potty. My ultimate is ready.
वो आके जो नाइस.
killed my.
There B.
Last player standing.
Viper.
मेरे को लगा वापस आएंगे.
Spike planted.
Nice shot.
One enemy remaining.
Power shot.
अरे यार.
Nice try, nice.
कोई नहीं nice try.
No one will remember them.
ये लीको करते हैं, खत्म करते हैं.
Reloading. Reloading.
I'm saving.
Keep up. Placing sentry.
Get out of my way.
Hello.
Enemy spotted B.
Spike planted.
Enemy spotted.
Welcome to my world.
Enemy spotted B.
Look sharp.
Initiated.
Ah, timing.
थोड़ी देर रुक तो जाओ, खुद ही डिटेन होंगे.
Last player standing.
अरे यार.
अरे यार reload कर रहा था, सामने आ गया.
Race into the spike sites. Can I get this?
Turret out. Let's go.
Placing swarm grenade.
तो ये
Enemy spotted B.
ये multiple.
Nice. इधर. वहाँ पे एक है.
Last player standing.
अरे ऑपर.
Spike planted.
Shit यार.
अरे.
Okay, we know the drill. Stick to your role.
ये लीको
and
करते
we'll
हैं.
crush it.
Next try करेंगे.
Reloading.
भाई उन लोग की लाइट गई. चेचे और डी को मत करो.
बी साउंड. और डाउन हो रहा है और डाउन.
Off your feet! Careful now.
Enemy down. Poison orb emitting.
को नहीं पता कि 1v2 है.
Spike planted.
सेव कर ले.
Remember, nobody's a hero when they're crying for air.
जेट को ऑफ दे दे.
टॉप पे.
जेट में क्या किया?
Anyone have funds to spare?
The hunt begins.
Multiple enemies A.
पोस्ट प्लांट के लिए खेलूंगा.
Last player
अरे आ गया
standing.
ये भी.
My ultimate is ready.
अरे यार.
Look, don't start resting. Still work to do.
तो सुन, तो ए साइड पे ना वो कर दे. अपना अल्ट करके खेल तू अकेले. साइड पे हम लोग भी खेलते हैं.
Come on, let's go!
Don't get in my way.
मारा.
Last player standing.
वाइपर बहुत अच्छा मार रहा है.
Spike planted.
One down. 3 down. If any of you
ओ भाई बच गया.
so don't embarrass me like that, please.
जेट तो ऑफ करना. वही कुछ कर सकता है.
अरे मैं गंदा खेल रहा हूँ भाई.
वो है ना कैसे.
माय बैड यार. वरना अभी जीत जाते बे.
किस्मत ही
नहीं,
खराब
नहीं,
है. एक राउंड के लिए भी लोग आ जाएंगे ना तो हो जाएगा.
जय श्री राम बोल और दे मारता.
my way.
ये आ गया। Flashes are.
Last player standing. Spike planted.
Copy killed. Breach killed.
Nice.
I'll outshine all their radiance.
ऑफ दे सकता हूँ मैं तेरे को।
Need a drop.
My ultimate's ready.
बहुत होल्ड खेलते हैं अपन। तो बी पे ऑफ लगा, पीक मिले तो देखते हैं।
मैं ए पे खेलता हूँ।
होल्ड कर। हाँ।
तू भी बी चले जा। वाइपर।
अरे वो ब्रीच यूटेल है, वो ऑफ का पूरा तोड़ देते हैं।
नाइस।
ए पे 2 ए पे।
बी पे भी है, बी पे वाइपर।
पोस्ट प्लांट खेल रहा हूँ पूरा।
हाँ ठीक है।
Watching here.
मैं पीछे से पूरा एक्सपोज हूँ भाई।
है ब्रो।
ए आ रहे।
Come on, let's go. Careful now.
बी।
वॉल डाउन हो रही है।
रिचार्ज।
Seconds left.
वेट
-88।
Spike planted.
अबे प्लांट हो रहा था तो बताते ना।
डेट लो उनका।
Toxins going up.
बैक साइड ही है यहीं पे।
Off your feet.
Toxin screen down.
One enemy remaining.
Nice. Defuse
Last
कर।
player standing.
नाइस।
नाइस रे। कौन बोला भाई? जय श्री राम। नाइस रे जेट, एक नंबर।
बहुत बढ़िया जेट, बहुत बढ़िया। कौन बोला तुम खराब खेल रहा था बे?
Win.
Good to see your faces. I'm bored.
पैरों निकला।
Let's go.
ओ भाई, फिर मेहनत के बाद। कोई बात नहीं, कोई बात। चलते हैं गाइस।
smiles on Tabson's face at least, but it seems like Big Clan are ready and oh so confident when it comes to this semi-final game. But it isn't going to be an easy matchup, and they've got to face Gambit, the number 3 ranked team in the world. And although they've had some up and downs to This is a high-pressured game for Gambit. The stakes are high, and they are supposed to be the favourites, but it may not be that easy. And having to face Big in the semi-finals comes off the back of them losing their opening best-of-1, right? They kind of sealed their own fate and having to go through a task they probably didn't expect to meet until the finals.
Just wanted more games, James. That's all like on land, and I think in the grand scheme of things, it doesn't matter for them when they face Big or who they face. I mean, they're here to win the tournament, right? They're clear and obvious favorites, so you know, all of these teams are teams they're supposed to beat. So I think it's just about whether they'll actually be able to pull it off.
Yeah, and on the big side of things, you know, we obviously, yeah, you're going 3-0, you know, in the group stage. But my concern is, like we pointed out in the post-test segments, you know, it's like the way they played some of those post plans on Mirage against Fiend, you know, left more to be desired. And one thing I'm concerned about specifically is just like the way they convert those pistol rounds, because like they are right now they are 4-2 in pistol rounds, you know, 4 wins, 2 losses, and out of those 4 wins, there's only 1 pistol round where they actually managed to convert it into a second round, you know, and especially CT side, you know, you want those rounds to like just build off that 1 pistol, get those 3 rounds, you know.
We're going to take a look at the head-to-head with our AWPers here in Shiro and Sirison. But you know what I do love, outside of just having this on a head-to-head? Sirison, I was just looking at his stats from the last 3 months when it comes to weapons he uses. There is not another player, right, at this level that does not use the AK and M4 like he does. He's using pistols, obviously the scout mode he plays into with it. Do you think at some point he should just admit that every now and again you might pick up a Galil or an AK?
No. Because he's so annoying with that scout. Like, I've witnessed it, we had to play them like 3 times when they were the best team in the world, of course. Like when they were all firing on all cylinders. And every second round, we win pistol around the CT, Searson gets a scout, kills 1 guy through the smoke, kills the other guy with a headshot. It's like, you're 3v5, what you gonna do? And no, I actually have no problem. Listen, at the end of the day, it doesn't matter which gun he uses. It's like, is he doing his job in the round? Is he helping his team in the round? Yes. So what's the problem? Why does he need to use a Galil or an AK, right? I think he, in the rounds where he has it, he's not like JDM that he doesn't know how to use a rifle. Throwback to JDM just for no reason, reaming him out. But yeah, I think he's capable with the rifles. It's just he's better with the scout.
Yeah, here's the thing that people forget, you know, Sirson wasn't always an AWPer. If you think back to those attack days, he was actually a rifler, right? Like actually also in that entry role, and then through that coach, who shall not be named.
Just like Simple.
Yeah. he transformed into like an AWPer, right? And then that's where he really made his name on their Sprout, you know, just doing that AWP impact. And I think he definitely has like the capacity to rifle again. It's just like, why would you, like you said, if you're so good with scouts and ops, you know, just like have him use that.
Well, this is the exciting part. It's one we've been waiting for to see what maps we are going to get. So let's check out the veto and see how this has gone down. We see Gambit going for the Ancient pick, Big with the Dust 2, which is no surprise, and an Inferno Decider coming into play.
Well, this is really interesting because Gambit had one of the unique problems, which like, what should we pick? There's all these good maps to pick, and we see the surprise from Big is like actually vetoing out Overpass, the map they said they were really confident on, and leaving Ancient, which was their ban lately, right? And Gambit just doesn't hesitate. They go straight for the punish. Big no surprise with the Dust 2 pick. And in the end, Gambit vetoes Mirage because both Vertigo and Inferno, Vertigo obviously one of their, their best map, most likely, insane win rate this year, and Inferno is again a weaker map for Big. So the only thing I'm wondering is this like a trap card from Big with the Ancient, like leaving it in, expecting Gambit to pick it, and they're just kind of prepared. Even if you don't play a map much, I assume they like kind of tried to play it and they went away from it. It's like you can, for one opponent, for that one game, you can maybe like just get enough done that you can have a surprise pick. So if you're Gambit, it just tells you that they're really confident, even if that comes into play, and they just wanted to call the bluff, really.
Drowlon, no surprises there, really.
No surprises. I'm biased, of course, completely. No, I mean, my rationale here, I think this is the best Big we've seen with this lineup so far. Obviously, we have had like good online results, right? We think of the Blast qualifiers, but I mean the Blast fall groups. But when it came down to like actual LAN play, I think what I saw here, is like some of the best CS I've seen from us so far. I think this is our best chance to tank on a team like Gambit.
Well, they're going to have to show it. Thank you very much for your thoughts. Guys, it's time for us to get into this series. We're starting with Ancient and it's Gambit's pick. So let's get over with Dweg and Jay.
Thanks, Banks. Yes, this is going to be a fun one. It could well been a grand final matchup. We almost saw it in the group stage, but both Big and Gambit have managed to avoid each other up until this point, but only one team will go into the top two. Dweg, all eyes on Gambit. Most of us, except for Drowlon, predicting into the Gambit side. I do admit that there have been some slow starts from Gambit, which did make me doubt things a little bit, but looking at that veto, I think I'm very confident now that Gambit could take this.
Yeah, eyes on the veto for me. Ancient coming through, I was a little bit surprised about that. I thought we'd probably get an Overpass or a Vertigo pick coming through, and then even as a decider, looking at knowing Inferno's coming through, this looks really promising to come out for the Gambit side.
100%. I just think about how difficult it has been for Ancient for the big camp. Like, they've won more cash than they have Ancient as of late, which really goes to show how difficult this map is for them. And as a result, like, I just look at this pick, I see it's a very big punish pick for the Gambit side. I see them struggling on Dust 2 because we have not seen great Dust 2 from them as of late, especially in this tournament. I feel like this is going to be a Gambit series. They might concede it to third map, but Gambit should have this one pretty nicely wrapped up. And with the pressure on these guys as well off the back of the major, knowing that they are the top 3 team in the world, they have to go to the grand final. There's not even an option for them.
And you have to start looking at some of the numbers. Again, Big have only played 3 maps this event, where Gambit have played 6. Shiro is the highest rated player in this side, and for Big, the highest rated player is Keto at 9th. And he's a guy that's only gone positive 13 with the KD differential, where for Shiro, he's positive 71. The stats just are completely different between the top players on both of these teams.
Yeah, and obviously the AWP battle is going to be a very big concern. Obviously, NKJ on HLTV last night was discussing how his opinion was that he thought Searson was better on the AWP, and I feel like that might be tested in this particular matchup. We'll get to see how far they can go with it. It's the pistol round before we get into any AWPs, into any rifles. We're Big on the T side start, Big over to the defensive line. Let's get towards our first map of our first semi-final, what could be a banger. Strap in.
And it all just comes down to the start. We know for Gambit, they've been fantastic with some of these pistol rounds. You have a look at where they sit so far. They're second in the event, 9-1 to 3 loss. They know that they can get off to some good starts.
Now towards elbow on the default for Gambit, set themselves up pretty nicely in passive positions. Leave one lurker out towards lane, put some utility onto the mid control. Flashes and smokes is appropriate. I believe the smoke towards cross candles and over at the... Ooh, that's actually missed for throwing up position. Keto going to get goosed down for it. Quick peek in for Gambit regardless, finding the advantage.
There's still a lack of information on what's going on with the play. Tabson falling back, but the flash comes through, getting that cheater control fast into the B side. Tabson getting that first point and call, needs to try and get a double up, but it doesn't happen.
And now 4 versus 4 with a major HP advantage for Gambit. Axel will find gain and continue tapping, but doesn't land any more kills for his own right. Searson there with a trade, and a 3-on-3 scenario can ensue. Again, the low HP of Keto is going to become a factor, and he leans into Candles, looks ahead, looking for the players coming back over towards window, knows the rotation is inbound, can't quite seem to spot out the kills. He's missing a couple of crucial headshots, so they can get into the A site.
There's just no util or even a kit to work with for this city side, so getting into this defensive is going to be tough. Map control being gained out from that donut position. Difficult retake for Big.
Sheriff spotted. Keto finally turns the advantage to Gambit for permanent this time. Searson and Tizian waiting for their contact peaks, and they will start to move ahead here at A lane. It's Tizian back towards that donut entrance. And then the back lines of the site itself is Inter's looking to be the closest player, though. In at Temple. Glock turned away from the man. Tizian can trade it once again, but now we'll get sandwiched. Tapping that bomb once, trying to force Shiro out into the open. He takes a ton of damage, but now Hobbit can strike. Get his first. Shiro can double up, and it can be a pistol for Gambit.
Yeah, that was a great mid-round call coming through from Gambit. It seemed as if they took that early defensive into Candles, and from Donut, they realized pretty quickly, ooh, the smoke actually didn't land, so we're going to start slowing it down. We're going to get some of the cheater control. We're going to put pressure down towards B. They find that the trades go back and forth. They then bring that bomb back out to the A side. Now, fun fact as well for Gambit, Jay, going into this second round, is that they are first in the event for round 2 conversions. 9-1 and 0 loss. They have never lost a second round when they win pistol.
Talk very heavily about how Gambit had their early start snatched away from them many different times. Whether this will be one of those rounds for Big. Keto headshot, and the second man, Axai will drop. 5 on 3 being gained. AK straight for Nafani, can't trade it back at least. It's going to be a 2-for-1 for Big, though. They have the control.
And Nafani's got to try and make a play, and Shiro backs him up onto Sirius. Gate overextending. This was a 5 on 3 at one point for Big.
Tabson and Tizian out towards the mid position, forced to rotate back into a flank angle. Hobbit's going to give chase out towards mid. He has spotted one individual. The bomb should get planted whenever Nafani's ready. There's a bit of a gap in that smoke, so he could get spotted out here. Scout leans in. Bomb does go down. Nafani's foot's been seen. Headshot does not come back, though. Shiro could get the trade. And it's Tizian in the 1 versus 3 now.
This backstab's pretty much it for the round. Tizian trying to turn around, not going to happen at all. Gambit finding their second. I would say disappointing there for Big. Keto has a great sequence on sort of the off angle out from Donut. He's able to get a couple of fantastic banging shots. What happens with the follow-up? You have a 5 on 3, and then where's everybody else? Where's the support?
Nowhere to be seen. That's a great start and everything for him. You can watch the sequence again. Like you mentioned, the trades are so great for Gambit, and, well, in that 3v2 scenario, there was no way that they were going to get back in. Pistol, straight USPs across the board now for Big. No Kevlar here. Piece of utility for Tabson, but that's it. Max Shiro goes straight into a Donut, gets a triple, almost a quadra. Running out of ammo, but the USP can still finish the job. Plenty of money being gained by him, and it's standing out to eco status 3-0 to the start for Gambit. Big have the guns out in round 4.
I wonder if Shiro's one of these people that looks at that interview that J had and said, you know what, I'm going to prove him wrong. I'm going to really step up today. Because often when you do say things like that, it could fuel the other person.
It's a case of which way it goes. Will it detriment? Will it improve? Will it bolster up your teammates? Will it bolster up your squad? Will it go the other way in Gambit? Well, light a fire underneath them. We'll have to find out as time does go on. Right now, the start has been to the favor of the Russian camp. 3-0 at this moment, and the buy should be received by Gambit in the next round. Did we see a DC from their side of the field? So I think there might be a small tech pause involved here. Get that fixed up very quickly. Been very efficient with these tech pauses, so it shouldn't take too much longer. Yeah, standard start for Gambit, and it's so great because Drowler mentioned that stat earlier about Gambit's second round conversions in the pistols. It's nice to see them convert that second and get the anti-eco as well.
Yeah, and for Gambit, just trying to work with what they've got so far. For Big, we know that they recently played that DreamHack Open November event. Gade was #1 for most clutches, 1 at 8. We also saw Sirison coming through with the most AWP kills per round, so definitely a couple of individuals to watch out for. Gade, this event, hasn't quite found that top level so far. He's ranked 27th out of the highest rating out of the 40 players we have.
Indeed. Right now, ranking of 8 to the board of one particular individual on the Gambit side. He's definitely stepped up, surpassing all of his teammates and everything. Things do look pretty fantastic, in spite of the lopsidedness from Shiro. The guns out from Gambit. Respond to the guns of Big. Mostly bonus weapons for the T side, with the damage, of course, being reinvested into. They have the AWP out for both teams, Keto and Shiro here, interestingly enough. Double AWP setup, in fact, for the Big camp. Keto's going to be the man that aggresses.
Yeah, I see a lot of AWPing when it comes to the secondary players down towards this A anchor roll. Keto going very aggressive. Axel peeking through. Keto missing. Needs to try and get back to safety. Oh, it's not going to happen at all. Just getting hunted down. You can't afford to miss shots like that when you go aggro.
And that might already be the A side taking. Tizian, the last player standing in this siege, and all sorts of util thrown back by Gambit. Flashes will keep him blind and allow that kill to come in easy for Nafani. Already Big calling the save. Hobbit's hearing the footsteps back towards the B side. It's going to be a 4th round for Gambit, and Big are struggling in this early game.
Yeah, often when you're going aggressive out towards A main, you're trying to make an info play. You're trying to get a 1-for-1. You can buy time with some of the rotations, try and stay alive. And as soon as we see that missed shot, just look at how quickly Gambit accelerate through. They're able to then get that trade out, or at least that entry frag to the donut player, really being able to open up that bomb site, even looking hunting, trying to take more weapons out of play, really crunch down and destroy this economy. Gambit, they're looking feisty.
And big setup relied entirely on K1to getting that opening frag and retreating back into the A site with the AWP intact. The fact that he missed out on that first shot and got killed and traded. Not a good start for Big in the gun rounds here. We will see most of the rifles staying in for Gambit. I think they lost a Galil in this one, so nothing major being conceded at this. Try hunt for that last individual again. No, not too far forward for them. Yeah, Big, lost bonus. A little bit scuffed here. I think they might be on for a force buy, though.
Yeah, they can buy it down. Gade can drop a rifle. Sirison can do the same. You're able to get one of those individuals to force buy up themselves. And for Big, they had, you could say, the quicker time getting into the semi-finals. They played that best of one against Asuba on Mirage, 16-10 there. They got a 2-0 over Fiend in that upper bracket final game. One of those maps of Mirage was relatively close. Dust 2, it felt like they were quite confident even when they came back from a deficit. Where for Gambit, they've had to play Fiend. They lost that game in the upset, beat Asuba and beat Enterprise in the BO3s.
I'm going to work real hard for the Gambit side. I mean, it's kind of surprising. You would have thought that Gambit would have had the easy road in this tournament. Just indicative of how those best of ones went down. Of course, so many upsets during that stage of the tournament.
Well, realistically, I think we looked at it and thought this is going to be the game that meets in the upper bracket final.
Yeah,
for the group.
100%. The best of 5, Gambit and Big would not have surprised you. Flashes in from Hobbit, that elbow position. Nades out from him as well as the finally swings out to the A site. And there won't be a force buy from Big. They're going to go half-season this round with the upgrade pistol, so seeing what the rifles can do. K1to's already been tagged up heavily. Sirison, however, does catch the first frag and that second, engaging against the AWP v AWP battle. And there you go, NKJ vindicated for a moment. Heard Axar coming in for the bomb plant, has not spotted his man, can't go for the wall bank. Tizian's the Eagle pushes forward, and Hobbit gets caught off for it. 2 players standing, no trades for Gambit. Finally, Fani comes up with 1, but it will be a 1 out of 5 that he needs to find. Incendiaries to force him even further out into the open. There is damage done to the AWP here. And pistols and the Mac start moving in. AK picks up Tizzy and just domes him in straight in the head. Triple up for Sirison in this round. And the first round goes the way of Big.
Yeah, that was actually very well played in from Big. Now, notice as well, they didn't even force buy there. They just upgraded some slight pistols around the weapons that got saved in. Gade's M4 when S wasn't even able to find impact. It was actually Sirison with the AWP playing incredibly passive. Now, that corner really of getting the rotation in from City Spawn into the A site was not smoked off. And because of that, that sideline was just being held. The way that he re-peeks back into the AWP onto Shiro, finds a multi-frag, and then the pistols just support him.
Double orbs can return right back for the Big side. Sirison's AWP definitely is justified in this case. I am worried about where K1to plays his one, though. He's only seen him in a very limited capacity on the rounds. See where he goes with that, or whether he tries to progress once again towards the A side. He is placed out towards A main, but much more passively on the side defensive itself. The majority of T-Press leans in from B duels and B lane. Well, the CT is playing pretty passive. You don't want to peek to this angle.
Yeah, definitely K1to won't be aggressive every round. You normally see more aggression out to sort of that lane area for the B players rather than A. You want to play quite defensive, quite passive in around the big box or that temple area. Gambit, one of the first times we're actually seeing some presence early round going out to the B side.
And nades up, the Fani starts walking with the AK. In that charge up towards the red room. What's this? And AWP set to the edge of the scaffolding. K will try and extend further forward. Will he catch off the man? Nice boost up for the Fani. Will look over. Recognize that no one's on that left side of the cheater position. Hobbit wins that first fight on Tizian. Nice dry face. Good kill.
Now they're going to be able to bait Sirison quite aggressive with this AWP. This could work out nicely for Nafani. It all comes down to how aggressive that AWP is. And now even look at Hobbit. He's getting deep CT control.
Yeah, they recognize that there's probably a backstab in, so Sirison's going to cover that off instead. They'll concede most of cave control. They'll leave tabs and peeking in on occasion. You'll see the flashbangs coming in from his opposition. Finally walks out middle. Gonna get towards Donut here. There's no one contesting that angle. It's so passive and Big.
They want to put emphasis on A and get Hobbit to deal with the rotates down from that B side. K1to's alone. He's the only player here.
Gotta step up like the AWP should do. Frag on the first, drops that bomb, sees one man back in Donut as well. K1to with a double, leans in with a triple, catches Axan in the shoulder, and that's more than enough. Hobbit overwhelmed by Sirison, leaves Shiro now in his own 1v4 clutch. Tabson able to deal with him before he gets any more trades. That's a confident second for Big as well.
And when you walk out of A main like that, it's going to be difficult to put pressure onto the AWP. You need to get that trade in immediately rather than going in with the util. They actually go in dry, and they just can't trade him. It seems as if Nafani's read that position. He's trying to hug the wall out from Donut, give himself an angle to try and work with on that right-hand side. And Quito still finds the connection, even with that third pick coming through onto Axel. The AWP is putting up some good sequences for Big.
He might have whiffed it in the aggression in that first gun round, but here they stand confident and strong. Gambit taking a bit of a tactical pause as well, a bit of a moment of respite. Where do they go with this? Obviously, a lot of work will need to be done here from them. They have still got the lead, at least. They have that silver lining.
Yeah, Quito's currently ranked 5th in the event for percentage of multi-kill rounds. So something that we can expect from him, definitely playing A anchor on Ancient, is just being able to get those multi-frags, get those man advantage forwards before he falls.
If he keeps hitting those AWP shots, then it's going to be a difficult task for Gambit to find him. Get into our 7th round of the game. Both sides with guns out. Inters with a deagle, because there might be some major problems in terms of firepower, but then again, the Eagles have been pretty impressive so far in this matchup. Will Inters add more of those plays to the list? It's blind fire from Tabson initially, and Cheetah nades up towards lane. Dishing out a tiny amount of damage to Hobbit in the early part of this one by Big, but Gambit play out their defaults without a casualty here. They might look to take that first frag instead.
Yeah, that HE doesn't quite land where he would have wanted it to be. Spam coming through, boost up over the top. He's got to be aware of it because Nafani just catches him off.
Yeah, they didn't see the boost the first time they used it for Gambit, so they know they can use it a second time, and Tabson is indeed just shut out off guard. Opening start here for the T's, and now the AWP starts leaning in to try and find its own moment of glory. Shiro in the back lane, seeing nothing of the CT forces, though. Again, they're passive, but also they're not. Aggression from the from Tizian here. He's going to try and catch Hobbit off guard. This could cut off the whole rotation. It's an easy frag. It's a man advantage.
Yeah, Hobbit was actually holding that angle for a very long period of time. Just got caught off by the timing. Tizian makes the aggressive move. Gains the same. Not quite that second.
Nice transfer. There's damage to Shiro, though. The AWP misses shot. The Deagle's going to fire back instead, and Shiro will find the trade. The trades have been pretty respectable here by Gambit. They've actually forced Tizian to be the only player left. A 1v2 for this retake. B has been overwhelmed, and Shiro is missing his shot. Still, the M4 can't catch the frag, and Axel bails out his teammate, puts that 5th on the board. Gambit back on track.
You can't blame Tizian in that round at all, Jay. He's the one that's aggressing down from elbow. He catches the lurk off from the A main area of Hobbit. He's trying to be that backstab supporting player. He needs his teammates on that A site to hold, to get the trades, to allow that backstab in from T-spawn, get back in from lane, whatever it may be, and instead they just crumble. He has to then try and step up in that 1v2, and for Gambit, even though the AWP misses the shot, Axel is there for the trade instantly to peek on the contact.
Rebuy from Big will feature the exact same setup as they have done time and time again. They love these double AWPs, and they have been pretty effective to their credit. Look at a little bit better to try and usurp Gambit in the lead. 3 rounds to get there. Galil's on Inters again is a limiting factor here. He's been the limiting man here for Gambit so far in this matchup. He's always taken the Deagles or the Galil, or just not quite the AKs and AWPs you want to see from a T side. It is working to his teammates' benefit, though, and overall to the team, they still hold the 3-round lead.
While I do love the double AWP setup, I know that Fiend that comes up in the next game is definitely going to be able to show that in their best of 3. The economy situation has to be a talking point if they're not following rounds up, because their economy could just get rolled over. Gambit trying to put some force down into this cheater angle, doing a pretty good job with flashing Sirison off, just baiting him with the AWP and getting that idea of where he's playing from.
Further flashes in, he still holds his position. Finally fall back out. Well, he's trying to indicate that he is. Draw a second player indoors instead. Doesn't matter to the Gambit side. They've escaped out the lane position, gone through window out towards Donut. Tizian struggles with his frag, but comes up against Nafani. Hobbit's also been tagged to 19, so it's a start out with an advantage for Big. They're also tagged pretty heavily, though. There's 2 trades on Quito and Tizian available.
Yeah, slight bait and switch with that dual setup coming through from the Donut area. Tizian needs to find another. It could be difficult with him being so low.
Leans in. Shiro will catch the frag instead with a blind fire from that Galil's part. AWP of Quito. Desperate to hold on to the man advantage, but he can't do it. Axel pushed out a main, chimes in on him, doubles up to Gade. And now it's a 4v2 for Gambit's part. The CT's extended so far out towards lane and CT and siphoned off from each other so far away from the retake. Searson's going down and Tabson has no choice but to save.
Axel's looking fantastic so far here on Ancient. He's been one of those entities that has been fantastic over the course of the history for Gambit. In this event, maybe not so much. And even this hunt in from Hobbit, this should be an easy pick to come through into Tabson. A 6th round being gained. And then we start looking at the economy again and say, okay, things look all right for Sirison, Tabson and Gade are looking decent. For Tizian and Akito, things can't really be said the same.
Sixth up to the board of the Gambit side. Axon in particular was looking great in this round. He was the man that pretty much opened up the site and got the round together for his team. Triple overall. Definitely deserve the credit for that third frag. Extending that lead to 4 rounds now for the Russian side. Big. Found a bit of a formula to work with in their first couple of rounds that they got. Try and find a new one or replicate that to better success as tactical pause is taken. Moment to readjust. You mentioned the economy game and how that double orb setup is going to continue to deficit the big side. I don't think they can afford it again.
No, and they've got to try and see if they can quiet down some of these players. Axel in that last round really showing up what he can do with that lurk out from A main. Currently 5th in the event for most headshots per round at 0.37. His crosshair placement is something special.
Straight in with the Vice back again. No double orb setup for Big. Got an SMG for Tizian as he becomes the limiting element. Rifles up, smokes in. Inter's going to challenge Tabson. He's gone for those wallbangs pretty consistently. Nades on elbow. Not doing any damage at all. Shiro comes up good against Keto. Kicks things off on the right foot.
He's winning a lot of opening man advantages for this T side. Going to try and see if they can boost up again. I don't know if they'll be able to reward themselves twice.
Farney should be at least suspected by Tizian. He already fell towards him once so far. Continuous boost over. Continuing walking out to try and look for the individual himself. But no contact given up by the SMG. Molotov will come in instead. It goes off to the right. He's still sitting on the left-hand side. And they start to back away.
Oh, Tabson's actually trying to draw the bait. So he actually puts his feet in the molly to draw the attention over for Nafani.
This could be perfect. All comes down to whether Tizian finds the pick. He's waiting so patiently. Nafani, another bit of utility. A flashbang thrown over. He turns around, but way too late. Tizian comes up with a pick, smokes down the angle. Evens again as the executor's inbound.
Oh, what a perfect bait in from Big. And now they're just trying to see if they can evade the flashes. Tabson out on the right lane, at least gets away with one.
Justified a passivness from the Big setup. A man advantage sits towards their favor. Bomb could go down. Let the wall bangs turn around. Axel even taps on the second man. Didn't hear the tag though. Tabson swings on the side, gets his frag, turns around 180. Searson catches that next. And it's Shiro now with his own AWP in a 1 versus 1. The AWPers taking each other on 17 seconds. Shiro's got to get the bomb plant. He's tapped it once again, looking at information gain. Scopes heard. Tap it a second time, stick it, Searson. So close, oh, Shiro! No scope to his head, a triple up for the clutch, and Gambit continue the streak.
Oh, he's making a statement here, isn't he? 14 kills and 2 deaths. Shiro, he's doing everything. Opening man advantages, trade situations, clutches coming through. That now puts him up to 11 clutches won in this event, and this is only their 7th map. The nearest player behind him in most clutches won is Oscar at 3. Shiro's got 11 this event.
14 frags in this game as well. Man, he's come alive. And Big are continuing to struggle here. Pistols now out, half buy in this round. Deagles, 5.7s, P250s. Kevlar on the body, not towards the head. Straight into the B site. They've already found the entries. They could put the bomb down from here.
Trying to see if they can bait in an over-rotation down to that A main position. Keto extended up. There is still that one individual of Axel that's waiting for that aggressive move. Shiro with the AWP pushing through the smoke. Picks being found relatively easy. There is at least one drop that comes in the P250. And knowing it's an ego, you're just trying to do as much damage in as possible. Not a lot, though.
Doesn't matter too much for the T side, however. Nafani has the Mac 10, so he's going to swap back to that AWP. Tizian will drop Axel, so they get an AK out of this one. If Tizian can just save the weapon, that would be enough, I think, for Big in this context. It does mean that Gambit are going to get to 8 on their T side. And we do know that CT basis is quite high for this map. We saw during the online cup, for instance, how CT-sided Ancient was. So for Gambit to win the half at this stage, it's not a good outlook for Big.
No, not at all. I don't even think we finished the cup. We were getting halfway through and it was something 65% to that CT side. So knowing where we sit now in the actual LAN event, that it's only a couple of rounds, things don't look that promising coming through from Big. They've got to try and get some of these players up. Gade, 1-1-7. We've got to see some more from him.
Again, the AWPer comparison sees Shiro going a country mile above Searson's part. I think he's double up on his kill count with the clutch factors involved as well. Gambit just hold their own. Out towards the defaults, mostly centered around the A site. They've got Keto, that might be the man to step up. Searson's orbs pressed aggressive towards window. You might catch Inters off guard. Oh, he turned away, but the AK doesn't lean in.
It all just comes down to a matter of timing and who's going to peek first. Sirison trying to turn away from the flash. Inta's now getting some util in for the support. Sirison down from the elbow, misses his chance.
Got info on 2 players, though. The T's could potentially sandwich in against them. Quito finds action on the A defensive. Meanwhile, Nafani there for that trade and continues to wrap into Donut. Sirison has repositioned to try and hold this defensive. Tabson will catch Intas meanwhile, so there are trades that are coming in for big. They've maintained the advantage. Nafani's going to fight for it back, so gets that first. Shiro gets that second, and the bomb goes down.
Oh, the trading game is so on point here for Gambit. The way that they use their util down to that donut position and even check all angles just in case there's a dual setup. Gambit up to 9. This T side is red hot.
Big might bring in a lot of trouble here. Bang on the money with that analogy. Red hot T side, 9 to the board of Gambit. And you start questioning what Big can really do. Is this first map already a write-off?
Oh, no, I don't think so. Big have definitely got more to prove. The problem here with Ancient is Big just do not have a lot of map experience on it. They've only played it once when it comes to the last 3 months. It was typically one of the maps they banned, either that or an Inferno as a recent history. And knowing that they weren't able to win that official either on Ancient puts them at a 0% win rate. Definitely a punish pick in from Gambit. Again, when you have a look at the veto, you thought to yourself, okay, Overpass could get picked in, Vertigo's an option. They go in for Ancient, just knowing the Big don't play this map.
It's not like it's like a particularly proficient map for the likes of Gambit either. Like,
they've only played it 4 times.
Yeah, they've only played it 4 times, and they managed to beat teams like Team 1 and Indie Array. When it comes to top level competition, they've lost to the likes of NIP, even lost to Copenhagen Flames in the past. So the map is not like it's a brilliant one for Gambit. It is legitimately a punish pick, and they are punishing hard right now. Big back on pistols for the players that fell. And the AWP of Shiro doesn't see the infos who the individuals. Gade and Tabson will start their walk out. Spotted, shot connects so easily. Gade can find a trade at least. Second one up for him. They're bottlenecking themselves in towards the doorway, and he actually does get that secondary frag. Hobbit's hoping he overextends, but Tizian is so close to position. Smokes up, Deagle fights, Hobbit finally gets his trade. A 3-on-3 once again. They know that Gade's pinned in a corner here. They can't seem to find him. Hobbit caught off by Searson's pistol, and now the advantage swings to Big.
Gade just pulling all the distraction away. Hobbit not really finding a lot of success there. Only 1 pick, and now it comes down to Shiro and Axel to see what they can do. At least for them, it is 2 star players to bring this 2v3 back. Big don't have a lot of information on where this rotation's coming in from. They do have Gade aggressive in from mid, so there could be a contact in elbow if Gambit want to take back this mid position.
Gade set looking into that angle. They will start walking up to it. On play on the defensive of the A site itself is Keto. Turned away at the wrong moment. Perfect swing from Shiro. Crosshair placement on point. Ready exactly where he was going to be. Keto now stands alone on the A defensive. Backup is nowhere near arriving. He's got to land his first headshot, and he just can't seem to do it. 9 HP for the man. 1 down upon by both sides. And Axel will get the plant in Searson. 1v2.
I don't think there's any point going for this, Jay. He doesn't have any armor. 1v2 situation. It's risky to even throw the AK away, trying to risk it.
You're all leaning initially. No kit. No time, really back turn at the wrong moment. Axile will find his tag and eventually find his kill. Double up in this round for him and put double digits on the board for Gambit. 10-2 to the board. And Big just look like, not that they haven't turned up to play today, but they're just struggling so hard. They definitely weren't prepared for Ancient.
No, they're getting outclassed here. And this is always the concern with Gambit is, all right, this event, things haven't looked great. They lost that best of 1 to Fiend. Mirage against Asuba was quite close. All the maps that they've actually converted have been so one-sided. The 16-2 on Overpass, the 16-3 on Inferno, the 16-6 on Mirage. And knowing we've got to step things up. We've been not great against some of the low-level competition. We're facing off against a tough side of Big, a top-end team. Let's bring it. Let's come into this game looking refreshed, and my goodness, they have.
Tactical pause taken by Big. Moment to try and do so appropriate at this moment. They've got a lot of work that needs to be done. And remember, their CT basis is this half. Going down by 8, possibly more, likely more. Hobbit, first out of the gate. Gonna see Smoke's blind spray ahead of the see where Searson is as he takes that AWP shot right back to the man. get the advantage at least for now.
No, Shira's looking for the pick back though. Great opening man advantage for Big to work with. They've struggled with the opening man advantages these last few rounds, and now just a quick B exit out from ramp.
Orp looks in, catches another with tabs and skills simultaneously on Nafani. It's now 2 players left standing for Gambit. Finally a trade. Shira evades most of that nade, but Searson is still fragging. Triple up in the quadra, and all the rounds go the way of Big. All the frags go the way of Searson. A third to the board of the CT side at last.
And they got a playmaker in that round. Searson moving about, very versatile on the map. He aggresses forward, plays in and around that smoke near the candles area, gets that first pick out from elbow, and just falls back immediately. Starts that rotation back out to the B side, playing into the back lines, even starting to aggress forward to have a look into that cave entrance, and getting Big their third.
A long last as well. Taking their sweet time too. This smoke's on. Flashes forwards. Position's being taken, and the early entries into the ramp position in particular. Inters will start looking out for the player at Cheetah. Tamsin continues to play in position, spraying manically, hoping he can find something through these wall bangs, but they're evading all the pre-fire positions, so nothing goes his way.
A lot of spams that you can do in and around that Cheetah position, and so far for Tabson, he hasn't found a crazy amount of success with it. Searson, again, aggressive down on this angle in from mid. Hasn't been able to catch anyone just yet.
Spots them, but still misses the shot. Incendiary tried driving them away. Meanwhile, Hobbit punishes Tizian for his aggression. All-important frag. Found now by the T side. Or in for Searson. What a shot that was. Barely the head being offered up to him, but he gets it at a 4 versus 4.
It seems as if it's just a walk play down to this B side again. Into struggling with the entry. Gade gonna get traded out.
Smoke's on the suppressed Tabson at this one. He's got Searson right behind him. They're trying to lean up. The sprays continue blind. They don't find these picks or damage being done. The flashbang will force Searson off angle to the left-hand side. They won't commit towards it, though. Where is that bomb? It is getting picked up.
Oh,
Axel's found the flank angle. He's caught Keto. He's opened up the A side already. He gets his double, even on for the triple with a crack angle. Searson might suppress him, but now they know what to do. They might even press towards that B site even further. And Axel gets his triple. Big can go no further. It's 11-3.
Jeez, that's pure class coming through from Axel. And just notice the way the Gambit slow that round down. They've got some map control into ramp, into cave. The bomb's still out from that outside of the B doors. Slow it down. Axel's got to play. We don't need to make a move. He's getting into those backlines. Not only does he deal with that A player to allow the opportunity of bringing that bomb back over, but he peeks forward, tries to cut the rotation. And hang on a minute, he's dropped all 3 players by himself.
Being in around 15, at least have a decent vibe. It's still limited. Utility is virtually non-existent. We've got an SMG for Tizian. Aggression coming in from Searson, hoping he can find something, anything, out here towards mid. And instead, the boost from Shiro just counters it. Hobbit falls in trade, sure, but it's a 4v4.
Yeah, dropping that AWP in the early round is going to make a big difference, because how else are they going to be able to recover that? Nafani getting flashed off. Tabs are making an info play in from lane. Very passive for Gambit, trying to bait out a mistake.
Tabson finally gets Shiro to drop, so one responsive in. Inters immediately gets it right back to evens, though. And the man advantage that Big desperately are trying to cling onto is just falling apart at the seams. Wraparounds in from Tizian will get towards mid in the candles position. Gambit are thinking about the A play. Tabson still watching elbow. They're going to peek him.
It all just comes down to this first fight. Tabson now getting drawn the attention with that smoke down to the B doors, and that pulls his attention away. Tizian just jump spotting with the SMG, just hoping for some sort of mid-contact.
We'll spot Axel, the tap of the headshot. Reveals a little bit of info, not a lot of it. Didn't see that bomb, and only saw the one man. Starting to walk out for Gambit. We'll try and lean into Donut. They have got Tizian repositioning in the defensive part of that part of the map. Head of the corner tucked away, and if Farney starts walking 20 seconds, they could go either side. It's probably going to be a convergence, so rat to B.
It's got to be B, knowing they've got to regroup up with a teammate of Inters and just try and sandwich in.
Time is of the essence. Here they come. Tabson. Here's the footsteps. Tries to wrap in against Stefani. Drops that bomb. All important. He's Axel. He gets that trade, but now needs to plant desperately. Has he got enough time for this? It's 3 seconds. Oh, it's denied. It's never mind. Keto lines them up and keeps it together for Big. A 4th round to close out their CT half. That's to the difference of 7, though. Gambit are still on fire right now.
Yeah, they are. You notice in that round, maybe they needed an extra 4 or 5 seconds just to be able to clear out the bomb site, make sure that even if it does get denied, that trade onto Tabson's going to come through, get that bomb down. They plant open for the back line, so it allows that rotation in from Keto. Overall, though, for Big, The issue I'm seeing with them, Jay, is any time they strike with an opening man advantage, it just feels like it gets taken away with them 2, 3 seconds, 4 seconds maybe. They're never holding advantages. And for Shiro, what a performance this is in the first half of their map pick in a semi-final. 20 kills, 5 deaths, that's unreal.
Yeah, he is just on fire. Absolutely on fire. You don't even need guys like Hobbit and Co to perform. They're like 9 and 4 frags and him and Inters. Just because of the sheer amount of performance that Shiro's put up, he's just taken the brunt of their burden and put it on his back. And for Gambit, it's working well to their CT side. We shall go. Our second half of our first map, the punish pick that Big are getting punished for. Walking so aggressively. Maybe this could be the bait play that could catch Nafani off guard. No, he wins that one fight on Tabson. Kito's so close, but Nafani's out of dodge. He's spotting him still on the shoulder bait. Rotates away back towards Cheetah, back into the CT part of the map. And with the man advantage intact, he sees the shoulders continuously, knows that they're peeking.
And that hurts because that setup for Big is supposed to counter exactly what Nafani did. You've got 2 players crossfiring, that if there is a slow walk aggression, we're going to catch him off. Instead, it doesn't happen at all, and Tabson just falls.
Just goes to show how many things have gone right for Gambit versus how many things have gone wrong for Big. Gades P250 leaning in. It's Stefani with a shot on Searson. Gade spotted as well, tagging a couple of players pretty low, but not getting the kills for it. It's a 5v3 as a result. Big got to work with a man disadvantage and Hobbit. Oh, he spotted 2 more players. Maybe even deny that bomb from crossing. He does get overwhelmed a little bit, so Kito can find the trade. Hurry up and up a line to the A site. The smokes go down to B.
I love the way that Gambit just keep prodding. Even when they got that first pick, we're still seeing some aggression out from Ramp, still seeing it from Hobbit. So it feels as if for Big, pressure's just always on. It's never getting taken away. And now they start that wraparound into the A site. Rotations are already on the way.
That's the 30 seconds. Axile in at Temple, spotting 2 individuals. Can't get the shots on Tizzy, and he's getting a couple of decent tags. Nafani back at the CT cross will afterwards concede the bomb plant. Tizzy does get dropped, but Axile makes it a double on Gade and a triple on Kito at all. He has been another stellar play. He might not have had the same number of numbers, I think, for Shiro, but he is still showing up some multi-frag rounds and very good performances from his. 12th to the board for Gambit. And Big, I mean, they have got a bomb plant bonus, so they can buy, but they need a round desperately.
Yeah, they do. And we start mentioning the pistol round percentage again. We're now looking over at Gambit as one of the best here in the competition. 11-1, 3 loss. They're currently 10-0 for their round 2 conversions of winning pistol and the follow-up. That's something that NVIDIA is going to have to be looking at, saying, okay, if Gambit have been so successful with winning that second round after pistol, why? And what can we exploit?
What's left in the tank for Big here on map 1? Where do they go with this disaster? Tactical pause, I believe, has just been called. The second one for Gambit, interestingly enough. I mean, they don't need it, but I'm with you on that front.
It just comes down to the mindset, knowing it's not over. Yeah, we're up by a crazy margin. Let's not do anything uncharacteristic. Let's stick to our game plan. Let's come in composed. Let's make sure we're not losing this anti-force buy. And let's roll them. Let's have a very convincing scoreline. Keep it as close to a 16th as possible. And even Axel is thinking about making an aggressive move here in aim.
Pressed up with a nade and Nishi, but falls back. Shiro playing anti-flash here at the back plat position. All the T's could walk in and engage him. The AWP assist and has no info to this flank angle. Axile sets ahead of Temple. We're going to receive this utility inbound now. Smokes on, spray through, and Shiro's going to wait. Shiro's going to wait, spots the bomb carrier, engages, gets the frag together. Needs to get a bit more. They have absolutely no idea where he's come from. He gets away with a second frag. Searson turns that to Alpha Hobbit with his own frag. A double up as well. Searson in a 1v3. You can find Hobbit so easily, but everyone else is going to be the challenge. And now they're on the site, flanking around, looking for the crack angle. The no-scope stone hit, and Nafani drops him. Oh, disaster for Big. They struggled to figure out his position, and that's what cost them the most.
I think they're still in the hotel room, haven't woken up yet. What's going on there? First of all, they find that first pick. Axel's playing the off angle in from Temple. Beautiful entry. Great start into the round. You've got to be clearing your angles. Even when the M4 A1S strikes from Shiro, that information has got to be pulled over. It took them so long to realize where he was. By then, rotations are already combining in.
It's not looking good. This is not looking good right now for Big. Losing the pistol, losing the full bomb bolstered buy, and now down to Deagles on the eco round. This is not looking good. 16. Only 3 more rounds for Big to get there. Gambit. Such a ridiculous lead right now.
And it could be even further. Knowing they're up against an eco in a round like this, passiveness coming through, not searching, not getting too overly aggressive, working with the sound cues and putting that util down into Cheetah, making sure there's no much further aggression in from Big.
Damage done to Shiro, Tizian down to 39 as well. Axar with the M4 waiting. Deagler Tabson behind the smokes in at main. They walk their way back over towards elbow. Might try press onto the A site with that bomb being so committed on Tabson's part. Just wait here. Axar in the center of the site.
No util is going to be the defining factor in a round like this. Even Hobbit is searching in for a mid pick. Sirius, he's going to be a dead man. Now they've got no lurk. They've just got to go out from A main themselves.
All important start. Split removed. Now 4 individuals to work in from main. Bomb on the back of Tabson still. Working at the site. Shiro will drop Keto. Hobbit with the crack angles into the back lines. And finally Tabson drops that bomb. Axar with his credited frag. Gay with 1 responsive. That's as far as it will go though. Tizian and Gay quick to drop. 14-4. 10 rounds of difference. Guns are back in for Big, but this could be their last chance.
It really is their last chance, Jay. They have to show us something. And I want to see some pace coming through from Big. Try and see if they can hit them head on, whether it's some early lane control or it's getting out from elbow quick. Just trying to see if they can somehow manage an opening man advantage, see if they can create some early space in the round. It just feels as if so much just is not going their way at all. And Sirison with the AWP, he could be the difference maker in a round like this.
It's got to be. At this stage, it's got to be better than Shiro. Keys to the man that walks up first and foremost straight out of the main position alongside Tabson with the bomb on his back. This could be risky, but it also could pay off for them. There's no one directly on the A site here for Gambit. They went for a hard stack towards the B play, so actually the bomb goes down for free.
Yeah, 3 on B and 2 in from mid. It seemed as if Big had read that immediately and now can just slow it down. This is going to be a tough retake from Gambit.
Molotov keeps Hobbit at bay for the time being, so time is being stalled for. Gambit are going to go for this. Got plenty of cash, and they're finally setting up the backstab. Gabe is trying to account for it. The CTs with positions. Nade into the back lines. Tizian catches that directly at his feet. 49 HP. Counter flash in. Inter's going to turn away from it. Time's running short here. They've got to get a pick it relatively soon, and Tabson finds his frag instead. That might force them back. Indeed, Keto gets Hobbit, and Axar's not moving. They're going to pin them into the site, try to get them to go up with a bomb blast. Axar and Shiro with a couple of decent exit frags. The round is gone. Soon spotted by the Farney. 2 to wrap the corner. He gets that first. Not quite that second, but Gade is the lone player standing, so an expensive round win for Big.
I would still say that's pretty excellent in from Gambit. Yeah, they weren't able to get that round together. Once they're in a 3v5 and they lose a couple of players, they just say, right, let's look for exits. We know we've got some money. Let's try and see if we can put some damage in. Knowing that only 1 player stayed alive there from Big does not help the economy game at all. And Gambit know that if we step it up here, we win this next rifle round, we pretty much win the game because we're just going to cripple their economy.
Absolutely. Tactical taken. Discuss the strategy of how they're going to go ahead and do that. They're still only 2 rounds away from the victory. The guns come back in, the AKs, the Galils, of course, reinvested on from the part of Big. Expense definitely be felt in this round. Of course, full guns out for the CT side. Got M4s, the single orb. Not really walked in for double orbs here for Gambit. Big went for that quite a lot on their CT half. But Shiro's doing enough. They don't need a second orb.
Yeah, Gambit are one of those teams that actually don't double orb very frequently at all. They know that with their setups and the protocols they have, they can find more success with just 1. Even out to this elbow position. So much counter utility in from Gambit means that it's going to be a late take into mid. Big have just got that 1 lurk in from the lane area of Keto.
Trying space ahead of the smoke for Tizian. Walk out from elbow. The majority of players. 1 player over at lane can come in from window, and it's Exile sees the majority of them coming. Flashbang counteracts them. Should blind off Tizian for the time being. Get a bit more cover as he crosses back to the right-hand side. Find Tabson on the quick shot. Advantage now for the CT side. Hobbit there to keep it. Axel gets traded. He doubles up, drops that bomb. Looks in against the AWP, who misses a crucial shot. Takes so much damage, and Shiro comes in to get the trade. Keto in a 1v4, and Shiro wall bangs him out of the server. Map point for Gambit. Their punish pick is going so well, and Big on the precipice of going down one in this series. They've got no money left.
No, not at all. And we're even in a position for Shiro that we're going into round 21. He's died 6 times. He's stayed alive in so many of these rounds. He's up to 26 frags. He'd love to be able to get that 30 bomb. That might not even be possible, though, because this round, this could be it. When you have a look at really what Big are bringing to the table, they're going to need a miracle if they're able to keep themselves in this game longer here on this first map.
I'd be so stunned if they can do it here. Orps in, looking around. Shiro already set towards that beat. Contact sees the shoulder bait of the one individual. Nafani now set with his own M4 against Kito's position. He'll walk up. Look to catch him. It's Shiro instead with the orb that gets first blood in round 21. Hobbit will find 2 more out towards mid. And at this stage, it's all falling apart for Big. What a great map pick, a great veto for Gambit, and they're proving it here in this punish. 16-5 on the table. 2 more frags to get there. Now 1 more frag to get there. Gade got a full ace this if he wants to keep Big alive. Shiro just hunting for the info. As soon as he reveals it, all CTs converge on his position. The orb might even take him down. He finds that one. Not quite a second shoulder bait on the shot baited in for the AWP. He gets his double up, but 60 seconds to grab that bomb and continue the frags.
And it's just all comes down to information. Hobbit down here towards his donut position. Gade's got to try and see if he can find that jewel straight away. Get back to that bomb. Someone's going to meet him head on. That's Inters. And you've got to imagine Gade's not going to win this fight. 16-5. What a result coming through from Gambit. And honestly, Jay, they weren't tested there.
They weren't. No, absolutely not. This is not a great map for Big, so we can't be too shocked. But that is cause for concern. Even going into Dust 2, this is one of the first few times that we've seen Gambit actually get a first map in the series, or not struggle at the very least in the first map of the series hit leg.
Yeah, very true. And what a way to turn it around when you look at their results where they had some struggles against the Suba. It looked as if for a moment Enterprise was going to get under their skins. They come into the semi-finals, and this is a team that just looks so deadly.
And I love that as well, by the way. You just saw Groove pull out the scrapbook sheet. Like, he's already preparing for the second map. They're already good to go and almost ready to get into it at this stage play. Like, for Gambit, they just look so locked on at the moment. They look so much better than that group stage run, than that first round of the playoffs. This is a team now that could win the whole thing.
But, I mean, we expected that coming into this, though. There's no other way of putting it around. This is the favorite team here. This is the best team that we've got in this competition. And now we're starting to see glimpses of why they're the best.
Absolutely. I mean, you saw glimpses right there throughout the course of that entire map up, a whole map of why they are one of the best. And for Big, like, it's got to really just demoralizing. But knowing that their map picker Dust 2, their best map in the pool, is coming up next, is that going to be a momentum shift right now?
It could be. But look at the could, right? You've got to think you're shattered after that one. You think, my goodness, Gambit have just come alive. We haven't been able to trade out Shiro. He just kept hitting us. Going into Dust 2, it's not going to a third map easily at all. Big are going to have to really step up. They're going to have to focus. And the mental factor is definitely going to be a big win condition for Big on how they sort of feel going into that second map.
We'll find out how they do feel and whether or not they can turn this situation around. It is Dust 2 their own pick after this very short break. So do stick with us here at V4 as the desk will be back to break down whatever they can over on Ancient, and we continue with our semi-finals.
cultural heritage of the Visegrad Four and their 30-year collaboration enrich Europe. The past year and a half has produced unprecedented challenges, which we have faced by helping each other. Europe and the world are entering a new era, and the Visegrad countries are joining forces to shape the continent's future. Recharging Europe.
You are not my friends, you're my brothers, my friend.
I like my little light up pen. It's good. I know, yeah, we're live. Just enjoying my pen moment, you know?
Right, yeah, I guess. that game, not much to talk about, so you might as well talk about your pen.
Exactly. I feel nice to give him a pen that's also got like a little play you can play on
I was
your
like,
mobile.
what's going on? Is he lagging? Like, you know, it's just like...
Well, we needed to fill some time, you know, when a game was that fast, and when it comes to Gambit winning maps, and especially when it's not Dust 2, they show us this full strength. You mentioned it, Yanko, this Shiro and Axel moment of when they can come together and they can be this simple-esque electronic duo. Well, they showed it in massive skill.
Yeah, both 118 ADR in this game,
Wild.
really. You know, unfortunately, Shiro 28 kills, 16 of them with the AWP. Insert the Michael Jordan photo, and I took that personally, / NKJ interview, right? So, yeah, I mean, jokes aside, who knows how players receive that? Some may look at it and like take it as fuel, right? So I'm sure Dralon is going to have a conversation with HLTV about those clickbaity titles,
Yeah,
right?
maybe not take a page out of the Score Esports playbook, you know? Yeah, on the big side, you know, I guess as the saying goes, everyone has a plan until they get punched in the face. You know, just the fact that, you know, this is a map which you like played maybe once in the past 3 months, you know, and just letting that float in the veto gives me the impression that, okay, you came in this with a plan prepared specifically for Gambit, right? And I guess we kind of saw like glimpses of that, you know, with the mid control, Tizian's aggressive lurks, but in the end, you know, the problem with this type of setup is that if your plan fails, you know, what do you fall back on? You don't really have that fundamental.
And the reason why a team is really good on a map most of the time is due to their T side, and what they're really good at on T side is punishing plays in there, having a strong default, right? Like being good on any T side comes from having a strong default. And that's what you saw from Gambit. Like even when some of those lurks did come through, like Tizian gets a kill on Hobbit, they still kind of react very quickly in a good way. They take the side, right? So it really negates the lurk, and Gambit finally shown that that's one of the main strengths of their game, really, is a strong default on the T side. And they've really stepped up here on the first map.
And even when we saw bigger times on their CT side try to get aggressive, try to get some more information, poke out against it, it was Gambit who were there with like boosts to be ready for it, protocols to spam back and fire back on it. There was really watchable work.
Really, yeah.
Yeah, we can show actually the clip that we have picked out, because that's exactly what you're talking about. Their big try to do it really from the first gun round. I mean, you can see Keto right in a forward position with the AWP, and unfortunately this is one of those situations. You don't hit the shot, you're dead. And we see it straight up from Nafani, you know, gets the kill. He knows that there's probably a lot of space. One more guy towards Donut somewhere. They just use their utility to negate that deep angle, right, towards CT spawn. Gets another kill on Tizian. And that's really round over, and unfortunately, and they get some kill on the exits, and we'll go straight into the second clip, James.
Wow.
Because it just shows you really the opposite side of it, right? Like, and that's what Big really was dependent on. Most of the rounds that they won were due to individual performances. So you can see here, Keto a bit more defensive position, late round, obviously, right? And now he's hitting his shots, right? A great movement, great triple kill from him, and that's it. Round is over, right? And that's all it takes sometimes, you know. No matter how unfortunate it is, if that anchor is on point, especially with the AWP, it's hard to penetrate the bomb site. And if he gets caught, the round is pretty much over. And Big won a half buy with 2 saved guns. Round before this, the Keto 3K, the Searson 4K with the op, and the final round, I think, of the half or the penultimate round. So unfortunately, they just needed more hero performances, really, when they're such an underdog on a map like Ancient.
And it started to get scary because we spoke about the fact in a lot of these games, even against the lesser opponents, Gambit started off slow. Well, that wasn't the case this time around, right? They get off to a great start and they just kept running with it.
To be fair, like a lot of those games, like the first map was Dust 2, obviously, you know, the one which they looked the weakest on, and every time where it came down to actually closing out the series, then they delivered, right? Those leaving the enemy team in double digits. So just the fact that they started off Ancient here, you know, is like a more comfortable map for them, I guess, than Dust 2.
Well, more uncomfortable for Big as well. I think Big probably was hoping, like, with the veto, that Gambit was going to go for Vertigo as their own comfort pick and not have to worry about any shenanigans from Big on Ancient. But Gambit, great job calling their bluff. I think that's what you need to do when you have an advantage in the map pool. You need to actually use it, right? Like, and that's what they did. But now we go to Dust 2. Obviously a must-win map for Big. They're facing elimination, and also they're probably the favorite on this map, seeing as how Gambit played recently and how good Big has been on Dust 2, even the previous iteration. They translate that to the new Dust 2, right? So I think there's a good chance we see that third map.
But even with that, right, obviously looking back at all these Gambit Dust 2s, it wasn't pretty, it wasn't good, but it was also, you mentioned Yanko, Axar wasn't there in a lot of it. He's definitely ready for this game. Do you think they're just stepping up when it's a higher profile game?
I think so. I think that's going to be the case here. They're going to play better than they did on previous Dust, and also it's a learning experience. They probably misjudged some things about their approach, right? Like thought some things were going to work that actually didn't. Could be also, you know, against lower tier opponents, they do some unexpected things, right? They don't understand sometimes the risks that they're taking, so it catches you off guard. But I've just seen a lot of good things from Big on this map who really, you know, give the edge. The way Gambit wins is if they just keep like keep rolling over them individually, right? Like have some good rounds over and over again, some big clutches. I think team-wise, I give a slight edge to Big on the map.
But here's the thing, you know, since this is Big's pick, I guess Gambit is going for the CT start on this side, which they are stronger on, right? If it's the T side, which they always had issues with. So if you start strong on CT, just string together like enough rounds to like manage through the T side, you know, that's your win condition here as Gambit.
Stylistically though, right, Big, not only just they're the better team on Dust 2 from what we've seen from the tournament, but stylistically it's very different to like playing an Enterprise on the map.
Yeah, absolutely. I think the problem for Big might be they lose the pistol, they're 3-0 down, and then they don't get a long spawn, so you kind of have to play default. Shiro has the op. You have to play slower on T side because of the whole lower mechanic now and everything. And you know, if they lose that round by playing slow and now you're 5-0 down, then it gets like really difficult to play. There's probably a lot of money on the Gambit side, right? I think that's a scenario they need to avoid at all costs because it can be really suffocating to play T side, you know, when the CTs have a lot of confidence, when they have good economy, right, and they feel like they can always boost up cat, they can go into lower B, they can do all these things, right, and it just drains out the clock so much when you're on the T side to make sure you don't give away those kills and take some map control.
And in terms of, obviously, we know this is very favoured for Big in it. Mentally, I don't think I need to worry about them, though, right? This is a team that's always been quite strong, quite well put together. We just saw them outside as well. They should be in a comfortable spot to think, come on, this is our map, and we're on a great streak with this right now.
Yeah, like you said, you know, Dust 2 for this team has always been like either the way to start off a sort of series off strongly or their way back into a series, right? So Dust 2 coming into this off a 7-map win streak, you know, this is something which they are like, okay, we dropped the first map, you know, it was ancient, time to just reset from there, forget about that. We're going into our own home map, you know, the one we know like as the palm of our hands. So this is our chance to get back into it. And then you go to the decider map where it's like a, you know, from there on it's anyone's game.
Yeah, I think also I want to see Tabson on this map. He's always been good on Dust 2, especially that CT side, playing either rotator or A position, right? Like, has a really good feel for the game. I think he's been one of their standout players when it comes to LAN 2. Bit of a slow first map, but they were getting crushed more or less. It was only Searson who had really a decent game. So, yeah, I think they're going to need some of that with how the stars of Gambit have been playing.
Well, let's see if the stars of Gambit are going to be enough to get them the 2-0, or will Big continue their streak and dominate on Dust 2? We're about to find out with Jay and Dweg.
I have a feeling that Big might have this one, honestly, at least for this very map. I did say that Dust 2 has been a bit of a struggle. Yanko mentioned it over on the desk, how it's not been the greatest map for Gambit in this event, and whilst it has been historically fantastic for Big, that's the reason why I feel like this one's going to go down that route. You, earlier before we went on broadcast, were disagreeing with me.
I think the mental factor is huge here, right? Semi-final again. We know that for Big, this has been a slow start for them in the best of 3. Weren't able to find a lot there on that first map of Ancient. And knowing that for Shiro, this is his home turf of Dust 2. Last 3 months, he averages a 1.41 rating on Dust 2. And I think to myself, if he can perform like he did in that last map, there's a very good chance that Gambit take this in 2.
I mean, that's absolutely true. And I feel like that if they are going to take it into it, might be a close little affair. I don't think Big are going to go out without a fight in this one. I feel like they're going to give it their all, and they're going to give this at least a bit of a show for this second map. But I do feel like they're going to have enough. They have enough in the tank to be able to take this map. Again, like just the issues that Gambit have had. Like there are just some losses that you can't really accept on this map of Dust 2. Like, obviously, we take a look at the V4 events so far, and losing to Fiend is fair enough. The Enterprise loss though was a little bit silly to me.
Yeah, but look at the way that they bounced back, and it shows that there was definitely some issues into that map, and that they're going to get ironed out for today. They're going to know into today Dust 2 has to get picked. There's no way that Big come into this best of 3 not picking Dust 2. We have a look at the last head-to-head. Again, that was on the 11th of May 2020. It was a semi-final in that Loot Bet Season 6 event. Gambit, they were Gambit youngsters back then, took that in a 2-0. Dust 2 got played, and it was 16-8. Again, it was a while ago, but it's the fact that it was a semi-final.
Gambit could be on for another semi-final 2-0, and this time on LAN as well against Big. That much is definitely a possibility here, and it could well make it reality if they can sharpen their particular fashion in the way that they've hoped that they've been able to force Dust 2 into the map pool in this event. For me, I'm a little bit more skeptical to that factor. I feel like Big, they just know what they're doing on this map, so let's see them jump into it and see how far they can go. Pistol round, T-side start for Big. Pistols in with the standard USPs and the Glocks out for the respective squads. No upgrade pistols, no mass amount of utility. Enough for the execution for the T side, enough for the defensive for the sequence.
Yeah, early long contact in from Gambit of at least getting players down to that pit and bait and switch angle out into the blue bin. It seems as if Big just trying to see if they can maintain some of this aggressive short position. So far for Hobbit with Xbox being smoked, he hasn't seen anything.
Looking out with the USP for the likes of Keto or Tizian. Being a bit aggressive and might even bait them into the mid-door face. He's going to wait behind that corner. The smokes go down. Nafani can try body block it. Look on the position, dish out some damage, but Hobbit is the man that gets taken down first. Great start for Keto. Now Inter's going to provide support. He does get that one headshot, but only one headshot. As he falls, B site's open. It'll be a 4v3 on the retake.
A difficult retake. They really need to deal with Tizian straight away before they can even think about getting into the bomb site. They know that he's here.
Well secured. Axel will find him and now turn it back into the even man standing. HP advantage just slightly favor the CT forces on this one. Gade at car, 2 players at plat, 1 forward at Xbox, 1 player back at blue. Shiro can't see the head. The flashes start going over for Nafani, setting in for the retake. Gade, Glock set back behind the position. Keto and Tabson find their 2 frags, and Nafani suddenly becomes the lone player left in a 1 versus 3. Well out of dodge, without Kevlar. The fuse kit on him had to be the retaking diffuser. And his teammates falling. There's no chance left in this round. It will be a pistol game by Big.
Yeah, well done from Big. That was a good takeout from mid. Split themselves into that B site, and Nafani can't really do anything. Keto with a 3K starting things off lovely. And that's just what Big need. It's the confidence booster of winning the pistol. Now we've got to look at trying to get that round 2 conversion, try and see if we can defeat that force buy that's going to keep coming through from Gambit.
Yeah, much better turnaround for them. Need to get this pistol, need to get the conversions as well. That's why how Gambit set themselves up in the lead and never conceded it from that point. So Big probably need a similar start here on their home turf. As the force in for the CT side of Gambit will feature some upgrades in the scouts, the SMGs and the pistols of the 5.7 Eagle CZ. Nothing major for this one, but you would expect a second round force buy.
Oh, Big are the second lowest team in this event for their round 2 conversions, Jay. 25% won. That doesn't look that encouraging going into the second round.
Well, who's the worst?
Who's the worst? Not Big. They're the second worst.
I'm pretty sure Gambit might be down there somewhere as well. They found that first pick in this particular round there. Axel headshot onto Searson, so encouraging start for the Russians this time. Big continue pressing onto long. Axel looking for his second frag. The flashes continue coming over. He will get forced back into the center of the side. Eventually see one man get so close to the headshot on Tabson, but doesn't land it. So it will be a 4 versus 4 with the CZ of Hobbit getting away with one more. And finally picks up the mantle of the scout and turns it into a frag, finishing off the job that Axel had started. 3v2, Deagle shots missed from Shiro, forced back out of position. His D-side players' opponents will get into the walls of the site itself, burn quite significantly. Can't be able to get the bomb plant just yet, but they'll get close towards it, especially as they get it to a 2 versus 2.
Fighting with the scout still on the side doing damage, and now all comes down to Gade. And what was that? 25%, even lower now. What a round coming through from Gambit. And it seems to be a consistent struggle for the Germans of winning pistol and not converting that second round.
Yeah, this is not a very good start. It was a great start with the pistol. Now, since that point, it's come to fruition for the Gambit camp. Great shot from Axel to start off the round itself. Shame we didn't get even more out of that, but Nafani turned that scout on his dead body onto a fantastic round hold from him. Not even a bomb plant gained there by Big. They were desperate in need of money for this one. And of course, they had the force back in with the upgrade pistols. No cash in the bank.
Now, they did win a few force buy and eco victories when we look back at that Fiend result. There was definitely some scrappy rounds coming into the mix there when we had a Mirage and Dust 2 being played out. So don't count this force buy out of the equation. Gambit have got a lot behind them to go up against the pistols. The issue I have here for Big is the lack of utility. One flash for Gade, and that's it.
Set to position, just going to wait here in mid. Keto walks forward, Deagle in hand, hoping he can catch somebody out here. Smokes will go down from his opposing force. It does force him back.
Try and see if they can put some force and some pressure down towards the A play. Axel up close and personal to that long smoke in the long house. Have to imagine Searson and Tizian need a 1-for-1 trade if that's possible, and Axel just pre-fires.
reads it so well. Kill onto the man and kicks things off for Gambit. It's got two T-side players also back there in the longhouse. Meanwhile, two T-side players acting from short and already up towards elbow. Hobbit's going to spot him. Not quite take the frag just yet. Eventually comes up good. Keto has found a trade. Samson trying to look for another one. Indeed, he can do just that. But Hobbit does pressure against him and back up on the way. The USP still finds the frag onto Keto. Now Tamsin has an AK in a 1 versus 3. Probably have to get rid of that, honestly. Make sure the CTs can't get their hands back on it and go down against the Gambit side to get the money bonus. He does fight Nafani and does win out that engagement. 20 seconds, backstep still being set by Inters, but Hobbit will find his pick regardless. A triple in this round for him and a second round to the board of Gambit.
Yeah, Hobbit hasn't been able to assist in a lot of fragging when it comes to this event, but definitely assist per round is one of his capabilities first in this event of where he's been able to shine right there. You can look at the shining power up onto that A side. The way that Keto is able to find some impact. Tabson's dealing with the long player. Okay, there's a way back into this round. Even though Hobbit's low, he finds a triple.
From Arse in hand as well for the man. Not easy for him to get that triple either. Sat with the pistols now, the full eco for Big, not going to have much in terms of what they can do in this round. They'll give it their best shot out towards mid. They'll just rush straight down. Shiro set with the AWP. Searson first to fall. Flick onto the second man, not going to be quite as easy. The USP can't overwhelm with the numbers game. Hobbit can turn around decent frag, however, to return to the advantage for Gambit. Player up close, they're not aware of Tapson's part. Inter's there, forced into the trade. Damage has been done here by Big.
Well, this looks somewhat promising. If they're able to bait in some more over-aggression and Tizian can hit some decent ult picks, something could be created here.
It's Back's turn, Axel though. Axel's going to find the pick onto him and double up as well. Grab that AWP. Save it into the next round, of course, for the Gambit Cap. Carry it forward to their third on the board. 3-1 in the lead as well for the CT Forces, and Big will have the guns out. They lost the pistol and they won the pistol, but lost the conversions in the subsequent 3 rounds after that. And now it's just guns out for them.
Now, that round was okay for an eco. They put a fair bit of pace down towards those mid doors, really just crunch in onto the AWPer, get away with a secondary pick as well. Aggression could come through from Gambit into those lower tunnels, having a lot of players out from the doors itself. Show with the AWP, gets a flush off angle, and that smoke goes down, just gets out of there, doesn't even continue to fight.
Just opening shots, not connecting fully. Themselves back up as Keto leans in the first contacting player over here towards the blue bins. He's got his teammates all around him at the longhouse. One lurker out from Gade might be the interesting element, though. The CT's starting to peek forward at the upper tunnels, but he's not taking contact. He's passive at the entrance.
I like the way they've actually left Inters in that sort of upper tunnels position and kept pushing the Nafani forward into lowers, because Gade's going to say they haven't over-aggressed, they haven't gone all the way out. Inters are drawing the attention. This is all just a bait. They have no idea about Nafani.
Now they've got the flank in. He's so ready. Gade caught. Easy shot. Easy pick. Advantage now. Look at Hobbit, how close he is in mid. He catches that first player. 2 more up to fine. He only gets damage under the second. Keto with a responsive in the AWP. Shiro scoped in and heard. Keto overwhelms him and doubles up. Nade will finally trade back from Axel's parts with 3v2.
Oh, what a protocol. And now they're even trying to see if they can flash out from mid. They won't be able to catch that bomb because the head's ducked down. Axel's still up here on A and looking for more.
40 seconds, watching for the next man. Headshot perfectly placed. Searson, 1 versus 3, or back out towards Pit. Ahead of Pit. Now outside of the longhouse, and we'll try and just retreat to save the weapon at this stage. 30 seconds, he can't get the bomb back, and he can't put it down to the site. With so many spread out CT players to find the trades and the kills are going to be unlikely for him to clutch this, so slow walk back to car, save the AWP.
He could get hunted after time here, Jay. There is a very good chance this pick comes in.
Ooh. Finally, it's no time in just getting the frag together.
Still all right.
Yeah, I mean, it would have been even better if they were able to hold on to the to the trade after time and just cripple the economy state for for Big, I should say. Because that could have been even better for them. It could have been even more than just this 4th round. It could have been a 4th round leading into a very awkward buyback, which it might still be anyway here for Big. The pistols are coming out.
Yeah, possibly fearful that he turns around or he just rounds the corner and they don't actually get that pick at all, that he just holds on to the AWP. Gambit, 4 in a row. Lack of bomb plants for Big means we're in a state where it's just buy eco, buy eco. We're not getting those consistent rifle rounds in. This has got to be something they're looking at.
Only just now going to get up to max loss bonus as well, so we will continue with the buy eco, buy half buy, buy half buy. Up until we see a good round coming in for Big, or Tizian can start things off well in this round, and that could spiral things out of control. Axel first to fall.
Yeah, he's been a menace down to that long and A position. You could see it in the last round with the protocols, the way that he's using the util, the way that he's still keeping these off angles held. So dealing with the main man is definitely a start in the round. It's what can be gathered after the fact. Now, knowing that kill came out into the longhouse, there's no way they can recover that weapon, so they've got a man advantage. They're still on pistols.
CT set, Nafani. Smoke down a position, enters, head of blue box, faded, straight through, connects two. Not quite the triple, actually. The trades are good for the pistols. It's going to be a 3-on-2 advantage instead of a big.
They might just save from here, Gambit. They're so out of position. It's going to take them forever to get back into the bomb side. No kits for those couple of players. This looks like it's pretty much over.
Well, that's an eco steal for big. Half brought into this round, only had pistols coming out of it, and here we stand with another round to the board of the T side, and unlikely another round. Talked about the status of the force buys continuing with the war of attrition and the buy eco that we would have been seeing from big, but didn't even go so far as the second buy. That's encouraging. It breaks that deadly cycle. And at least keeps contention with some save weapons as well. Tizian might give up his life here in the tunnels. He's jump face to try to catch the AWP, and indeed, Shiro will give up his position. But now the T's just know to evade that and keep the weapons in play.
And that's got to be quite frustrating in from Gambit, knowing they lost to an eco, they lost that man advantage to start off the round out at long, and then even the entries coming down into the B site. We saw the way that Nafani and Inters just didn't hold for enough. They weren't able to get enough damage between them. There was some good util usage there from the Germans. Second round gained, and definitely a bit of a steal.
Great Deagle shooting contributed to it. Guns can get brought back down by Gambit. Saving the AWP and the AK means that there's plenty of firepower, and there's still a bit of cash available by around it. Only shots in from CS Haven, not catching the first crosser in the Nafani. He's the lone holder on that B site. They've only seen one of them. With tunnels being cleared out, you'll start to recognize what's going on here.
There we are. The vote down there on the social medias, up on Instagram. Get involved. Got another best of 3 after this one. Gambit leading by the front with the fans, leading by the front with the scoreline, 4-2. And now trying to see if they can put pressure down on these mid doors as the smoke starts to dissipate.
Molotovs ahead towards the short position as the T's start walking up. Keto. Man at the back of the pack and might be on the center of the rotations. Hobbit again inserting himself into this door corner. Expecting there to be some T-side players that will pop their way out of here, but 60 seconds, and they just hold their angles, wait for the execution time.
That's information gathering, just that slight sound cue with some of the burning flames coming in. That one incendiary down to the longhouse, and the AWP up into the site. They've got to try and molly him out, or at least flash him off angle.
Smokes down, jump faces. Execution being set in. Hobbit starts to act on that backstab. Axel knows there's a player making his way back out of the long position. Shiro is orb. Passive position down. Hobbit can strike. Get 2 players on the spray. Look for the triple. Couldn't quite connect on Keystone. He's got backup, but he does get traded Shiro with a 1-trade back. Can't turn around on Gane, who doubles in of his own accord and gets into a 2 versus 2. Man advantage goes nowhere. HP advantage now favors the CT Forces as it Inters drops Gane, and it's Tizian on 44 HP. Falling back down to CT spawn. An unknown entity. I don't think Inters can account for it, but he still wins that fight. 10 seconds. Bombs in the open. Nafani has dominion over it. All he's got to do is hit this next shot, and that's exactly what he'll do.
What a round coming through from Gambit. What an information play that was from Hobbit. And it all just comes down to the sound cues and what's going on there. They realize that there's a lurk out from the long house that isn't challenging. They've got the AWP from Shiro playing out from ramp. So Hobbit has that inkling. I can make an aggressive move. I can work a way forward out from those mid doors, and he just strikes. Yeah, Gade has a great sequence to try and recover the round, and then just time wasting in that 2v2 is all it is.
Big struggling in that one, thanks to Hobbit's backstab mostly. I don't think Shiro would have held on. No bomb plant either. Awkward buyback for Big. Seeing a Galil and a Deagle. Backing up the AWP and the AKs, of which will lean into the mid control. It'll be Searson towards CT. Nafani loses Axar, but the backs are still turned towards the man. Engages one player, transfers that spray back, but doesn't get the kill for it.
Shiro out from CT. They're just going to peek him dry. Surely they've got to put a smoke down.
Seeing the foot first enables that kill to come back. Blind shot does not connect to the next player, so it will leave Inters all alone. Smoke back onto the tunnels. Entrance turns on. Tapton tries to go 180 to gain. Doesn't quite make it successful though. 2 versus 2. The retake is on.
He does his job there. Gets a 1-for-1. Puts it into an even playing field, and Hobbit's coming through from the upper tunnels.
Molotovs towards window. Shiro going to smoke that off to buy himself a bit more harder cover. The smoke clears out, and there's a player in the open. Perfectly timed for the CT man. And Gade now is back against the wall, pinned in a corner. Flash is evaded. Knows that Shiro's coming in from the left. Coming in from the doors as well. The gun barrel spotted. Hobbit also seen as well. Gay with his frag. 40 HP. 1v1 creeping around. Knows that Shira's firing. Blind Mercy comes up with the spray. And that's all important for Big's third.
That's a couple of decent rounds in a row there coming through from Gade. He wasn't rewarded in that previous, but that one right there, he steps up, he isolates, he doesn't get baited. You could see the way that Shiro's just trying to wiggle around that gun barrel, try and see if he can force out a pre-fire, or at least a swing out into the open, isolates those 1v1s, plays it to perfection, and for Big, that's an incredibly necessary round, because now look at what that does to the economy of Gambit.
They're forcing back into round 9. We've got upgrade pistols, however, for their troubles. Not a great buy. This might be Big's window back into the matchup here. Quickly out to Longhouse, though. Go, Axile. Forced back into the back of the A site. He's already on the retreat very early before the flash is starting to come forward for him. Got plenty of players around.
It has to just be a long take in from Big. No lurks in from mid or anything. Sirison could just stay towards that right-hand side of the pit position. And even for Hobbit, he's just keeping info gathered in from mid and just not seeing anything.
Molotovs towards Car will clear out that position. No CT axe. Scout still watching as Inters is 5-7. Axile on the smoke, puts that down. Body block, Inters trying to generate a gap there at the cross. Doesn't quite do so successfully. He's walked right past Tizian, though. Flash in. CT starting to peek. Tizian's completely blinded off. Damage has been done to his teammates, though. Still fighting pretty close to the ramp. Hobbit probably spotted out of there. Engagement for Axel and else. Tizian to get his frag. Hobbit there with a responsive and doubles up as well. Taps forward to do damage towards Gade here. And now his teammates are on the firing line. Finally, Hobbit is traded to a 3 versus 3 scenario, but Big are suppressed here, putting further utility down. Trying to get into the A site, get this bomb plant if at all possible. They've got to boost up as well to the night, even further for the Fani. Head seen, taps up, spams away, Searson gets the advantage.
Oh, there's so much damage being done. Any of these players could multi-frag, and now the time's being low. They are going to be able to get the bomb down at least.
Shira on the wraparound towards Long, now being covered off. Inters in the midst of that smoke as it starts to clear. Where does he go with this? Up to elevator, Searson. Closest contact individual at the edge of that player spotted. In for the first, not quite the second though. Searson holds down the triple and holds down the round for Big. An expensive one though. Gambit forced the issue, however. They also don't have money.
Sirison stepped up massively in that round. He was 1-1-8 at one point. Now he's actually got into a position where he was able to find a triple up against those force-buying pistols. And while there was a lot of damage being done, it seems as if Hobbit was creating that opportunity with the multi-kill out from the CZ. It did come down to the slow passive rifles to bait in those overpeaks, make the mistakes happen. And for Big, now just calm it down.
Tactical pause taken. Moment to think things through, and again, the Big to gear themselves up and continue this Dust 2 streak, continue this Dust 2 form. Gonna need to at this stage to keep them alive. Still down by a single round, so it's not out of the woods for them just yet. They've still got a little bit of work that needs to be done. Right, this tactical pause is appropriate. But they have got an eco to deal with here. USPs across the board for Gambit, no major investment. AKs will walk up initially. Keto and Gade. Flashback from Hobbit could allow a peek in from the CT forces here, and that could be stack around the corner. Cleaned up relatively well. Hobbit with one trade back, 2-1 overall. Gade sees one man out towards Car, spots that second attack his head off, taps forward, taps in, will get his next couple of kills and deal with the last players of the CT forces. So 2 casualties taken there for Big. Now the guns come out for both sides.
That's an alright round. You'll take that as an eco, couple of kills, try and see if you can lopside the economy if at all possible. And for Big's Dust 2, currently on a 7-map winning streak in the last 3 months. We've seen 11 wins and 3 losses for them. Without a doubt, the strongest map in the pool.
They're going to look at Gambit and how cool they're collected these guys are. Searson lands that first pick into the mid control, capturing Hobbit to kick things off here in round 11. Great frag, great start. That might be enough for Big already here. The economy state and the general equipment level for Gambit could lead to some very awkward times for them. Losing a rifle, possibly util in mid, that's going to be massive.
And with that mid pick, it just allows them to start really finding a lot of space across the map. You can assume that Gambit aren't going to make too many hyper-aggressive plays in a round like this. Shiro with the AWP has just not been able to find the same level of impact that he did in the last map. He's got to start to turn things around and keep an eye out for this lurk in mid.
Yeah, 4 kills for him at the moment. Into's up at 7 and not going to extend to 8. Keto just domes him in immediately and forces the save call already for Gambit. Been so careful with their economy state over the course of this CT side. They've gone for a number of saves when they've had disadvantage scenarios. And this is one of those scenarios right here. A 6th to the board of Big as they take the lead away from Gambit. And the save is the correct call here.
It's more so the positioning than the economy, honestly, Jay. You have a look in that round. Okay, Hobbit is the mid player that's trying to cross. He gets caught off guard. What about Inters? He's playing B alone. There's not another teammate to support him. They don't have a mid player. So because of that, yeah, you can look at the economy game and saying, oh, they're saving because of that. They're also saving because they've got no one that can rotate B in a quick fashion to at least get some of those trade kills.
T-Sun will go hunting here for Big. They're trying to remove them from play, and that'll destroy the economy anyway here. Smoke's on. Shiro's blinded. A bit more harder cover for him, though. Here they come. Flash ahead. Turn away in 4s. Do find 2 frags. They do catch Axel, though, and the finally will drop. Shiro stays alive. That's 1 gun saved in for the CT side. I don't think they can buy more.
And that was very well played in from Big, and one aspect of their game plan that they have brought into this tournament so far is being first for their flash assist per round. 0.27. Looking to try and see if they can step that up into this best of 3. Definitely doing so on Dust 2. And for Gambit, knowing that they had such an early start of 4-1, it just feels as if they're starting to lose their form and lose that momentum.
Yeah, Big in control. Pistols out of the half by now for Gambit, taking it slowly into this round. Try aggress once again into the long position. This time all the way up to house. It's Shiro's AWP saved in that does find that first pick in the mid position. So slightly better for him by comparison to his previous rounds. With the aggression from Nafani being unchecked here at lower tons, there could be potential that teams can make some mistakes. Nafani spots out Gaze. He's util coming in towards top mid. Here's the footsteps of Tabson. Doesn't swing to punish yet.
Oh, this looks promising. The NWP is playing on A. They've spotted the bomb up into short. They're playing 2 long players. All it comes down is trying to get the baits forward.
Tizian missed the window. Not quite watching for Nafani. Share with his AWP frag through the smoke. 2 players spotted. They turn around. And Nafani struggles, but he gets his kill together. Gane actually assisted TK against Keto. And it's a 3v2. Hogging with a counter backstab. Will catch off and finish the job that Nafani had started. Tizian in a 1 versus 3. And Gambit have made Big fall apart, just decimating them in his eco. Tizian, though, gets his 2 taps, brings it back to a 1v1. This is still on for him.
He can flash forward once he starts crossing out for the doors, and Shiro's going to beat him on the rotation.
AWP at the ready. Got to bring it out. Hearing those footsteps. Flashbang ahead. He lands that shot, makes it a triple. Shiro with the hero. In the 6th round for Gambit, equalizing once again.
And if there's anything that Big can take away, Jay, on this LAN event and look at it after and say, okay, this is something we've got to work on, it has to be them up against these anti-ecos and anti-force buys. When we have a look at the amount of rounds over the course of this event, they've lost to the half buys, they've lost to the hero weapons, and that one right there, yes, you've got a hero, or what else have you got? Just pistols. We don't even have any armor for most of them.
Oh. Take a look at Shiro's shots once again as well in this round. You can see exactly why they were able to turn it towards his favor. Great patience in the suicide peak, flicked back by getting a tiny amount of info above the smoke on short. And now Big. They will force the issue back in this one. 3 rifles, 2 pistols, the Eagles in, AKs and AWP. Searson's all set towards that A peak from CT spawn. They're going to converge in, split towards the B site. They've got Nafani and Inters and Shiro with a fantastic slow face. Nafani with his kill. Inters holds down the crossfire. Keto with 1 to return, but Inters still on the site. Spots him out with his eagle. Gets stalled for backup. Does not stay alive though. 3 on 2 still for the favor.
Shiro with the NWP, surely going to pre-aim up to Tizian's position. At least that smoke goes down to get a bit of cover and they can get the bomb plan in.
Advantage Gambit. Nade's trying to change that. Dishing out a tiny amount of damage though. Nothing major taken away. Shiro ready with util, switching out to the AK and everything. We have got a player pushing up towards window itself. Tizian gonna hire back. Keto in for close. Axel takes him down. It's Tizian versus 3, and Axel just swings for his easy kill. That's now Gambit back in the lead once again.
And that was the NAF peak, as they say, where he knows what is going on there, because Shiro gets flashed and he hears the shot, so he knows the AWP is probably posted on angle there. What happens from then? He can jump over and peek back in, slow walking to that right hand side, allowing himself to have the peeker's advantage. That is a beautiful sequence, read to absolute perfection.
Look at the smile on Hobbit as well. He's chuffed with that round. So chuffed. And they've got every reason to be happy with the state that they've played in so far. Impressive game, even though Big are trailing behind, even though things have been much closer compared to the last map, compared to Ancient. Gambit are still in the lead though, and Big need to change that soon. This will not be the round to do so.
And when we have a look at how Gambit have performed on the CT side of Dust 2, 6 rounds against Enterprise, 4 rounds against Fiend, they're looking to stretch that by definitely a further margin.
Walks in, smokes down, flashes in from Searson. Trying to blind off the CT side, or at least trying to just respond to their utility, try and bait in some more. So they will do with the Incendiary up first. Minute and 10. Just going to wait for the hit.
Yeah, that early flash not popping through. Not into the right position. Big. It looks as if they're going to split themselves up into this B site. Tabson can put some nades onto the cross out to CT spawn, try and make it more difficult for Nafani to do anything. It's going to come down to the 2 B anchors, though, to defend.
Counter smoke in from the CT side, at least suppresses from the mid doors. Thompson, head seen, but he wins out the fight against Nafani, puts that pistol to great use to smoke down the left and right, keep him covered as well. Try and flash his teammates into the B exit. You got a player at car, player back flat, Inters holds on to only one frag. Hobbit can get one of his own, but needs to double up and he can't do it. 2v2, Gambit a very far away position from the site. They will have Shiro getting up to this angle. Tabson gets given the bomb for the plant.
Yeah, Shiro's playing this incredibly passive, playing it deep out from CT spawn. He's got Axile to work with, and they've got a lot of nades to work with. That Incendiary and smoke could be massive.
One coming in from CT, one coming in from tunnels. Axile slows down the round. So does Shiro, but Game gets aggressive and he gets punished for it. AK in for Tabson, spotted both individuals. Tagged up Shiro, Molotov in the driving away from the site. He knows that Shiro's close. He's the gun barrel, but Axile swings alongside him to bail out his teammate and get the round together. They get the half together for Gambit.
That's ballsy. And really for Big, if you want to try and make that aggressive play, you have to peek together. You can't just allow Gabe to walk through the mid doors and have Tabson sitting there passively on the side, because it just means for the NWP, it's an easy connection. He's forcing out that mistake, and then they can just combine together. Tabson struggling in that 1v2, the way they peek on each other's contact, and that was a round that, even though there's not a lot around it and it's only an eco, that could have been so much more. That could have been a round winner.
And if they won that round as well, that'd be massive for Big. Equalize once again, try and take the half away from Gambit. Of course, they can't achieve that second option. Shot missed from Searson. Shiro going to re-peek it. Clear out all the mid-presence from the T-side line. Searson will go for a reface, but the CTs have also vacated it themselves, setting up for their standard aggressive plays. They're finally in particular towards lower tunnels. Move up to upper, recognize nobody's here. Get ready for the A hit. The stack up should be in for Gambit.
And we never used to see a lot of info plays into the upper tunnels. Now it's quite frequent, and we've seen how much of a detriment that's been to the map control being gained by Big, just being pushed in. They've got no idea that Nafani's playing in lowers.
Nice forward, he's going to hear the footsteps. Shiro will get caught off by the flashbang. Down the defensive line of Gambit, see how far they can go. On the ace site, Nafani doesn't do anything in tons though. Picked up by Keto, great headshot.
Oh, flash over the top, doesn't actually blind them off at all, and it allows Keto to follow up with the entry. Shiro needs a trade back.
Or peeks in the perfect timing as Keto went for the swing. All important shot that might buy Gambit a chance, but now he needs to provide support from mid. They've only got Inters on the B site and he's all alone. They smoke off that position, Searson, giving his own sniper set in towards the doorways. And Inters is just going to wait with bated breath to receive on the B hit.
He's got to try and get a multi-frag, and even if he puts his Incendiary down, he could try and slow the round.
Does put it up ahead of that smoke. Molotov back to respond from the T-side line. Counter smokes onto the doors, will suppress the rotations. Inters, flashbang turned away from nades, continue coming in to close range positions. Tizian's footsteps heard closed. Got the player a car, can't turn to his right. Tizian gets the trade.
Oh, Hobbit deals with the AWPer. They don't know that Shiro's aggressed so far forward.
Spots the planter as well, gets his double up. On for the triple, does not quite land it, but he gets a second face and lets Tizian. The 5-7 will be enough, and Gambit will have enough. 9 rounds to close out the half for the Russian side. Big gave him a run for their money, but Gambit still looked like the team to beat.
I'd have to go back and look at that round in the demo, Jay, and just figure out what happened there, because Searson was playing mid-doors, and it looked as if he was holding that CT spawn spawn angle for such a long time. I think that when that wraparound play came from Hobbit, it drew the attention over. Hobbit gets that kill. They have no idea that Shiro's aggressed as far forward as possible, so they're not thinking we've got to plant safe. They're trying to plant open, and it just means as soon as that window peek comes in, that bomb's going to get denied.
Gambit looked fantastic on their CT half of things. They transitioned to the T side where things could get even scarier. What's scary is the amount of time that Groove's been involved in Counter-Strike since 2003. It's when you were born, Dweg.
I wish. I'd be even younger.
3 rounds to make up for Big, and the pistol conversions could be enough to get it together. They have done early damage in the long house as Gambit stack their way up and look towards the A play.
Yeah, Big just fall off in the contact pretty much straight away. They see that util coming out over the top. They want to play it quite defensive. Up onto the A side, Tizian's going to just be the info player, and it seems as if they want to run boost Shiro.
USP spots them, taps, does no damage. Very little from the Gambit side. Tizian on 93 points of health, so he's more than fine with what he's just gained out of that one. Continuing to spot the T-side players as well. Might draw some attention back into the A site. If only the commitment was not on from Gambit, they could have pulled a fake. Smokes to cross. Gade and Tabson down at CT. One player up on top of short will dive down to try and join them. Hobbit leans in. Keto still up there. Player on the back of the site, not spotted. The jump face around, and still the Glock connects the headshot, stabilizing the accuracy and gaining the advantage, drawing first blood. Is there any more in the tank for Hobbit? Is there anything more in it for his teammates? The elevator boost has 3 players that can go up there. Bomb has to commit. Searson comes up with 2 frags. Shiro needs to try and bail out. Axel and Inters have fallen. It's a 3 versus 3, and Hobbit suppressed to the site. Bomb drop. Now 2 players up along all they have left.
They can't lurk anymore. They've got to start pushing forward, and Big are expecting an over-rotation. They're going quite passive, trying to see if they can defend it out, because they know there's no smoke to cross. Shiro now in the 1v3.
Would have thought they would have stormed the site, given how the bomb's been dropped, maybe they didn't see it. Either way, it's Shiro versus them all. Tapping on, no smoke to cross, just got to jump. Bunny hop, trying to avoid the bullets as best as possible, but tagged to 13 now. Stuck behind Car, trying to make it a bit harder to hit with the USPs. Dishing out even more damage, but can't find the picks against him. Finally, Tabson's going to fall. That's 1 he requires, but out of 3, there's plenty more to do. Takes that bomb. Gade's going to go for the jump face, try to tap him. Shiro gets behind the short boxes. Here they come. Gade hit shot not connected. He gets his kill together, and Big have the pistol round.
That's very clever to the way that Big played that there, Jay. They realize 3v2, we've dealt with all the A-site players. We know that that bomb's being dropped, and they're going to just be lurking. They're going to try and see if they can play the post blind. That doesn't happen. So, okay, let's give them the respect, because we know if they cross long, they're going to have a difficult time. They've already used their cross smokes. So let's just play passive. Let's wait for them to cross in dry. The only problem is they give too much respect in that a bomb plant goes down. That's an extra money cash injection.
No major cash output for Gambit in this round. They'll buy the scout for Nafani, sure. Pistols in for the eco bases. They want to get guns out early thanks to that bomb plant bonus. Trying to deny Big on the lead. The scout v scout action towards mid. See Searson winning it out. Done damage to Nafani in this one. Passing that back off to Shiro as a result. Tizian takes his damage. Turns still to the HP advantage for Big.
Now, Gambit don't really like force buying on T sides of Dust 2 when they get the bomb down in the pistol but lose the round. We've seen it a couple of times over the course of this event. Try and see if they can just do some further economical damage. No one on A directly. The closest player is Searson up from Car.
Set and ready with scout in hand. Shiro looks back. Searson might challenge him directly here. Nades on. Oh, that's quite heavy damage. Searson even lands a collateral. Further nades on to Shiro and Axel. They've been ripped apart in this one. Eco pistols and a scout out. Searson looking for a bit more. Can't land his 3rd frag. He's close towards it anyway. Axel actually gets punishment for it. But Tabson's there to clean house. Finds his 1st. Should find his 2nd soon. See if the Deagle can find anything in this one, but Axel should locked out of the round.
Yeah, well placed with the utility usage is all important there from Big. The way that HE comes through from Tabson on rotate in from CT spawn, puts it down in the right position, and then the scout is able to back him up. Searson getting in with a couple of kills. Axel just waiting for an overextension, waiting for one of these players to just start aggressing forward. It's not really happening. We'll eventually need to start moving out, make sure that he falls, because there's no point holding on to this Deagle at all.
Tabson will eventually make him drop down towards that short position, grab the automatic weapon as well, upgrades the standard. Eco dealt with the Gambit side. Big now have their 8th, and there is a gun round up to play for. This is where things pick up the pace, pick up the slacks for the Gambit side, if you will. Rifles should be able to beat out the gun buy for Big. They play this as a bonus round. Indeed, there's AKs across the board.
Now, some good long sports coming through means that Hobbit's going to be able to get the AWP, look for that first contact, even being flashed and smoked. Getting close, but not quite the connection.
A little bit late to that shot. Enters downstairs into the tunnels to try to hunt for another player on another shot. And the CT player across so effectively and efficiently. Without the noise for Shiro, this one continuously struggles here on Dust 2. Taps forward, flashes in. They're not going to peek ahead of it for the CT side. It's generally passive from Gambit. They're trying to bait them to try and do so.
Yeah, Axile's been playing a lot of this slow walk aggression out from the hut position or longhouse, just waiting to see if any of the CTs will just overextend themselves for the moment. Knowing that that long position's been taken by the CTs after Hobbit misses that first shot and sees the counter utility coming through Big. 1 round away from trying to tie up the scoreline. Very silent across the board, and now Gambit can start setting themselves up for a mid-play.
Flashes in mid doors, smokes have gone down as standard. Counter mollies are in from the CT side, but same thing for Hobbit. We'll drive him away from the boost spot. Ito leans in, SMG in the cubby corner, also gets flashed forward. Hobbit can get that 1 kill with assistance from the Farney. Frag found to start off for the T side line. The scout, the Citizen connects 1, not quite the second. B's overwhelmed. Tabson finds 1 trade, but it'll still be 4v3 for Gambit.
Oh, this round's done. There's no way Big are going to go for this. Just back off and save. You've got a couple of long players. You've got some decent weaponry around you. And notice, too, that positioning that comes out from Hobbit into the mid doors, Jay. He hugs himself in the corner, so as soon as they flash, he's not blinded at all. He can just peek off it.
You are right about the call here for Big to hold on to the weapons. The FAMASas, the SMG will stay in for round 19. Round 18 goes the way of Gambit. A 10th to their board and lead maintained and defended. Extended to 2 on the difference here. But Hobbit wants a bit more than just the lead. He wants to get the exit. Tabson caught off guard with his head turned away. Another good trade for the T's, and it looks like Gaden Tizian with the only players left alive here. 1 at Suicide, 1 at the Longhouse. No one able to challenge either of those positions here from Gambit. But again, they're fine with that. First gun round goes their way.
I'm not really sure why we saw an overextension there from Tabson. They had some pretty tight angles that they weren't going to get exposed from, out from long and from that Suicide area. Just maybe looking for too much there, gets punished. Means only 2 weapons are getting saved into that next round. The economy overall looks okay. Definitely nothing perfect in for the Big side. Gambit, they're keeping pace, and this is one of the differences that we saw on Dust 2 previously, is they weren't really keeping pace.
No, they were struggling quite a lot, actually. Were able to catch up at certain points, try and defend or take deficits back to evens. Never able to gain leads here, so for Gambit, it's already positive signs. The first shot from Shiro is connected to Tizian already, however, and that's an even better sign for them. Straight wallbang headshot through the mid doors. Gambit can walk forward for it, out towards long control.
Yeah, Big had a perfect opportunity of force buying here. They've opted against it. They did the same on Ancient. Try and see if they can retake some of this long position.
Smoke in, but it lands a little bit too late. Shiro with his kill. Axile extends, sees 2 more. The AWP shot misses back, but Shiro turns to the pistol, and Tabson does not last long. Keto, 1v4, Deagle in hand. Whichever side they go to, they're going to have pretty much on lock. The kill should come in regardless. Spots that 1 player crossing. They may have seen him back. But yeah, not much to work with here in this round for Big. They were trying to keep their economy line at a decent level so they can rebuy back into round 19. Here they come. The AUGs, the M4s out for the CT side.
Now, Tabson or Tizian can drop over an AWP over to Saracen. He can't buy himself, so if they do want to get that big ring forward, there is definitely potential there. Oh,
wonderful shot.
Shiro had a slow start here to Dust 2. Seems as if he's back. Back and kicking.
He's back in the game. The right time to do so as well, Gambit. Feeling the pressure of Big, still knocking on their front door, still bearing down upon them with the deficit that is still closing. Gambit trying to extend it back to 3 rounds on the lead for now. Will it go any further? Execution set into the B site. You've got the AUG of Keto watching already for him. Blackfang completely evaded. Spray onto 2. Sure with a responsive. Gade still close at the stack position. You'll see more utility coming in for him. Smokes down. Ahead of the game. Looking for the trades back in the hole. Back to 3 versus 2. Making it 1. Hobbit with his 1 trade out towards mid will be the only trade that they find out outside of the site itself. He's got a hell of a task to bring this round back.
Contact BXE coming through there from Gambit, and even with Hobbit being able to draw one of those rotations away, they weren't able to trade out that anchor. Gade getting away with a beautiful double, Hobbit being seen, and Gade over the course of this event, even though statistically I don't think he's had the best of performances, with some of his anchor holds on CT side, he's actually been delivering in quite a big way, and you could feel as if the reason why they've added him to the team and the sort of role that he's being applied to.
Sat, not quite the top fragger of the server right now. That's Tabson for his own part, at least for Big. Trying to work in some decency for the Big side as well. The double ops will come in for Searson and Keto. Gade rocking the M4. Tizian on the AK. Get a little out for Axel. Again, shows the limitations that Gambit are taking in their economy game at this moment. Flashes will go over to blind off Searson for the time being. Some players in to try getting the longhouse position. They won't extend too far forward with it though.
Yeah, they know where both of the AWPs are playing from. Out for mid and out to long. Nefani now starting a walk-up. It all just comes down to trying to see if he can create a timing, see if he can catch Tabson aggressing far forward. Tabson actually just leaving a flash down towards that ramp position.
Might be intending to use it. Leave it for a teammate to use, perhaps. Minute and 10. Decision's not quite obvious. Both him and for the Gambit side. They're stacked up on short, still 2 players away from the main force. A minute to go.
It does feel as if it's going to be that split into the A site with that late lurk from Axel out from the longhouse. Gade got to be careful. He doesn't get caught just rotating off from mid doors.
Inter's can make his way ahead of that smoke. Molotov's come back for the CT side and finally dives down towards CT. He's gone right past one though, and Gade can adjust. Get his shot in, try to grab that AK, but Inter's now axe for mid. Hobbit taking damage. Tabson getting back behind the smoke himself alongside one. Searson with to go ahead and join him is Tizian, the man that falls towards long. Axel boosted up, waiting for the wraparounds, and with that kill, that might be enough for Big to throw in the towel again. 4 versus 3, Gambit have the sight.
This round is done. Inter's with the off angle in from short. Big got so confused in that round. They don't know what's going on. So first of all, you've got the mid player of Inter's that comes out with the swing. Nefani drops down into CT. He doesn't find anything. Gade looking for that weapon, falls immediately. And they think to themselves, okay, it's a fake short exit. They're going mid to B. No, they're not at all. They're actually going into the A site, and things just get all fastled through. Axel's getting boosted up to that long position, and Tizian's just running through. They think it's B. He's got no idea that there's a long player, no idea that they're going back to A.
It's a fast responsive from Gambit to that 9th round for Big. Taken right back. Full control for them. No exits against the last 3 players of the CT side, so they do have a basis to work from now. How far will it continue? Still 3 rounds separate the 2 squads. Tactical pause was called here. I imagine it was probably Big that made that decision. Still trailing, and their tournament lives are on the line here. Gambit are only a few rounds away from victory on Dust 2.
And in the last 3 months, Hobbit is the 2nd worst rated player for Gambit on Dust 2, and he's putting on such a great showing. He's really leading by example. He's putting a lot of frags up. He's getting a lot of trade kills. Some of his lurk attempts are creating a lot of space. He's up there at 20 kills and 14 deaths. Big. There was a very good portion of this game, probably towards the tail end of that first half, or maybe in towards the middle, where it looked like they were starting to really gain some control. Now you look at it and you think, geez, down by 3, 9 to 12, money not great. Even going into the next rifle, we've got an SMG.
Much like how they entered the latest stages of Ancient, Gambit start to get in confidence. Big start to get worried. It's Keto with the frag. Kicks things off on Nefani. Now tunnels on that peak with the AWP. Big start for them.
Yeah, just that aggression coming through. Not hyper-aggression at all. Just getting in for a frag, falling back, playing the numbers game. Keto waiting for that notch smoke to go down, waiting as soon as he hears that to take the shot.
Here's the footstep instead, not the notch smoke. Does bait him in though, counter flash as well. Well placed utility there from Big. Away as Gambit start to walk in to short position. Hobbit with the bomb. I'm going to pass that off to a team, maybe the entry man. Utility thrown out. They did make noise with that bomb. They're going to commit towards the A site anyway, so information that's pretty much going to be useless to Big. They know what's happening. One player dive down towards CT. Axile covered off by Tabson. He's completely blinded by Shiro's flashbang. Keto can also chime in as well. Tabson gets a double up. Shiro desperate. He does find 2 picks with a Molotov burning, but where is the bomb? It's not on his back. It's actually back towards elbow, so he's got to go ahead and retreat back to position. He's hunting for a 3rd pick.
He's just trying to see if he can catch one of the CT sleeping on rotation. Might be able to just get that bomb down, plant for short, and just get the extra money.
Making a ton of noise to know exactly where he is. Tap it once, smoke seen, scope heard. Tap the 2nd time, look towards long, look towards CT. They're going to wait. They're going to go for the retake.
Get that bomb down, have that cash injection, and now it comes down to the 1v3.
Here they come. Shiro with his 3rd frag. He's on for the ace in this clutch. Turned away from drop down towards CT. Looks back over at elbow. Back still turned, player on site. Spotted with the scope. It's in the open. Waiting, tapped once, goes for the jumping nose grab. That's not going to work out. He can't catch TC in either. They're on a 10-second defuse though. He's got time. He's missing his shots though. Needs to land one desperately here. Needs to get Tizzy in. No! It's desperate moves from Shiro. And it doesn't work out as Big will find the 10th.
That's unfortunate they're in for Shiro. Neither player with a kit in that situation for Big, so they've got to hold the 10-second defuse, and they're just hoping, begging that no-scope does not come through. And Keto all started in from him, and even in that round, you look at the way that's a 1v5. They're able to get another 3 picks and a bomb plan. Gambit got away with so much in a 1v5 there.
And 2 rounds separate them. Big still standing. 12-10, however, Gambit still hold the lead. For now, at least. Will that last? AK set in the defaults, limited buyback for the Gambit side. The bomb plant bonus definitely helping him with that. But Galil still in for Nafani. Big have their AWP set for Searson all the way on shore.
Surely they don't peek it dry. Has to be a molly, and yeah, Searson's going to get forced back. Hold the angle just for long enough to see if there is a peek that comes off. He's going to burn down a 68.
Slight HP advantage for Gambit as a result of that. Team the default as they walk forward to a pretty open short position. It does mean that Searson's reposition out towards long, however. Will they detect that, or will they believe that he's on ramp is the big question. 3rd man brigade putting a lot of emphasis on this A site for Gambit. Big will do the same.
They're starting to pass some nades between one another. Tabson's got another idea of putting that incendiary down. The issue is, what happens if Gambit cancel and go in for a mid to B split?
Oh, accounting for that particular front. They haven't really gone for that so much so in this map up. Nade on. Lovely damage being done. Hobbit to 51. One more players taking tank damage of their own right. Searson shots onto Nafani. Flashbang ahead of the corner. Tabson will not peek, neither will Gade. Searson gets a counter flash, and finally Tabson peeks in, but now it comes down to this Goose player. Hobbit, he's going to wait, he's going to go for the plant, and Gade's going to just play patient, drop that bomb even deeper into the site. The T's are going to fight for this, and Jaxar's the only player to get a trade. Intis drops in turn, the bomb's out in the open, he's so far away from it. He does find a 2nd pick, but he's got to hold on to the AK. Big are bringing this back.
It comes down to the gamble stack. There is a lot of players down there on A, and for Gambit, even though they do decently with some of those entry kills, they do all right with the trading game, you've got 4 in A, and you're always going to struggle to open up that bomb side. What a great call that was for Big to just get as many players up there in ramp as possible, and they all just peek off one another really well. Searson, even with the AWP, is able to strike before they even start walking through to elbow.
Guns can't come out for Gambit in this next round. Tactical pause taken. Deep into the eyes of Groove and listen to his Julissa tones, what he might be saying to the Gambit side. Great play from Gade as well to lock down that position, and really was the difference maker at the perfect timing. To check all their corners for Gambit. That's what cost them that round. And they're going to force it into this round, actually. Hold on. This might get interesting.
Yeah, the loss bonus was only 1,900 going into this round, so it kind of put them in a double eco status, so they're going to buy it in. Try and see if they can catch Big off guard. Searson with the AWP peeking down to that suicide angle before. Gambit looking to try and see if they can take some long control.
Tizzy and Tabson to defeat Nafani. 1st man out, spotted the one player on the shoulder bait. Deagle doesn't connect his shot. Axel does though. Orb can't respond. Tabson can.
Getting into the pit of Shiro, continuing to try and do as much damage in as possible. Tabson and Searson are incredibly low. This does not look healthy for the A players.
Especially when you consider the pistols in play. These are going to be easy picks against them. Hobbit getting up first. Spots them, taps up, sees the player towards mid. Keto with one good trade back. Searson's head gets popped as Inters finds Quito elsewhere. It's a 3v1 favor Gambit. Gay is so far out of all this action, and they might have just forced it out with the force buy rounds.
And should we bring up the topic again of how many times Big have lost to force buys and half buys? This is a round. Where are the rifles? There aren't any, right? It's so limited. You've got the AK in for Axel. You've got the Scout in for Shiro. It's pistols for the rest of them.
What's the tally up to now for Big?
Oh, don't even get me a tally going. It's too many. I've run out of paper.
He's not joking on that front. 13 to the board of Gambit.
And that wrecks the economy too for Big. That is the difference maker. And just the confidence. Hobbit going up close. When you've got a Tech 9 against low HP players in that sort of distance, you're going to just rip through.
The confidence as well for him to go for that kind of a peak. He's a veteran, knows what he's doing. Just did that to perfection. Wonderfully played. All the way around the outside of the site. And you're right about those money line amounts for Big. The 1M4 that they saved in from Gate is going to be their best weapon. $1,900 loss bonus as well. It's kind of double eco to a certain extent. Yeah, they're going to have to force it here. All chips on the table. This could be Gambit on map and match and semi-final points. Unless Big pull off a miracle or unless they take us to OT.
I think we have to say, go Big or go home right here for the German side, because this is a game breaker. This round, they're forcing it down. Tizian didn't have money. Tabson the same. They've got to force buy it up. And Gambit, if they can realize the extent of the damage they've done to the economy, them converting round 25 could put them up 15-11. And this is just the notch smoke being lined up by Shiro.
I love the smoke. It's so intelligent.
If it lands. If it doesn't land, it's like, oh.
Oh, it landed this time, so it is intelligent indeed. Finally can start walking alongside teammates here. No one's going to watch it from the mid position for Big, so they'll be happy to sit back in the passive angles, wait for Gambit to take contact. But surely they have to make a play here, no?
You'd imagine so. Gambit have not put a lot of emphasis over to this B site in a while, and I guess it could allow mid-round for Quito to start making an info play, aggress forward, try and see if he's able to get some map control. Hobbit just waiting for some of these nades, and Big, they're starting to run out of the utility.
Baited in pretty well. Nades up, doing damage. SMGs. Scout out for Searson. Connects to the head and the Nafani. All-important pick now. Shiro's Orb versus that. Scout will keep his head tucked away. Still spotted Axel and Inters get those kills together. Regardless, turn around. The sandwich in from Axel's flank will find Searson the same. Quito and Cade, last two players remaining. They can line up, and Hobbit will connect both of those picks. 14-11. Gambit. 2 to go before Big will be out of the V4 Future Sports Festival. And it's got to be an eco. They have to play for OT.
And they can't force buy here. And it really felt in that round like there was something to give. When that first pick comes through from the Scout, the issue was Tizian gets pushed forward out from Longhouse. And that is where we see Axel striking through. He catches him on, he aggresses forward, and look at how much that means to Nafani.
USP set in. A hard stack in towards the tunnel's position. Into the spoiler, taps forward. Sees what's going on and retreats right back into spawn. Rejoin his teammates if possible, recognizing there might be all 5 players out there. He's going to hear plenty of footsteps, most certainly. AWP Ashura might be in a bit of an awkward spot, so go ahead and join your teammates, mate. Yeah, we're able to escape, it's fine. Get to the bomb site, bomb down, and now just a case of picking apart all of the CT players. Quito first to fall. Taps in seconds. Around the corner, Inters and Shiro just locking down a crossfire. Triple up for Shiro. And Tizian dealt with by the Mac 10 and Afani. 15-11. Map match semi-final point for Gambit. 4 for Big on the comeback. 1 final tactical call. It's do or die.
And this has got to be one of the best performances we've seen from Shiro an entire event so far. He has led with crazy numbers. Coming into the game today, Jay, we saw that he's the highest rated player in this event. Positive 71 KD, an average of a 1.60 rating with 82 AWP kills. And he's extended that even further in map 1 and map 2.
And I think as well, he was very slow to start earlier on during this map. He was just sat there like on 4 kills. Not doing much. Then he just found some inspiration or something. I don't know. For Gambit, whatever it is, it's led to this position. 3rd tactical called in by Big. Maybe the final tactical called in by Big. They've got one in the back pocket for OT, but the concern is getting to OT right now.
And they need someone to create an opportunity. And I'm probably looking at either Searson or Tabson of creating that chance. Shiro waiting for an overly aggressive play towards that short position. Big playing 2 out from B in the early round. Siriuson's aggressed short with the AWP.
Kane and Keto on that B defensive, pretty aggressive towards the tunnel's entrance. Nobody's there to receive them. It's Inter's sat back for now. Orp looking in Vishiro, still looking towards that cross. Gambit happy to take this one slow.
And Afani waiting to get that molly down to the short position, trying to see if they can force back Sirison if he does continue to stay aggressively. It just feels as if Gambit just slowing this round down completely, trying to see if they could draw the util, draw an overpeak, because for Big, they're getting desperate at this point. They're down by 4. They need to make a play.
Minute on the clock. Afani. Rather than not smoke, has the AWP right behind him. There's no one directively in mid for Big. They've got tabs from the closest player in CT. Probably gets smoked off of this position. Yep, Shiro puts it up. Counter nade is going to be a little bit off position. It does a tiny amount of damage. Sets up the split now for Gambit. 40 seconds.
Okay, aggressive forward. Afani catches the timing, the opening man advantage, and now they've got the opportunity of trying to split into that B side. At least Tabson gets a trade back with the spam in the smoke.
Yeah, blind kill, but it's all important. It's even standing. And that might drive Gambit into the A site. The bomb's still on short. Hobbit's going to go down towards mid, so no. They do have their heart set towards B. And Keto suddenly becomes the most important man in the world for Big. Shiro scoping in. Getting out of dodge, escapes the ire of Tabson. Keto with his first and his second. Not quite the triple. Axel trades it, but it's an advantage, and Tabson's going to capitalize on that. Get his pick together, tag up Shiro as well. The 1v3 for the star AWPer, and no time left on the clock. He will find the exit, but Gambit stay alive.
And that was a pretty good call coming through from Gambit. They realized that Gade is the B player, and that they've caught Tabson in a position where he can't aggress forward out from CT. So read the information that there's only one player back on B. They think to themselves, there's one anchor. We're going to be able to overwhelm the bomb side, and Keto has such a sick hold with the AUG.
Big's final lifeline. And Keto held it all in the palm of his hands. 12 to the board, and another tactical. The final tactical for Big called in here. Kind of necessary to do so at this point, when you think?
Yeah, for sure. This is where pressure's starting to build, and for Big, just knowing that that round came down to an individual play, very similar to how Ancient came down to a few of those rounds where it felt as if individuals were really stepping up. Keto, we saw what he was able to do with that AWP down on that A anchor hold, and this time around playing B and getting at least one round closer. It's one step at a time.
Single AWPs out, Keto rocking the UMP. But despite Big's victory, still limited on the buy state here. Smokes up. Nafani, AK in to the longhouse, having his eyes set ahead of that smoke. Is Tizian that finds that opening frag. Incendiary's ahead of the smoke. I think it might have been extinguished by it. Gade also peeks out, finds Axel, and this round is falling apart now for the T side.
And they wanted to brute force some of those fights by pushing through the re-smoke out from the longhouse, and even with the flashes over the top, we see the way the Big are just playing anti-flash, turning away from them and striking back into action. Now Hobbit's trying to see if he can get some pace down from mid.
Shiro scoped in, spots one, but doesn't get the shot towards the man. He backs away at that crack angle. The AK instead from Hobbit, flash forward. He gets his trade. Tabson taken to Isengard as Hobbit continues his journey there. Searson trying to derail that, but no. Missing that shot, tag to 22 instead. AWP still focused on that elbow angle, can't see the man. Inters gets a trade. It's a 3v3, Big survival, may fall apart. Hobbit's got to sight, Searson has no idea, and the whole round tips on his head as Gambit within touching distance. Now that bomb's crossed, Gade's missed it, Dizzy gets caught, 1v3, and Shiro will close it out. Gambit will take their rightful place in the grand finals of the V4 Future Sports Festival.
And just put yourself in their shoes for a moment. 3v5, they brute force their way out from Longhouse. They don't find any success. Hobbit's trying to create an opportunity. They flash over, and as soon as they catch off Tabson, everything starts going well. The B side's open, frags are being forced, so many aggressive plays, and Big, they bottle it at the end.
And so many mistakes in that last round as well. Gade out towards the mid door, looked away as the bomb was thrown over, so he could have caught crucial information, maybe catch a trade, do something in that regard. But like you mentioned, a 5 versus 3, you don't lose that by the basis of how Gambit had played. Yes, they had some great positional movements, but there was mistakes made from Big. The whole whole way through.
Yeah, and that could be the difference maker sometimes, is those high-pressure situations, brooding out those mistakes. And for Gambit, they get it done in 2. This was such a turnaround from the Dust 2 that we saw from them earlier on into the event.
Absolutely, and definitely an improvement to what we wanted to see from them. They tried to force Dust 2 into the map pool. They picked it time and time again. Always came out unsuccessful for them. So to see them actually win against the Tier 1 team like a Big on this map, that's pretty massive for them, given how they've struggled with it so far.
And it may show that they're comfortable playing the higher-end teams when they play a team like a Fiend or an Enterprise that aren't there at the Tier 1 level. They don't get to watch as many games from them. It could be more difficult to try and get those information plays. Here on Dust 2, against the tactical heavy side of Big, they come through.
I'm disappointed though that Big didn't win this map, because I felt like that Dust 2 is their home domain. I do feel like, yes, there was some incredible performances from Shiro, but the team just didn't feel like they were on for it for me today.
And again, do we go back to the head-to-head? Yes, it was on the 11th of May last year. In his semi-final again, Gambit get the 2-0. They do the same again.
They do that indeed, and I guess the NKJ will have to rethink exactly what he says about his AWPers and how good they truly are at this particular stage. Big crash out in the semi-finals. They do make top 4, but Gambit move forward to the grand finals. It's back to Banks and the boys on the desk.
It was all a dream. Big just fell for Gambit's memes, pretending they couldn't play Dust 2 all tournament long, just to come through when it mattered and take the win. No, all jokes aside, it was a fight on their hands, but Gambit this time, the right players showed up. Playing Dust 2 obviously helped them a fair amount when it comes to this, but this one's going to sting for Big.
Yeah, I mean, Gambit making a statement on both Ancient and Dust 2. And Ancient, just saying that how dominant they are on this map. It's like a key part of their map pool and showing that, okay, you might be like a top team in the world, but you can't really challenge us on this map. And then moving on to Dust 2, they're showing us that, well, they fixed their mistakes finally, and then now they're here on Dust 2, being able to take these wins. And I think going into the grand final, which is a best of 5, and Dust 2 is a possibility there, it's a good thing that they can finally win on this.
Yeah, I think also for Gambit, it's what you were expecting to see from them in this tournament, right? Dominant on their own map pick, that's a weakness for the opponent. And then also just winning opponent's map pick in a bit of a more, of course, grinding manner, right? Like bigger no slouches on Dust 2. And it's a game where Gambit lost both pistols. Like, sure, in the first half they managed to win the all-important second round and still get some early momentum, but yeah, this was probably the most intense map of the tournament so far. I mean, so many clutches, post plants, or just rounds that go, late round, and there's like chaos, misdirection, going left and right. I mean, the final round of the game shows it all, really, and I think you could probably tell for Big just a bit too much chaos in comms, right? Because you're in a 5v3 situation. You don't need to overreact to anything, really, right? Like, just kind of you can afford to be a little bit more patient in that situation. If it means, if you're Keto, like you're a bit late to rotate to A, that's where they're going, that's better than rushing it and then getting punished. And then you could see how Tabs and Engage were like, well, is it A, is it B? Like, where are we going? And it was just a clinic that Gambit put in some of those T-side rounds in the second half.
Let's take a look at round 7, where we got to see a bit of this long attack going through, and it was the Hobbit then pulling off the flank.
Yeah, this was really cool, because you will see this trade on long, right, where the molly from Exile, I don't know if he hears him, if he's close enough to hear Tizian, but Tizian's going to use some of his own utility. You can see the rest of Big are grouping up short, and in these short executes, right, there's always one lurker. The question is whether it's the long player towards long top mid or the B player towards lower B. So because of this trade on long, Hobbit uses that information to push behind Cat, and he hits perfect timing before Tizian can hold that flank. He goes, comes from behind, gets 2 kills. Did he get a third? No, he didn't, but he gets 2 kills, buys time for Sheer so he can get 1 more kill. This was a super chaotic round, 2v2. Nafani is gonna win it in the end in a 1v1 clutch. The all-important round really here, and you would think like, oh, Gambit managed to grab the momentum once more, really, but as we will see shortly, Big understanding that because Nafani is the only player left alive, their economy is still pressured, so they decide to buy again to try to reset their economy. And they were having a lot of success with those mid to B splits. Like, they would always kind of penetrate the side, get the bomb down, and unfortunately they couldn't close out some of the retakes.
Yeah, on the B side, you're looking at some of those post-plant situations. I think there was this 2v3 and then a 2v2 where Big had control of these sides, and then they opted to go for a more aggressive play, opening up, I guess, the situation for them where they just only had to focus on one player or just get some information. But unfortunately, like all of those aggressive players just ended up like not going out in their favor and just losing them the run. And you know, that was our opportunity to put like a chokehold on the city economy of Gambit. But as you said, lost. So here you are.
But when we are talking about economy, you got another clip to run here where it's the 1v2 that actually starts to finally destroy the economy.
Yeah, it was the following round that we just discussed. So they get the mid to B split, they get the buy, and they put Gade in a 1v2 situation. It was a 2v2 Hobbit with a fast flank as the kill on Keto, and now Gade in a 1v2, you think like, well, they can assume where he is. It's going to be really difficult for him with the Galil to win this round, but actually he does manage to clutch this, getting the kill on Shiro here at the very end, and that completely ruins Gambit's economy. They forced with only pistols, and we were like, okay, this is actually giving Big a lifeline. But I thought Big could have like won this half 9-6. I think they lost at 9-6 in the end. Like there were some really, really close rounds, and that's where you have to give props to Gambit and the composure that they've shown in some of those retakes, right? Still a young squad, inexperienced on LAN, and these are the matches, these are the rounds that are going to give them confidence moving forward, that they're able to, you know, keep having that calmness that we've seen them exercise online time and time again, also online.
In a big way, and you were mentioning, John, when it comes to like Big's post-plant and stuff, at times, maybe like even the last round you mentioned, Janko, where it doesn't seem like the right information is being given over, there seems to be some sort of a disconnect in these pressured situations.
Yeah, I think there was this one round, especially like on the A side, for example, where Gambit were doing this execute through short, and then you had two players dropping down to CT, and obviously you had one who was like killed by Gade, and then Gade was traded, and then Tizian sensing this like pushed long and got caught off by Hobbit, you know. So a bit of a chaos, I guess, in the communication there, as we saw in some of these situations. That might have been like one of the key factors in like losing this map. But you know, this is a map which, as Big, you have so much experience on, and it's like it's a staple of your map pool, right? So I think there's a lot to like reflect on here going into like your next few LAN tournaments. Obviously, moving forward, you have Blast, you have IEM, so not much time to, I guess, really do that much practice since these are back-to-back tournaments, but this is something that you have to work on.
Now, this Dust 2 loss is certainly going to hurt Big, but it's no shame in going out to a team like Gambit, right? Even if it is 2-0.
Yeah, I mean, Gade has been there for a couple of months. They changed their coach a couple of weeks ago, right? So there's still things to work on, but you do want to see more from Big at some point, right? Yeah. Are they just constantly going to be this gatekeeper team, kind of beats the weaker teams, but can't really make that next step? You know, I think just winning Dust 2 would have been, you know, nice to see, even if they would go on to lose Inferno, but absolutely the map pool is the big question mark, right? Like the statements made about Overpass, and then you veto it here. Of course, Gambit is a very good Overpass team, but you know, you had to play Ancient. That was just not a nice showing. So yeah, that's what differentiates the very best teams in the world from the very good teams. It is the map pool. It's being able to be good enough on your like 4th, 5th best map. Anyone is like, you know, like as we've seen from Big in a lot of recent games, like Dust 2, yeah, they can play against anyone in the world, but it's a best of 3, right? And even in a best of 1, you're probably not getting Dust 2. So that's the next big thing for Big. Wow. I hate myself.
Well done.
I hate myself.
Well done.
I hate myself.
I love you still, so it's fine.
Evens out.
Evens out, 50-50. Gambit, though, now our first grand finalist. They're going into tomorrow. It's going to be a best of 5. And now they're in this surefire spot to be like, okay, this is yours in the bag, right? And they should be feeling massively confident with getting the Dust 2 one out of the way.
Yeah, I think for Gambit also, they've had already a number of best of 5 finals this year. I mean, the Katowice, the first one they won was a best of 5, but also the loss to Heroic in Pro League first season this year was because it was such a long series. Like it lasted something like ridiculous, like 7 hours, you know, and they've gained a lot of experience. Yeah, they gain a lot of experience exactly in that, how to kind of conserve your energy, how to approach a best of 5. That's why I think whoever comes from the other side, you know, they're just going to get run over. And Tropic actually played them in a final or something. No, but at one of the CIS RMRs, I think, in a final or something like that. And Gambit beat them like 16-0, 16-4. Wow. And it was 16-0. It might have even been the Tropics map pick. I'd be wrong, or Gambit, doesn't matter. But, you know, whenever a team has to play against them and you have no experience playing in a best of 5, it's a different type of a beast, right? So it just feels like Gambit, the only team that can beat them in the final is themselves.
Yeah, coming into this tournament with this, you know, Gambit, the most well-rounded team, the best map pool. I think that, as you said, that will play into their favor in the grand final. who are you against? You know, it's either Fiend or Entropic. You know, you had results against these teams in the past. Sure, you lost a map or two against them, right? But in the end, you should be the one favored.
Definitely. Well, let's see who our next grand finalist is going to be. It's time for us to go to a break. It will be a bit of an extended one, so take some time, relax, get whatever you need, some snacks, some drinks, order some food in. You never know. Whatever it is you
A sandwich.
to pass your time. A sandwich.
Sandwich for lunch. Listen to the British people. It's the way to go.
I didn't say sandwich. I wouldn't have suggested sandwich.
Everyone says sandwich. Frank is on my ass for months about sandwiches perfect for lunch. So.
Well, you could go for something healthy as well. Maybe go for some just chicken breast. You know,
yes, we're the definition of healthy here at the desk.
I am. I'm like a perfect male specimen.
Yeah, I saw the 2 cakes that you took over there. Like James lied to me. He also says players only.
Stole from the players. I've got a player band on. I'm sneaking. I'm living back in the old days, man. I'm pretending I'm still relevant.
It's not that type of player that they reference.
Damn, what a shame. But we will go to a break. It will be an extended one. And when we come back, we'll be deciding who is going to be our next grand finalist between Entropic and Fiend.
And I love you like no one ever loved anyone before. And I love you like no one ever loved anyone before. And I love you like no one ever loved anyone before. And I love you like no one ever loved anyone before. I know, yes I know.
The unique cultural heritage of the Visegrad Four and their 30-year collaboration enrich Europe. The past year and a half has produced unprecedented challenges, which we have faced by helping each other. Europe and the world are entering a new era, and the Visegrad countries are joining forces to shape the continent's future. Recharging Europe.
You are not my friends, you're my brothers, my friend.
say your hand I wanna hold so long. Is that your look? What's the hook? I can only say that this is so good. Is that your smile? Is that your style? Is that your legs wrapped around me tight? And I love you like no one ever loved anyone before. And I love you like no one ever loved anyone before. And I love you like no one ever loved anyone before. And I love you like no one ever loved anyone before. I know, yes I know.
The unique cultural heritage of the Visegrad Four and their 30-year collaboration enrich Europe. The past year and a half has produced unprecedented challenges, which we have faced by helping each other. Europe and the world are entering a new era, and the Visegrad countries are joining forces to shape the continent's future. Recharging Europe.
You are not my friends, you're my brothers, my friend.
It's time for our next semi-final game as we will discover who will join Gambit in the grand final after Gambit managed to take down Big 2-0 just earlier on. Got Yanko back here still in the seat. We allowed you to stay for a little bit longer and Kassad's come to keep you in check.
His best friend, you forgot to say that. Yanko.
he's not joining in on that, it's not happening.
Moving swiftly on.
On to the next one. Kassad, how you doing? Did you get wowed by Gambit finally doing what they were supposed to do?
I mean, I think Yanko tweeted it. It's like we saw the Gambit that we really want to see like throughout the whole event. They just showed dominance. Shiro was absolutely insane. I think right now we saw the perfect Gambit, like the one that we enjoyed whole year.
Yep.
And they are major favorites coming into that final, 100%.
But before we go any further and talk about the game, we got some fun to show you guys that we, some of the players and talent, made our top 5 players into a team, and it wasn't just picking Gambit the whole way through.
Hogbit, not funny. Myself, Crod, maybe Lucky.
So with Op, I'm gonna go with Shiro. As a rifle / entry fragger, I'm gonna go with Exile. IGL, actually let's go with Not Funny. As a support player or like a rifle, I'm gonna go with me. And last guy is gonna be, let's go with Forcy.
Can I pick Gambit? I'll pick Gambit.
Me, Not Funny, Bloggies, Tapsen, and it's hard.
Well, Gambit is up there, so it has to be, Nafani, Shiro, Exile, maybe Tapsen. Maybe you swap Tapsen for Nafani as an IGL. So Exile, Shiro, Tapsen. Actually, not sure on that one. I could pick 3. Can I pick 3? It's Shiro, Exile, and Tapsen for sure would be the top 3 that I would pick.
It's going to be Hobbit, Shiro, Exile, and I don't know, maybe Coolio.
Everyone from Gambit, and that's all.
I think I would go with Sparrow, Yentker, Goofy, and PHR. Best players in this tournament for sure. And me, of course.
So Hobbit is going to have to be a must. Nafani to IGL. Tabson to come in and frag out. Bondit because he's Ukrainian and I love him. and then one more player. Who do I get? Another Gambit player. I'm going to take Exile as well.
I would pick Tapson, I would pick Dimki, Impulse, David, and Arrow.
Exile, MHL, Hobbit, Tapson, and Lucky.
Me for the upper, Tapson, Axel, Hobbit, and Krasner.
As Big is participating here, and I'm also German, I would probably just kick out Gate and pick the other 4 big players who are also German to have like a full German squad around me.
Nafany. For an AWPer, I would probably go Shiro as well. If I needed a anchor lurk player, I'd probably go Dreamer from Fiend. If I needed someone a little bit more supportive, I'd possibly go for like a Tizian. And then if we want like another decent fragger, go with Tabson as well. Help out a little bit of secondary calling.
Okay, I would pick Shiro as an upper, IGL Nafani, Clutcher Dreamer. I would choose Ships and I don't know, the 5th one maybe from someone from Gambit. Let's say Inters.
My dream team for this tournament would be IGL, Nafany, Alper, Shiro. Inters is a rifler, Axel is an aggressive rifler, and you know what, Hobbit. You know, so I would go with that as my dream team for this event.
My whole squad, but if I need to pick one, so I would take Shiro, so he can play the AWP. I would play shotgun, Tapson, and I would say B-Stick for calling and Neofrag for fragging.
I would definitely go for Tabson, and then I might as well just follow up with maybe a Surson. I think a Kito is also in there, and then we can also round out with a Gade for sure. And then who else? Maybe Tizian again.
I'll pick Elian to start things off because he's nuts. Nafani is my IGL, who I'll add from Gambit. And probably also put Hobbit in there as well from Gambit. He's a pretty solid player. Oscar from Sinners as well. He's a pretty solid player. I think he's had a very impressive run, and he's been one of the guys that has actually given Sinners their ultimate lift. I think he's one of the guys that has given them a position even in this tournament in the first place. Dreamer from Fiend. Dreamer's fantastic. Dreamer's a really solid player, and he's had some really great performances lately. I think if there's one player to look out for over on Fiend, it would be him.
Nafany, Exile, Forsty, Mattis, and Shrek. I would like to play with Hobbit. Hobbit, he looks so chill, so experienced, and he's so good. Some guys from our team, but I think it doesn't count, so... Oh no, I'll pick Yedker as well, from Wisla. He's fucking cool guy, I'm friends with him, he's good.
Yeah, I'll say my teammates and myself, because that's the nicest answer.
Shut up, Dinko. And we're back.
There you go.
Reasonable.
That's how you open things up. Dinko's dream team is Inters, apparently. Out of all the players you could pick, yes, I want a guy like
Hands the shut up after that.
And then also, we saw Jay just pick 3 AWPers with his, like, just going for the triple AWP setup. Viable.
I mean, maybe we'll see it today. We saw it against whoever it was. Fiend did it.
Whoever
Fiend did it, whoever it was.
So, you know that game I know who played that round, which I know what they did. That was some good stuff right there. We need more of that.
When did you wake up today, Kassad?
It was 8 o'clock, I think. Straight up.
This is his afternoon nap time. The energy is like slowly going down, just like Hobbit.
Oh, but Hobbit still performs. What's Kassad's excuse?
I don't know.
But I still perform. What do you mean? I'm right here, right now. Am I?
And Tropic versus Team T in the second semi-final of the day here, guys.
I love how Jakob just tries to get this shit back.
Very interesting, right? We have the Bulgarians constantly being an annoying team to deal with, really, against Team Entropic, who are the kings of Mirage so far this tournament, just been stomping everyone. They have 4 players in the top 10 banks.
They do, but it's been kind of obviously very skewed, right? Let's be honest, we're talking about good old Entropic, because the maps they have won when it comes to Mirage, what, 16-2, 16-4 scorelines, absolute domination. Their opponents didn't really stand the chance of it, but it's probably very likely we'll see this in this series, because even Fiend themselves as a team are quite happy to play into it, but pound for pound, they're probably not going to be able to match up.
Yeah, and funnily enough, these two teams have played each other while at this tournament.
I know.
Although not in this tournament, they played an online game while they were here, and Entropic won 2-0. The maps were Mirage, obviously the pick of Fiend, and then Entropic picked Nuke, that punish pick we talked about in the Movie Star Fiend game. That kind of didn't really turn out as we expected it to be, and to be honest, we'll get to it later on, but I would expect the Veto to go pretty much the same
Definitely,
way.
Mirage will be there somewhere, you know. You said Nuke, and then Entropic picked that Nuke against Enterprise, was it?
Oh,
as a
yeah,
panic
it
pick,
was
and they
awkward.
lost it, so I'm not sure it's going to be up there right now. I guess we're going to see it later.
We're looking at the backpool stats though for both of these teams, and again, they're two teams that are playing a hell of a lot overall when it comes to this. Fiend grinding out, obviously we spoke about Ships being the caveat in there, the stand-in player, but Entropic, they are very close to being on that like tier 1 level, being in your pro leagues, right, being on your circuit events, qualifying for big tournaments, but they still have to put in all this work. It's crazy to think they were playing for an online tournament while here as well.
Yeah, I mean, they're just in that position where you need to grind games, right? You need to play whatever you can to try to get some more points, so you maybe get more invites to at least the closed qualifiers, because grinding open qualifiers is a nightmare. And you see here on this graphic, right, potentially Entropic, if they want to take it somewhere else, Overpass, Ancient, those are some good maps. Overpass would have been the third map decider in that online game they've played. But I think because of the fact they won Nuke 16-7, you know, they might just want to try and repeat
The way
that.
I looked at it, I'm not really sure it's going to be Nuke, because they got punished once, you know, they're not going to go for it again. Probably not Dust 2 as well, because Fiend beat Gambit on Dust 2, so that leaves them with Overpass or Ancient, which is fine by me, because they're in the stand-in. It can always be a little bit of a problem going on, but we see, what I want to know is, Entropic is not playing Inferno. Inferno is like the most standard map there is right now. None of the top tier teams is not playing Inferno, right? Am I missing something?
Yeah, I mean,
with that kind, if you kind of invest some time into Inferno, you can have 7 map pool right now, and then you can play with your opponents a little bit, you know, better.
I agree. It's
a staple.
It's a little bit weird. Also, I mean, just like Astralis was vetoing Mirage all the time, right? But that was because they were more team-based, right? The strength came from the team, not from the individuals, and Mirage is a map where individuals can really flourish and take over the game. So at the time, considering their rivals, it also made sense. But yeah, we see something, you know, big struggles on Inferno. They used to veto it and so on. But we'll see, maybe it's something they change moving forward and drop it.
When it comes to this Fiend roster though, right, obviously dream scenario, you've made it to the semi-finals when you were nearly eliminated during the play-in stage, when there was a world where they were not even going to be here, right? It got stupidly close.
Against Wisla, right?
Yeah. And like, now they've come back into it, they're looking better every single game, Ships is being more comfortable. Look at that crazy Mirage game he had yesterday where he was just taking every duel, wide swinging and finding success with it. They look like they can actually challenge Entropic.
I mean, he was a rock yesterday on A side. He was just delivering on all cylinders, right? And overall, they have a really good open Harn who is capable of doing a lot of damage on many different maps. We saw against Gambit that he was pretty much unstoppable. I mean, Gambit wasn't really playing the great game on that T side, but nevertheless, you need to hit those shots against Shiro, against everyone else. It's a weapon they can use on Mirage, for example, and I would say Ancient, but Ancient is not really the good map for them right now, so they can rely on those individual kind of, you know, performances on maps. They don't really play good as a team, so maybe in that kind of scenario, Harn can be a potential weapon for them.
Yeah, absolutely. You consider that a win condition almost for them to have some great rounds from individuals like Harn, Ships, Red Star, even on that secondary op. But that's where, you know, it depends how much you want to look into the fact that Entropic has 4 players in the top 10. You know, it comes a little bit from those Toms, but they're also they don't have a weak link, really, right? Like, you know, Krad is the lowest rated player. He's still above 1, and he has some good rounds here and there. And
Lucky is up there as well.
Yeah, Lucky had like some monster performances against Enterprise, like that Mirage game on the CT side as well. The third map decider, he was the best player, almost 30 kills. So that's where the strength of Entropic comes. It's like any given player can be the one that steps up and carries the team.
The thing is, you don't know where to look at. You don't know where the weak link is. Usually, if you go as like an underdog, like here, you're gonna anti-strat. You're gonna look for something, right? For some sort of a opening. They have no openings right now. You know, it needs to be like a very well thought game plan. It needs to be executed perfectly, and your individuals need to step up so you can have like a potential chance to get into the final.
Well, let's get ourselves closer to this game. Let's start to bring on our teams. And well, the Bulgarian side have been here for a long time. They've got used to the setup and they've been performing on LAN. So let's welcome Fiend to the stage.
I don't wanna cry.
of smiles coming out from the Fiend side, more comfort now being on the stage. Maybe they're feeling in some good spirits. You guys mentioned the online game, right, that they ended up having against Entropic. We've got to ask this, when it comes to this kind of LAN scenario, do you think it could be anything different?
It's a different beast right now.
Yeah.
I mean, we all know that, I mean, me and Janko especially know that like in Balkan scene, Bulgarians have always been like good on LAN, right? They are like energetic, they're emotional, they know how to play LAN games. We saw it before, them like digging out of the holes, you know, especially yesterday against the Movistar Riders. So they know how to play those games. They're not strange to LANs. You know, on the other side you have Entropic, who are not playing that many LANs right now. They have a young players, unexperienced players, so they can be a little bit of advantage there for them, but I don't see like too great of a kind of advantage.
Okay, well, let's see Entropic now make their way to the stage. Favourites coming into this, made it to the semi-finals, but can they go that step further and take down Fiend? Let's welcome them to the stage. Having some fun with the cameras, having some fun getting onto the stage.
Finally, someone does something, right? Like, shout out to Nickelback one time.
Great name as well.
Yeah, great name.
Just rock the air guitar, you know.
Great band.
Please no, please no. Please no.
You wouldn't be down for that?
I would actually rather listen to him than actual Nickelback.
There we go. Perfect. Yeah. That's what we get. That's what we'll have.
Just a hater, man. Just a hater.
They are trash. They are real trash.
Terrible news.
There can't be any actual real Nickelback fans out there.
Hey, I don't know. I don't listen to that music.
There we go.
He's more of a classic. He's more of a classic music kind of man.
Yeah.
I can definitely see Janko rocking out.
To relax.
But in terms of team feeling more comfortable right now, you mentioned about the LAN experience. That's, even though we've seen better results in recent times against good teams from Entropic, that experience and the youth of the lineup is going to play a factor.
The thing is, like, experience is one thing, right? LAN experience is one thing, but confidence is something totally different right now. I remember, like, in 2019, 2020, in Renegades, 100 Thieves, that kind of lineup that we had, like, we were so confident at some point that you can put us on Moon to play, we wouldn't care, right? We would be so confident that we're gonna win that game. Coming into every game, we're gonna be hyped and we're gonna be ready to win it, right? I think Entropic is in that stage of their team right now, and it doesn't really matter if it's online or LAN. They just feel the same way, feel the confidence, and I think that's gonna carry them through this game. It has to carry them through this game in order to win.
Well, you guys have touched on what maps we think it might be, so let's bring up this veto and see how things could be going down. We are going to get the Mirage pick coming out from Fiend, an Ancient one coming out from Entropic, and an Overpass Decider in there, so no nuke being played into it. Obviously, the second ban coming through for Fiend, they decide, yeah, we're going to get it out.
Yeah, and this is like just Entropic really switching it up in a way. Also, sometimes we talk about how it's difficult to beat the same team on the same map twice in the same tournament, right? Because they're going to look at the game more closely, right? Try to come up with ways to counter you, and also just as a mixed team, probably going to be more difficult for them to play Ancient. So I think with Ancient and Overpass being the two maps, it's going to be really uncomfortable for Fiend. And also Mirage is not a given. I mean, they had to pick it, and we've seen Entropic was amazing so far this tournament.
I feel Entropic got a little better deal in this best of three as well. I was hoping Fiend would go for Dust too, and then leave Mirage as a decider. That way they have both of those maps in a best of three. Like right now they don't really have the best veto, and then obvious pick from Entropic, kind of obvious, let's say it like that they're going for a kind of a punish pick, and it's a comfort pick for them as well. They have a decent results on it. So overall, I think it's a really good veto for it.
The thing that does worry me with that Ancient though, remember we did see Entropic on it, and they only just about scraped that win against Enterprise, you know, and it took a lot out of them through that game.
Yeah, but Enterprise played well, you know, individually and as a team. They threw a couple of rounds towards the end. We should have gone into overtime, and Tropic managed to close it out 16-14. But I like this. It's very reminiscent of the series we just had with Gambit and Big, where Gambit utilizes their advantage in the map pool, actually use it in the veto, and it's the same thing that Entropic has done here against Fiend.
Well, we've all predicted Entropic. Let's see if they can go in and take Mirage, which they've been oh so dominant on. But it is the pick of Fiend, and they know they can fight on it. They had a massive comeback yesterday in order to take their win and find their way to the semi-finals. And now it's time for our commentators. It's Dinko and Hawker.
Thank you very much, James. Hopping into the semi-final, it's a rematch from a couple of days ago. They played this matchup between each other in an online tournament, actually at this event, right? They had Victor coming back in because he's able to play from home. And they did see a Mirage come through. Fiend picked that the last time, and they lost it 16-13. So we know it's going to be a close enough game on this showing, and Fiend are starting to warm up into this competition. We've seen them yesterday come off the stage. They look very hyped to be here, Hawker, feeling much more confident coming into the stage of the tournament.
My question to you, Dinko, is why are you pretending like you don't know what happens when you've got the whole script from the game in front of you? Look at all this.
Yeah,
look at all this.
Yeah, it's a big script. It's a scripted game. I mean, the Twitch chat are going to be loving this, that's for sure. But, you know, we're looking at it's coming into this. I think it's hard to script what should come through in this matchup because the Fiend side are often so unpredictable, Hawker. They can be such a difficult team to really expect what result is going to come out of them. They were in the elimination game on day one of the play, and now they're in the semi-final.
I do agree with Kassad over on the desk, though, that the Dust 2 pick may have been the better option here because Mirage was definitely a possible decider or a map that could have come through later. As we were pointing out, too, it is that rematch where they weren't able to win the Mirage last time. So I think this should be a close first map, though, based on what we've seen from Fiend. And they're always a team that are going to be comfortable on Mirage, just based on what we've seen. They always like to go to it. So excited to see if they can keep that up.
Yeah, I think coming into this matchup as well, Krad was a player the last time out who had a massive performance. I think it comes back to what Yanka was just saying on the desk, the fact that how everybody on this Entropic side can pop off and have a great game. It's really hard to find a weak link on the roster. And I think that just comes in part because they're playing so much, right? They're such a hard-working team. They finished their games here today or a couple of days ago at this event, and they will go back to the hotel and play from their practice rooms in another competition. This team are constantly reviewing and just living and breathing Counter-Strike right now, and their individual levels are real high. And because of that, you can just have pop-offs from absolutely everybody. But here we go into the second semi-final of the day. Entropic versus Fiend. The Bulgarians will be starting on the T side and Entropic over on the CT side.
Looks like a fairly slow start to the pistol.
Yeah.
Nickelback looking for information at underpass, spots a couple of players. And just backing up that point earlier, you were just mentioning with the Entropic side having such a stacked squad across the board. Lackey is their lowest rated player in the last 3 months. He's their highest rated player at this event. Nickelback's their second lowest rated player in the last 3 months. He's their second highest player at this event. So it just goes to show they're just constantly switching it up.
Yeah, it's kind of crazy how unpredictable it can be. And here on LAN, it's great to see Entropic kind of taking those next steps. I have to agree with James when he's saying the fact that this team are looking to try and break through to that tier 1 level. They've been playing a lot of online competition. Obviously, great coaching behind them as well. But here we come into the fight. It's been a slow start to the pistol, but finally fights will start to ensue. First blood is dealt onto Ships as Elian will take the first pick. Let's start pulling that back instead. And now Elian from window. Looking for his pick down into mid. Couple of players now backing their way up into Connector and Lackey with the headshot. But Fiend have slipped their way out onto the A site. They tried to go for the bomb plant, but Krad has denied it. And so Dreamer that was trying to play from Palace now has to drop down into the fight inside of the site. And he's alone in the world. And there's no clutch for him. 4 players stay up for Entropic.
Really strong start for the CTs on this pistol. And Entropic, as we said, a team that have a lot of skill. They can come through in the pistol round early on. Fiend themselves, though, obviously are a squad who always like to put the pressure on. Oftentimes they will force in this sort of scenario. And they're already starting to buy up, as you would anticipate. Scout bought by Bubble. The rest of the team actually not buying around that, though. So it's just the one scout this time from Fiend, not the full force buy. They're going to see if they can do a bit of damage with that single sniper being bought.
Bubble had a very slow start yesterday on Mirage. In terms of their comeback, just staying mentally focused in the game, allowed Bubble back into play, Hawker. You know, that is something the Bulgarians have a lot of. You know, maybe not the top tier events, but they certainly have a lot of experience at LAN events and just playing Counter-Strike in general. These guys have been around for a very long time, and obviously that helps them in this kind of environment.
As the desk were pointing out too, they were saying that there is a good almost LAN advantage in a sense for Fiend because they've been around for a while. Kassab pointing out how often these Fiend players and players in this region in general can go to LANs and just play with the same confidence. I think it's just a culture thing for the Bulgarian squad. They're just never going to be scared of any opponent they go up against. They're going to see if they can get anything going here in this round. Searching for that opener, and that Scout is watching up top so that these players can sneak into connector with the pistols.
And Ships has been caught by Crad. And again, he was the player that had the pop-off performance versus Fiend just a couple of days ago. In another competition, Dreamer. He's a player that everybody is... A lot of players actually, when asked, had him in their dream team coming into this event. And I think Dreamer's had a little bit of a quiet competition. You know, he didn't really have the greatest rating. Hasn't had any of those massive Dreamer rounds you can often see. And if he can start to peak at this stage of the tournament, that would be great to see. That could be another asset here for Team Fiend to use. Especially when you look at who is in that grand final, you know, into a best of 5, Gambit are waiting for you. They've played a lot of best of 5 so far this year. And you would favor them against either of these teams that are coming through from this semi-final. You know, you really need everybody to start popping off at this point in the competition. We're starting to get into the bye, Hawker.
Thorpe out for Elian early. He wants to have that as soon as possible to try and control mid. The smoke will obscure his vision. The nade's not bad, but it goes a bit too far, so Han won't take too much damage. Bubble has had to go down to the Tech 9 after being the only player on his team to buy previously. And Fiend are slowly but surely working on that early mid control. And Entropic look fairly comfortable to give up most of mid right now. They've got a couple of players hanging around though.
Red Star. Had a little conversation with him yesterday, feeling confident coming into today's game. And I think that does come back to what you're talking about. This Fiend side are always confident in their own ability. And you can't really believe they're the best unless they believe in themselves, right? So cool to see that confidence from Fiend. We'll see if it gets them far in this first gun round as they try to get through connector with 3 players. One prong to the approach from Palace. Starting to come through. Elian off the top of the ticket. Now Crad's position under wood is... actually traded out by Red Star very efficiently indeed. Crad is down and now gap held by Elian. Missed shot, not in fact connected, but just not enough damage done onto it. So they will get the bomb across to the side. Just so close to denying the bomb plant, but Elian could not connect the shot. Instead, Lackey's kill has drawn the kills back.
Playing passive in the post plant, Ships is actually going to wrap all the way round to mid to try and watch this bomb. He could be a key player, but the players on the site have to buy time and they're already falling.
Tapping away, Red Star trying to take down the CT AWPer of Elian, but gets caught by the MP9 that rattles into his chest. Fiend will get the site control to get the bomb down, but Entropic come in with a retake, and that's 3 rounds to 0 at the start of this game. A solid start from the CIS side.
Really solid start, and you saw in that round, Elian was playing back towards ticket booth, oftentimes a really favored angle for AWPers. He was initially watching towards ramp, but as soon as he flashes that position, he can finally peek into connector, spot those players on the Fiend side that thought they were sneaking in, and Elian's just happy sitting back here at CT, safe in the knowledge that he should have a good chance to eventually get some kills to his name. That's exactly what happened. And Nickelback was even ready for that big rotate around the backside. Fiend looking to group up early in one of these rounds where they just have the pistols. This is oftentimes the playstyle they like to run with. They'll be going into A with full smokes at their disposal.
Crad. It's time to strike. Has had some quiet starts to games, but he's, in particular with his secondary AWPer, Mirage can be a deadly player. This is one pick for him as Nickelback tried to swing it into the fight with a rifle. He gets overrun by the Tech 9s. And now Elian's come over with that secondary AWP to try and help out. It's on to Red Star, Dreamer, and Han to really see what they can get out of this. They squeeze a bomb plant out of the round, which is exactly what you want, and maybe even more as Crad's AWP gets overrun. Gap in the smoke allows Red Star's rifle into play, and now suddenly Elian and Lackey having to recover the round. Good headshot from the AK, but Dreamer now has an AK-47 in his own hands. And we talk about his clutches, we've seen them, but we haven't seen them in this competition as often. Dreamer looking to pull it back. He's found one, but not the second. Couldn't quite find Lackey, who has now been confirmed that the round is empty. He has won the round. He has got that final headshot in terms of getting the kills through, but, you know, we're looking at this. I would love to see back into the game. T-Fuse comes through as Entropic will pull off the 4th round.
Yeah, 4-0 up. That's a round where Fiend do find some success, though, considering the buy. The smokes into the A site are solid. There weren't that many flashes, and yet still, they're able to gain access to the bomb site fairly fast there, with Krad having to fall back quite quickly. Unfortunately, in the 2v2, they had 2 players trapped on the site, so playing that post-plant was always going to be difficult. They didn't have the best positions to watch the bomb, but considering the investment, that's not a bad round. And Elian missing the jump early, now could be in trouble. They've got full mid control here on the T side.
Yeah, they're just going to molly him out, keep him out of play, force him back into the underpass. And that gives them mid control to play with, and Bubble hunts him down. You can't give Bubble that info and expect him not to try and pull the AWP out of the round. Delivers that impact, but Nickelback cancels it out with the 1 pick back.
Yeah, you see why this is the map where Nickelback has his highest rating out of every map in the pool. That is why he had the carry performance on it previously. He plays in and around that connector, a really important position to be fragging well from. In-game leader starting strong with that trade, but the double back to B for Fiend could be a good call here. It's the 4v4 scenario where the CTs have to stay spread thin. That means Forrester is alone on B right now.
Yeah, he's got a lot of a gap to play with here towards bench, but can quite take the first pick out. So has to reposition, smart repositioning, but does get overrun. Dreamer with a good headshot on the spam back, and Harn has created that space as well. Follow-up kill from Harn, and that is enough. That's enough of a slap to force Crab back, and he realizes not much chance at winning this round. He'll start to fall away. He does have that AWP in hand, and Redstar knows the shot lands for Crab, but it's not enough damage done for the kill. Redstar remove everything from Entropic's hands, and Fiend, they answer back with a B play.
I love that round from Fiend. You go for the mid control initially, you get the 1-for-1 trade on mid. That's something you can be happy about. And then they just double back into a contact play over towards B. They just take the risk that it's fairly likely there'll only be 1 player on that B site. That means as long as they up the pace onto B, they've got a good chance at actually quickly getting access to that bomb site. That's exactly what happens for them. They gave no early warning that it was going to be the B play. They didn't throw many nades early, so they just walk in, and then Harn's able to post up with that AWP on short into a good position. It's forced a tactical timeout out of Entropic early, because even though Entropic started with a strong streak, a couple of players are shortchanged here. Yeah, this buy is all over the place for Entropic. They've gone to the bargain basement, whatever they can find, they've picked up ahead of this round. 2 premium rifles for Entropic, but plenty of players with pistols too. And Fiend are continuing to go back to this strategy, the overall strategy where they group up early and go for these early plays.
Yeah, Nickelback's still going to hold on. This quick play has already come through Palace though from Fiend. They're starting to apply pressure onto the weakened defense already. Harn will be smoked out into his impact. Has been severed away from the round itself as Redstar gets around the back. A triple, but he's caught by the MP9. Blanky really long for the world though as he gets traded out. And now just Elian left. Teammates are all dropping. Ellie now gives away his position with a 1 shot ringing out. Now drop by a window, realizing the round win is impossible. The best thing you can take from this round is that AWP into the next round itself. So he has fled, and he's got himself back into a pretty decent position. You can see Fiend are trying to figure out where he's gone, though. They're trying to remove this AWP. It's going to be very difficult for Ellie to hold on to it. He's going to miss the shot, and with that, his death sentence is signed at the dotted line.
Wow, even after the timeout, Entropic unable to stop those fast plays that Fiend are known for, and that Fiend are clearly happy to go for so far. It's always intriguing watching clashes of styles in Counter-Strike.
Oh yeah.
I think Entropic are probably a team who use their utility more and their team play more, whereas Fiend oftentimes subscribe to the philosophy of just overrunning your opponents and going for these quick aggressions, and yeah, so far it's working out okay for them.
Especially in this competition, right? You're playing with ships, you're not even playing with your full roster, you've got to stand in and play. That was what was working with Fiend yesterday, right? Just these quick little executes. And they were so effective because they just have so much skill on the team as well, so much raw aim ability on this Fiend side.
Yeah, sometimes you can go to a Michelin star restaurant, an intricately assembled meal. Sometimes you just want you just want a little fast food in your life.
Yeah, well, that's what Entropic have. A little of McDonald's logo blazing on their shoulder, Hawk, and they're the masters of that, I'm sure. Here come Redstar over the top. It's 1 pick onto Force. They're trying to deal with the stack, and they're doing it so well. Redstar just dismantling every single piece. Dreamer snatches away the bench players. Lackey will not leave the round empty-handed. Does get a deagle kill for his troubles, but Fiend back in with 3. What would you go to, Hawker? You're more of a fast food guy or a Michelin star?
Probably fast food. I'm gonna be honest.
Dude, Michelin star restaurants. Surely,
I don't think I've ever been to a Michelin
it's probably
star
just
restaurant.
it's small dishes. Like not a lot of food. I mean, you pay a lot of money, you don't actually feel full. But at least you don't get coronary heart disease. So I suppose it's a good trade-off.
Pros and cons to everything in life, Dinka.
It certainly is.
Back to the buy. Arn has that AWP in his hands. Entropic don't have that same luxury, and we've seen Entropic wanting to go into that double AWP setup previously. That flash into mid, though, allows an easy kill for Lackey.
Yeah, Ships is just alone in that early mid play. We have seen that a few times in this competition so far. He tries to take that heads-up play, the heads-up fight. Hasn't worked out all of the time, so Red Star's turn to try and pull that back, but Crad is aware of the ramp play. He checks for Red Star and has eliminated him. Now he's worried about the palace drop, but he gets the timing. He looked the wrong way. Dreamer was caught by his teammates Flash, and Crad able to hold on. Rotation starting to come over and help us. There's just Bubble left, the in-game leader of the Bulgarians trying to make it happen. AWP in his hands as he's tucked in behind ramp. Very unlikely to be spotted. And Forrester will eliminate him from play. So Entropic definitely looking like the majority of their gun rounds are comfortable. And that's just a classic round we've seen a few times from Fiend Hawk in this competition, where maybe some of those heads-up plays don't really work out so well.
I think they did make the right read and the right call after they lost Ships early, because they realized Entropic were putting quite a lot of presence on mid. They had a couple of players there probably trying to set up that mid control. So they just try and take ground at A while that distraction is being run towards mid. But unfortunately, it relies on you winning those fights towards A. And as soon as that doesn't happen, the round is likely going against you. They still have the buy in this one, though. Entropic are still searching for that early pick on mid, but taking it slightly slower this time. Finally starting to establish that control.
Lackey's peeking out towards short. He had some massive performances, as mentioned by you earlier today, Hawker. In this competition, he's been finding a lot of multi-kills, a lot of impact. He's playing a little bit more of a solid position here on CT side. If you're playing in this short spot, you can get away with a lot if you have good synergy with this connector player. Lackey will be smoked off with that utility. That'll force him back into ladder room. Fiend just a little bit more methodical in this mid-take. Smoking the top connector. Bubble runs in, and he's just cracked open the head of Nickelback. Red Star underneath the window at least gets shredded out quickly by Lackey, but that kill from Bubble has created a lot of space, and if they can remove Lackey, who no longer has a support network, he might just be down and open up a huge chance. So Lackey had more pressure on his position, and luckily deals with it.
The CTs have been severed in half here, though. They've lost mid control. They've got 2 towards the B side of the map, 2 towards A. The trade not there initially, but eyes still focused on Lackey's position. Now he goes down. They try and take initiative at A, but they lose a further fight.
And now just Elian and Forrester. 2 versus 3 as Fiend hold the advantage. They have 1 versus 2 fights wherever they go here. It looks like they want to come through the connector, and that's Bubble giving away the 1v1 fight. And they're separating this into chances, and Elian's going to take all of them. Hard now in a 1 versus 2. He's trying to get it into the 1v1 fight quickly, and he's not too far off that shot. But Elian's just hiding, buying time, and he'll get himself another shot. Elian with the 3K alone just takes every chance given to him, and he does not miss.
Elian showing us that he is the star man for this Entropic roster still. Even if he's not been their highest rated player at this tournament, he is normally their go-to guy. I don't know if I would quite go as far as Dweg and Jay and put him in the top 3 players of the year. That seems a bit extreme for me with Elian, but he's proven he's a solid AWPer, I think, throughout this campaign for Entropic.
Yeah, I think Elian has looked fantastic. You know, at LAN, he was one of the AWPers that really transitioned into LAN and shows that he's got the chops to do it against some of the best teams and really show up. And online, you know, Entropic have had their struggles, let's be real. Towards the start of the major, they were playing a couple of qualifiers against some weaker teams, and the results didn't look so solid. So I was actually very pleasantly surprised with the performance out of these guys at the major, and Elian was certainly the player that for me was the most impressive.
You know, I'm impressed. I'm sipping the Elian Kool-Aid right now, but I think Dweg and Jay have just slowed the whole thing down. They're really on the Elian hype train. Can't blame him though. He has been such a revelation. This entire team has been. It's hard not to like this story.
Yeah, certainly so, but here comes the play out of Palace. Ships with the one big crack goes down as Nickelback looks to hold on. A second kill from him from Underwood. 3 in the round. He'll finally be netted out of play. And now Bubble and Harn in a 2 versus 3. So Coming down in towards the ramp as the Molotov keeps Alien back. Harn goes over the site and back in Palace. This quick play from Fiend has been severed off and they're now running it back. Congregating back in T-spawn. That rotation from Entropic has been fully made towards the other side of the map. So they're going to try and beeline it to the other side.
And this is the upside when you set the tone of those early round executes, those early round pushes that Fiend have been going for. You will draw out these rotations. And if you can double back, it can pay off for you. But Lackey might have the perfect timing.
Ow, he does. He spotted out the bomb. Luckily, Bubble is there. He will snatch that kill back very quickly. Now pulls out the AWP for the clutch. Wonder how that will help things out here at all. Bubble's jumped out the window. He's looking to try and take the 1v1 fight before committing to it. And he actually had his opportunity. Couldn't quite connect onto Alien, so pulls out the Tech 9 instead. And the rattle of the Tech 9 is not going to be enough to bring down Alien. Bubble did have a shot there winning the round. Just misses the shot, unfortunately.
Fiend have constantly been keeping the pressure on Entropic, but Entropic consistently just about doing enough to win these rounds. This time, Lackey getting back to B makes a big difference because it gets them that information early. They know that it is going to be the play back to the B site, so they can arrive in time. The tough thing when playing against Fiend, though, is oftentimes the rounds will not be clean. So your economy is going to be a really hard thing to build, and you can even see that in this round where Krad has the MP9.
Yeah, the Bulgarians like to brawl, that's for sure. Let's see if they can take down Krad's aggressive play. He often will be that player, just trying to get some aggression going. He doesn't mind playing on the SMGs, Hawker. We see it a lot. We're going to see that a little bit later on with Ancient as well.
Yeah, so I wrote down one word next to each player just to describe them in general. For Nickelback, I wrote down IGL. For Elian, I wrote down AWP. For Krad, I just wrote down mad. Because he is a madman.
Yes, he is certainly a mad one. You know, a couple of different words you could maybe put after mad, but not say it for broadcast. But certainly they would fit Krad.
Oh, this timing's nice. Lackey might not be ready for this position. He's rotating into it.
Ships is in a good spot. Lackey's going to walk right into the Deagle. Lackey brought down an M4 picked up now to play with. That bomb is starting to circulate back from spawn. It's gone back in towards top middle and into the B apartments instead.
They can't rotate to help B, though.
Yeah, they could crunch, and there's one player inside of the site. Forrester's alone. And now comes the fight. Ships. Oh, he's unable to win it. He takes the fight a little preemptively, and so that player up in B can no longer just split into the site with him. He has to go through the underpass and try and play with his teammate Dreamer, and he'll go down. Elian's created that space. Bubble now alone. Oh, and Elian's just having a great game here, Hawk. Another 3K from him.
Another drawn-out round where Fiend try and use those timing windows to get them the advantage. They just couldn't make the most of the positional advantage they'd found. It was going to be really hard for Entropic to respond with the rotate there because Elian was the player in CT with the AWP. He didn't want to rotate into Kitchen. He didn't want to take that risk of pushing through, but Ships ends up losing out in that 1v1 fight. And then from there, Entropic still have players on A ready to handle the play that Fiend went for, and they've lost a player early in this round again. Elian's on a tear right now.
Yeah, Elian down and to 17 HP, but he's happy with the start he's got. Brad's starting to fend off this A side of the attack as well. Fiend have lost 2 players early. A couple of interviews Bubble gave at this event, he said that sometimes this Fiend side has struggled making space, and they really are struggling right now at trying to crack open some space into this Entropic side. It's very difficult to cut through these players, and they're just so lightning fast on the kills coming through.
Being 2 players down is always hard to come back from on the T side. Even with some damage done to Elian, Dreamer may just try and make the play out through A. Not a bad idea to try and force this fight, and Krag could have been caught, but Dreamer actually drops down. Somehow gets away with one.
Forrester's trying to get through jungle. Bubble pushes forward into Forrester, and Forrester will lose his life. Bubble cleaves his head right off his shoulder. And now 3 players stand for Entropic. They may not have found early round success here, Fiend, but they're clawing their way back in. And Krad was one of the players that found that early kill for Entropic. He's done a great job just killing down the numbers again. It's Bubble into the clutch. Now, Bubble has had a couple of great rounds in this competition for Fiend. The experience certainly hangs out of him. Krad just trying to make it uncomfortable, though. And Bubble comes off the plant, and because of that, now has to deal with so many players at different angles. But Krad jumps up, and with the headshot, Bubble cuts the numbers down. Commits now to the bomb plant and gets money at least for the next. But he's looking to clutch it out and had a chance onto Lackey. Just couldn't get the headshot to land. And the Lackey swing out for the headshot confirms in 9th round for Entropic. These rounds, I think, are closer than the scoreline leads to, Hawker.
Yeah, all the rounds keep on coming close, but it's always Entropic that are just able to take the sting out of that early attack. And that is really the way you have to beat Fiend as a team. If you can just slow things down early and get 1 or 2 early trade kills and just slow down that early aggression, that is the best way to try and beat this side. Another round as well where Lackey has impact on the rotate. He's continued his fine form, up to 13 kills, constantly rotating in from B, constantly having impact whenever he has to retake.
Yeah. But the cool thing about Fiend as well here, Hawk, is the fact that, yeah, you point out that early aggression on T side not working out. The amount of rounds they picked up certainly hasn't been fantastic, but they are showing they have got some of these individuals showing up, warmed up and ready to go, but it's their CT half that has been so strong on Mirage. They can often get a slow start on T side, but they can pull it back on CT. We've seen that yesterday.
That's definitely what they will be looking for. Even if you look throughout this event, the story of how both of these teams got to the semi-final is just completely opposite. Entropic book their spot straight in the semi-final off the back of their opening best-of-1 win against Sinners and then their best-of-3 win against Enterprise. Meanwhile, Fiend were nearly out in the play-in straight away. They had to go up against Whistler after losing their opening best-of-1. They've come back. They ended up beating Gambit, then lost against Big. It's been such a turbulent story for these Fiend guys.
Oh, yeah.
But they said that part of the reason why they've been able to grow into the tournament like this is that they literally had 0 minutes of practice with ships coming into this event. The most synergy they got was over on the plane together.
Yeah, and probably a little bit more of that, Hawk, if they did have that match 2 days before they flew on that flight together where they played against ships. And he performed pretty well against them, but Fiend did get the win against Skid. So that just kind of shows that how relevant the practice can be. You know, this whole event, they're just trying to figure out how can we use ships. And I think that is something Bubble has been talking about a bit, has been how difficult it is to call with a stand-in and try and figure out how can you incorporate this player. And I think Fiend struggled with that early, but they're starting to find their niche now.
Flexing the knife as we get underway into round 13. Shout out to our observer team for that one. Nickelback jumping up to short early. This mid control has been a constant issue for Fiend. They've not been able to win these early fights. This time they're going slightly slower, and the run boost will get them out early.
Yeah, and they've sent ships out in behind these top mid boxes. Nades are going to go in to try and chunk down his health. Chips has had a pretty tough time a lot of the time here at this event. Just with that style of play where you're just running in, you're trying to create that space. You are going to end up either getting that pick or you're just down and out. This time, though, in the round, Bubble and Ships get the kills to start off the round, and they've got the advantages off the early play, which is something they just didn't have in the previous. So Crab realizes he's got to pull that kill back, and he pushes through ramp. Elian has been tested again and again, but this time does not pass. Luckily, Crab makes sure they shall not pass into the site. 2 kills as Ships and Bubble hit the deck, and suddenly the numbers are back into even odds. Forster, though, is the player that has to do the heavy lifting. He's the one with health, and Horn is spamming through. He catches the time, he catches the spot, and he'll take his kill. Forrester down. Crad made the run back through T-spawn. He's back in the middle, but he's so low on health, Hawker.
Oh, and Hans just tucked back into jungle. It's so hard now for Crad to find these fights. I think he may be giving up on this unless he can find something this second. Oh. He's got the backstab, but has he got time?
No,
I don't think so.
No, not at all. He's just not in the position to do it. So Crad, he does everything he can, gets a 4K into this round. He's just killing everybody left and right. But it's that early round success from Fiend that gets them this round, Hawker.
Yeah, that was really Crad having to try and make a hero play because they were on the back foot already. He had to push into A ramp, and those are the scenarios where Crad can sometimes bail you out with his crazy plays. Unfortunately, this time unsuccessful. But most importantly, getting those early kills meant that Elian this time wasn't actually ready in CT. We've seen him so many times just play that ticket booth position, land shots in towards connector, but this time with Fiend finding mid control much sooner off the back of those early kills, they weren't slowed down. Elian wasn't able to get there in time, and now they're going for a fast B play.
Yeah, they're going straight in, all in, and they should have spotted Lackey, but they didn't see him go into the corner, and they hop out, finally starting to clear it. Forster and Lackey with 2 picks. They've done well here on the CT side to hold off this B rush. Fiend are trying to find a way back in, but there's just no opportunity. Forrester cuts them down. Deforestation in the B apartments. 10 rounds for Entropic. And Team Fiend, that is just the classic round where they love to run those, but they just don't find the openings. And Tropic are very good at stopping that aggression a lot of the time.
They look very well drilled on that sense. I'm sure Hooch has something to do with that too. Just always making sure this team are 100% prepared at the start of the round. Because a lot of teams you see going up against Fiend just aren't always 100% ready for that first fight. You maybe lose focus for a second or two, and they can be at your throats. But that hasn't been the case here for Entropic. They have been on top of their game. Krad's looking to get on top at the start of this round.
Oh, Krad certainly is. He's off to a good start as well with a headshot. Harn is down as Nickelback is going to turn into the connector. And just like the bandit is dead. And now we have a 10v4. Ellie with a pick. Ships is down. And 3v4 right now for Entropic. They're going to feel pretty good about this because they still have this wombo combo of Krad and Elian inside of the site. And that is exactly what it can deliver when you go for these late round A plays. It is just so strong 90% of the time. Again, Fiend struggle to post rounds in the T side of Mirage. A lot of close rounds, a lot of clutches having to come through. And, you know, I feel bad for Fiend not getting enough there. Could have been a much better half, but we know they can have strong CT showings.
They definitely can. Did you know Elian always had better stats than Harn when they played against each other? That can oftentimes be a difference when you're going up against a team just maybe slightly higher level than you. That AWP difference can oftentimes be a massive difference maker. And especially with Fiend's style of play, Elian's been able to find some really good positions and just lock it down.
And I'm sure this matchup doesn't really favor Harn being able to have those big pop-off performances a lot of the time as well, because we see Nuke come in a lot in this series. And as you point out, we look at this matchup and you see Nuke isn't a map that Harn's particularly comfortable on. He doesn't really play that main AWP role, and he's more of that ramp anchor. And obviously as a ramp anchor on Nuke on CT side, you can be punished a lot, so that's going to hurt his stats a little bit. But today, we don't have a Nuke in this series. Maybe that's reading into Entropic's weaker performances early on in the competition, not wanting to go into it, having a little bit less material to work with on Ancient.
We've seen Fiend come back on Mirage already this tournament, and if they win this CT pistol, you do not want to count them out. If you haven't been watching here at V4, they are always scary on this CT side of Mirage.
Last time they played, Fiend won 70 rounds. They're only able to post 6 on the CT side versus Entropic. They're going to be looking for a better showing today. In fact, they need a better showing on their map pick. Pistol is again slow to start. That's just Entropic holding for some of that Bulgarian aggression. It hasn't come through, so missed Molotov into window, and Harn's going to play with that. They have to be aware it failed, though, and they are. So they start rattling shots in towards window. They're now trying to test Dreamer, who's looking to hold from short. He's trying to pick up this first pick. He is certainly under pressure, but at least he's got help. In fact, the rotation has come in here completely from the CT side of Fiend. They're on the right side of the map, and now it's just about getting the kills. But Forrester and Nickelback at the play is getting those. As Bubble and Hard try to deny the bomb plant, they swing out and get 2 kills in tandem. And just like that, Laku, who went into his post-plant position, has to recover the bomb because it never went down. And he's got a clutch out of 1v2. They've spotted him, and he's taking damage at the start of the round. He's down to 47 HP, and he had no Kevlar to help him out. That's the pistol going so horribly wrong for Entropic towards the end of the round. Just that chaos created from Fiend.
Yeah, and Fiend just had that 3-man B stack in place quite early in the round. Harn, who was playing mid, was the last man rotating over. The one man they didn't expect to still be on the site. And then Fiend played that 2v1 really wisely there. One player's just jumping around on the site, forcing Lackey to try and just push his position. And Harn was playing out in the open on an off angle. And speaking of Harn, he wants to save some money in this round. He feels confident that it will be an eco from Entropic. And they are correct. So he can stick with that USP and keep some money in the bank.
Oh, shit. Looking for the lineup, gets 1 pick, and Forrester trades it out with a P250. We aren't expecting too much to come through here from the T's unless any crazy mistakes happen from Fiend. This is kind of round that should just be nice and easy pickings. Harn is taking 1, Bubble has followed up, and the bomb is now down on the ground. Forrester and Krad into a 2 versus 4. He'll behind the bench here. Krad actually eliminates Red Star. Had that huge performance with the Glock a couple of days ago, Hawk. We know he can wield that weapon, but now he's got an M4. Obviously, you'd love a bomb plant here. They just don't have the bomb on their backs. That's the problem.
Yeah, it is over on A. About as far away as it could be.
Yeah, just a little walk, I think. It's across the map. You just got to shift all the way over with really no shot at winning this round. Krad wouldn't be too bad to save the A1S, though.
Your friend tells you you're taking a slight detour, and then you realize it's actually just a complete reroute.
Has that ever happened to you, Hawker?
Probably.
Look at Krad's position, though. Dreamer's in towards ladder room. Krad is going to peek down in towards the site. Peeking down, Dreamer in a position at ladder room. Begins to swing around the backside. He's going to hear them running. 15 seconds. Krad gets caught. That's the M4 out of play. The only valuable piece of weaponry. And Forrest is just charging in. He's actually taking a kill on Harn. 5 seconds now remain. He does not want to die after the time here, Forrester, and you're actually in a pretty weak position. You could get caught after this timer runs down. And Bubble is going to eliminate Forrester, who now only has $2,900 and nothing to show for it.
I thought they were just going to get a move on and run in through connector in that position, because even if you go down, that's kind of okay, because you would rather just have the full gun round into the next. Going all the way in through window and CT means there is the possibility that you end up losing out. Even if you did save there, it would have just been the FAMAS. Now he just gets a Mac 10 into this one. So a bit of a shame for Entropic, but everyone else should have their weapon of choice ahead of this one. Got the AKs out across the board. No AWP available for them. Lackey's taking the Mac 10, leading the charge towards B.
Yeah, Lackey at the front charge, but it's been slowed down completely here. Entropic are not able to just charge through the way they would like, but now they've got to go. They're running down, and Harn had utility in his hand. Luckily, also had the help and friendship of Red Star that keeps him up and in battle. Harn is out of the round now, though. Couldn't keep him alive for long enough, and now Red Star joins him. 2 down in the grave, and this is starting to become a big problem as the bomb plant completed for Entropic, and the round there as well. Fiend have no shot at getting back in. They're going to save their weapons, and that means Entropic find success early on the T-sided gun rounds. They're up to 12, and they now double the scoreline. The Fiend currently hold of 6 rounds. This is not exactly the ideal start for Fiend. They would have loved to have been able to win this gun round as well and just build that up, but Entropic get on the board with a play into the B site.
They just got so deep into the B site so quickly. Fiend having that rotating player who wasn't even ready for a player to be pushed into the site so far. And also, Red Star was put in a position where he just dived into a smoke to try and survive on the site. Because they were so deep in, he didn't think he could just play at the back of the site and survive for long enough. So they're not even allowed to really take the fights. Great round win for Entropic. They are looking good right now in this series. And we were kind of pegging them as one of the teams that perhaps could make it through to that final. They're looking good to do so right now.
Sounds fun. But I mean, we are definitely seeing them as a potential, dark horse in the competition. A few days ago, I was seeing Entropic with the performance we were seeing from Gambit. I thought they looked wounded walking through their way through this competition. But Gambit have pulled up their socks at the moment, so certainly still looking like the favorites of the competition as they locked themselves in a grand final spot. I think that semi-final we had earlier today was a real treat to watch. Big, showing a decent fight on Dust too, but Gambit starting to look more and more like the Gambit we expected. And so both of these teams are going to be aware of the fact that even when they push their way through this difficult semi-final, on the other side of it is going to be a very difficult opponent waiting for them. And Entropic would love to just try and close this. They are the favorites for this matchup. Fiend's job is to try and create the chaos and really pull the upset here. And fair play to this team getting to the stage in the competition, Hockey. It isn't an easy feat. There are a lot of good teams at this event, and you're playing with a standard.
And they beat out one of our invited teams in Movistar Riders to get here into this semi-final. But right now, their map pick not going according to plan. Fiend at 12-6 down on their choice. They fully invested into this one, and they only have 2 M4s to show for it. So this could be the breaking point here for Fiend. If they lose this one, it's going to be hard to come back.
Yeah, you can have your say and interact on social media, Instagram/V4 Future Sports. The Entropic fans have come out in force today. So if you're a Bulgarian and want to start backing your team, you could do that over on Instagram. But we're right back into what is looking like an A play being set up for Entropic. They have one player over to the other side of the map who will be playing that lurk role in the form of Krad. Will come out of underpass later on, but it is still going to be this play into A, starting to come out of the ramp. They've got to deal with that information that's going to be picked up initially by ships, but the main problem lies under the wood. There's 2 players there. Red Star smoked it off and dropped back into default, and he's hit the first shot. This smoke has given them a wall, some extra cover to play with, and isolate these fights. And all the kills are coming in for Fiend as the Lion and Nickelback are stuck in a 2 versus 5. It's difficult to claw this one back, but Ellie and a Nickelback can certainly try. They found 2 kills and cut the numbers down. The Eagle still stands in Red Star, and it's still still doing damage. And now it is Elian all alone, and we know how good he is, but this is still too much of an ask. Fiend win the round they shouldn't have done, and that has given them a lifeline back into the comeback.
Fiend just try and make those fights as awkward as possible by deploying some smokes. That's something that Entropic wouldn't have really maybe had in their minds as they were moving into the A site. Those are smokes you don't see all that often deployed by the CT, so it just makes those fights slightly more awkward. You can't pre-plan in your mind what your entry route will be when those CT smokes go down, and that gives Fiend a chance to actually find some fair fights. They did such a good job there.
Yeah, really, it worked out so well for them.
No.
They didn't have the numbers, but that smoke goes into the fire, doesn't do a whole lot about it. Crowd, unfortunately, very lucky for him, stays alive. The nades are soaring in after him, really trying to pull Crowd out of the round early. But speaking of early, this is certainly an early play into the A side. Lackey and Forrester win with 2 huge openings. Harn has taken a lot of damage. He's down in 15 HP, but he at least got a kill on the way through. 2 players have been heavily damaged for Entropic, but they've still got the man advantage in play. Red Star's Csgo soaring through, but it's not going to connect out to anybody. Elian's trying to be a nuisance inside of the smoke. And this position, I don't think they're going to be expecting him to be so close as he faces away the smoke. Good recovery onto the spray. And he's worried about the second player being close, so he pulls out the Glock. Not enough ammo left. And for Fiend, not enough chances left in the round. They're backing away to save. Dreamer's hanging around the site to see if he can get kills on the way out. But this is the problem for Fiend. You need to start winning rounds consistently, Hawker. And Entropic just answer back with a blistering round on the A site.
Crad was just an absolute tank in this round on mid, and now Elliot making life even more depressing for Fiend off the back of this round loss. One more gun taken away from them. Han saves the AK, but yeah, Crad just that tank at mid, just not just tanking all the bullets and the nades coming into him, but just drawing the distraction.
Yeah, he was like the Terminator. He was just taking everything, man, but he just didn't go down. Tank in and out of the game, Crad. But yeah, the distraction really helps out because they're all focused on the mid-fire, right? You just see the explosion that catches them off guard coming out of palace swings.
Just a little tap from Ellen at the end there too. Fiend again have to come through with a win, with a weakened buy. They did it previously, but you don't want to be put in this position too often. Again, no money in the bank. If they lose this, they're in trouble. And Elian is just tapping heads right now.
Yeah, you love to see that. Elian with a great opening. Let's give him that man advantage into play for Entropic.
He's making the AK look like the AWP.
He really is. Just, he forgot. He thinks every weapon in the game is just one shot.
Apparently it is in his hands.
Yeah. Just didn't know it did that, Hawk. It doesn't work like that for me. Bubble. Trying to do damage through the smoke.
This looks like me in matchmaking right now. Just trying everything I can.
Just see what, shoot everything at the wall, see what sticks. Sometimes nothing. Here goes Lackey. Front charge. Harn. Good kill. Again, not really enough done. Just 1 pick. So Red Star's going to have a lot more pressure on his shoulders as his teammates are down. It's Red Star and Ships trying to pick up the scraps. They've done well to get a couple. They've actually pulled it into a 2 versus 2. But Elian really is using the AK like he's a machine. He's the Terminator himself in this round. And Nickelback was waiting for the force back. He knew exactly where Bubble was. And this is just systematic destruction coming in from Entropic. You know, Hooch is sitting behind him, watching his side just construct a demonic performance against this Team Fiend side. And, you know, we talk about the CT comebacks, but what worked yesterday for Fiend on the CT comeback versus Movistar was cancelling out Movistar entirely. They had the good start on the CT side. They kept it going. They got a rhythm. But Entropic are preventing that rhythm from being built up. It's just staccato right now.
Alien's sat here saying, who needs to spray when you can just shoot him in the head?
Yeah,
that's his
true.
philosophy.
It's like Scream, you know? But still plays Counter-Strike.
This is the position where Fiend get put into their breaking point. They had that moment earlier where they were able to come through with the weakened buy. Yeah. This time it proves too difficult. Even though they kept that round close and Entropic don't have money on some players, the CT economy is more difficult to manage. Really impressive performance from Entropic so far, though. Not a lot of teams are able to have this sort of lead against Fiend because eventually their money will get broken on their CT side, but they always managed to hold on when they had to. And now here on T side, it honestly feels like Entropic have taken some pages out of Fiend's book. They've gone for some fast plays. They've been able to catch Fiend off guard on occasion. And they should be set to get their 15th round.
Hard slip around the backside. Good shot with the deagle into the back of head of Nickelback. Ships tries to work with that, and actually they're getting a couple of kills here for the CTs. The USPs have even come to play. They've brought the potato guns to the yard, and they've actually worked out Bubble and Hahn in a 2v2, as Bubble now does not have just a USP. Instead, he has an AK, and Hahn's made the right read to go over to the B site. This could be a nightmare if he lands just one shot. It's suddenly all Crad, and Crad has to win in 1 versus 2. We spoke about maybe Fiend getting their backs broken in this round, but well, suddenly it's Entropic who are on the A&E table. Crad is looking to be the surgeon to surgically remove Bubble from the round. Would mean a headshot straight through the window, but he's missed the timing, and because of that, Harn unchecked at bench. Crad was not ready, and the headshot from Harn confirms an 8th round, and that is the miracle round. That's the round you're just not expected to see, and Team Fiend are giving themselves a shot back into game.
Oh, I should have known to never count Fiend out, Dinko. I should have known. They're always a team
Never
that can come through with a round than you least expect it. Hahn able to catch the timing in behind, and then the fact that he survives means it just turns into complete chaos in connector. He gets back to the B site for another kill and snuck in behind the bench. He finishes the job. Nice to see Hahn having some good impact, and now finally Fiend get that double AWP setup they've been wanting to try and get that streak going on their CT side.
Yeah, Crad is going to charge his way forward with the Tech 9 and actually catches a chance there on the Red Star. Would have been a disaster for Fiend to lose the first pick in that fashion, but they're trying to quick play the A again. Elian has dropped down ships to the edge of the smoke, and Crad tries to overrun the AWPer, and he's done it. Oh no, not like this, Fiend. You've given yourselves a chance. You've got yourselves afloat again, and suddenly it's all going down the drain. Here comes the play out. Forrester out of Palace. Bubble trying to get a good spot, but Forrester just locked him out of the round, and suddenly it's all Dreamer, and he might just have to dream on, because this is not looking like a winnable round at all. He'll pick up Elliot on the way through. You know, we talk about Dreamer. We said it time and time again. He can pull off clutches. Can he do it this time? He's certainly starting to do it. And his dream is starting to turn into Entropic's nightmare. And Crad looks to save them. 1 versus 1 lineup on the bomb. Smoke is up, spotted the player up on top of the boxes. Dreamer's trying to find out where Crad is playing from. He's got to know where the bomb is planted. He's trying to find the chance, and now onto the defuse. Crad can't spam, so he goes to the Tech 9. He's not able to do it. The defuse comes in, and Dreamer pulls off a miracle round again for Fiend. The magic that's keeping him in play is the Dreamer that gets them the dream round win.
How are they still in this one? That is what I'm asking. That is what Entropic will be asking. They let it slip. Hahn gets that first kill, but it's his teammate that had to do everything else. Entropic in such a good spot. They try and combine. They try and peek onto Dreamer. And look here, he's able to transition back as this second player peeks.
Nuts.
That was the moment that the round became doable. Dreamer stepping up. We said he hasn't been having his best tournament so far. He's come through with a crazy play there.
Yeah, and to the Sandman, he's put him to sleep. And now we have some weaker weaponry available for Entropic, but you can't count them out time and time again, Hawk. In these situations, they have been able to win rounds like this, and that has been the problem for Fiend. They often get a chance to get this round that's keeping them in play, but Entropic are relentless, merciless in terms of how they're replying with round wins.
Entropic also need to make sure they don't let these recent rounds get in their heads. They have been doing almost everything right. In that round especially, they did everything to get the advantage, but in this one, it's Hahn and Red Star getting the advantage for Fiend. That double AWP setup, striking early, leaving Entropic with a really hard round to salvage.
This is great from Fiend. This is the start they need into a round like this. Just stifle any nerves, any aggression. Just slow the round down. Keep those early advantages. Have no opportunity for Entropic to trade it out. And with 30 seconds left, Entropic really do not stand a great chance at winning this round. A save call might actually be a pretty good shot, because you look over at what Fiend have in the bank, Hawk, there's not a lot of money there, so they're unlikely to want to hunt down these rifles. And if Entropic are to go into this unlikely attempt at the round, they wouldn't have money for the next round to get this AWP out in Elian's hands, to get those AKs. Save call has to be made here, and Entropic have made it now. 10 rounds for Fiend.
I'm hoping this is a chance for Entropic to reflect on the fact that they are still in a really solid spot here on their opponent's map pick. It may feel bad right now, considering the lead they had and considering the opportunities they've had. But at the end of the day, you can't change the past, Dinko. As hard as you try, you've got to take your best foot forwards.
Very philosophical of you, Hawker.
That's how you have to live life, man.
It's 5 in the afternoon.
It's never too late to change.
Yeah, that's, you know, the inspirational speaker Hawker. Maybe that's
what Hooch is saying right now.
Certainly, you could join Hooch camp. We had Pasha on the desk earlier with Pasha London School. Maybe you can open up your own inspirational school with in part with Hooch.
If you believe, you will achieve.
Yeah, Shia LaBeouf or something as well.
Well, a much needed timeout, I think, at that point for Entropic. You could just see on their faces a couple of players were getting a little frustrated, getting a little irritated by the way they were losing those rounds.
And Hooch is one of the best coaches you can have right now, especially at this level of event, right? He's just such an experienced player. You know, anything Counter-Strike, from the oldest days before we were probably even walking Hawker, Hooch has probably been playing Counter-Strike. So much experience.
This shot on mid early, but Hahn is still sitting in connector with that second AWP, and he should have heard Forrester running up below him.
Ooh, Forrester's got in a good spot here early. He's underneath the window. The smoke isn't great into so he can just watch into ladder room and pick up that information, lock that position down. And Tropic, I think, will be pretty happy with the map control they've been able to gleam early.
They don't have much utility any longer, though, so actually moving into a bomb site could be difficult. That's their final smoke used into top connector. They have to use that to take this connector control, but the molly will make life a little awkward for them.
It looks like they're just going to try and crunch. Because you said there's not much utility, they're just going to try and get into short and take some fights on a bubble. Red Star could have helped out by dropping the numbers, but there is 2 players inside of the B site. A third is now rotated over of Red Star getting here in time. And Dreamer's position can be helped out massively because obviously they don't expect it, but the distraction of bubble is helping out entirely. And Dreamer is going to try his best just to pick up a few as well. Brad finally removes him, forcibly removes him from the round. In fact, Bubble does a fantastic job in this round at getting 2. But Crad and Ellie, and 2 players that had a massive performance in the first half on the CT side, are looking to deal a damaging blow on the T side of things. But Ships is flank around the backside. Should be enough, but Elliot gets the right read, just couldn't connect the shot.
A lack of utility ends up being costly. They get some kills onto the B site. I think it was the right call, as you pointed out, to just up the pace onto B. They saw that they didn't have the utility to make a late round play happen, so they call for the B-sided aggression. The CTs just had too many players in position. 4 rounds in a row for Fiend. A couple of rounds you could argue they shouldn't have won, but they've made it happen. Now Entropic have to go back down to pistols, and round by round, it starts to get more and more scary.
Harn looks through the smoke at top mid. He's actually legged Lackey, who was just dancing with death, asking to be killed there as he crossed in and out of the smoke. Alien at the beginning of the round is jeweled and removed by the edgy. Tech 9 has found some damage in this game so far. You would hope he can find something here again. Crad is having another good performance. Again, I pointed out he was the highest rated player when Fiend took on Entropic just a few days ago in another tournament. Certainly having another one of those performances. Maybe not in this round. He's caught out by Red Star. And Forrester and Nickelback now the 2 remaining players left for Entropic. Lovely shot from Nickelback. Was having a lot of fun in the walkthrough, Hawk. You know, he was comfortable on the stage, just walking through with the smoke machines. Haven't seen too much of that from other players in this competition.
I think it might come back somewhat to what Kassad was saying on the desk, where he thinks this Entropic team are just on such a positive mindset, having been improving over the months, that they are just fully confident right now, even if they aren't a team who have the most LAN experience at the event. You can see the confidence was flowing through them, but maybe that's starting to falter now. Only 2 rounds in it.
And the opposite can start to be said for Fiend, right? Slow starting the Mirage yet again. They have to pick it into Entropic. And Yanka was saying on the desk before this, you know, Entropic have been the kings of Mirage in this competition, and Fiend picked it into them. And they're having confidence in terms of the CT comeback. Once again, they've got themselves back into contention. The problem over the recent rounds has been for Entropic, they haven't had resources to win rounds. Now they've got all the resources available. This is the biggest test Team Fiend have seen in a long time in this second half.
Early utility out to B. Bubble as that B anchor. May start to consider whether he needs assistance. So far, though, with utility available, he will be okay. Although that shallow smoke means Lackey can push up and start to create some noise. Even if this doesn't end in a B play, it's going to give something for them to think about as he goes running in.
It's a self-execute from Lackey. He's flashed himself in. Ellen's actually helped out as well with a flash over the top.
This
Bubble
is a fake.
has hit down because it's all just one player trying to get into the site, and they've kept numbers here on the other side. Dreamer gets caught. Crab brings down hard, and now it's on to one player. Ships over towards A, trying to keep the numbers within touching distance, but it's just one pick for him. Red Star's holding into window. He's heard the steps of Crad, and because of that, now looking for the shot. A lovely one down onto Crad, but because of the time that is left, and Entropic realize they can bring the bomb back, go back to the site where Lackey had the self-entry.
Yeah, screw it. If you're not going to fall for our fake, we'll just make the fake the actual play. That's the call they've made, but the AWP could get it just in time.
And Red Star's going to try and cut off that bomb from getting safely over towards the site. Lucky they have a flash available. We'll see if Nickelback uses it into the AWP. It's not going to blind Red Star, though. He misses his shot in the crossover, though, and that is going to allow the bomb to be planted. Not only that, but they have a player in the apartments for the post plant. This is looking difficult for Fiend to win. There's not any utility to force that player out of the apartments. There's no flash to get him off the angle, and so Elian has confirmed a kill, and they know exactly where the last player is, and Red Star can't do it. He just can't get back into the site. It's a tough pill to swallow, but one that is needed. 15 rounds for Entropic on their opponent's map pick. They're looking to try and take map 1. Lots of money available on the players here for Fiend, though, so the buy will come into this next round, Hawker.
And credit to Entropic for realizing after they started to enter that A site that they didn't need to overthink things at that point. They were running into players, they were running into resistance, so they just come back to B. It is really hard to flash that short angle from the apartments. You see the flash unsuccessful, so there was that chance for Red Star to maybe get that one kill they needed, but as soon as that shot was missed, they were in trouble. Is that an SG scope?
No, it looks like the kaleidoscope you used to have when you were a kid. Remember, it's like little pictures.
I haven't thought about a kaleidoscope in years.
Just to get them in like proper good Christmas crackers. You just like crack it open. When you weren't getting nothing, and a terrible joke, you would sometimes get a kaleidoscope.
Oh, Han just went straight through his own molly, running up mid early.
Oh, and this is looking to be a collision course for Han as he cuts down the run boosted attempt. Elling was the bottom player, and he's gone. Lackey swings into the open, but Dreamer already had the angle. And so for that, it is 2 kills early for Fiend, and Entropic's chances at getting 16 in this attempt are very, very slim. They do have plenty of time to work their way back into this round. The amount of times we've said a round looks unwinnable, looks very hard to pull off. The amount of times these players have been able to pull it back, you can never count them out.
It's Fiend able to capitalize upon the chaos of the early mid control. Often the game plan they like to go with. They mollied that window smoke themselves to create the gap, but Han just ran up, got there before the run boost was allowed. Tropic still looking for a kill, and they've been given that opportunity. Now they could collapse on this A-bomb site.
Forcer's trying to get the timing out of Palace as well. If he can find this pick in towards Underwood, well, that would be a really big kill to find. And oh, he gets caught in the ladder, and because of that, inaccurate for just a moment. Gives Ships the chance and the up on him. Red Star's shot again misses. He's dropping back, and somehow Entropic have turned this in to a doable situation. Bomb is being planted on the other side of Triple. Bubble moves alone. He's alone, and because of that, that's a 1-for-1 kill. It's back into a 2 versus 2.
And they fall back, they get into decent positions. They're back to the ramp, and the CTs don't have the util.
Crab's got the peek out. The worst shot at first, but he's able to recover it. And now Nickelback, he's on the long wraparound from Palace to try and get back into position. The bomb is planted for his peek out. It's on the left side. And Dreamer's just sticking the defuse. Dreamer's just sticking the defuse, and Nickelback will swing out 16-12. Entropic take the win here on Mirage. And it's Fiend's map pick in this semi-final, and it's gone the other way. I mean, Fiend have got to do it the hard way, heading into Ancient, map number 2. This is a change-up from the last time these teams played. The veto has been shifted. Entropic, instead of going towards that nuke pick, have gone for the Ancient swing. And Entropic did have weaknesses earlier on in this tournament against Enterprise. They do look mortal on this map at times, so it's not completely done for the Fiend side, but it's certainly been increased in difficulty.
I love the way Entropic played that 2v2 though. Crad pushing into CT, realizes the AWP is there, and instead of keeping that control and just waiting for them to assemble the retake, he comes back to the site, swings with Nickelback. They work together to take that first fight, and then they fall back into great post-plant positions. Nickelback able to play around the backside. That composure in the late round scenario for Entropic, that team play that they have built up on this team over time, comes through when they need it to the most. And Entropic got to be feeling good after that first map.
I mean, Entropic definitely have the team play up on Fiend, you know, coming into this competition with 4 of the main roster, Ships standing in. You know, that is obviously a storyline we've run with a lot of the time. You know, Fiend will struggle when it comes to the team play side of things, but what they are so good at is bringing it into the chaos and just pulling them into a mud fight. And we've seen a couple of rounds come out from Fiend, a lot of positive signs in terms of that CT comeback, but they need better starts into games. It's not good enough to just go and get 4 rounds in the first half. You're making it so difficult for yourself. You always bring the scoreline back to a respectable score, but just imagine if they have a better start.
Yeah, and I think they have to hope that heading into the second map, that they have that ability, because it's, you know, not going to be a map where Entropic are maybe as comfortable at times, right? Ancient hasn't exactly looked great for them at times throughout this tournament, so that's what they have to be hoping for, that they can continue to turn it into that mud fight, and I think it's a map where you can do that at times.
There's plenty of mud on Ancient, that's for sure, but we've seen the run back. You know, Hooch is looking at this map, Ancient. I'm sure he's seen a lot that they can fix from that game. Enterprise played solid Counter-Strike, as Yanko even brought up earlier today. It's not like Enterprise are a weak team and it was an underperformance from Entropic. They played some great Counter-Strike, and you can learn a lot from some of the weaker showings.
Absolutely, and when you go ahead and pick it, they have to feel confident in that. So I'm sure they will be feeling great about their chances right now.
Well, I'm feeling great about Ancient coming up. Second map of the semi-final is coming up after the break, but before that, we've got the thoughts of the desk, and that's coming up after the break.
cultural heritage of the Visegrad Four and their 30-year collaboration enrich Europe. The past year and a half has produced unprecedented challenges, which we have faced by helping each other. Europe and the world are entering a new era, and the Visegrad countries are joining forces to shape the continent's future. Recharging Europe.
You are not my friends, you're my brothers, my friend.
The Bulgarian side of Fiend have a lot of fight in them, but this time it wasn't enough. They may have pushed Entropic a little bit, considering how dominant the Mirage performances were going to be, but Entropic are still going to be happy with their opponent, map pick, win. And there was a point, right, when it got into the game and we were thinking Entropic are just going to completely run away with it. What do you guys say, like a 16-7 kind of scoreline? And then a few rounds really just got a little bit too wild, because the Bulgarians can always pull something special off.
Yeah, I mean, it was crazy, the types of rounds that Entropic was losing, you know, to Pistols one time, then to USPs and Eagles the second time, then the 1v3 clutch from Dreamer. It's like at that point you're thinking, well, they're wasting all these opportunities. Fiend can actually make this comeback, but luckily for Entropic, they had enough in the tank to still close out
the thing is, like,
the
they
game.
didn't have too much space to work with when it comes to Fiend, right? They had like a little, very little, you know, very little space to work with in terms of like mistakes, right? Their T side wasn't really on point, and there's like defaults are really like slow and unconnected, disconnected, you know, and then spacing, patting, all these like flashes, everything in basic wasn't really on point, and then they kind of tried to switch it up to executes, worked for a little bit, but at the end it wasn't really enough. On CT side, they were given a lot of opportunities to kind of come back, right? But it was like a little too much.
You know what was also the difference is, like, we were talking about 4 players from Entropic that were in the top 10 for this tournament. The one player that wasn't is the player who had 30 kills in this map. It was Krad, right? And actually we were praising Ships, and it was those 2 players who are both the A anchors on the CT side. That was the biggest difference in performance, because Ships, I don't know if it was Entropic seeing his reaction, because Ships always like throws this smoke in front of Ticket and tries to sneak behind Fire, right, behind Triple, and kind of play from that area. And a couple of times Entropic did this A-pop, they just either spammed them or just killed them straight away. There was nothing he could do, really. He was just dying fairly quickly as the anchor. And as on the opposite side, the crowd was doing an amazing job of just either getting kills, buying time, staying alive. And in the end, for me, that was the main difference between these 2 teams.
And we also saw some rounds, right, where we saw, for example, the Bulgarian side try to push out a little bit further on the CT side, try and take some aggression back to Entropic. But even then, they may even get the entry, but after that, it's like, then Entropic just slapped back.
The thing is, like, that I have a problem with Bulgarian, like, T side here was the fact that like they were trying to force like individual kind of style, and then when you play like against Alien, who is always ready for you, and he's gonna punish you all the time. They didn't really have anything to throw at him, and then he just was having a really easy time on the first half, and he can secure them those first 11 rounds, and after that we saw.
Now, Yankee, your first round you picked out here was round 19, and we got the follow-up round straight after it because we've seen some awkward fights in here and a very lot of back and forth moments.
Because here you're thinking this could be a way in for Fiend, right? They have a couple of saved guns, a couple of nades. It was a slower round from Entropic, and this molly on top of Balk is usually a tell teams want to go away. They would add a molly for Shadow, and here comes the defensive smoke from Red Star, and that just makes it awkward, right? Like they understand that sound is there, but they're not really sure how to clear it, and you can see how disjointed the hit becomes. Fiend is just picking them apart one by one. They're getting all the kills really. Here maybe getting a bit overzealous, right? In a 5v2, just you thought maybe, oh, this could go horribly wrong, but they still close it out. They're thinking, okay, now they can get some momentum, maybe mount a comeback. This round was a little bit of a gift, but as we're going to see, like Entropic was able to bring it right back.
In a situation like this, where you kind of see that they're stacked on that side, right? There's somebody needs to call freeze. Somebody needs to call a stop. Even though you sacrifice maybe one guy and a bunch of utility, the round is still not over for you. If you force yourself into these defensive smokes, right, you're just gonna end up slaughtered. Like they were right here. Somebody needs to call stop, freeze, let's go back, or just wait a little bit more to see what opens up. Yes, we don't have any flashes, but we are still alive. We have guns, they don't have guns, right? And then you can do something different. Maybe walk into B, maybe fake something with the utility you have, and then go back and just win the round. They were just gonna force themselves into that A side and kind of cost them a lot.
But this reaction from Entropic on the next round, the straight, just fast play was something different.
And they repeated this like 2 or 3 times, right? Like Krat goes on middle by himself, they're faking default. You can see 3 players just going out A ramp and 1 player in apps. You can see this time it was Bubble who was behind fire, ships towards connector, doesn't fare any better. Harn, they know where he's at, he's low HP, he's stuck 4v3, they have control of the side. And also they, Elian, also because of the low HP player, goes for a bit more control. That's important. You don't want to get stuck behind playing in the back because the players from B still have all their nades. So that makes the retake still very much viable. And yeah, they're going to just get this kill, pretty much finishes the round, and that brings Entropic right back into it.
I'm not really a fan of those like double calls. When you lose a round on A, then straight up go another round on A, like very next one on A, and then sometimes it can be like a double-edged sword. I'm not really a fan of those kind of. I would rather go for a timeout or for a default, trying to like feel things out and then make a call. They were I felt like they were kind of forcing to finish the map as soon as possible, and almost cost them. Luckily Krat was like on top of it. So.
And then the next one is the Dreamer clutch. He's been clutching out rounds across the entire event, but this one was like, oh my, okay. Entropic's 15th round was almost guaranteed, and he pulled it out.
It's crazy because, they're 4v3, they're in a good position now. It's even a 4v2, the bomb is planted. It's a 4v1 in the end, against Dreamer, and you have all the positions, so it's like, why are, just don't peek him. Like here you can say, the guy in apps is saying, I'm playing on your contacts, right? And now he swings, but you can see that there's enough time for him to readjust his aim. And also, why not wait for him to tap the bomb? That way he can't aim at anyone. He has to aim at the bomb. And when you hear the tap, you both peek potentially or do something. Right now, it's a very difficult situation for Krat because the smoke is down. He has an op, no rifle, Tech 9. He's going to try to spam it, right? There's a decent amount of time for the bomb. He could have faked it. And yeah, this was one, they've been this round. It's like 16-8 most likely, but instead it prolonged the game.
I can understand being a little bit, careless when it's a 4v1, right? I can give it to them a little bit. Maybe with the first guy, as soon as the first guy died, you need to play it smart, right? It's still 14-7 or whatever it was, right? 13-7. And then you just need to play it smart. The second guy kind of just gave up his life, and then all of a sudden you're a 1v2. At that point, again, somebody needs to like communicate and tell like, guys, chill. It's 2v1, play the time or play whatever, like crossfire, whatever is the situation right there. They were kind of eager. I understand the guy from the host going for the trade. He was like, it's an instinctive kind of play to go for a trade, but sometimes you need to, as a player, need to read the situation properly and then play it off.
You need to go for the long con, James. Go for the long con.
And also, you've got to look at the thing from when we're looking at what Entropic are doing there. Many timeouts are being used. Hooch is trying to bring them back down, you know.
The guys, please,
he's like, you saw him, he's just like, talk, come on.
Can you
know
not
better
throw?
than this.
Exactly. Not throw this game.
Doesn't want it to slip away. But they did win the map pick of Fiend. Mirage has been a really good map for Entropic. Okay, it doesn't matter about the scoreline, but now we go on to this Ancient pick. And Ancient is going to be tough for Fiend because it's not a map where you're just going to slot a new player in and have all the protocols and understand what's going to be going down.
Well, here I think Entropic has to show more patience and be a little bit more calm, a little bit more slow, especially if they get an entry kill or a trade happens. I think the Bulgarians are going to take a lot of risks on this map, right? Try to push for information. I think that's the way they have to play, really, in a way. And even though it's not natural for Entropic to play a bit of a slower style, you know, I think that's their key to victory.
The thing is, like, it's for me, it's like they need to turn to individuals here. Like, you know, Ships and Dreamer and all of these, like, people who can deliver some numbers right now, because on CT side, I assume they're going to start on CT side. They're going to go for the banana control. Is not going to be easy for them because, like you said, they don't have protocols, they don't have, like, default like they used to have in a full team, right?
Yes.
And then the problem will be holding onto that banana, probably holding onto that middle against the team that's not Enterprise, right? This is a more skilled team, you know, more like structured team, and they have going to have a problem on holding onto these areas. After that, you know, it's all about reading the round and rotating properly, but I think this is the main area where we have like the biggest problem. And if they manage to get like double digits on CT side, they have a chance. If not, I don't think so.
Well, let's see if they do have a chance. It's the map pick of Entropic, and we're going into Ancient. This could be it for Fiend, but they are a team that can fight back. Let's see what they've got, and let's get back with Dinko and Hawker.
Thank you for setting the scene perfectly for us, guys. Heading into the second map, you know, Ancient, certainly a difference in terms of the veto they had the last time they played, and I love it. You know, coming into this, when we talk about Fiend, how they've warmed up coming into this competition, they're playing with a stand-in Hawker. It took them some time to warm up. You know, they were in an elimination game on day one. The problem is, though, they haven't played Ancient at all throughout the play-in or the main event yet. This is definitely going to be just new territory for Fiend that no one knows how they're going to be able to perform. Entropic at least looked shaky at times, but at least played it in this competition.
Yeah, I wonder if we'll see Fiend just go for a bunch of plays towards that B site and just try and turn it into fights at times, because they might not have too much up their playbook. We don't even know if they have those A smokes locked in properly. I'm hoping they at least have the mid-control protocols too, because I think those have really started to become pretty standard in the meta. You'll see the T's throw the 2 smokes towards Donut and top mid with a molly behind it to make it hard to fight for mid control. And then the CTs have to decide whether they want to double molly, whether they want to play ahead of those nades. So I hope they have these sorts of things in mind before the round begins. That's going to be really important for Fiend here, because if you don't have those simple pieces of the puzzle, you can't even begin to really play the round properly.
Yeah, absolutely. And, you know, another point that we really have to focus in on, keep an eye on throughout this game, is what Yanko said in terms of Entropic trying to get them to play slowly coming into this. When you look at Krad on the CT side, he will push B ramp a lot. He'll try and force that fight down on B ramp early. I'm intrigued to see if that's going to be the case against Fiend, or if they change their game plan a little bit for the Entropic side.
That'll definitely be a key point to focus on the map.
And I think Krad is going to be very confident after that first map performance. You know, coming into this event in particular, he was a little bit quieter, but massive performance in the last time around. But we're hopping into map 2 of this semi-final. Fiend looking to try and stay alive here in Budapest. We'll see if Entropic can send them packing and book themselves a grand final spot against their CIS counterpart in Gambit. Bubble's pushing down into the lead lane. There's going to be the opening, and Krad just takes 2. Starting a good start into this game. Red Star and Bubble both hit the deck. And man advantage still in play for Entropic, even after that 1 kill from Ships.
No B-side control this time for Fiend, and now Entropic just decide it's time to all group up and go into this B site. And look at the rotation. This is the worst possible time for Fiend to leave B.
This is just going to be so easy for Entropic just to walk in, put the bomb down, or even place an utility just to confirm the comfort zone. Once they put that bomb down, they've at least confirmed the force buy, but in the situation they're in right now, it's certainly looking good for the round win. Fiend not off to the best of starts here on the CT side. And for Entropic starting on the T side, it is very intriguing to me to see how many rounds they're going to be able to squeeze out of this. Let's see if Dreamer can force his way around the site. Trying to get a couple of kills going his way. He's done well to pick up 1, but started to run out of ammo. And Elian with a beautiful second tap as well onto Harn. Let's start here for Entropic. And just Ships left with no real shot.
I'm sure you guys at home, if you ever queue with your teammates in a matchmaking game, you know how powerful that P250 can be on the pistol for the long-range fights on the T side. You saw Elian trying to peek mid at the start of this round. Didn't get the fight there, but he's still got to do some damage.
I wonder how many people do Q Ancient in matchmaking. Like
we do.
Yeah, but yeah, we have fun playing Ancient. But you know, a lot of people get reamed out, especially if they've encountered Russian Sponge before. Yeah, they just never want to play it again. It's just post-traumatic stress. But did you know Entropic lost only twice after winning the first map of a best-of-3 series in the last 6 months?
Out of 85 series played.
Pretty unreasonable.
Oh boy, that is not a good look for Fiend right now. They won't be reading that stat comfortably.
Just forget about that. Disrespect stats.
Yeah, no. Stats lie all the time.
Life is not about stats, Holker.
I beg to differ.
Statman.
This is looking a little dangerous here. Fiend have got some players on the A side of the map with some pistols and a scout. Forrester having to check back, scared of the aggression. And just that scout alone has caused them to run the hell away.
Yeah, tickle torture. He's down to 11. Now he's going to go over to the other side of the map. Number 3 on the mini-map. You see Bubble playing position towards Cave, just ready for this B play. He's got his teammate starting to come over as well. Try and help him out. Ships is alongside Bubble. I'm sure was having some choice words for this side after the loss on Mirage, telling them to pull out their socks as they head into this one. Bubble begins to hold at the top of the B ramp, flash around the corner, and Ships is over to try and help him out. Bubble with one good kill, trying to lead by example. Standing Ships cuts through, and that's actually brilliant from him. Good headshot onto Nickelback, and he's got a second as well. The deal shot's delivering here, and suddenly it's just Crad and the player Forrester who took damage in the initial beginning of this round. So Crad really has to do the heavy lifting, but this time Ships does not have a deagle. In fact, he's found an AK off the corpses. And that's a brilliant round to find for Fiend. That gives them a massive start into the game and a follow-up headshot to close it out. 1-1. Brilliant round out of Fiend.
Really well worked by Fiend in this one. They start with the B stack. They realize they have to rotate players back to A because they have... Or sorry, the other way around. They rotate players back to B because they have that scout peeking into A. And then the way they have that set up is just perfect. Bubble fakes noise going forwards, drops back and starts jiggle peeking the angle, and then his teammate has a flash ready. So as soon as Bubble spots them, he tucks in, he waits for that flash to come through, and that just means the T's get stuck in that choke point up the B ramp, which makes it really hard for them to funnel through onto the site. That is the exact thing that Fiend needed to do there. Keep them in that tight choke point. They're able to take those close-range fights, and now they should have a chance, but Crad is having a really good start to this game. He got something to say about this.
Yeah, Crad is continuing that good performance. Seems to be a thing when he's going up against this Fiend side. You know, last time they played in the best of 3, Crad was the standout performer. Seems to be a good matchup for him. Maybe he has a similar playstyle to the Fiend players, you know, fire with fire.
Red Star was pushed all the way down B, so he had the information that B was completely clear. Means that Dreamer has to be aware, and with the scout on that A side of the map, he may have the chance to land some tags. But he's just rotating away into CT.
Yeah,
Tropic remain undecided, though.
Yeah, they are completely undecided. In fact, it looks like they are starting to decide to go B. And right now, 3 players over there. This could be quite a disastrous situation. Do have time to run it back if they get a kill here onto Dreamer. That could make them feel much more comfortable about the fair. They're trying to pull rotations away, but 3 players still stand stubbornly on this B site. Arna's taken down Crad out of the round. Nickelback finds the answer onto Ships. And the bomb is running back with 29 seconds left. It's running back over to the A site. It's completely under control. That should confirm a bomb plant. And in fact, this is starting to look good now for the round win for Entropic, which would be an absolute nightmare for Fiend.
Yeah, there's about 30 seconds remaining. Sometimes you don't feel fully comfortable rotating that bomb back round. They've got the scout. Oh, the bomb's been dropped on the site.
Yeah, down in the open. Ellian looking to try and peer down. Has found Dreamer in reply. Bomb plant trying to be committed to, and at least that will be confirmed. And Nickelback will win the round. 2 kills from him. Red Star and Harn both hit the deck, and 2-1. Entropic, they do lose that second round force to Team Fiend, but they answer back with a swift round win.
Back and forth we go.
It's on the seesaw.
Exactly. And Entropic there, as I was saying, there is always a risk when you run back between those sites with such little time remaining because of that lack of cover on the bomb sites. You don't always feel fully comfortable getting that bomb planted.
A Mike 7 on Fiend, and it's not with Ships, Holker. What is happening? The world makes no sense.
Crazy. I guess Ships does prefer the M4 to the Mag 7. There's the molly in early.
Dreamer's in an advanced position, and they're not ready for him to be so close. They push into him. He's done good work getting a double kill. It's a great start into the round for Fiend. Reply is there, and he knows this is a quick play into A. They're just trying to catch them off. But Dreamer's done a very good job at just slowing this attack down, taking the pace out of the round completely. And that is starting to scare the Fiend side, or the Entropic side, should I say, is who they have now slowed it down. Nickelback over the top of the boost is able to work a good angle. And now they're worried about the flank. Yeah, they've got the good read on this old Hawker, but he's got, look at Bubble. He's got a bubble gun.
You can play around this pillar though, and it's actually really awkward to clear all these angles.
They spotted him.
Oh, he made steps, I think.
Yeah, they spotted him as well, I think, going behind the pillar itself. He's just trying to pull them into the fight. Nickelback doesn't know he's gone back, though. He has no idea that he's gone back into this corner, and that might just help out Bubble. But the Mag 7, a cruel mistress at times.
Definitely range where he could have got that kill. I think his crosshair was just slightly off. And now Entropic, with 44 seconds remaining, open up the chance to go back to the other side of the map, but they're not making the most of that chance. Instead, they think that Fiend will have left this bomb site open. A looks like the correct call right now. 2 of them low, though. Just a body shot will do.
The body shot of the Deagle looking to be landed, and Red Star can certainly connect those on occasion.
They're all low.
Unfortunately, the body shot does land onto Nickelback, who had enough health to stay alive. So this 3 versus 2 will continue to pan out, but pointing out by yourself, Hawk, they are very low on HP, so back into the site is certainly a possibility, but they've got to move with pace because they do not have a kit, nor do they have utility. They've just got to hope for kills, and Elian is so good at just getting that one kill, and Nickelback had the read. Gets the headshot on the way out, 3K for him. He's been very good in this competition so far, Hawkeye. Just cast your mind back to the beginning of the event. He had a massive showing in the opening against Sinners. He's kept up his performance. You know, obviously, he drops off a little bit, but he's still kept up some great showings.
It's definitely been a solid fragger for this team. This is that early play from Dreamer, getting into the advanced position. Entropic threw that molly down so that they could try and run up and run through the molly with that slight gap in it, but got funneled straight into the crosshair of Dreamer, who made that round competitive. But Entropic have held on early, and now the USPs are charging forwards with full confidence. Oh, hang
Forrester,
on.
Get your gun out. There we go. AK was not in the best position to be recovered, but luckily gets away with one. The rest turn back from Nickelback and Lackey has pulled down the numbers, and they survive the scout. They lose one player, and nothing recovered for Team Fiend to get that round over and done with quickly. Thank you to them.
I like in those rounds that, like, you can see they have full confidence on the push, but the confidence comes from the fact that they just know the round just isn't going to happen. Right? It's like, well,
let's get
I'm
the next
screwed
one
anyway, so I might as well just sprint at them.
Yeah, just get the boring rounds out of the way, Hawker. Get into the gun rounds. That's where we all want to be. It's just good from Entropic so far, though. You know, you look at the lead they've got in this T-side, Hawker.
Where's Forrester's gun?
Oh, is this the glitch?
They're all looking for it for him.
Oh, no. It's in the water. It's in the murky water, Hawker.
He's got it. He's got it.
They went scuba diving. They found the hidden treasure.
Hopefully it's not jammed up with water. Hopefully it'll still manage to fire.
Sludgy.
It'll be fine. But look at the control they've lost because they were stuck in spawn at the start of the round. They've lost full beat control early.
What a bad start to this round. I love how they had to send a full crew out to fight. It's like, Forrester, you can't do it alone. Just help. Get some help.
Ooh, flash into mid. Nickelback actually just wins the fight straight up, and Ships is now out in the open.
And this is that control that Casado was saying they need to win here on the CT side. They need to win these battles. Lackey,
my God.
Just one bullet left for Ships, and he taps it right into the chest of Lackey, who was low on health. So Ships very lucky to get away with that.
I think they're creating a lot of strange circumstances, but again, Entropic are still doing a good job at dealing with these so far.
There's that individual prowess out of Entropic that's won them those fights as well. You know, Nickelback continuing some good entries. Didn't really have the utility in place to do it, but they're turning their attentions back into B. And it's a good situation here for Team Fiend. They have got 2 players over here.
Only the one smoke for Entropic, but that could be used to cut off this angle from Han. That's exactly how it will be used as they get onto the site with that smoke.
And that's going to sever off the team play between him and Ships. They can't play together. They can't work in tandem. And so for that, Ships is down and lost his life. It's now a 2v4, 2-man advantage in play for Entropic as they have double the numbers. They've also got double the cash because you look at the situation for Fiend, they don't have a lot. They've got to just back off and save what they've got. Save their weapons for a rainy day, which might just be round 7. Doesn't rain much here, I would say, Hawk. It doesn't really look like the weather.
I mean, there's water in the ground.
Yeah, it's not raining that much in Ancient. Never have we got there and it's been a rainy day. The sky's always misty, but it's never raining.
It is a jungle. I'd expect it to rain a lot.
You ever remember
whenever we're not on the server.
Oh, Harn needs to be careful here. You can't be losing your rifle. Catches the timing. Yes, he gets caught, and that's Harn down. Just one rifle in play. Dreamer's in a very good position. He's all the way back to his T-spawn. This is the helicopter cam. Often it can happen on Ancient. We're in the helicopter hog up.
We are looking at them from above, and I'm just admiring Nickelback from the helicopter right now. 11 kills.
Yeah, that was
6 rounds.
That was unreasonable from Chips. Just one little bullet into the chest. Did you ever go to the Rainforest Cafe?
I don't think so.
Oh, dude, that was the best. I'm sure a lot of Americans know about it. I think there is one in London, Hawk. If you've never done it, go and check it out. Just a cool themed cafe in the jungle. It's ideal for a child.
What? So you've recommended it to me?
Yeah, we're the baby
grown man.
It's yeah, well, you know, some people would beg to differ in Twitch chat about that, Hulk. You and I are definitely the baby casters.
I'm nearly 6 foot. I have to say nearly in front of that. All my 5'11" kings out there.
I'm sure someone will just warp out the tape measurer and maybe
the best thing is, so I'm honest about my height, right? I'm 5'11", and then sometimes someone who is shorter than me will come up to me and say, "Oh yeah, I'm 6 foot. So you must be like 6'1", and I'm sitting there like,
yeah,
no,
they always like to
you
squeeze
are a
out the
liar."
extra inch, don't they?
Absolutely.
Not just in their height either.
Ooh.
Minute left. Not a lot here. As Harn is going to get caught. Forrester, well, he's taken more than an inch off Harn. He's taken his entire head off his shoulder.
Oh, that's a nice shot from Lackey. I'm also just now realizing that the majority of the audience probably don't know about feet and inches because we are just weird UK people who don't use centimeters to talk about height.
183, is that 6 foot?
I don't
Something
ask
like
me.
that. Something like that.
Don't ask me.
I remember the only time I ever had to use centimeters was at school with a ruler. 30-centimeter ruler.
Classic.
At least it's not ounces and pounds like the Americans.
Entropic so far haven't really allowed Fiend to gain any inches in this matchup. They've got 1 round total.
Yeah.
They're finally back to the guns though. Harn has that AWP in hand. They've got the M4s to work with. And this is that standard mid control we see often. 2 smokes, a molly to make it hard for the CTs to fight for mid. Entropic gaining map control across the board early.
Oh, Krad's about to swing. M4A1S charges into the fight, and Red Star at the top of the ramp brings down Krad. 4v4 with 1 minute and 30 seconds left. I'll be pretty happy with this, at least for the time being, on the T side. Just weakening that defense at some points. But Fiend have been very active, making rotations. It's been a lively CT side for them.
Sneak up towards this site. Bubble is in cave right now. Red Star has the sight line, but he's so far back. They might sneak up on Bubble.
Oh, this could be explosive. This could just be something you do not expect. And Bubble is even being tied down as well. They smoke off the cave, and they know that he's pinned in there. He's trying to deny the bomb plant, which we have seen a lot of at this event. And Ships, with the distraction, has actually slipped his way through for a pick. Unfortunately, just 1 for Ships, as he's traded out immediately by Elian. 3 versus 3 right now. Still certainly a winnable retake here for Fiend. They've got to go. They haven't won many rounds, and this is a great chance. It's a golden chance, in fact, but the flash from Harn connects on the Dreamer, and he's blinded. And Forrester, for that, gets a free kill. And Harn with the AWP is worried about so many different positions. He got the right read on Elian's spot, but couldn't do much about it. And Bubble, that was pinned inside the cave, tries to emerge with some openings, but just couldn't get the kills required. You know, Fiend are getting themselves into situations that look winnable, Hawker, but it's little details that are catching them off. These retakes aren't quite working out for them. And just every close round is just going Entropic's way.
And you have to have that awareness of how to play retake on this site sometimes. Just Forrester sneaking up means that they've gained a lot of ground initially. Look at how far in Elian gets. It's always nice for the T's to have those advanced positions. It's not always easy to play that post plant. Bubble actually said in an interview they wanted to play Gambit in the best of 1 on Ancient, or at least he did. It was his teammates who called for them to play the Dust 2 instead, which was clearly a good decision. It worked out for them in that BO1, but he thought he could outcall Gambit on that Ancient. He said he thinks he's found some weaknesses in their setup. Apparently Entropic are just a different beast, though.
Yeah, they went towards Dust 2. Worked out pretty well for them, didn't it?
Yes.
In that Gambit opening. They played a lot of Dust 2 in this competition, Gambit. Starting to seem a little better on it now. But look at this from Ships. He's around the backside. Oh, no! How is he still getting the headshot? That was disgusting.
How did he miss all the shots?
Oh, I don't know, Olga. I do not know. Well, Dreamer, he's found a couple back himself, making it look cleaner on the Deagle than his teammate of Ships, but it's still looking to be recovered from Elian. He's the cleanup squad, and now Bubble. Let's see if he's got any prowess in his Deagle. 50 seconds left. Bomb is down in the open. You got to recover that. Crad is starting to slip his way through. Bubble's in a good position, at least for the time being, to try and get a chance into the 1v1 fight. If he can peek out, Crad will be crossing over to try and recollect the bomb. But he's got it now. Now can tap the bomb, trying to figure out where Bubble's playing from. Where is he? And finally, he'll give up his spot. Crab brings him down with the AK. Let's all forget about that from Ships, please. At least he got the kill.
Yeah, he got the kill. What do you mean? He's proud of that one. You've got to be proud of all your kills
in the
equally,
Deagle
guys.
highlights. How do you whip every shot? And then last bullet, perfect. He's mastered the spray control with the Eagle.
Boom. Headshot. It comes somewhat close after Dreamer got these kills.
It definitely says in like the skate contract, yeah, you can have Ships as a stand-in, but the rule says he's not allowed to warm up.
Yeah. They want him to do well, I'm sure. They want to do the region proud here, and I think they have.
Oh, miss Molly there from the CT side.
Lots of utility used by both sides early on Ancient to try and challenge for that control. This time Fiend have got the mid control they were looking for, but with Banana being lost and with this B side of the map being a problem, it could easily be a mid retake from up above and down below. Definitely something that Fiend have to be wary of, and you can see them now falling back, but that's the angle that can oftentimes go overlooked. Han peeking all the way from the back, spotting out that player up on top of the ledge.
Yeah, if you're going to just try and fight Khan like that, he is often going to find himself.
I think Crab was trying to fight.
Yeah. It's just like, I'm out the ledge, immediately dead. Alien was the play that Desk were talking about, having to try and find an answer if you're Fiend, how to deal with him, because in that first map of Mirage, they certainly were just dueling him a little too often. And Alien has shown in this competition so far, especially on Ancient, when he goes over that CT side, if he hasn't flashed off, if he hasn't tested, if they don't use that utility to respect him, he can often just get you so much impact. And he's currently 9-1.
B-nades at the ready here from Entropic. Let's see if Fiend have figured out how they want to hold this. Do they want to play retake again, or do they want to fight for the site? They need to figure that out. They do have the cave control this time, though, and that could make a difference.
Yeah, while Ships is sitting back in second pyramid, he's going to be pushed forward as Forrester locks him down. It's actually Nickelback that's hit the headshot. Bubbles come through as well. At least a trade kill. And the wallbang from the AWP has actually hit it, but it's not actually taking damage enough. The player still stands, and so therefore, a little bit lucky here, Entropic to still be standing. AWP is starting to work out now for Fiend. It's just now down to 2 players. Lackey's the player with health. He's certainly not lacking on kills either. He's found 1 as he looks back, just not another. It's Forrester on 4 HP. He's taking plenty of damage and plenty of kills still needed. Good recovery and finally a retake that works out for Fiend.
And this time having the cave control is the most important factor of that. They did somewhat leave Ships in a position where he was always going to be overrun. He couldn't get a single kill from his spot. But just having those strong positions ready to quickly regain access to the bomb site was deemed more important there for Fiend. They were correct in that assessment, especially after getting that early kill. I think you can sit back more comfortably. Bubble even pushed in behind, which helped them have that advantage for the retake. And then they realized Entropic may just have to make some proactive plays. And as long as they stick together, the trades will give them a good chance of winning the round. Double AWP setup out now for Fiend. Something you can see fairly frequently on this map. Oftentimes one AWP will just happily anchor that A side with a lot of long-range angles available. But Entropic not happy after that round loss, instantly calling for the timeout.
Yeah, to be berated by Hooch. Definitely trying to fire them up a little bit.
I don't think Hooch is too nice. I don't think he's berating anyone.
No, he's just hyping them
passionate.
up. Hyping them up. All
exactly. I don't know how you could not like Hooch.
No, he's just such
I think
a
everyone
likable
has
guy.
to like him.
Yeah.
Even his opponents are like, well, we lost, but at least we lost to Hooch.
Yeah.
I like that guy.
Used to love his interviews he used to do when he used to play for Gambit back in like 2016. Used to be a great interview subject just to watch. Lots of experience, lots of charisma. Perfect for a coach.
Crad keeps on running over the top like this, taking the early control. He's even slipped in.
And Crad is in a good position for that. Oh, he's sprayed a little early. Bubble is going to get away with, luckily, from that, but still in the corner. Crad's trying to catch him out. Chips has brought the rifle over to help, and with that A1S, it's just so good for just spamming through the smokes, just trying to take some kills through it, try and dish out some damage. Don't give a lot away because the tracers just don't exist.
I would have loved if Crad started reloading and his mate came in and started spamming, because Bubble would have thought he saved to fall back, but he wouldn't have been. Here comes some pressure into B. Those wall bangs can be dangerous now on the CT side. It's hard to find a safe spot to play in. Everyone on Entropic staying outside, but Bubble gets aggressive.
Here goes Bubble. Let's see if he can take anything out of this. He's just waiting for the boost over the top. He's got the right read on the Alien. He's dropped down the AWPer, and they were setting up utility. Had the perfect chance to try and come away with a double kill. But Lackey has snapped him up and now opens up the round completely. Barrel, tip around the corner. Harn, though, has Chips to help him out, who comes in with a double in the round. Forrester with a final bullet connects right to the eyes of Harn. Now it's a 2v2, back into equal odds again, but Forrester's constantly taking damage, and the bomb is running back through mid.
Low time, and they still make this call. Forrester low on health, but he doesn't care. He's confident both players are still here, and it's going to work.
And it's the duo of Crad and Forrester, the experience these two players have together from teams at Dream Eaters and Hard Legion, looking to pull through onto Red Star and Dreamer. Crad's cutting off rotations from mid, but that is going to sacrifice Forrester into a solo fight. They've pushed together here, Fiend. They've got two players together, and Forrester on top of the boost. He's looking to just try and hold position. Eventually, he's got a peek and see if they're all on it. And they're not defusing. Forrester's given a kill. And now Crad's got into position. A donut. And he'll close it out. Shot onto Red Star, locked in. 9 rounds for Entropic. What a beautifully played round in the late round down. And that's the teamwork coming in from Entropic.
And just the composure again in these late round scenarios. They've shown that throughout this series. They've had a couple of scenarios where they've had to make sure they work together wisely in these 2v2s and these late round positions.
And Forrester's one of those players that's had that impact before in this competition. If you remember against Enterprise, they had that clutch, that heroic clutch they pulled off in a 2v5 situation. Forrester was a player finding that impact. Look how quick this round is, though, from Entropic. Charging out mid, Nickelback looking to open up the round. He's done damage, but it's Lackey that'll take both kills. Harn and Red Star out of play early. And Dreamer looks to pull the kills back at least into even odds. And he's not going to be able to do it because Lackey continues to assassinate his opponents. Oh, what an opening from him.
Orb holding. Elliot actually hit that shot, but Ships takes the aggressive angle. He's still got more to do, and there are too many players already on the bomb site. Entropic get that early mid control. That's a round where the CTs try and heavily fight for mid, but you see Ships just jumping straight into a molly. Lackey getting those early kills, and we talked about that Fiend need to know whether they want to fight for mid early or not, but this is a scenario where the early utility is just too stifling for them. Lackey gets set up early, and that shot there was one he probably shouldn't have hit, but it's probably the one that won them the round.
And what a way to snap the spine of Team Fiend. Their economy is starting to go into an absolute bin. Not even just a normal bin, Hawk. It's like that trash combiner just mushing them to pieces.
Lovely. I'm sure that smells good.
It smells great. It's like Wall-E. Just little cubes of trash. I actually seen a place like that for the first time. It's pretty cool.
I don't know what a place like that is. Like a trash area.
Yeah, so you know when when cars get picked up, there's scrap metal, and then the machine crushes them into cubes. Everything's just crushed into big trash cubes. It's pretty cool.
Okay.
Or rubbish cubes for us Brits. But I think most people use the word trash, right? But here we go. Bubble in position. Nice little steal onto Crad. He doesn't check his corners, but it doesn't matter because it was the play over the other side of the map. Unfortunately, they do lose a player there as well. Harnster with the C-set, they line up, but Lackey is making up for all of the errors for Entropic. Finally, he's out of play. Nickelback's turn to step up with some impact. Good headshot. Chips are so low. I've got an AK on the back of Bubble here as well. No utility nor kit for the retake attempt. Bulb's not down, though. They really can't plant here either. It's not comfortable, so they have to send Elian into the fight. And Nickelback follows up with his pick onto Ships. 11 rounds now for Entropic.
Nickelback having another really good start to a game, getting Entropic this early lead. They always seem to come into these maps just so well prepped, starting off strong, always 100% focused from the get-go. Even after losing Crad elsewhere, they quickly pounce on this other side of the map. And even in this scenario where it does come a little close for comfort towards the end, still able to get the kills they need. Here's that mid-fight again. This time the molly's on the CT side are good.
And this is what Jasad was talking about over on the desk, is whether or not Fiend are going to be able to handle that elbow aggression, or as he calls it, banana. You know, the fact of just trying to stop those players from getting out, do have the protocols, do have the utility in place and the teamwork to be able to stop those quicker plays. Well, finally, they have done that in this round.
Crad continues to be able to get up top. He's got here in a lot of rounds. Can allow you to start to set up towards this B side of the map more comfortably. Fiend, however, look very comfortable just sitting back right now, and this looks like a 3-man boost potentially.
I'm excited about this, Hawker.
Boy.
What have we got here? AWP coming up for Ellie, and is this why they've picked this map? Look at this. Peering down, spots the head. Unable to pick up the kill. Does he go back up? He wants to go for seconds. You better deliver us something from this. This is spicy. Head spotted again at the first pyramid, but he's not getting the angle. He's trying to get wide. He's trying to find it. You're slightly inaccurate one up here, though, with that AWP, because you're moving. He's hit the shot. Look at the damage done. That could have been a massive opening, but it's not the kill. Instead, they've lost players, and now they're losing all of them. The time wasted for the boost is allowed to play into mid. And a great answer that from Fiend just to take that map control back.
It's a cool idea, using the smoke into the site to bait that player out into the open. He thinks he has to look for info, but it doesn't get them the kill they needed, and now they just have to make a miraculous play into this site with no real nades to do it.
I think we were seeing more of that, Hawk. I think a lot of teams will be picking that up now. Forrester's going to walk his way in towards this B site. Harn, close position with AWP, but he doesn't care. He uses it like a shotgun with a big scope on top. And Elliot now in a 1 versus 5 with 5 seconds left. It's a safe call having to be made. It's this time. They hunted him. At least he dies that before the time. He has $12,900 as well. He's not going to be worrying too much about the cash game. But 11-3. Last round of this half, Hawker. Entropic looking to try and close with 12 on the T side. We often talk about Ancient being a map where it's very difficult to post T rounds. They've got 11 of them.
I think just theory crafting a bit more on that boost quickly. That's the sort of boost where I would assume you would normally use that in that exact sort of scenario where you lose a player early and you don't think the CTs are going to be pushing for for B-sided control, for example, because that is a boost that seems quite susceptible to some aggression at times. So once you go a man down, you can kind of feel comfortable the CTs aren't going to push. Maybe you can get that pick and get you back into the round.
Yeah. And with the way the CTs play often on Ancient, it's quite hard to pull that out consistently just because you can be caught by some easy, quick aggression through cave or down the B lane. So yeah, certainly going to be one that I'm sure teams will use more often, but it's very situational based. But we head into the last round of this first half, Hawker. Ahead of this one, Fiend have a bye.
That they do. They want to get 4 rounds here after winning that previous one. That molly into mid doing the early damage as you'd expect, but again, Bubbles got into that cubby. They've been using this a lot, but he's mollied.
Yeah, mollied out of position. He's just going to smoke it. He's going to keep that spot. And just staying inside of a smoke sometimes just draws attention away. Just pulls their attention and keeps them focused on that one fight.
I mean, they've got him trapped this time, though. Red Star's smoked off. He can't help Bubble at all.
Yeah, he's just stuck inside of this smoke. He's just trying to bide his time, and that smoke won't last forever, so he needs to make a play. He tried to play with a flash of Red Star, tried to pull him out of the hole, but Entropic just so patient, waiting for that mistake, realizing they had him pinned, and now they're challenging down in towards Donut. This is going to be a quick play from Entropic as they start to turn up the gears. It's a couple of kills, though, from Fiend. Red Star and Dreamer line them up. Crag gets involved for one as well, but they're still down players, and Harn isn't smoked off. Utility not being used out, and it's just Crad needed to win a 1 versus 3. He has had a great performance in this game so far, but this would be the best play he's made. In the middle of the site, jumps across CT to bait out the AWP shot. He's moving closer, gets tied by the HE, and Harn will bring him down to close out the half. It is a 4th round on the CT side. I don't know if it's enough, though, Hawks, to really feel comfortable about this comeback. They're heading into what is the more difficult half on Ancient.
Yeah, they got a long road ahead of them. And even in that last round, I actually really liked the call that Entropic made there. They used a lot of utility on mid early, but they used a second smoke towards that donut position so that they could isolate that fight. And then they realized they'd used a lot of nades, and they also realized the CTs probably wouldn't put Bubble in that cubby alone, so they flashed themselves into donut because they knew there would likely be a player there. But unfortunately for them, Red Star was just able to get 1 kill, which I think made a big difference, because if that's a 5v3 onto A, that could be a different story. Instead, it ends up being another round, and a much-needed round for Fiend. Still a long way to go, though, as they head into this second half.
Yes, down 11-4. Technical pause ahead of the second half. We'll get that fixed as soon as possible to get back into the action for you guys at home. We have some sound problems, so hopefully those get fixed as quickly as possible. We've actually been very good, Hawker, so far at this event, just getting these tech issues sorted, so shout out to the team at V4 getting this all sorted as quickly as possible and bringing us the action. But Fiend, coming into this, they've done their nation proud already, Hawk. I think getting to this point in the event, a lot of people will be surprised at how deep they've gone, but they are a team that can show up in these events, and with a stand-in, it's been a very impressive performance.
Bubble said in an interview their aim was 3rd place. I don't think you can actually specifically get 3rd place, so I guess just getting to the semi-final is as close as you can come to exactly that. Now they're going to see if they can try and mount a comeback here. Entropic have been starting so strong on both these maps, but the previous still came somewhat close. Pistol round is so important, though.
Yeah, Hellion is hidden behind a smoke. He's not going to be able to do too much about this mid play. It's already come through. The pistols of the T side look to split on the A side. We do see a lot of A plays on pistol rounds. Hellion realizes rotation is needed, and this time he does get a pick just before that smoke pops up in his face, and no longer is he a big disgrace. Almost start to be planted. Again, the numbers here for Entropics certainly favor them. But yeah, the no kit will make them have to play a little quicker with more pep in their step. And let's see if they can find those headshots. Start creating that space back into the site. The retake is looking okay. Wacky has got another headshot. Forced to chipping down the numbers. And Red Star realizes, well, we've got to get map control back. We've got to take over this temple. And he's done that so well. But just one player left. It's Red Star alone. Defuse coming through. It's being stuck around the corner. Full 10 seconds, but he was confident to stick it. His teammates were around and covered him off. It's Entropic with the pistol win in the second half. And for Fiend, that is really a disaster. And that's where my Ray-Bans went. This guy stole them.
Oh, dear. Yeah, that's an important round as well from Crab just coming in behind there. Shows the impact he can have in some of the unexpected positions he can find, just flanking through Donut, making that post plant even more difficult to play. Did you get some new sunglasses in the end?
Not yet.
No?
I mean, also, I was just like, what's the point of buying it in the winter, is it?
It's probably not needed.
Maybe get them a bit cheaper, actually. Who knows? Probably a good idea.
You could do like a cool WWE entrance on the cams, though. With the sunglasses on, you know.
I'm a very fearsome-looking WWE wrestler.
Exactly.
My move is I'm just skinny and get destroyed every fight. Here's a play. Elliot with a smoke kill, threw it with an AUG. That's opened up the round good for Entropic. Bomb plant has already been confirmed here for Fiend. I'll be happy about this, and now they've got a chance at winning the round. Problem is, you've got to play a little bit more proactive, and that is great from Bubble to do it. He's pushed through the red room with the Tech 9, causing problems of pulling Crowd away, but he's found Bubble quickly. Hasn't been able to run that clock down, and the fuse is now super long. He's got to hold on here, Red Star. He's just got to try and stay alive as long as possible and cause problems. And in the smoke he goes. The Mac-10, he's let players walk in front of him. Oh, he's going to wait the timeout. Look at this. He's just knifing him. Oh, lovely from Red Star. Lackey down. And he's in the smoke. He's being tagged up. They've got to get onto the defuse. There's no kit. There's no time. Red Star's done it with the knife kill. The ultimate BM. And you love to see it for Fiend.
They needed that. They needed that. And they find a way onto A. They find a way to just get that bomb down. And then the 1v3 just gets in behind them. I think Crad may have even jumped over him in the smoke. I'm not sure entirely. It was hard to see. But he's able to sneak by. And that's the most important thing, because they had no clue he could get in behind like that.
And this was good from Bubble, right? Because as I was saying, when you're on the T-side post plant, especially with your initially down a player, it's very difficult. But this is beautiful from Red Star. You'd love to see it because he actually buys a few extra seconds as well by just knifing him off the bomb. Well, there we go. Answer back from Fiend, and they're just going to run it A again. The classic Bulgarian bulldozer. And Chips has fired up the engines. First kill's in for him, but Crad, Lackey, they're fighting the monster truck. And it's Entropic emblazoned on the side of it. It's just Bubble left. He's got a Galil. And Crad brings him down. No fuel left in the bulldozer in this round.
Oh, and they lose out, and now their money's in trouble. And that is sometimes the issue when you go for these fast A plays. That position, specifically that Crad was playing, can be really strong if they just try and push out through a smoke. Even as he gets mollied there, he's able to jump up top, and it just gives it another angle that you have to be concerned about. So with the CTs fighting with him, they're all looking the other way. That means that Crad has a completely separate angle. Final few shots converted for that final frag at the end there. And now Fiend are in trouble again, down to pistols, and they're up in the pace again.
Yeah, Chips is trying to be the player that once again opens up the round, unfortunately, alone. And when you enter the cave, going through that murder hole is never really going to work out for you. I think that's a pretty good name for this position, I'd say. I think I heard Moses calling it that before, and it's just perfect for it, isn't it, Hawk? You really don't come out of that situation when you walk in that little room alive a lot of the time.
Bubble with a bit of damage. Yeah, especially if you don't have nades in matchmaking and you don't have teammates to help you, it's definitely apt.
And it's good for CTs as well to try and go for that double setup where you have the crossfire between the doorway.
You never know what's waiting for you, man. It could be a Zeus. Yeah. I'm always scared there could be like a little spider in there.
It's like open up a CSGO case, you know? Could be a knife. most likely just a dirty little blue skin.
There's nothing dirty about a blue skin. There's some good ones.
No, blue skin's horrible. Have you even got a red in your inventory?
I don't know. I don't care about skins.
That's fair enough. That is fair enough. I respect it. They are really a waste of money at the end of the day. Just looks cool. Red Star certainly pulling this back, making the AUG look cool. Hellion will do the same. Junior moving around, and so is Red Star. Out of play. Now 14 rounds for Entropic. And yeah, Hooch just, I don't know, it's probably just hot up there, but shouldn't really be sweating too much. 14-5 as Entropic look to try and close this semi-final.
Fiend are just going to have to continue to force up at this point. So far behind. They had their opportunity off the back of that 17th round win, but they try and run it into A again. They get shut down entirely. And now it's a scenario where you would expect Entropic to be able to put the car in cruise control, book that spot in the grand final.
That's the coolest things about Tesla.
I don't even drive, so I don't know why I'm making car
perfect
references.
car for you. Perfect car for you, the Tesla. Just hit it. Autopilot. Sit back. They have a giant iPad in the car. Let's watch a movie. Here we are. Looking at the Bulgarian buy. It is Deagles. And Tech9, since they're going to try and force the fight onto Forrester. Forrester's had a great game here. A lot of impact rounds from him. Just these little kills, these little pesky moments. Forrester's always been a player I've enjoyed watching. There was Dream Eater days and Hard Legion. Forrester was influential in being an exciting member of that team.
Lackey doing even more damage through the smoke this time. Top mid control taken by Fiend, but they still have a lot to do and they're not going to be able to do it. Only bubble left with the Tech9. Switches out to a Deeg. Oh, they are just fighting him at this point. They are confident they can get this kill, and they can. 15-5 for Entropic. And this is the sort of form we were hoping to see from them here on this Ancient pick. We were hoping they would just come in and dominate Team Fiend, and that is exactly what has happened here.
Yeah, they are a bunch of kings here on Entropic, and they're looking to be the kings of Ancient. Just one round away. They will have knocked out Team Fiend and locked themselves in a CIS matchup for the best of 5 grand final. I mean, CIS teams are best suited to best of 5s. You know, the endurance. They just play a ridiculous amount of Counter-Strike all year long. The Fiend are a team that are there as well. Let's see if this quick play in towards the cave will work out for them. Nickelback playing alongside Crad. This could be a difficult affair to try and force your way through the cave. And just like Michael Bublé at Christmas, he's come out of the cave here, Crad.
Oh, and he's even going to get a kill on top of it. Good start to the round for Crad. Good start to the round for Entropic. Fiend still sitting outside B.
Oh, Molotov not connecting.
Yeah.
Nickelback is also in a good spot. Here we go, Fiend. They're fully committed in towards this B play. This is do or die. They're out of the tournament if they can't pick this up. And Nickelback in with a double kill. 3K picked up as he switches to the side on. They couldn't eliminate him. And 16-5. Entropic with a statement win here in their semi-final. And wasn't even close here on Ancient. You could just see Fiend struggle here on this map. We knew it was going to be a difficult showing from them. It just really never got going for them. They have a couple of rounds that were close. A couple of exciting moments. But what a showing from the Fiend side in this competition with a stand-in. But Entropic were by far the better team, and they've locked themselves in that finals matchup against Gambit.
Yeah, definitely a tournament where Fiend can leave with their heads held high, and I think they should leave with their heads held high, but for Entropic, this was the expected result. I think a 2-0 was probably even likely based on that previous performance, based on that previous matchup. We know that Entropic are just one of those teams that have been rising through the ranks in recent times, and the real standout to me has just been how well everyone has been fragging on this team. That's the exact sort of thing you're going to need going into that grand final.
Yeah, and heading into the grand final, it's going to be exciting now looking at that storyline. When you look back to the major, Entropic with a team that made Gambit look mortal within that legend stage of the competition. They were able to remove one of their best maps of Vertigo, made it look very good from the Entropic side. So I'm excited. They've had more time. They've had that boot camp after the major. They haven't stopped. Entropic are just playing Counter-Strike over and over. And I'm looking forward to seeing that matchup come through in the best of 5.
Absolutely. And they are just a team that I think have a lot of players who for a long time I felt are solid, but I wasn't sure if they were going to be able to really put that team together that could actually properly break through. And it seems like they found all the pieces of the puzzle that fit together in the right way. They found ways to get Aggression involved. They found players that can be solid anchors. They have everything they need, including Elian on that AWP, which is always important. You have to have a top AWPer at the top level of play. They have that on this squad now.
Yeah, and they've shown as well they can play around with that map pool in matches like this. If you don't want to go towards a nuke, you can go towards an ancient, find your way through that as well. But it is done here for the semi-finals. The grand final lies in wait, but before that, we've got to hear the desk to break down this semi-final matchup.
Thank you very much, Dinko and Hawker. That is right, Entropic get the 2-0 win. A very confident, just absolute styling masterpiece of Ancient from him. Wasn't really ever tested that much, but it was kind of what we said.
Really mirrored semifinals that we've had here, right? Like both teams utilizing their map veto advantage, right? And winning convincingly on their own picks and then on their opponent's pick, which there are no slouches on, but you know, maybe you give the opponents a little bit of an edge. They just close it out in a bit of a closer game, but again, no doubt of who is the winner. And Krad just deciding to be the best player today, stepping up, and it shows you the strength of Entropic that any player can really step up to the challenge.
That's the first thing. Obviously, you can see that anyone in Entropic can just perform at any level, at any moment. He can just pop up and drop 25, 30 frags, right? But on the other side, I was going to talk about the thing that we mentioned before the actual second map. I can see the map control was always in the way of Entropic. Everything, every position they went for, every map control they went for, there was no resistance. And when there was resistance, it was like, you know, pretty much harmless, you know, and they got what, 11 rounds of that, and after that it was pretty much, you know, finishing up the job.
Now, when you were mentioning Krad right and his performance, I'm going to have to check with him and see if he put some extra work in, because it was after they finished the quarterfinal game, and he was really harsh on himself. Even though they got the win, he was just like, I played like trash. And he obviously felt it in that sentence, decided today he was going to wake up and deliver with it, and obviously just frag out like crazy. So there was some firepower behind it.
Not a big fan of that kind of mentality. Yeah, I told you yesterday as well, like, once you win a game, right, it doesn't really matter. It's just, it wasn't the prettiest, but it's better than what they had on that day. That's what counts, and that's how you.
Yeah, but coaches always have a different perspective than the players, right? Like we're always looking at the big picture and like strategically, and like are the players following some rules that we have in the game and protocols, and the players are looking at, oh, I know I should have won this duel, right? And then all the rules and protocols wouldn't matter if I just win this fight. With, you know, there's some truth to it, but you get the consistency from the rules and the protocols, and then the players can kind of, with their individual skill, elevate that and make up for some flaws potentially or indeficiencies.
I think overall we got the two best performing teams in the finals. You know, it doesn't matter if Gambit dropped a map or if it was a close here, close there. I think overall, when you look at these teams, I think that is the best performing two teams on the event, and they deserve to be in the final. Another CIS final, nonetheless.
CIS
just a CIS dominating the whole year in almost every event.
We haven't seen it like this before at all, right? There's always been European teams that will pop up. We've not had like a generally whole dominant year from CIS.
I'm just trying to think which big event did, Heroic won Pro League, right? But outside of that, it's been like Navi, Gambit really dominating for most of the year. VP didn't like.
They showed a little bit, like
up in the top four,
Katowice, you know, and then top 8 in the major as well.
But yeah, definitely it's the year of CIS Counter-Strike, no doubt.
Definitely, and for Fiend though, they can be very happy with the performance they put up, right? They've played since the play-in, they've been grinding games while doing online games at the same time, and what's really wild to me is they were playing the online games not at this tournament without ships in there.
Yeah, without a coach and an analyst or any kind of support staff.
Yeah.
So Bubble had literally nobody. Besides a couple of people from the actual management who don't
His mate who drove down to cheer behind them.
Who don't really do like much from the strategic side, right? So getting into top 4, getting like relatively close on the first map was a big accomplishment for them on LAN. We always knew the Bulgarians are pretty good on LAN.
If anything, they're gonna have to figure out some things, because you know, they looked good with Ships.
And I was going to ask you that. Does he stay?
Yeah, also the fact that Ships was calling in Skate, and then he can help Bubble and they can, you know, bounce back ideas. Maybe we see some sort of a little bit of a Bulgarian shuffle there.
End of the season, you never know what's going to happen.
End of the year, maybe they wait a couple of months. But yeah, they looked good. And I think if Ships has a slightly better game on Mirage, right, on the CT side, if they can shut down some of those A-pops that work so well for Entropic, you know, we might have seen that third map.
Well, now we're set up for the grand final. It's going to be Gambit taking on Entropic, right? And obviously I won't do the pre-show for it now in a sense, but when it comes down to that matchup, on paper you'd look at it thinking, oh, this should probably be like a 3-0, 3-1 right to Gambit. But Entropic did take that map off them, and we wanted to see some more from these guys.
Exactly the thing, like Entropic won in the major, right? It was a Vertigo game, 16-14. It was a close game, but it's Vertigo, one of the Gambit's most powerful maps.
Yeah.
And it was like on the major, right? So I think Gambit is going to be looking for that revenge, you know, but overall I wouldn't put like Gambit in such a driving seat as people would think so.
One of two things will happen tomorrow. Either Gambit will like win map 1 and stomp Entropic 3-0, and that's going to be a quick best of 5. Or Entropic is going to show up, win the first map, and that's going to maybe some doubt is going to come in inside the heads of Gambit, and then we might have a series. Because prior to that 16-14 Vertigo game, a best of 1 at the major, Gambit won every single series that they played against Entropic. It was 16-0, 16-4 the last time they met prior to that Vertigo game. So they just have also the mental edge in that sense. And if the game starts in Gambit's favor, you know, both teams are going to just think of that 16-0, 16-4 final. But if it starts in Entropic's favor, then they both might start thinking about the 16-14 from the major.
Keep in mind that also this is the first relevant final for Entropic, and Gambit has played a few this year, right?
Absolutely, yeah.
So that's going to be
Best
one of
the
best of 5s as well. You know, remember Katowice and Pro League and all these events, right? And they know how to play those events in the finals, sorry. And then that's going to be like one of the key advantages they have coming into this. So it's not going to be like Shiro's, you know, great performance throughout the event. It's going to be that, right? Because they on the other side have Alien, right? And then he's...
हेलो हेलो हेलो, क्या हाल चाल? कोई और आ रहा है क्या?
पता नहीं, भाला बताएगा ना। भाला केनी और उसका एस्कॉन और फ्लैश का क्या है? एस्कॉन तो बुला रहा था ना।
वो बेटी जो सब बुलाता रहता है साला। तो ग्रुप में मैसेज करता हूँ। भाई अच्छा खासा आज वॉचिंग आ गया है। राइट, दोपहर से ऑन किया हुआ था। मैं गया था, हुक्का का पी के आया, देखा चल रहा है स्ट्रीम। तो मैच चल रहा है क्या?
क्या बोल?
चल रहा है क्या रे रेड डेविल?
हाँ, मजाक हो रहा था।
चैंपियंस लीग तो छोड़ा। यूसीएल
हार गया मैनचेस्टर।
इतना खराब है, हम क्या बोले यार।
मैनचेस्टर हार गया क्या भाला?
वॉटफोर्ड से 4-1 आ रहा है, 4-1।
बहन चो भाई, हम लगाने वाला था भाई पैसा, हम मैनचेस्टर पे अच्छा हुआ नहीं लगा। चोदू है बहन चो।
भाई वॉटफोर्ड से हारना मत
यूनाइटेड अभी यूनाइटेड पे पैसा लगाना एकदम मतलब बेकार डिसीजन।
ये वही रोनाल्डो वाला है ना, जिसमें रोनाल्डो है। तो कैसे हार रहा है?
सुनो गनर का नहीं है, ठीक है, पूरा गलती
भाई। पूरा कोच बेकार है भाई, ये मैकेना सब घटिया है।
बोल रहा हुआ ऐसा कुछ नहीं है, बहुत टीम भी बहुत अनरिस्पॉन्सिबल, बहुत
देखो सिंपल सा चीज है। देखो तुम
रिस्पॉन्सिबल।
अरे तुम एक बात बताओ,
नहीं खिलाते हो।
हाँ कोई भी पोजीशन पे नहीं खेलता है यार, कोई भी प्लेयर नहीं खेलता पोजीशन पे। मैकटोमनी नहीं खेलता है भाई मिडफील्ड में।
नहीं वो बात नहीं है, अब परफॉर्म भी कर पा रहा है। ब्रूनो का परफॉर्मेंस बहुत खराब इस सीजन, बहुत। क्रिस्टियानो को जो बॉल मिलना चाहिए वो
भैया को बुला लेता हूँ, किशन भैया को।
उसका वैसा नहीं कि वर्क उतना अकेला, मतलब टीम अकेला बॉल वर्क रेट काफी कम हो गया है।
अब भाई देखो, बहुत आज पता है सबसे बड़ा घटिया चीज पता है क्या? देखो तुम मैगवायर भाई बहुत घटिया डिफेंडर है, बहुत घटिया डिफेंडर हो गया। बहुत घटिया खेल रहा है। वैम बिसाका भाई बहुत घटिया खेल रहा है, बहुत घटिया। वो बंदा एक भी पास कनेक्ट नहीं कर पा रहा था अच्छे से। और सबसे जो तुम भाई वैंडेबिक जैसा प्लेयर को बेंच पे बैठा के रखते हो, हम क्या बोले भाई। खिलाता किसको है?
मिड पे खिलाओ, डिफेंसिव
भाई
मिडफील्डर।
फ्रेड को खिलाता है, मैकटोमिनी को खिलाता है। क्या क्या सोच के खिलाता
बहुत
है ना।
दुखी हो गया भाई, लग रहा है
बहुत घटिया है भाई। हम बहुत भाई इतना अच्छा प्लेयर सब रखा है, मतलब भाई आदमी लोग मरेगा, मैनेजर लोग मरेगा ऐसा प्लेयर लोग को मैनेज करने के लिए, और घटिया प्लेयर को बैठा के एकदम।
समझ में नहीं आ रहा है।
तो गलती किसकी है, कोच की या मैनेजर की? गलती किसकी है?
को खेलना चाहिए, ठीक है।
कोच और मैनेजर दोनों फालतू है। सबसे पहला घटिया जो टैक्टिक्स है भाई, इतना घटिया टैक्टिक्स है। मतलब तुम्हारे पास इतना अच्छा प्लेयर है और तुम खाली लॉन्ग बॉल खेलते हो साला। भाई पास कर करके खेलो यार, पास करके खेलो। लॉन्ग बॉल खेलता है।
तुम एक बात बताता हूँ, रुक जा। पास करके ये लोग इसलिए नहीं खेल सकते बिकॉज तुम इनका सारा प्लेयर देख लो, ये लोग खेलने का आदत जो बना रहे हैं ना, वो काउंटर अटैक का है। ब्रूनो, क्रिस्टियानो,
यही तो घटिया। देखो
तुम सांचो, ये लोग सब स्पीडस्टर्स है, ठीक है। ये लोग खेलते हैं काउंटर अटैकिंग फुटबॉल। तुम उनको अगर पासिंग गेम सिखाना चाहते हो तो तुमको रीबिल्ड करना पड़ेगा, जैसे गार्डियोला सिटी के लिए किया था, ठीक है। उसके लिए मिडफील्ड से चालू होना पड़ता है, ठीक है। डिफेंस को, मिडफील्ड को बहुत कंट्रोलिंग गेम खेलना पड़ता है। तुम लोग पास कंट्रोलिंग मिडफील्डर है ही नहीं। तुम बताओ ना, तुम्हारा वैंडेबिक को छोड़ के, तुम्हारे पास कौन है कंट्रोलिंग? हम कंट्रोलिंग मिडफील्डर मानते नहीं है, वो अगर अच्छा पासिंग कर सकता है।
हाँ देखो कंट्रोलिंग मिडफील्डर हम बता रहे, एक जो एक्चुअल सेंस में कंट्रोलिंग मिडफील्डर है ना यूनाइटेड के पास, वो है मैटिच, लेकिन वो हो गया बुढ़ा, वो खेल नहीं सकता हर मैच। तो इशू ये है, इन लोग खरीदता ही नहीं भाई। बताओ तुमको, सैंचो का कोई नीड था खरीदने का? सैंचो का नहीं जगह था इस टीम में,
नहीं था, कोई जरूरत नहीं था। और सैंचो बहुत अच्छा प्लेयर था, उसका करियर खराब हुआ है,
करियर खराब कर रहा है, वैन डे बीक का करियर खराब कर रहा है। कौन है भाई? राइजल सामा
किशन भैया,
सब्सक्राइबर ओपी
किशन भैया है।
ओ कोई आ रहा है और
नहीं
आ रहा तो गो कर दो यार।
ये अपना मैच का 14 बन रहा है, 3-0 आ रहे हैं लिवर।
भाई हारेगा एकदम हारेगा भाई। तो तुमको क्या लगता है आर्सेनल का भी जैसा टीम है, यूनाइटेड जैसा ही? मतलब चलो आर्सेनल के पास तो प्लेयर सब भी खराब है, नहीं बोल सकते।
नहीं खराब
नहीं खराब है, लेकिन भाई मतलब जो आर्सेनल का लेवल होना चाहिए, जैसा मतलब टीम है,
वो
मतलब
भी कह सकता है भाई। उसका तुम बजट देखो और इसका बजट देखो, कैसे बोल सकता है भाई ये बात?
भाई यूनाइटेड का भाई पैसा है ना, यूनाइटेड का रेवेन्यू हर से ज्यादा है।
300 मिलियन का
यूनाइटेड का रेवेन्यू
बकेट है।
देखता है, बहुत ज्यादा रेवेन्यू आता है यूनाइटेड का रेवेन्यू सबसे ज्यादा है।
अरे ये बता ना, मेन्यू ज्यादा अच्छा लगा, ज्यादा मतलब दिल के करीब है या फिर एनआईपी? अमन
अभी एनआईपी पे ज्यादा बिलीव कर सकता है। कोच नहीं चेंज करेगा ना, कुछ नहीं।
तेरी मस
तो NIP is one player away to be a
तो आ तो गया एस्टैक, और क्या चाहिए उसको?
प्लॉप्स की और कोच कितना अच्छा है NIP का,
वो तो बहुत अच्छा लगा, हमको भी अच्छा लगता है।
टीम एकदम मॉन्स्टर टीम है, लेकिन कोच ही हग्गू है
भाई। अभी बनेगा टीम फेस, तुम रुको भाई।
भाई रॉब्स को आने दो, फिर देखो मतलब कैरिगन जो बनाएगा टीम को,
वही हम बोल रहे हैं, मजा आ जाएगा भाई। रॉब्स को देख के ना पूरा एंट्री फ्रैगर है भाई, गजब, बहुत अच्छा ये है। मतलब ये लोग
चोदू है तुम। कौन सा एंट्री फ्रैगर? लड़कर है वो।
रॉब्स को बोल रहे हैं। हां इसको मारा, क्या नाम है?
ट्विस्ट और रेन।
ट्विस्ट को इतना अच्छा एंट्री फ्रैग करा रहे हैं ये लोग, और ट्विस्ट इतना अच्छा फॉर्म में है
भाई। ब्रोकी, ट्विस्ट और रॉब्स भाई तीनों करदा है।
ब्रोकी का एकदम भी एंट्री नहीं।
अबे तुम G2 को देखो ना, G2 में मेडन और वो आ रहे, मोनिसी आने वाले।
मोनिसी में मेरे को भाई ऑफर, ऐसा ऑफर मेरे को बोलना बहुत
कि मैडन, ये गॉडसेंट वाला मैडन।
हाँ गजब प्लेयर है
वो अच्छा प्लेयर था
बहुत।
गॉडसेंट चला काहे नहीं?
तो अकेले प्लेयर से क्या हो जाएगा
भाई? गॉडसेंट में फार्लिक भी अच्छा प्लेयर था, अच्छा प्लेयर था।
हाँ
हमपूस भी था एक टाइम पे।
लशा और जेडब्ल्यू भी थे।
बस अच्छा ही प्लेयर है, बस खराब खेल रहा है।
पूरा फनाटिक था भाई गॉडसेंट में।
हम एक बात, हमको फनाटिक एकदम नहीं पसंद है, टीम बहुत चूतिया टीम।
भाई आप, मुझे बहुत पसंद है भाई फनाटिक।
भाई अभी का नहीं है, हम पहले जेडब्ल्यू के टाइम का बहुत चूतिया फनाटिक।
उस टाइम का फनाटिक बहुत मतलब एरोगेंट था।
एरोगेंट है भाई, हमको पसंद नहीं था।
वन मिनट
एक बार और 30 टैग।
बीजा ग्रीन बीजा।
ओके बी आओ बे।
आ रहा है यार,
मार इसको बे, बॉडी मारना।
मैं क्यों रहा है?
बे शॉर्ट मैच है क्या है ये? क्या लगा दिया ये?
शॉर्ट मैच है भाई।
शॉर्ट मैच चाहिए?
चुतिया पे, ये क्या चुतिया पे भाई?
भाई सॉरी,
क्यों लगा शॉर्ट मैच भाई?
क्यों? अरे सॉरी।
अभी इसमें इको बर्बाद कर लो भाई, ये ग्राउंड गेम खत्म हो जाएगा अभी थोड़ा देर में।
अरे मुझे नहीं पता था भाई, सॉरी।
रैंक कब पे असर नहीं पड़ेगा इससे?
शॉर्ट मैच फर्क पड़ता है तो भाई।
अरे
शॉर्ट मैच रैंक होता है कटिफ पुश नहीं करेंगे होल्ड करो मैं तो हीरो बन के हम ये कर दी
लो
बचा लिया रेड
50 टैग नाइस स्पॉन है लास्ट
बॉम्ब था यार बस छोड़ दे रेड बस भी लो
ठीक
शॉर्ट में कैसे लग गया यार
ये राउंड जीतना ही है नाइस एक क्या हुआ से
ये एसजी
नाइस
चाहिए क्या देखो
मेरे को दे
दे दिया हमको
तुम लेगा एसजी करेगा कि M4 करेगा हमको एसजी दे तो M4 ले ले
नहीं हम एसजी करेगा
एसजी का स्प्रे होता है तुमसे कंट्रोल
अरे हम टैप वाला बंदा
टैप कर लेना हार्ट ओह टैप ऑफ लेकिन दूसरा टैप नहीं होगा
और भी है मल्टीपल
तो रुक लग आगे
सेकंड मिड क्लियर है
छोड़
ब्लॉक्स
मल्टीपल है एक और होगा लेफ्ट में मुझे लग रहा है वन स्पॉन लास्ट स्पॉन
डेड
मर गया
डेड हो गया है
ऑफ अच्छा है ये सर डीएल
अबे तुमसे होगा M4 का स्प्रे पे भाला
अरे
छी साला
नहीं भाई चल रहा स्प्रे नहीं किया इसलिए दम टैप किया
तो साला तो स्प्रे कर रहा था
ना सुंदर मारे है फिर भी कोई बोला नहीं
जल्दी खत्म करो यार इसको फालतू में शॉट मैच लगा दिया
करीब 4 जन को डैमेज दिए थे हम 3 को 80 के ऊपर है
वो मेरा हेडशॉट मारो से हेडशॉट मारो मैं
ये सब मत सिखाओगे हेडशॉट परसेंटेज हमको स्क्रीन समझ कर खाया तुम
मैं क्लोज मॉली कर रहा हूं
मत कर लॉग्स शायद
कर रहा हूं
ओह सेकंड मिड वन
जा रहा हूं
इको है शायद रीगल गला
सेकंड मिड मल्टीपल टीवीएस एक टीवीएस
वन मोर सेकंड मिड ओह शिट एक एप्स
टीवीएस कहां गया कि नहीं
छोड़ दिया
भाई दोनों साइड से ओपन हो गया मैं
ऊपर देख MP91 एप्स अरे रेवेन तेरे पीछे भाई शिट
अरे यार मुझे एप्स ध्यान
बॉयलर
एक बॉयलर था और एक शायद एप्स था 1v1
पोजीशन अच्छा
अरे देखा था तेरे को
अच्छा नहीं था मैं बोला ना ये मुझे पता ही था बोला एप्स आ जाएगा
बिल्कुल ध्यान नहीं दिया हट मुझे ऐसा लगा कि एप्स का नाम था माय बैड ये बाय करते हैं ये ना फोर्स करते हैं जो
कि नहीं खेल भी छोड़ दे
बी हम जाते हैं
ऑफ वॉल पिक
स्मोक है ना बस रेड भाई मॉली के लिए पीछे करना मेरे हां थोड़ा होल्ड करना भी पहले स्मोक कर मार
अरे सॉरी सेकंड मिड
होल्ड हां लगा है
टैग
नाइस
लेफ्ट टैग
बॉम्ब ड्रॉप
एक और है ये गटर
C4 है बस
गया बनाना गया
ये बनाना नहीं है फ्लैश दे ऊपर से
फॉलो
दिया
ऐसे टीवीएस देख रहा है?
हाँ देख रहा है।
अच्छा एप्स क्लियर है।
गटर देख रहा हूँ। नहीं गटर लगा तो गटर।
गटर क्लियर। गटर क्लियर है।
क्या सेव कर रहा है बंदा बच्चा।
अरे साला अंदर था।
अंदर हो गए ना।
गटर तुम लोग बोला।
अबे गटर क्लियर है बोला। एकदम पागल है भाई रेडेविल।
स्मोक
कहाँ
है
पे
मेरे
भैया?
पास, कोई ड्रॉप कर देगा तो उठा लेंगे।
ड्रॉप किया है।
अभी भाई हाजीपुर में है।
मिला है ना तेरे को स्मोक?
हाँ मिल गया। नाइस। डिकॉय था साला।
सेकंड मिड।
सेकंड मिड किल।
मिड स्मोक दे रहा हूँ।
स्मोक है तेरे पास ना?
हाँ है
स्मोक कर दे इसको। टीबीएस हमको स्मोक कर दे।
टीबीएस
टैप्स
सामने आ जा।
मिड वन मिड
सेकंड में टीबीएस
चल तेरे पीछे
है नहीं कोई। इधर देख टीबीएस देख।
सही देख रहा। डेड।
लास्ट टैप्स।
नीचे गया। अरे आए के करके मत
किस्मत चल मार दे। पेडल तेरे सामने आएगा।
ठीक।
इधर सामने नाइफ कर देगा।
ये 8 राउंड होता है ना इसमें हाफ में?
8 का
चाहिए किसी को AK?
ना।
भैया आपकी शादी कब हो रही है? गोपाल भैया की तो हो गई इसमें।
अरे भाई गोपाल ओमकार सब
स्मोक ले लो।
हमारा
सही है। क्या ऋषभ भी आए क्या?
किशन भैया?
नहीं किशन।
अरे अच्छा आप हैं। ओहो
टीपी समझ नहीं यार फोटो देख।
कोई नहीं है बट देख खाली है पूरा। ये रश होल्ड रेडी टीबीएस रहेगा एक।
टीबीएस नहीं है
हो सकता है ना भाई। वो 3 बार पुश कर दिया अपने। अच्छा तुम वहां नहीं चाहिए। हां टीबीएस
रेड डेविल को अलग कॉन्फिडेंस आ रहा है इस गेम में।
एक और है।
लास्ट बॉयलर है शायद। एक बॉयलर है।
दोनों लगा पुश कर। वाह के नहीं वाह। छोड़ दे बचाओ।
fuck यार तुम देख लिया खराब।
लो आपसे बॉम्ब ड्रॉप फ्लैश अप्स। सेकंड मिड देखा रेड बॉलर
ए शॉट गया।
कैनी को कौन ऑफ दे था?
शॉट गया था।
ये तो बॉम्ब ड्रॉप है।
बॉम्ब ड्रॉप
साला बढ़िया प्लेयर रहता ना मार देता तुमको पहला ही बार में।
हाँ
तुम जो मिस किया ना तुम मत बोला। हाँ ठीक है
वो ठीक है भाई वो मिस हुआ कोई बात नहीं।
ये M4 देखे नहीं।
हमको भी ड्रॉप दो। AUG ये लो।
ऐसे पता कौन खेलता था? एक प्लेयर तो
सिकदर
जानता है
कौन? सिकदर। हाँ
सिकदर वो ऐसा इजी शॉट्स मिस करेगा और कुछ भी फ्लिक मार देता कुछ।
ड्रैगन था वो।
एक और इधर है।
कहाँ?
लॉक्स।
अरे लेफ्ट भी था। मैप पे लिखा था। अरे मैप में भी लिखा था भाई इसलिए मैंने वहाँ पे था।
भी आए क्या?
हार चाहिए।
बेकार स्मोक है। रेडल चल रहा है यहाँ पे।
आर्च बोले थे ये
मतलब रिडल तो पहले जा।
नाइस।
एक और था बी पे।
ए है भाई
भाई भाग रेड
शिट यार।
लेफ्ट साइड चेक करना पूरा, ठीक है? रेड अंदर निकाला था।
हाँ हो सकता है सामने। ये क्या
क्या कर रहे हैं भाई ये लोग?
ए प्लांट
साइड 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 राइट
आर्च 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 की तरफ था।
राइट में भी। ओके
का लॉन्ग कभी लेफ्ट साइड
राइट है, पिट कहीं हो सकता है, पता नहीं। ग्रेवयार्ड लग रहा है।
स्टिक
अरे
पीछे छिपा था।
जीतते पिस्टल जीतते बी रश करते
ना 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 ना।
मतलब एकदम शॉर्ट में जितना बकवास है ना ये आइडिया भी। मुझे 8 का राउंड विंगमैन होता है 5 जन में होता है क्या 8 राउंड।
अरे उनके लिए मुझे गेम खत्म करना हो।
बेकार है, मतलब सेंस नहीं आता कंपटीटिव में इसका।
बेट पुश हो रहा है शायद एक का।
दो एक और नाइस।
सिटी 1
बना नहीं आएगा।
आ गया। डबल पिक नाइस। अरे साला दिखा नहीं।
कर दिया
47 टैग है वो, दिखा ही नहीं मेरे को।
तीनों मर गए भाई, गड़बड़ हो गया।
बहुत कम एचपी होगा उसका। तू उसको कितना टैग दिया?
27।
हाँ तो मैं 47 दिया। था एकदम स्प्रे भाई
साला।
अरे भाई पता उसको लगा कि 2 नेट पड़ा तो वहां पे जिंदा बचेगा कैसे भाई? बच गया जिंदा साला। इको
साला शॉर्ट मैच के तो लॉस बोनस से चेंज करना चाहिए।
क्यों करेगा?
2 राउंड तो ऐसे ही निकल जाते हैं इको में सिटी में तो।
पुश है मिड
रेस के
ये बनाना बूस्ट ले। नीचे ही शायद अपने देख बॉल के नीचे
ना। सैंड होगा, सैंड बैग देख। कॉफिन भी नहीं है।
ठीक ले रहा है।
हेड कैसे नहीं लगा? 41 तो चलो बाय कर। खत्म करो यार इसको।
बीरश करेगा बीरश।
नहीं एप्स कंट्रोल लेते हैं।
ठीक।
ये चलते आराम।
कुछ तो बता जिंदगी।
शॉट है।
अरे यार ग्रेवयार्ड वन। ग्रेवयार्ड रुक जा रहा है। नाइस। पीछे बॉयलर की तरफ है बाला। क्लोज राइट में तेरे।
किधर साला?
स्मॉल पिट गया।
ओ भाई क्या हो गया ये?
धोखा हो गया धोखा। बोल रहे
हाँ
बीरश
भाई।
करो, जीत जाएंगे हम लोग।
अरे वो बी बहुत पीछे खेल रहे हैं वो लोग।
तो हम लोग आगे जाके खेलेंगे।
वेट करता है भाई, पहले मौली नहीं फेंकते, पैर पे फेंक देंगे।
वो लोग बनाना कंट्रोल नहीं ले रहा है। घुस जाएंगे तो मर जाएगा वो लोग। सिटी 50 अटैक है वो।
अरे
कॉफिन और सिटी
पीछे के नहीं।
कॉफी में 3 कैसे आ गया साला? तो सब आ गया।
कॉफिन में है। ऑपर है वो और एक कॉफिन है।
हम लोग थ्रो कर दिए मैच गेम।
अरे थ्रो नहीं किया लेकिन हो गया हल्का।
3 भी खेल रहा है साला, एक टाइम नहीं हो रहा है तो।
अरे रेड डेविल क्यों उसमें गया आपसे बता दो।
किस टाइम?
एक किल मिल गया तो पीछे जाने का, वो किल नहीं मारा तो गया बेकार का। वो एक किल मिला फिर पीछे आ जाओ।
ओ गलती
तो बनाना कंट्रोल लेता हूँ स्मोक करके बस।
चलो मार सालो।
मारो लो है।
अभी अब एक और
केयर करो।
आज बनाना होना चाहिए।
पता नहीं ना, दे चेक कर लो। प्लांट करो खाली।
ठीक है
रे। क्लोज।
अरे नहीं भाई मत दो।
आराम से लाइब्रेरी निकला हर चीज।
ठीक
एकदम हाइड कर ले तू। डोइन मार के नहीं, तुम में भरोसा है।
नहीं फ्लैश नहीं
वो है देख रहा है।
फ्लैश क्या करने लगता है भाई?
रो फ्लैश नहीं पे नाइफ करा था गलती से। फ्लैश क्यों करूंगा मैं एक M4 दे रहा हूँ, एक ही दे रहा हूँ। सॉरी एक ही ड्रॉप है।
किसी को नहीं चाहिए तो हम उठा लेंगे।
ऐसा गली ले दो आप।
हाँ ठीक है।
अरे नाइस।
भाई लो 87 सिटी।
एक आर्स था
87 सिटी एक साइड भी है, तुम लोग ए खेल सकते हो, 2 ए पे है, ए रश करने से नहीं होल्ड कर पाएंगे वो।
कूल
आराम से ऑरेंज होल्ड, स्मोक करो, आराम से जाओ। घुस लो, एक पेट होगा या साइड होगा?
2 बी पे पक्का है
और एक आर्च घुस, ये लो पेट
ग्रेवयार्ड
वेट कर
आराम से पेडल पीछे से आ जाएगा, ओपन है पीछे।
अरे ग्रेवयार्ड ही है।
पीछे ऊपर
पीछे जा रेड छोड़। आप स्वॉर्म ड्रॉप है भाई, वो वाव भी ड्रॉप है।
हार गए क्या हम लोग?
ऐसे मिनट चले गए हम लोग यार फालतू में।
हार गया क्या? अच्छा 8-7 है।
लास्ट राउंड है। वो तो बी 3 लोग होंगे।
बोलो 3 बी रह रहा है।
हाँ।
चलो
ये रस करो हो जाएगा।
ये जो शॉर्ट मैच है इसमें इको स्टेबल हो ही नहीं सकता किसी का। अरे भाई
नाइस एक ही बंदा होगा, जल्दी फायर करो, होल्ड मत कर, एक ही होगा।
बी करते हैं ना, बी पे मारा कि ए में मारा?
ए पे मरा। लाइब्रेरी से आज कवर कर।
मर गया एक और।
इधर स्पिट नाइस
प्लांट कर,
मिड कर
प्लांट मैं शॉट दे रहा हूं।
पुश कर दिया यार स्मोक से।
मिड प्लांट है।
अरे नहीं
74
क्या कर रहे हो भाई?
अरे वो ऐप से भी आ सकता है वो। शॉट दिखते नहीं तो वो मर जाएंगे तो वाला ऐप्स होगा फिर।
इसीलिए नहीं देख रहा था मैं, अभी होल्ड करने का बोला भाई। अरे तो ये तुम लोग बेकार कर गए आर्चेस।
अरे मैं थोड़ा मरा, मैं तो होल्ड कर रहा था मिड। परपेंडिकुलर रेडी नहीं किया।
नहीं फुल मैच खेलेंगे हम लोग, फुल मैच। बुल साइड देख रहा है, हेडशॉट परसेंटेज मेरा।
ले तो बीजा बट खेलता हूँ
ओके
Take a shot.
भैया फाइनली अच्छे से क्रॉस कर सकता है कोई इंसान यहाँ पे
शॉट है मार्क शॉट है कोई
बीच छोड़ रहा है
बाकी तीनों लॉन्ग है
Long.
एक महीने 76 है ठीक है महीने 76 है
पिट वन पिट है रेडियल लॉन्ग कवर करना कर सकते हैं तो
लॉन्ग चला जा तू
ठीक
लॉन्ग पे किट वेट
ठीक
होल्ड करना ठीक है बस वो एंगल होल्ड कर रेडियल बस नाइस
ब्लू बॉक्स है शायद भी जाएगा
Coming.
Nice one.
Red Devil boost करते हैं वो shot.
I'll go B.
Yeah, I can butch. You.
Nice.
Scout.
On scout.
Smoking now.
Shot in.
Shot. हाँ end नहीं है shot.
long
I will.
flash
एक और ulti.
अरे राइट साइड है -58
स्काउट उठाना है क्या उठा ले
ठीक है
रहने
ओके
कुछ तो बता
Shot boost again.
Yeah. Can be Ras.
Yeah.
Smoking.
क्या रिसोर्ट
दो ulti दो और ulti. Two more ulti one habit.
मिड देख
On Xbox. Shot one. Shot पे है.
Shot 3 at least. Careful.
Shot coming.
Yeah, दो. Last two shot.
बॉम्ब म्यूट है बॉम्ब म्यूट
Long or lol? One long. One city.
City, one city.
Yeah.
City coming
Bomb
bomb windows. Height में
One
जाएगा
habit.
can he?
हाँ.
Two windows हैं.
Let's P.
Mid-dose.
छोड़ दो
वो लो है green बहुत लो है. Can you ऊपर आ जा?
मैं LT देख रहा हूँ.
71 है fight ले. Can you fight ले इधर है. You B side. Can you fight ले?
Beside.
बॉम्ब लेके गया
Bomb लेके गया. Doors के outside देखना scaffolding.
30 टैग दिया मैंने कितना?
30 टैग दिया 71 कौन बोला?
मैंने 30 टैग 28 टैग दिया एग्जैक्ट.
1 HP है. ये प्लांट A plant.
Low है 1 HP.
Kit है सामने kit है.
हाँ मेरे पास किट था.
मेरे पास kit था. झूठ बोलता है.
मेरे पास भी था.
1 HP इस गए. हाँ ramp.
Nice.
गली ले लेना. रेडिल तुम स्काउट लिया था?
ना ना हम लॉन्ग पे मरे.
मैं लॉन्ग ऑफ करता हूँ. रेडिल लॉन्ग आ तू.
अरे हम स्मोक मार देंगे पीछे से. ठीक है भैया.
बीज है ना बी ये लो.
Mid one.
Suicide. 2B. 158. 1 upper.
लॉन्ग संभालना रेडिल. लॉन्ग संभाल.
ठीक. Catwalk sound. Nice.
Nice.
Cat sound.
Peek level.
1 mid to be down.
एक कैट है हाई मिड देखना.
Mid to be smoke. Push कर रेडिल. एक बॉस होता है.
Going B.
I'll pick mid.
क्या मिड पिक करेगा? कुछ बचा है अब?
ट्राई करते हैं.
Suicide.
Grenade out.
Long door.
Flashbang.
Long. Bomb है इधर.
That was song. Long door.
Bomb. I have the bomb.
Ah. LT1. एक LT है.
Suicide देख.
मर गया.
Mid up. बैलेंस के पास.
एक ही ले ना क्या? दो तो है.
I will op.
मेरे को M4 दे.
चला.
कुछ तो बता.
साइड खाली है. Fuck. Can be one.
बच्चे क्या?
Flashbang.
Volley कर रहा हूँ.
Grenade. Flashbang.
One top mid.
रेडिल शॉट खेलना तो एग्रेसिव. तेरी मर्जी खेलना है.
1 HP. 1 HP.
Ah fuck. Long minus 38. Right side. Yes.
Khalil, fuck this shit.
Total.
पहुंच नहीं पाए.
कुछ तो बता. मिड बताना. ब्लैक बता. मिड बताना कोई है या नहीं. मिड दे.
Suicide.
Flashbang out.
भाई.
Throwing
Mousepad है।
पीछे आ जाना चाहिए 58 गलती 1 हाइब्रिड।
मैंने गलती से किया।
होल्ड कर ले नहीं छोड़। हाइब्रिड भी था।
भाला सुन तो मेरी स्ट्रीम पे जाके एक बार रिवाइंड करके देखना, ये वाला राउंड बस एक बार देख, मुझे मार रहा हूँ। क्या
सब मर गया यार, शिट।
आ रहा है भाई, नेट से आएगा, ये लोग से भी आएगा। आ गया ये साइड, राइट
लॉल।
क्या चूतिया रेडबल स्कोप क्यों खोला रे?
अरे वो लॉन्ग गए थे, मेरे को लगा लॉन्ग से आएगा।
जंप पे मार खा गया कि नहीं?
अरे मुझे दिख नहीं रहा था ठीक है बंदा, तो हम देखने के लिए
तुम पीछे जाएगा क्यों?
ओ भाई
अरे मेरा स्मोक कहाँ गया था पिछला वाला?
हाइब्रिड पे स्मोक है।
यू बी क्लियर।
लॉन्ग कैसे नहीं लगा वो शॉट? वो दिख तो रहा है तेरे को सर उसका।
कहाँ दिखा?
Two habit lost. Nice trail. Two habit.
Top mid.
चल गया, पुश कर गया।
अरे एक एलटी में
छोड़ दे गया।
One is two side.
रेडो लॉन्ग जा, छोड़ दे इसको। बस सुसाइड है, उसको मार दे। सुसाइड है ना?
आवाज तो आया था।
पिकले
चल शॉट चला जाएगा भाई। अब वो
दिखा तेरे राइट साइड
शॉट चला गया। ये
शॉट चला गया।
तू लॉन्ग जा रेडो छोड़ दे इसको।
ठीक।
रैंप पर रुक जा रैंप पे आने दे इसको। रुक जा होल्डर। आराम से प्लांट इन दे। अबे अब ऊपर हो जाएगा तू।
अरे
उसको आने देना चाहिए तेरे को रैंप। नहीं एक शॉट था क्लोज। रैंप आ रहा।
भाग जा। Be a pussy.
ना
Anup बोल रहा है, I'm a pussy.
ये बाय कर लेते हैं, हो जाएगा सबका बाय।
हो जाएगा।
बे अनु
येलो आई कैन ड्रॉप
मार भाई, मैं हर बार मर रहा हूं मैं बचते हुए।
येलो ड्रॉप
मिड में मार उसको, मैं तभी पुश कर पाऊंगा। तो फायदा नहीं है बार सुसाइड से उसको पहले पिक मिल रहा है। बी अप्स से बी।
वन बी मिड
होल्डिंग नहीं। बी क्लियर।
लॉन्ग होल्ड।
शॉट क्या
190
शॉट है।
नाइस
शॉट मल्टीपल है। दो तो दिखा था हमको, 2 शॉट।
अरे यार सीटी है, एक शॉट होगा।
नाइस वीडियो।
शॉट कहां?
शॉट
2 शॉट।
एक और शॉट।
वाक
इजी किल।
नाइस। नावी जीतेगी, मैं नावी है ही नहीं भाई।
एकदम ऑफ नहीं करेगा।
ठीक है हमको कर रहा हूँ।
थोड़ा बेशर्म है तो मत करना। कब तक कैरी करेंगे भाई हम?
Yellow, drop that. Yellow. Yellow क्या
अबे भाई ब्लास्ट में कोई तुमको डाउट है भाई?
ले
स्मोक किधर गया?
हमको मिल गया।
भाई ब्लास्ट में तो भाई सिंगल हैंडली जीतेगा बंदा भाई।
है उनके बाहर है।
Fire in the hole.
43 एक टीवी से
छोड़ दे टीवी तो।
एलटी से मार रहा है मेरे को। छोड़ दे क्या नहीं छोड़ दे इसको।
गन नहीं था क्या कुछ?
फोर्टी थ्री यहाँ है। Bigger.
Oh, short.
Pain short. Tap करना.
Maybe city.
Nice. Last 40 tap. 43.
Be careful.
Be careful. वो भी यार.
I know.
अभी है?
नहीं long का पोजीशन मत छोड़.
Nice.
सॉलिड टैग तो मैंने दिया था उसको छोटा।
मेरा 43 दिया हुआ दिखा हुआ है। कोविड-19 मारा ना ये? हाँ 43 टैग दिया। तुम कितना टैग दिया?
54 दिया।
हाँ 54 43 तो वो हो गया ना।
Take along.
97 थोड़ा से बच गया।
Suicide one ऊपर।
Suicide.
Grenade out.
शॉर्ट क्रॉस कुछ नहीं अभी। यार शॉट देगा।
यूटी
स्मोक मारे क्या? स्मोक मारे?
नहीं स्मोक मारा। मैं मॉली करूंगा।
One team spawn.
वेट मैं पीछे आ रहा हूं। पीछे तो आगे जा।
नहीं बी में मिड देख।
एंटी
दिल छोड़ दे। बहुत बेकार पोजीशन।
यूटी पुश कर रहा हूं।
Xbox One
Along.
हाँ दिखाई नहीं। 1LT
Bomber top mid.
बिल्डिंग शॉट कर।
नाइस हेड। 1 मिड आ चुका है।
24 टैग। दो। एक और था। एक शॉट था शायद क्या?
बस बी। दोनों है।
सेफ। ट्राई कर सकते हो अगर किल मिल जाएगा। हाँ किल मिल गया पहला वाला तो हो जाएगा। इको अच्छा नहीं है बहुत। सेव करना फायदा है। पैसा बहुत।
ये डीगल लग जाता।
टाइम आउट लो ना थोड़ा आ रहे हैं सुसु करके।
अब नॉर्मल जाना फिर वो करना डिस्कनेक्ट करना 2 मिनट का लग जाएगा। इको करते हैं। ओ भाई
P250 दे। 250
लग ही नहीं रहा भाई।
मेरा किल कम हो गया बताओ।
अभी तो बोला जाएगा तो चिकन हो गई।
तो हुआ है
4 था 3 हो गया।
राइट
बूस्ट ब्लू एसर चला जा एसर लॉन्ग भी है
नाइस शॉट
क्लियर हेलो नाइस और टी स्पॉन
Wait.
टी स्पॉन 1
Flashbang out.
back
Me.
Don't fight, spawn 41 tag.
Don't fight man.
एक टैग ही नहीं। सुसाइड है सुसाइड।
लॉन्ग जा रहे हैं
भाई सुसाइड है तेरे सामने। नहीं मिलेगा
ये लॉन्ग
सुसाइड अभी भी है शायद ऊपर। नहीं चला गया लॉन्ग हो जा। कार इजी किल है। छोड़ दे कार
यार
नहीं हो साइड वन साइड
वन कार लास्ट नाइस
ऑफ ले लो ऊपर बड़ा
उठाओ नहीं साइड पे ऑफ है।
मैं भी कर रहा हूँ
वो आप कर रहा है
चलेगा
जेम4 नहीं तो
कौन कर रहा है आप
कर ले
मैं भी जा रहा साइड शॉट फास्ट
है
लॉन्ग खा ले
बस भी है भाई 24 लो नाइस
एक बक
लॉन्ग खाली शॉट कर
बॉम्ब शॉट
नाइस चलो not side be careful
बॉम्ब है आपका शॉट ना
बॉम्ब है
हां एलटी ऊपर
होल्ड
सही
ये फाइट ले रहा है
लो टैग
बाप रे बाप व्हाट इज योर रैंक ड्रॉप दो AUG कोई देगा
क्या येलो कैन ड्रॉप मी हमको
ग्रीन
yeah
शॉट बूस्ट
ये ले चाहिए M4 दे
शॉट बूस्ट दे कोई जल्दी से अरे इतना लेट
चौक पड़ा
कैन यू इन्फो द ऑफिस
क्या
राइट UD care
KB
UD care
B
long
eight
अबे साइड आ गया
फ्लैश
two side
बी साइड कहां है
Xbox
टू मिनट एक और नाइस
साइड
लास्ट स्काउटर था शायद हाई मिड लेगा नहीं होगा
इस साइड स्कूस
नाइस मेरे को लगा बी साइड आ गया ये साइड आ गया बोल रहा था सोच रहे भाई कहां है साइड पे
साला 11-3 है मुझे लगा भाई बहुत ज्यादा स्कोर हो गया हम लोग का
तो 11-3 कम है क्या
बहुत ज्यादा ही होता है भाई
अरे नहीं मतलब उनका मतलब मैं एक्सपेक्ट कर रहा था 5-6 होंगे
एलटी कैट
गलती से शॉट फास्ट
आई मिड
एक शॉट है शायद.
Flash, UT flash.
Shot in.
Shot in.
Xbox है.
हाँ.
ए तू है के बाद?
Two shot.
Shot एक ही गया हमारा.
नहीं दो गया.
UT 198 tag. UT 98 tag.
3 shot.
Shot 2 ना. Nice.
Smoking.
Last shot ना.
T-spawn. Last spawn.
ठीक है हगा.
अबे भाई लैग हुआ मेरा चूतिए. हगा थोड़ा. 22 टैग दिया मैंने.
कार के पास था. ओ आ गया.
टैग है वो बहुत लो है ना रेड विल.
ये थोड़े लो.
कुल लो नहीं है भाई.
मतलब जो मर गया लो था तो उसको मार दिया बे पिकअप का.
अच्छा मार दिया.
तो असिस्ट मिला दिखा नहीं हमको.
वो उसका 2 HP था जो पहले मर गया.
ना.
B rush.
Yeah. Can you buy money or smoke? Only one? Yeah.
For where?
Let's go. We don't need this. They removes already.
ठीक है.
Nice.
One more LT help.
Nice.
Outside.
Push.
One tunnels.
Okay.
Tunnels one.
Outside.
डबल हेल्प कर दे भाई.
नहीं होता.
रेड का पूरा जान दे दिया. टू 0 हो गया. अब मदर आ जाएगा.
अच्छा आर्सेनल जीत रहा है.
नहीं मदर पूछ तो रहा था.
लिवरपूल से नहीं जीतेगा भाई आर्सेनल.
वही तो हम भी सोचते 2-0 आर्सेनल कैसे कर लिया.
मैसेज किया अभी आ रहा हूं.
2-0 बोल रहा था. 0-2 बोलना पड़ेगा क्या भाई.
One ramp.
Shot two. Shot one more.
पुश कर रेडी वाला. कार चेक कर
भाई मेरा हेल्प.
One egg box.
Nice ready.
Fuck.
Shot.
Net.
क्या नेट कर दे. बस वहां से नेट मार दे. एक और होगा कि नहीं.
एक और है यहां पे.
कहां जा. रेड में जा.
ब्रो मुझे
अब वहां पे क्लोज. बॉम्ब लेके आ जा. छोड़ दे. लॉन्ग कर गाइस. लॉन्ग. शॉट प्लांट
दे रहा हूं. शॉट जा रेड.
नहीं स्मोक.
सिटी
साउंड है. आउट.
रेड डेल कुछ तो प्लेयर है क्या बे भाला.
सही में यार कितना दिन कैरी करेंगे तुम लोग को. हमको अच्छा लगा तुम लोगों को कैरी करता है तो.
भाई ब्लास्ट प्रीमियर स्टार्ट होगा मजा आ जाएगा.
वहां पे बहुत दिन नहीं हो गया. CS बंद हो गया इतना ऐसा लग रहा है. कोई मैच ही नहीं.
मेजर हुआ था साला.
हां कुछ दिन पहले कहां हुआ भाई.
मिड.
खाली क्यों है.
शॉट.
खाली है.
वन कार. Oh! A shot.
Dead. कार नहीं. रैंप. RAMP.
उसको. You are good with it.
नहीं लगा उसको.
ना तो मरना है भाई. श्योर मरना है. दे दिया
Tagged.
लो
20 HP CT.
फाइट ले लो
साला इतना मेहनत करवाया टीवीएस गए बॉम्ब लिए बी साइड गए
मतलब आज क्या बोलते हैं अमन और मदर दोनों की टीम हार गई
मदर रेडिंग का भी हमेशा आता है रेडिंग की टीम में हमेशा आता है
अरे पिछला सीजन जीत रहा था ठीक है इस सीजन हार रहा है
Hello.
साला 30 tag side one
भाई स्ट्रगल एक शॉट है
-78 -78
दोस्तों मार चोद
और देख का नीचे नहीं है
On the box.
क्या बाप रे
थोड़ा सा राइट होता तो आ जाएगा हो जाता है
जब साला
थोड़ा सा राइट हो जाता है
ये मैच टाई होते हुए
टाई तो नहीं होगा लेकिन फालतू में साला ये देखो टाइम आउट भी ले लिया साला
15 से टाइम बोलता टाई हो जाएगा एकदम
अरे एनआईपी का फैन है ना तो इसने देखा हुआ है 4-15 से मैच टाई होते हुए एनआईपी में तो दुख
सबसे ज्यादा तो G2 देखा होगा यार मतलब केनी जो भी टीम में रहा सबसे ज्यादा वही लोग देखा है
ओ
एनआईपी ही तो दिखाया था
ओ
भूल गए क्या
कहनी है सर शॉक्स को एक टीम में हमेशा होना चाहिए हमेशा टाइटन का एक वो था रुतबा था भाई कहने सबसे अच्छा इसका क्या था तो सबसे कहने इसका सबसे अच्छा टीम कौन सा था टाइटन की G2
एनवीएस हाँ एनवी 2015 एनवीएस भाई बहुत मेजर जीता था भाई एक मेजर जीता था और दूसरे मेजर के ग्रैंड फाइनल में पहुंचा था
भाई ओले सैक होने वाला है
मतलब अभी वो हो रहा है कि क्या होता है अर्जेंट बोर्ड मीटिंग
भाई अगर एक यूनाइटेड ना अगर एक कॉम्पिटिटिव क्लब होता तो लिवरपूल वाला मैच के बाद उसको सैक कर दिया होता ना चूतिया ओनर लोग है ना चूतिया सीईओ साला कुछ भी
भाई ओले खेला है आज इतना साल यूनाइटेड के लिए उसका एक रेपुटेशन है ठीक है
वो ठीक है ओले भाई इंटरिम मैनेजर ही था वो कभी परमानेंट मैनेजर बनने नहीं आया था
नहीं लेकिन वो उसका जो टैक्टिक्स था ना शुरू में खराब नहीं था सबको अच्छा ही लग रहा था उसका जो साइनिंग्स किया उसमें सबको अच्छा ही लग रहा था बाद में वो खिला नहीं पा रहा है या फिर वो प्लेयर्स भी अंडर परफॉर्म कर रहे हैं ये भी बात है
ओले कभी ना मतलब कोच नहीं किया वो मैनेजर ही है
अभी जैसे बोलेंगे ना हम इसके हिसाब से बार्सिलोना का जो हालत हुआ वो कोमन की वजह से गड़बड़ नहीं था वो प्लेयर्स ही इतना नहीं खेल पा रहे सब अब वो कुछ है नहीं और बहुत ज्यादा तुम जब रिलाई कर जाते हो ना एक प्लेयर पे मेसी पे इतना लोग रिलाई करने लग गए थे ना कि
अरे भाला सुसाइड कूद
I don't understand dude
they don't understand right
सुसाइड कूद अरे
सुसाइड ही तो है कितना कूदे अच्छा तुमको वो चाहिए था मेरे को लगा तुम बोल रहा
मारो मारो लॉन्ग वन
सिटी
what
सिटी टैग्ड है वन सिटी राइट साइड
अच्छा इसको एडवांटेज होता है क्या सिटी को हमेशा दूर से
ऑब्वियसली
हाँ उसको पहले दिखता है तुम
अच्छा वो जिगल करना चाहिए था बच्चा सिटी में ही होगा यार। नाइस।
ये था क्या?
पता नहीं
हमको
लास्ट
तो
वो
लॉन्ग
लॉन्ग
पे
बोला
करना
हमको लॉन्ग मारा था भाई।
तुमको नहीं भी कंसोल से पूछ रहा हूं, भालो कंसोल में देख।
मेरे को नहीं मारा ये, मेरे को यही मारा जो भी मारा सिटी में।
ठीक ठीक।
अब मरेंगे तो मरेंगे।
इजी क्लच। मदर का बी साइड होल्ड अच्छा है।
घंटा सारा स्प्रे कर देता है 1v1 नहीं फालतू में।
होल्ड अच्छा है, ये सब ना बॉक्स से खेलना चाहिए पोजीशन हमेशा पोजीशन। चेक करें।
अच्छा वो अबैंडन कर दिया मैच। वाह वही बोला था, नाइस हैक्स।
अरे भाई ये लोग सिल्वर लो नोवा लोग है। नोवा भी लोअर नोवा है।
लाइक मी हैं? यू आर
नहीं नहीं नोवा 1। अरे भाई क्या बात कर रहे हैं। अच्छा ड्रॉप मिला है इसको। मैं फ्लैश को क्या ड्रॉप मिला? P7 फेड। हाँ करी
क्या क्या बोल रहे?
फ्लैशर को ड्रॉप मिला था मेरे सामने आंखों के सामने। उसको ड्रॉप मिला था MP7 फेड।
हाँ वो अच्छा है क्या?
भाई MP7 फेड भाई फेड सबका वो ऑफ फेड का दाम
भाई
लाख रुपए।
पागल है क्या? बहुत महंगा है भाई ग्लॉक भाई। ऑप तो बहुत महंगी दूर की बात सोच रहा
ऑफ भी है और
है। ग्लॉक का
भी,
देख
दोनों
ले।
बहुत महंगा है। और इसको MP7
देखने में बहुत अच्छा लगता है।
नहीं बोल के ठीक है वेल केस आर्डेंट बेटर है उससे।
सबसे महंगा तो हो गया था, क्या नाम है
साला आर्मी शीन।
ये MG2 में इसको नीचे उतारना पड़ेगा। अच्छा नहीं लग रहा है। मदर सुनने में तुम्हारी टीम हार गई, बहुत दुख हुआ सुन के।
हारी
मतलब कोई ये भी बोला था बहुत बुरी तरह से हारी है, तो कुत्तों की तरह हराया है किसी ने। कोई बात नहीं मदर, तुमको तो आदत होना चाहिए ना। NIP भी हारता है, ये भी हारता है, आदत होना चाहिए तुमको तो। देखो अमन की टीम भी हारी है तो दुख नहीं है। इसमें कैरी परफॉर्मेंस होगा, काफी हो गया मजाक।
बार्सिलोना के पास अब फॉरवर्ड बचा ही नहीं है, कोई भी फॉरवर्ड खेलने वाला नहीं बचा।
अगुएरो है ना, इंजर्ड है क्या?
अगुएरो रिटायर कर रहा है भाई, उसको हार्ट पेशेंट हो गया, वो उसका कार्डियक अरेस्ट आया था।
अच्छा हाँ हाँ देखे थे, उसका सांस फूल गया था ना।
रिटायर कर रहा, हाँ रिटायर कर रहा। और ये है लूक डिजंग एकदम बकवास है, खाली अंशु फाटी अभी रेडी नहीं है और डेम्बेले तो मरा हुआ ही रहता है।
मेंडिस
नहीं डिपे तुम बोल रहे हैं?
हाँ डिपे
है।
नूनो मेंडिस किस में है भाई?
कौन?
नूनो मेंडिस
इसमें है शायद, वो तो बेकार है, क्या नाम है उसका? क्लब का नाम भूल रहा है, इसमें ही खेलता है वो, ला लीगा में।
इसमें है क्या? सेविया में है क्या?
ना
मदर वापस एक के मदर दुख में है यार, हमको अच्छा नहीं लग रहा मदर ये
मदर वाह तो
मदर कोई बात नहीं मदर।
अरे मदर को दुख हो ही सकता है, आर्सेनल हारने का दुख करेगा तो फिर तो ये जिंदा ही नहीं बच सकता भाई।
क्या हुआ आर्सेनल बात हो रहा है।
आर्सेनल हारने का दुख बोल रहा है कि नहीं, तुमको पूछ रहा है।
ठीक है मैं अच्छा चल रहा है आर्सेनल का,
दूसरों बहुत ज्यादा बुरा नहीं
वैसे तो नहीं बोलेंगे कि मैच हुआ है, बट ठीक है आर्सेनल इससे खराब खेल चुका है।
ट्रिपल 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 ट्रिपल
अरे यार
तुम्हारे सामने मार दिया मेरे को बेंचो।
सिटी लो
अरे यार कोई आया नहीं साथ। सिटी लेना
काम से
दो है सिटी।
वन सिटी।
अरे
नाइस
मुझे लगा एक ही सिटी हो।
मगर तो रोज जाता है।
टैग था यार
अब तो आदत सी है मुझको। नहीं मदर
ओके अब थोड़ा सा फन किया जाए।
बोल सकता है कि खेल रहा खराब, मेरे पास तो
प्लेयर भी अच्छा प्लेयर है भाई स्ट्राइकर।
हेलो
तुम लोग कोई भी आदत का वो सुना है? एक इंस्ट्रूमेंटल वर्जन है नेस्कैफे बेसमेंट का। हाँ?
उसका पाकिस्तानी वाला कोक स्टूडियो का क्या?
पाकिस्तानी नहीं है, नेस्कैफे बेसमेंट का।
बॉम्ब लेके जा।
हेलो
फाड़ दिया 87।
मर गया वो।
कौन देख रहा हूँ? शॉट देख रहे हो?
अरे विंडो वन
जंगल
भी चलना मतलब
एक कनेक्टर
विंडो मार्केट।
नाइस बी क्लियर नॉटिंग कॉपी।
फक बहुत दूर है मार्केट।
मार्केट
अच्छा गेम
बूम।
नाइस
बढ़िया आईफोन खरीदो बे, सुनाई नहीं देता।
अबे तो उसको तो मारता भाई, मैं कमिट कर चुका था
भाई। कब से मेरे को सुनाई दे दिया था एप्स में
है ना। 30 में आ गया वो तेरे को आवाज कि लास्ट में बंदा आने वाला है इसमें।
हाँ
कोई बात नहीं, बाई कर सकते हैं हम हर बार फोर्स करते हैं कि इकोनॉमी एकदम खराब है।
वो करते हैं भाई स्मोक एग्जीक्यूट।
ना मुझे एमिन पिक करने दे। रेडिल ब्लॉक मत करना, हट जा सब लोग। कुत्ता मैंने बोला हट जा तो हटा भी नहीं साला। 2 रुपए का बंदा है।
छोड़ दे अभी मैंने छोड़ दे नहीं। एक है छोड़ पीछे ऑफर।
स्टेयर है साला, नीचे आके मार दिया। देख स्टेयर देखना।
अरे चलो छोड़ दे भी चला जा बॉम्ब ले भी चला जा। एक पीस शॉट है। वेट कर भाई वेट कर।
जंगल राइट साइड में।
एक्सपेक्ट करेगा सीटी में
क्लच कर देना मदद।
इसको इंस्पेक्ट कर दो, गन को इंस्पेक्ट करना भाई। मस्त है, बहुत सुंदर है। फोर
स्पाइडर ले ली।
इसको देखते कितना दाम इसको देखे ना।
मेन
पहले से
हो सकता है। तरसा रहा है भाई।
दोनों ही
दोनों पैलेस एम थे ना।
ठीक है
होंगे कामयाब।
टेक्ना नाम है बीरज, टेक्ना नाम है बीरज। बी इजी है, मैं 2 बार घुस गया ना।
फ्लैश करना ऊपर, ऐसे एक स्मोक रखना, मॉलिया तो स्मोक कर देना।
मैं रखा हूँ स्मोक,
फ्लैश करेंगे ठीक है।
और राजल आप कर देना। रे
ब्लॉक मत कर।
कुछ नहीं दिख रहा।
दो बेंच, एक साइड एक बेंच, एक और है।
दो साइड
एक और साइड।
मदर निकल क्यों नहीं रहा था बता तो भाई।
अरे मैं पूरा फ्लैश था, मैं अटक गया था।
फ्लैश हो गया था उसके बाद तो खत्म हो गया था फ्लैश।
हाँ खत्म हुआ, फिर मैं अटका हुआ था। निकल रहा हूँ नहीं निकल रहा।
ये सब क्या निका गलती है।
बहुत पैसा हमारे पास भाई, करो।
अरे मसला मैं ऑफ निकालूं ठीक है।
जंगल स्मोक आता है इसमें,
सब बुरा लग रहा।
अब होल्ड करना
तब तो मैं।
अरे नहीं कोई चिंता आप नहीं करना। होल्ड
ऑफ ले
होल्ड कर, मैं इमेज आता हूं।
काफी देर होल्ड करते हो। साउंड दे दिया तुम।
एक कनेक्टर था।
ब्लू कौन है?
क्या डिफॉल्ट है
भाई ब्लू आप क्या किए?
थोड़ा सा आवाज दे दिया,
पूरा आवाज दे दिया भाई, पूरा
वेट
कर दिया।
मिड पे ऑफ है।
होल्ड मदर होल्ड वहीं
बॉम्ब लेके आओ भैया।
कनेक्टर स्टेयर्स आएगा।
एक्सपेक्ट कर रहा सिटी स्टेयर्स सब आ गया। मैं हट जाओ, छोड़ दो भाई।
मैं सिटी स्मोक दे रहा हूं।
ये तो
सिटी स्मोक दे रहा हूं ना, मैं तो पिक कर सकता, मैं सिटी स्मोक दूंगा।
एकदम बकवास हो गया भाई, एकदम छोड़ दे पूरा क्या नहीं बर्बाद कर दिया।
मजा क्या नहीं।
ये छोड़ दे भाई, बहुत मुश्किल। 3 जन खेल रहे।
साइड
स्ट्रेस
स्टेयर्स ऑफ पर।
आप बी शॉट से आ पाओगे?
शॉट से आना मुश्किल है।
क्या
जल गया?
हाँ वो तो चल गया, अंडर हो सकता है।
बी शॉट
नहीं इधर है। बीच में मार दे, खत्म हो जा। बीच के
जंगल।
टाइम नहीं मदर।
सेकंड
मुझे तो 30 मार्क्स जा रहा है।
17 16 15 ऑफ ले सामने। ऑफ कनेक्टर नहीं अब नहीं मिलेगा, छोड़ दे।
सामने
सॉरी, मैं देता हूँ, ऑफ देता हूँ।
ले रहा हूँ मत।
नहीं सुनो ना तुम। ओके
ठीक है
हाँ ठीक है इक्वल होता।
अब तो आदत सी है मुझको। अंडर पास जा रहा हूँ, वॉकिंग करके।
कुछ नहीं दिख रहा।
वॉक कर रेड डेविल कुत्ता।
अरे चोट्टा कब से वॉक कर रहा है
सारा। साल दिखा, आवाज दिया तुम सारा।
भाग आगे भाग।
यार
क्लियर है।
उनके इको है, एक के पास ईगल था, शायद ईगल है।
बॉम्ब ले लिया तुम।
कनेक्टर 1 28 आएगा।
कनेक्टर आप देखो।
हां मेरे
भी भाई उनका
M4
अंडर पास
कनेक्टर नहीं आता व्यू है।
अरे भैया
आधा व्यू ये व्यू नहीं होता पूरा।
बना हम लोग ये बना
ले वो बच्चे और मार दिया सर पे।
स्टेज आएगा।
चलो भाई बी चलो।
चल
अरे ए पे आ चुका है भाई। बी चलो बात मानो। आओ
बी पे तो
छोड़ दे।
हाँ अंदर है, क्लोज।
और आवाज दे दो बच्चे, और आवाज दे दो।
आज के नहीं भाई, पता है ओले गोनर सोशल बन गया। सारा कॉल गलत दे रहा है।
हम तो
गलत क्या भाई, ए पे भी तो था ही ना, किसी ने मारा था उसने।
क्रश हो जाता।
सैंडविच बना दिया तुमको, है ना? कहना चाह रहे हो तुम।
अरे सुन, एक इधर मत, सिर्फ एक बार देना, पिक ही दे दो जल्दी।
अरे बाप रे, हीरो है क्या? सिंपल।
वो फ्लैश देना प्लीज।
ये मर जाएगा देखो ना, मस्त फ्लैश। आप जाओ ठीक करो देना, एक ही देना।
चल के आ गया पीछे।
अरे नहीं, वो उससे क्रॉस ही नहीं किया।
अरे स्मोक टेप क्या एक्स्ट्रा बी बनाओ तो छोड़ देते हैं बाद में आएंगे।
हां चलो बी चलो।
5 मिनट क्या
अब गांड मार देगा भाई मेरा वो।
स्टेज है
खत्म हो गया, मैं मर गया हूँ। मेरे को तो एक्सपेक्ट 2-3 खेल रहे थे
यार, पुश किया यप्स।
स्टेज है
एक अंडरपास होगा भैया, बीएस पुश किया था अंडरपास। वो अंडरपास जाना बॉम्ब
84 लेटा है के पे।
वन साइड है।
बी रश करो। हां नेक्स्ट राउंड।
आओ ये लो आओ।
कहां है?
भी चलना है क्या?
मिड पिक नहीं आ रहा है, बता। मिड पिक आने तो हम लोग कंट्रोल लेंगे थोड़ा सा। बढ़िया
चले चलो वॉक क्या करो।
गो अभी वॉक करके फायदा नहीं ये सब है।
क्या कर
नीचे शॉट कर। शॉट हमारा आपस भी आ गया।
नाइस।
दिस इज
गाइस बहुत राउंड्स निकल गया, थोड़ा वो करना हो। कुछ भी नहीं कर सकते।
अरे लेकिन एक चीज ऑब्जर्व किया है क्या?
आपके साथ खेलते तो जनरली हारते हैं।
नहीं मजा आता तो हारते हैं।
ये हां बाय करते हैं तो बीरश का ना एक बार के लिए वो लोग हैवी खेल रहे हैं।
कहां बीरश?
देखो ना एक किल वाले लोग मुझे सुना रहे हो। बीपी देख रहे हो। मिड बनाते रुको करो।
आल बाल कॉल हो रहा है
भाई। ये कैसे मैं कैसे मिस कर दिया मिड?
टूटिया
आपका
नाइस। एक बीआर पुश करता है।
मिस हो।
इसमें देख रहा है।
शॉट कर दे, मैं दे रहा हूं।
शॉट है
क्लियर
है।
शॉट डेड। एक डेड।
एक बी साइड होगा। चल बी चल ब्लू।
फ्लैश मिलेगा साइड
नहीं है।
बम कहां है? बम
घुसो क्लियर। स्मोक वर्क कर।
हां मार्केट
ठीक है।
आए पुश कर दिया, मार्केट पुश कर दिया। साइड है नाइस जॉब।
मर गया। स्मोक है भैया। नेक्स्ट प्लांट है बस। रेड डेविल यहीं पे यहां से नहीं आ रहा मार्केट।
मेरा गले उठा ले साइड में। M4 हो।
शॉट है रेड डेविल।
गले अंदर जाओ डेविल। हां राइट में एकदम को राइट घुमा। हां वो लास्ट के पास।
हेलो
ड्रॉप चाहिए मुझे। ये रिवेंज तुम फास्ट शॉट करो ना। सॉरी फास्ट बी करो ना।
मैं भी करूं भाई। मुझे ये के देना।
छोड़ पहले।
अरे छोड़ा दो, मैंने ब्लॉक भी नहीं किया था तो ना। बस अंडरपास कॉल देना।
मैं दे रहा। आप जाओ फ्लैश कर।
स्मोक भी हो रहा है। पुश शॉट काउंटर कर।
कोई डी शॉट है। लैडर रूम है शायद। लैडर रूम शॉट। स्टेयर्स का साउंड है।
ऑपर है
किधर?
पता नहीं, शॉट की तरफ है। ऑपर था।
बेंच था दिखा।
बी शॉट कर दे।
जा
नहीं शॉट ऑफर है मतलब।
लैडर रूम साला
पीछे छोड़ दे। कनेक्टर
अरे यार सॉरी शॉट। पता है मुझे बेंच पे एक माथा ऐसा कुछ था तो मुझे लगा
मुझे
बाहर जा रहे गाइस। ऐसे नहीं होगा।
खेल रहा है बहुत गलत खेल रहा है।
साथ में सब
क्यों
साथ में भी आओ। सब साथ में भी आओ।
एक ही देना।
साथ में भी आओ।
रेड लिख दे।
साथ में भी आओ।
ए स्मोक कर देना। ए स्मोक करते हैं।
अरे मैं मैकटेन खरीद लिया फिर।
पहले चल रही वेट कर एक पीछे रह।
मेरे पास स्मोक नहीं है।
मैच से
अरे यार पहले लेट हो गया मैं।
क्या
पहले पुश
में वेपन क्या
एक ही पुश किया हुआ है वो पहले नाइस
कर दिया स्मोक की टेस्ट।
क्या जाए
निकलना तू।
चलो पीछे चलो ए छोड़ो गाइस।
अबे फॉरवर्ड वो फॉरवर्ड होगा लेफ्ट राइट चेक करना पूरा।
प्रेडिक्टेबल है थोड़ा जल्दी करना होगा।
प्रेडिक्टेबल है लेकिन जल्दी करना पड़ेगा बहुत।
हां वही बोल रहा जल्दी करो जल्दी ऐसे
घुसते जाओ।
फ्लैश डालो ऊपर से।
एक घंटा पास देख।
हाय रे मैं मैकटेन कहां गया?
क्या कर रहा है? मार्केट ऑपर।
शॉट वन शॉट वाला।
मैं देखा फाइट क्या लेता मैं
फ्लैट
अच्छा नहीं मैं मैकटेन कहां गया यार? मैं बॉम्ब गिरा।
हालांकि तूने शॉट को फाइट किया।
सुनो एक चीज बता। लास्ट वन पे भाई इधर मत बोला कर मतलब बी जा रहे थे बोलता है ए शॉट चलो ए स्मोक मारो फिर बोलो बिग भागो ऐसे मत करे यार। बी जा रहे थे बी जाओ।
भाई सबसे मस्त मैकटेन कहां गया?
और तेरे पास MP7 था मतलब मैकटेन नहीं था।
मेरा था
मारेंगे ना हम खरीदे साला बोल रहा है कि हम उसका उठा लिए थे। शॉट कर लैडर रूम क्या है?
ऑपर पता नहीं।
लैडर रूम
डिफॉल्ट बॉक्स
जंगल तो कुछ नहीं दिखा।
मैं वेट किया
टीम खाली हो जा रहा भाई।
मैं सोलो क्यों कर रहा हूं? बी शॉट आया
एक बी शॉट है बी शॉट वन रेड विल। ओ नाइस मार दिया एक कनेक्टर शॉट मार गया एक कौन है
शॉट मार गया ठीक है।
हां कौन था एक
कनेक्टर है विंडो आ सकता है
भाई। यही सबसे गंदा पोजीशन स्मोक है।
नहीं ना आवाज मत दे इतना यार।
ओपन में इतना देर नहीं रहो।
होल्ड
मुझे एंट्री लेना होगा। आप लोग तो बी बोलता हूँ आप लोग ए जा रहे हो। मैं हो गया आप लोग समझ गया। आप लोग कैसी टीम में
अरे
समझ
थोड़ा स्लो खेलो हो जाएगा।
आप लोग खेलो अपना।
बी चलो अरे मानो बात
खेलो अपना।
यार मदर बहुत टॉक्सिक हो गया है।
4 किल लेके सुना रहा ना मैं। मॉली पे मैं स्मोक कर रहा हूं। वैन है
इधर बेंच
फायर है।
बेंच देखना
आराम से आप टाइम ले सकते।
बी शॉट भी नहीं मर रहा है क्या हो रहा है भाई?
1v1 है वो उसको टाइम लगेगा मार
उसको।
क्या हो गया तेरे रिएक्शन टाइम को भाई?
मारो तो मैंने उसको।
एक बार देखना अपना स्ट्रीम में तुम उसको कितना देर बाद मारा।
यार मुझे लगा कि किक कर रहा है रिवेंज को। मैं वीएस कर दिया फिर देखा टाइम आउट है।
आज मदर
इजी
निकाल रहा
आराम से
हारने का।
अरे सही में फ्रस्ट्रेशन निकालना मदर ने टीम में यहां पे।
थोड़ा होल्ड करो मैं पहले जा रहा हूं तुम लोग आराम से स्मोक लाइन अप करो ठीक है। होल्ड करते हैं फिर स्टेयर्स
हम बैक देख लेंगे ठीक है। हम बैक होल्ड कर लेंगे।
और सुनो एक बात सुनो पहले मॉली जरूर लेना। अंडर पैलेस को मॉली करना है।
मॉली का पैसा नहीं है जो नहीं खरीदा है वही ले सकता है। डेविल
आपके साथ कैसे मॉली ले लो बताओ आप?
नहीं डेविल लिया ना।
हम ड्रॉप कर देते हैं। मेरे को मॉली कर दे आते
मुझे दो अंडर पास करना है कि अंडर पैलेस
भाई हम ड्रॉप कर दे रहे हैं ठीक है।
दो मुझे दो।
अंडर पैलेस मॉली करना है और एक ट्रिपल को देखना ट्रिपल। ये दो ही जगह है बस मॉली भी नहीं है बच्चा
ठीक है। फिलहाल तुम लोग स्मोक देख लो हम पीछे बैक देख ले रहे हैं ठीक है।
असुदन
we will win guys we will win we are not G2 we are NIP
अबे सुन अबे भाला एमएन पिक करना तेरा स्पॉन है।
अरे एमएन को पिक करने से वो स्मोक करता है, मतलब नहीं है।
वो होता है
और अगर वो ऊपर रश कर रहा है तो पैलेस में ले पाऊंगा।
हाँ ज्यादा
और तुम लोग के पास
वो
रश तोड़ने का ऑप्शन है।
रिवेंज आप आगे जाके होल्ड करना, ठीक है? वो
रेड कहां से रेड गलत चल रहा है। रेड वहां से जाना नहीं, नहीं जरा बैक इधर से देख, इधर जाने की जरूरत
है। कुछ नहीं कर रहे हैं ना
वो क्या पैलेस में
अभी मत करना। नाइस स्मोक करो
इतना जल्दी निकल नहीं पाएंगे।
उनको मॉली पर स्मोक किया था।
जंगल स्मोक ही नहीं है, कैसे जाएंगे? अभी ऐसे मत करो यार।
मैं
स्मोक क्यों नहीं किया?
मैं क्या स्मोक दूं?
सिटी क्लोज डिफॉल्ट।
वापस चल वेट कर ले।
ट्रिपल स्मोक किया,
जंगल स्मोक ट्राई किया मैंने।
81 यही लेट हो गया ना। जंगल स्मोक करना चाहिए जंगल पहले। जंगल 81 सिटी
बूस्ट लेना, बूस्ट लेना।
सिटी टाइट जाएगा।
जी
मैं मार खाया।
सिटी केयर। वो पीछे भी नहीं देख रहा ना।
2v2 है, आराम से हो सकता है।
पीछे देखना, पेनिंग केयर पीछे देखना।
वो अच्छा है
और सिटी और स्टेयर्स।
नाइस
लास्ट सिटी।
मत ले।
मैंने हाइड किया।
मेरा एचपी नहीं है भाई। 4
हां अभी चल जाओ।
स्लाइड करेंगे और हार जाओगे।
अरे लेकिन सुनो अरे एक सेकंड, उसको पता है हम लोग रोटेट कर रहे हैं। मैंने ऐसे ही किया, उसको पता है रोटेट कर रहे हैं। अब वापस आओ ना, ये चलो वॉक इन वॉक
ऐसा नहीं याद आ गया
टाइम।
हां
तुम्हारा ब्लफ पकड़ लिया ना बेटा, दोनों मर जाओगे तुम लोग। पैलेस तक
क्या कर सकते? वो स्पॉट किया था यार, क्या करें? क्योंकि टाइम नहीं था वहां जाते। बी पिक का टाइम नहीं था बी पे।
तो कौन बोला फेक करने? तुम 2v1 खेल रहे हो, तुमको ट्रेड भी खेलना
है।
है।
अगर ऑलरेडी साइड पे हो तो क्या कर लेगा तुम साला?
बी पे ट्रेड लेना से ट्रेड लेने से ज्यादा इजी है।
नहीं होगा ट्रेड।
हाँ वो तो एम पे डिपेंड करता है ना।
खेल देख के बात करो मदर। साथ के वाला मुझे बोल रहा है।
अरे बाप रे, क्या ऊपर आ गया।
एमएन पूछ रहा है।
ठीक
पैलेस भी स्मोक्ड है। अब तो बच्चे एक घुस ही नहीं सकते।
वेट
और एकदम पीछे चल जाओ। ए छोड़ दो, भगवान के लिए हाथ जोड़ रहा है।
मैं को लैडर रूम आ चुका हूं। मैं एकदम होल्ड करो। अरे माधव कैसा आ गया ये वॉकिंग करके?
मैं ना विंडो स्मोक कर रहा, वो ऑपर आएगा।
वो सब उतना टाइम बस है।
आप लोग वॉक कर रहे हो, टाइम नहीं है बोल के वॉक कर रहे हो।
अब बोला स्मोक कर रहे तो अब स्मोक ही नहीं।
अंडर चेक कर।
स्मोक कर दिया ना आप वॉक। गुड जॉब। ऐसे
मर गया। क्यों ये
शॉट की तरफ
एप्स प्लांट है। बी शॉट नाइस। ओह नाइस।
और 44
ये क्या हो रहा है आज?
अच्छा रात को खेले थे क्या ब्लैक पेपर हम लोग के साथ? मैं अभी था
क्या
वो एमजी लोग आए थे, खेले थे? नहीं
आज नहीं खेला था। नहीं
उसके साथ खेले हैं। स्प्रेन पे अच्छा बहुत गहने खेले। अपोजिशन में था
यार। पता है बंदे एक बार भी क्रॉस नहीं कर रहे साले। ईमेन एक बार कनेक्ट नहीं जा रहा।
तो वो इंटेलिजेंट प्लेयर, मैं भी नहीं जाता हूं इसीलिए। मरा क्या हुआ? नाइस मदर। ये तो किल।
एक है रेजल है
जंगल
अंडर पैलेस।
ऑप मेरे पास स्मोक दे पूरा पैलेस।
नाइस।
एक जंगल है।
स्टेयर्स
सीटी स्टेयर्स।
जंगल
ऊपर है ना।
एक सीटी है।
सिटी नहीं है।
सिटी है।
जंगल था ना शायद।
सिटी था ना।
सिटी को मारा तुमने? ये ना
नहीं ना,
हम जंगल वाले को मारे थे।
रिवर्स 3 भाई साहब
देखो मिराज मत खेला करो यार, मिराज मत खेला करो। जब
मिराज
खेलते
हम
हम
लोग बहुत
खराब
अच्छा
खेलते
खेलते हैं भाई, बहुत अच्छा खेलते हैं
हम लोग तो मिराज बहुत जीते हैं।
बहुत
तुम लोग अच्छा खेलते हैं, हम बहुत खराब खेलते हैं मिराज।
ये तो आज दिख गया, हमारा गलती था।
नहीं नहीं, हम कभी मिराज अच्छा नहीं खेलते, हमको नहीं समझ में
हमारा
आता
गलती था, खेलिए आपके साथ।
आर्सेनल का फ्रस्ट्रेशन मेरे को मत निकालो।
ये लोग MG2 है, ये लोग MG2 है, नोवा 2 को बोल रहा है क्या?
वही नोवा 2 को बोल।
नोवा खेले दोनों।
कौन है MG2? कौन है? मैं ही तो हूँ।
ये आपसे क्या? ये आपसे अंडर
बी का है, 2 बी है। बॉम्ब दिखा शायद, नहीं बॉम्ब नहीं दिखा। आगे
बी हो रहा है कमिट। बी हो गए। सपोर्ट दे दे।
बेंच 130
नाइस
एक मिनट बाद
90 क्लोज है, बट
दोनों साइड के 2 साइड है।
ये क्लोज है शायद, एक बेंच।
और मुझे लगा ये तो बेंच है। वाक साला
जिस तरफ से मारता है वो तुम।
लेकिन वॉक कर करके गया, बहुत स्वीट। 3 जगह से गोली मार रहा है बेचारा।
अरे मुझे लगा एकदम क्लोज लेफ्ट होगा, तो इसलिए मैं उसको वॉक पे क्लियर करना चाहता था।
अरे हाँ, नहीं समझ वो
फटाफट थ्रो करो फटाफट। साला इको कर रहा है, शर्म नहीं आ रहा है खेलने को।
बाय 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 बाय।
एमेन रश यही तो मौका है।
मैं तो नहीं कर रहा था, आप लोग करो, मैं वेट करूंगा थोड़ा। सब यहाँ गए। अरे अरे अरे
बाप रे।
ये अब स्लेयर नाइस नाइस।
तीनों एमेन है भाई, मारो।
नाइस रॉय। अरे भाई 5
कुछ तो हम कॉल देते हैं भाई।
उनका एज था भाई, क्या कर रहा था?
ये रिवेंज है ना, लालची साला।
ये ना इनका कुछ नहीं भाई हो पाएगा, ठीक है? समझिए अगर 3 भी हो।
मैं एक खेला,
एक ही ले लिया, इधर लाना एक ही।
पीछे वाला पीछे।
आप MP9
सुनने से इनकार कर दिया।
मैं जितना अच्छा AK चलाता हूँ उससे अच्छा आप MP9
कोई सेंस नहीं था इसका।
अरे नाइस।
एक और हैमेड है, एक और हैमेड है।
क्लियर
नाइस।
एमेन
अंडर वन
अंडरपास चला।
कुछ तो गेम सेंस है यार।
Let's get
बी एफ।
अभी फोकस लाओ, जीत सकते हैं। फोकस लाओ लेकिन
एमपी की तरह खेलोगे तो जीत जाएंगे।
हाँ ठीक। गाइस ड्रॉप टेक।
सुन
एक के दे रहा है क्या तुम?
और सुन, अब मिड खोलना एक बार।
ऑफ चाहिए? ऑफ दूं?
अभी नहीं
ऑफ दे दूंगा मैं।
मैं भी जा रहा हूँ।
बीजा
हैमेड क्लियर है क्या?
हैमेड पुश कर मत।
हाँ कर।
बी फ्लैश।
मैं हूँ
अंडरपास मैं
देख रहा हूँ।
क्लियर है।
एक
आप जाओ रिवेंज। बॉम्ब दिखे तो बताना। बॉम्ब
देखो
लो ये दूसरा लो है।
बेकर
काट पेंचो
पूरा पी हो गया।
क्लोज पिस्टल दे दो।
आराम से नहीं, रुक जा इन लोगों को जाने दे राइफल को पहले। नाइस। एक और होगा।
बॉम्ब नहीं दिख रहा है।
बॉम्ब हो गया, वही तो था बॉम्ब। अच्छा नहीं, ये प्लांट हो।
ए प्लांट
सिटी केयर किधर है रेड?
नहीं देखा मेरे को।
फायर बॉक्स प्लांट है, तू फायर बॉक्स अब पहले से देखना भाई।
रुक
मेरे पास
मैं पहले जाऊंगा।
स्मोक है ना, स्मोक है ना।
सिटी आराम से उसका सॉप होगा।
अब ऑफ
स्मोक दे, प्लांट कर।
तू नहीं फाइट
यार रेड डेविल।
डिफ्यूज ले भाई।
डिफ्यूज का पूरा क्या?
अबे एक सेकंड ना रेड डेविल, तुम गया क्यों चूतिए वहां पे?
कोई चांस जाने की जरूरत नहीं था, कहीं नहीं जाने की जरूरत नहीं था।
घटिया कॉल था।
थ्रो कर रहा था।
पॉप चाहिए?
एकदम घटिया है भाई। भला ऑपत ले।
ये सब राउंड हारेगा इस।
क्या बोल रहे?
ऑप क्यों लिया साले? तुम दो ड्रॉप कर सकता था M4। तेरे को मदद ऑप दे देता ना।
फ्लैशिंग है मैं, फ्लैशिंग है मैं।
मिड खाली है, हाई मिड खाली है।
एमएन है।
ये राउंड कैसा?
डर भी खाली है।
सेफ्टी अटैक, नाइस नाइस।
एक सब
आ रहा।
हां साइड
साइड आके बैठा हुआ भाई।
मैं भी जा रहा। अब
शॉट।
बॉम्ब कहां था?
बॉम्ब पैलेस पे बॉम्ब।
ओह अच्छा, तब ठीक है। आप पैलेस जाओगे? ये लो।
छोड़ देना मदर, सिटी भी
से भी आ सकता है।
मैं वही इसीलिए
तो फायरबॉक्स खेल बेटर होगा।
नहीं दोनों पैलेस खेलेंगे ना।
हां भाई ट्रेड भी खेल लो।
मैं उधर देखता हूं।
देखिए बेटर नहीं अभी
यहाँ के लिए ठीक है।
ठीक सही। ये साइड है वो।
आराम से फाइट नहीं लेना है, ट्रेड लेना है। अपन
मतलब तुमको पहले खेलना है, इसको उनको छोड़ दे पहले। तुम 23 HP
ले माइको
स्टेयर्स।
ओ AFK है क्या?
नहीं
AFK
नहीं बे,
अब आ गया। AFK था। अरे AFK था भाई।
हैक्स ऑन करो। अरे तू भाग जा मदद।
बाप रे आप ले
एक ले
आप ले
एक किसे चाहिए आप? क्या
वाला सुन भाग तू एक वो दे M4 दे।
M4 चाहिए तेरे को?
मैं एक डेविल आपको क्या चाहिए जल्दी बोलो।
दे दो, कुछ भी दे दो।
मैं ब्रेक कर रहा हूं, भी जा रहा हूं।
ये आओ कोई एक आओ। ये आओ
नीचे जा रहा है।
भी मॉली कर जल्दी।
हां मॉली कर। आ रहा
मैं पुश कर रहा हूं।
पुश कर दे। हाइबर्ड केयर।
हां मैं देख रहा हूं ना।
बी अपस्केयर।
वन पैलेस
नाइस।
पैलेस डेड।
मदर उधर मरना नहीं है।
फ्लैशिंग फ्लैश
नेट कर और
मीटिंग है क्या?
इको क्या उन लोग का?
यहाँ पे क्लियर। टीवी रूम यहीं पे टीबेस की तरफ। 89 लेट। डीगल उठाओ। एके दिख रहा है तो एके उठाओ। मेरे पास एके था। ओ मेरे पास M4 था। हाँ सॉरी।
उनको बाय होना
चाहिए किसी को? चाहिए मदद
क्या चाहिए? हाँ दो।
उनको बाय होना चाहिए। केयरफुल है ना।
हाँ मैं यही खेल रहा हूँ। तुम एमएन देखो, मैं पहले देख रहा हूँ। विंडो जाना एक ऑपर है क्या?
विंडो चलते 3 भी खेलो, कनेक्टर खेल लो, बाद में वहां से ले लेंगे।
एकदम सही है। 2 एमएन कोई नहीं है। मैं पहले स्मोक करूं?
कर दे। एक स्मोक है ना?
एक ही स्मोक है। फेक
उसका स्मोक।
कनेक्टर केयर करना। कनेक्टर हमेशा केयर।
देख रहा हूं।
नाइस।
पीछे सिटी हो गया वहाँ।
स्ट्रेस एक और एमएन साइड। हाई में था क्या ना? देखो नाइस।
वहाँ पे फायरबॉक्स। उधर कैसा फायरबॉक्स है? मतलब पहले से
वो दिखा नहीं ना, हम लोग स्मोक थे।
ड्रॉप चाहिए किसी को? मेरे साथ भी कौन आ रहा है? जो आ रहा है अच्छा आ रहा है। फ्लोर प्लान
मैं सुन तो तुम मिड पिक कर सकता है क्या बाला?
हो जाएगा
ए जा रहे
मेरे साथ अभी आओ एक
या फिर मैं बीच में चल जाऊं क्या क्या
हाँ हाँ बेटर होगा बी रश
बीच में चल जाता हूं मैं वही कर रहा हूं
मैं मॉली कर रहा हूं
इधर बी का भी एंट्री है
मैं बेंच खेल रहा हूं
बाकी येलो और ऑरेंज खेल सकता है साइड यप्स
है बिया
आई मिड
अरे
ए है दो
बी शॉट साइड
एक पैलेस
अरे मैं बी छोड़ दिया
मैं बी
एक ए है
अरे बेंच क्या चूतिया दिख ही नहीं रहा बेंच ऑफ लेके आ रहा है वो मार्केट
एक -76 ए साइड देखा
नाइस वन
एक और राइट साइड सिटी मोली
सिटी है क्या
हाँ एक गया है भाई
अभी टिक मत कर मदर ये
पूरा एंगल है एक को मारने से
है क्या करूं मैं
कुछ कर नहीं सकता ठीक
मैं ड्रॉप चाहिए किसी को का ये बाय हो जाएगा
हो जाएगा कहां जाना है वो सोच रहा हूं
मैं इवेंट पिक कर रहा हूं
बी रीटेक खेल सकते हैं
बी अकेले जा रहे हैं ठीक
है भाई अभी तो खेलना स्टार्ट किया भाई ऐसे मैच स्ट्रीम कर रहा था आज सुबह से वीकेंड है भाई तो नहीं में
आई मिड स्मोक
सॉरी
ओ बी वन बी
मिड बी
नाइस बी जाओ गुड जॉब एक ही है मैं
बी केयर
मैं जा रहा हूं बी
ये गन उठा लिया होगा
नाइस
एमिट से ऑपर तलाश है
ट्रैक पे मेरा गेगन होगा उठा
पैलेस देखा ये लो आप पैलेस देखो ये लो आप पैलेस देख अरे ओ अच्छा
मेरा गेगन उठाना
एमिन की तरफ आ रहा है ए के उठा है शायद ए साउंड पैलेस क्या ना नहीं ऊपर चढ़ा है शायद
वेट
रिवेंज वॉक क्लोज या तो पैलेस है या फिर ए वो ऊपर प्लेटफॉर्म है ना एमिन के पास वहाँ बीपी वहाँ मिड नहीं है क्लियर डेल्ट नाइस तीन ऑफ है ठीक है मुझे ड्रॉप चाहिए
मेरे को भी ड्रॉप चाहिए
एक M4 दे सकते हो
दीजिए
मिल गया
M4 A4 चलाओगे क्या डेविड
भी जा रहा हूं
हाँ बी जाइए 2-1-2 कर सकता हूँ
उधर रखें मॉली करना स्मोक मत करना
बीबी मैं पुश कर
हां पुश बी केयर
देख रहा हूं
अंडर खाली है ए स्मोक्स 130 केयर भाई उधर खेल
मिड से नहीं आएगा ना बी शॉट से
मैं क्लियर किया ना मैं
क्लियर है क्या
पास आ जाता है
ए स्मोक्स
बिकलियर ए यार
पैलेस से
कौन एक मदद दिखते रहना
पैलेस में कर
ए हो गया
पैलेस
स्मोक में क्या है
आराम से नाइस रेड विल रूट साइड रेड विल
एक अंडर पैलेस है
नाइस एक और
एक लास्ट अंडर पैलेस था ना
होल्ड
साइड पे है
ऊपर होल्ड
फायर
साइड
होल्ड कर कोई बात
नहीं तेरा किल है मैकेनिक एंगल ही करा
कोई बात नहीं
ठीक मत लेना
आप किधर देख रहे हो? पैलेस देख रहे
वो उसका नहीं, उसका क्रॉसफायर का बना हुआ जंगल से सिटी
तो
देख सकते हैं।
मैं बैक हो रहा हूँ, क्या तो सीधी से ना आ जाए।
वो टाइम नहीं है अभी का।
अरे
ओह बहुत गया, टाइम नहीं है उसके पास।
प्लांट नहीं करेगा अभी प्लांट नहीं करेगा, 9 सेकंड उसका। अब बी शॉट इजी किल।
हट यार, देंगे बी शॉट।
किधर है?
क्या यार, साइड पे
वही पिलर खेल रहा है बी शॉट से।
फक यार, मेरा मिस हो गया।
यार ये वाला नहीं हारना चाहिए यार।
When you kill me.
Boys played well.
ये फिर कहने की इसके वजह आ रहे हैं, इसको सब पोजीशन पता चल गया, यूट्यूबर है।
आओ तू मिस हुआ यार बहुत ज्यादा।
कोई बात नहीं, कोई बात मिस होता। अरे खाली न्यूक लगा, खाली न्यूक तो और
नहीं और पास भी भाई भाई हफ्ता हो गया भाई नहीं खेला, मिल गया तो अच्छी बात है ना।
30 मारा भाई सबसे।
तुझे और पास कैसे खराब लग सकता है भाई इतना?
अरे भाई इन्फर्नो लगाओ ना यार।
बहुत सिटी
खेला तो इन्फर्नो साले,
स्ट्रेटजी नहीं
हारा तुमको याद नहीं आ रहा
के लिए ना।
हाँ
स्ट्रेटजी नहीं
इन्फर्नो इतना मारेंगे ना, एकदम दज्जी उड़ा के हराए हैं।
हार
चुतिया ऐसा नहीं क्या?
अच्छा शॉर्ट वाला खेले थे ना। अरे तो इन्फर्नो लगाओ ना, लॉन्ग वाला खेलना है इन्फर्नो।
रुकना है भाई, इसमें उसका एंड कर लेंगे इन्फर्नो से। अभी तो न्यू गेम अच्छा मैप खेलने थोड़ा।
इन्फर्नो बेस्ट मैप है।
4-0 हार गया भाई।
कौन 4-0 हार गया? अच्छा ये नहीं यार, चलो एक गोल तो मारा कम से कम यूनाइटेड। जबकि फर्मिनियो नहीं खेल रहा है ना।
फर्मिनियो खेल रहा था आज।
तेरे बिन मैं सुबह।
आज फर्मिनियो नहीं खेला।
फर्मिनियो नहीं खेला, लेकिन आज इनको आर्सेनल तो आर्सेनल का प्लेयर हरा है, बहुत अच्छा लगा।
कौन
चैम्बरलेन हरा है। बहुत अच्छा खेला आज।
लिवरपूल बाय फार बेस्ट टीम है भाई अबे।
मदर मिस करता है क्या?
क्या बे लिवरपूल है कि नहीं बेस्ट टीम है वर्ल्ड का?
नहीं लिवरपूल से भी अच्छा टीम है भाई।
नहीं कौन है बताओ?
सिटी खुद ही है।
नहीं
सिटी है, बायर्न है, लोग बहुत अच्छा है।
ना लिवरपूल बेस्ट है।
और बहुत खराब डिफेंस है, खाली वैन डाइक को छोड़ के डिफेंस का ठीक है, ऐसा कोई खास नहीं है।
हाँ वो है कि मतलब रिजर्व प्लेयर नहीं, वो होता है इंजर्ड तो
फॉरवर्ड बहुत अच्छा है बोल के
क्या
क्लॉप का पूरा पोजीशन गेम है भाई।
नहीं क्लॉप पूरा काउंटर अटैक में खेलता है भाई, क्या बोल रहा है? अभी तो बार्सिलोना उसको नहीं ले रहा था। बार्सिलोना का एक ही रीजन था क्लॉप को रिजेक्ट करने का, कि क्लॉप का और उसका मैच भाई थिंकिंग मैच नहीं करता है। उसने बोला कि मेरे को चाहिए काउंटर अटैकिंग फुटबॉल, तो बोला कि फिर तुम इसका जो बार्सिलोना का जो टैक्टिक है टिकिटा का, उसको कैसे वो करेगा, इवॉल्व करोगे। तो बोला मैं अपना साइड का फुटबॉल खेलना चाहता हूँ सिर्फ।
क्लॉप का भाई बहुत सही है।
हाँ जैसे तुम डॉर्टमुंड का गेम देखो ना, डॉर्टमुंड से जब आया मार्को रॉइस, जब डेम्बेले था और ये लोग जो प्लेयर था, सब डॉर्टमुंड का प्लेयर देख लो, ये लोग इतना काउंटर अटैकिंग खेलता है कि इनका यही रीजन काउंटर अटैकिंग खेलने का भी, कि क्लॉप उनको वो पूरा बिल्ड करके गया उन लोगों का पूरा क्लब में। ये
मेन तो भाई
तुम
हीरो
देखना
रैल्फ
डॉटमून से
रैगनिक
जितना
है।
ही प्लेयर लोग निकला है सब पीसी है।
मेन तो भाई सारा ये रैल्फ रैगनिक है।
हाँ क्या बोला?
मेन तो रैल्फ रैगनिक सब सेट किया है सबका।
हाँ हाँ मतलब वो बहुत पुराना है, मतलब सेटअप का नहीं बोल रहा हूँ, बोल रहा हूँ गेमिंग जो मेंटालिटी है।
भाई इतना अच्छा कॉन्टे को ले सकता था यूनाइटेड साला।
अबे साले तुम्हारे पास साले रोनाल्डो है भुसड़ी, और क्या चाहिए तुमको? बेंचो जीतो ना।
रोनाल्डो का उम्र हो
भाई ये मतलब काउंटर स्ट्राइक नहीं है कि वो सिंपल कैरी कर लेगा, समझे?
कुछ तो अच्छा है ना रोनाल्डो अपनी जगह में, तभी तो उसके तरह नाम है भुसड़ी के।
रोनाल्डो फिनिशर बवाल है, ठीक है, तो कोई उसको पहुंचाएगा उसके पास बॉल तब ना फिनिश करेगा।
तो वो तो टीम के ऊपर है, ऐसा थोड़ा ना हो सकता है बेंचो।
हाँ तो वही ना, नहीं पहुंचता है उसके पास बॉल। मिडफील्ड बहुत खराब है यूनाइटेड का। लॉन्ग बॉल
और बेंचो सिंपल इतना अच्छा था 3 साल तो कुछ उखाड़ पाया ना अभी, जब पूरा टीम नहीं मिला तो उसको।
यूनाइटेड का टीम अच्छा है, कोचिंग घटिया है। मतलब हम सोल्शर को खाली गाली देते हैं फेवरेटिज्म के कारण, बहुत घटिया फेवरेटिज्म करता है। बाकी मेन तो भाई ये सब कैरिक मैकेना फ्लेचर ये सब घटिया सब साला।
तेरे बिन न देखो।
शॉट बी शॉट
लॉन्ग आजा 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 आजा
ए शॉट बी।
तुम्हें लॉन्ग तुम
कौन खुला था ये?
लॉन्ग आ गया है। एक लॉन्ग आ गया।
प्लांटिंग ट्रक,
एक और लॉन्ग था।
प्लांटिंग ट्रक।
टॉयलेट
घुस गया एक
पीछे
देखो।
पीछे
दोनों पीछे दोनों हाइड कर, दोनों पीछे। मैं हूं उनके पीछे, तुम बस हाइड कर।
हाइड किया वहां?
हाँ
चक्कू
नहीं मार
नाइस।
बस टाइम
नाइस। अगला चक्कू में चक्कू अभी हार के तो मन नहीं किया अभी कि जीतने का।
हाई रिस्क हाई रिवॉर्ड।
दूसरा मार देता है इसको।
अब चक्कू चलाता भी ऑफ आ जाता ना उसके पास सेकंड राउंड में।
चक्कू फेंक के मारता क्या? बहुत दूर था वो।
शॉट जा रहा हूँ, ऊपर फ्लैश देना एक।
शॉट साउंड है।
क्या कर रहा भाई? एंटर निकला कर हमेशा। नहीं और कोई नहीं
है स्मोक में है।
क्या नहीं आराम से।
फायरबॉक्स
आराम से
लॉन्ग से है।
एक हेवन एक फायरबॉक्स।
दोनों भी
एक हेवन एक फायरबॉक्स।
पीछे से आता हूँ, रुको मुझे पीछे जाना।
पीछे
नहीं साथ में रुको।
यार ही लो है, ठीक है।
मत
लॉन्ग की तरफ
लॉन्ग है मॉन्स्टर।
एक नहीं वाटर गया।
नाइस। एक और था, ये वाटर था।
दूसरा वाटर से ड्रम्स।
नाइस। एक ही पड़ा है साइड में।
एक है
कहां
उसी के पास।
नहीं क्या?
अबे एक बार देख के तो उठाएगा ना साले।
यार दबा दे।
सुन रेडविल मेरे को देना, तू एक ही ले ले, मेरे को दे दे।
सेंस सिखाया नहीं जा सकता।
तू चला।
अरे
नहीं जा सकता।
अरे मुझे देना समझे, तू एक ही चला।
मेरे को मन है समझे चलाने।
रिवेंज को एक कंटेंडर मिला है एपेक्स के पद के लिए।
आईजीएल है मैं फिर तो इस टीम का।
क्या जीता है टीम तब मुझे बताना।
मेरे को जाइवू दो फिर जिताएंगे।
फ्लैश है
ना नहीं
सॉरी क्लियर कर पहले
लॉन्ग क्लियर है हाँ यहाँ बाथरूम तो क्लियर है लॉन्ग का मेरे साथ आओ एक ग्रीन उधर से है ना
उधर से स्मोक है
तो स्मोक क्या देखो स्मोक तो कैसा
लो -35
किधर दिखा
गया पता नहीं साइड गया
उधर
अरे नाइस एक और साइड है एक और साइड है ट्रक के साइड होल्ड करो बीबी को पिक करने दो होल्ड करो
डंपस्टर
टैग दे डंपस्टर M4 डाले एक टैग दे
बैक स्ट्रैप हो रहा है
भाई हम लोग 4 लोग बचे हुए थे ना अभी थोड़ा देर पहले
टैग दिया था ना डंपस्टर वाले को भी बीबी
इको करो नेक्स्ट बाई हो जाएगा
हाँ नेक्स्ट बाई हो जाएगा
फूल को
मेरा
हो जाएगा
अच्छा
अरे तो
सब्जी लेगा हो जाएगा
हाँ मोस्टली आपको बाई
हो जाएगा गली कुछ तो
हाँ वही तो
कौन जाके आगे मार रहा है डिगल वाला ठीक है
चढ़ेगा
ऊपर चढ़ेगा
ससुरा
काट दिया मुझे
क्लोज है यहाँ है
नाइस
ए शॉट जल्दी लो तो मैं कनेक्टर जल्दी आ रहा हूँ थोड़ा सा ए साइड का पिक्सेल्स दिखाता फिर देखते हैं क्या होता है
अब बोलो करो शुरू कर दिया तो जल्दी करने करो या फिर सब जगह करो
अरे भाई क्या कर रहा है
अरे यार आवाज मिल गया उसको एक शॉट आ रहा है फास्ट निकलो
क्या कर रहा है ग्रीन चल
लॉन्ग है शायद
डंपस्टर नाइस मरा
प्लांट करा
बैक स्टेप
मैं ट्रक प्लांट कर
बैक स्टेप आ गया
नीचे डंपस्टर
बैंक जा रहा हूं रुक जा
बैक स्टेप लास्ट
पीछे से आ रहा है
प्लांट कहां गए मदर
रीलोड कर
ट्रक
बाथरूम
मतलब तो होल्ड कर क्रॉसिंग दिख रहा है
हां बीपी आप देखते रहो मैं स्विंग करूंगा
भोसड़ी के लास्ट बुलेट था
वो दे पता ही था भाई मेरे को तो याद ही नहीं था
लिखा रिलोड पर्पल
वो भी नहीं देखा भाई
फुल फोकस
गेम में अभी एकदम घुस गया था
एक
अरे मैं स्मोक दे दिया आपको रखना
मैं लेने ही वाला था
अच्छा चलता हूँ दुआ में याद रखना
कौन
मेरे साथ कोई आना
नाइस
कनेक्टर
इधर है भाई लाल लाल दिख रहा है मैप में
मारो
गलत हेवन स्मोक गड़बड़ हो गया शायद हुआ है क्या नहीं गड़बड़ हो गया
मार दिया साला
अरे बॉम्ब क्यों छोड़ के आ गया
साइड क्लियर है मैं हेवन जा रहा हूँ हेवन वन एक्शन होल्ड कर
कनेक्टर ये तो इजी किल नाइफ कर
नाइस हाले को मारे थे हम मर गया कनेक्टर वाला।
बी शॉट से मॉन्स्टर है।
आप हेवन से आ रहे हो ना?
हाँ हेवन।
नाइस मर गया। चल
साइड वन साइड है।
बूस्ट देना मेरे को, बूस्ट देना।
नहीं होल्ड
नहीं बूस्ट
1v फाइट मतलब बूस्ट।
दरवाजा तो बंद कर।
वाटर स्किल है, वाटर स्किल।
दरवाजा बंद कर दे पीछे।
मेरे को तो एबीसी लगा।
पिलर
-60। नहीं लेफ्ट।
अभी वाटर गया। शायद दोनों ही वाटर है, हमको नहीं पता सर।
नहीं माइक एक लेफ्ट है।
दोनों लेफ्ट।
दोनों ही वाटर गया था। साउंड आया। अबे क्या तुम नया हेडफोन ले आना मदर। क्या हुआ?
नहीं लिया लूंगा भाई, पैसा जमा रहा, अभी पैसा नहीं है।
अरे किसी का पैसा नहीं है।
अरे नहीं यार सीरियसली गोवा का सेव कर रहा हूँ।
दिसंबर गोवा कौन जाता न्यू ईयर में? सबका खत्म हो जाएगा सब।
हाँ इसीलिए तो बचा रहा।
न्यू ईयर सबसे बेस्ट टाइम गोवा जाने के लिए, और नॉर्थ को तो बिल्कुल बचा है।
सनबर्न जाने का बात चल।
जाओ ना, तुमको बात चलेगा बेटा। हम 3 बार जाके आ गए गोवा, सब एकदम रग से पारा वाकिफ हो गए। बी शॉट एक
नाइस। घुसते रहो
फॉरवर्ड।
पुश ले रहा, क्लोज है।
नाइस।
यहाँ पे एक मेरे साथ।
नाइस।
अरे किधर है?
वेट कर।
बेंच है। बैंक सॉरी, अरे क्या
कनेक्टर है?
बैंक है, सॉरी बैंक।
एक बैंक
तो छोड़ दे। रेड प्लांट से
लास्ट गए ना, प्लांट दो ना।
हाँ बैंक पे।
बैंक है आ रहा है, मार दे हमको।
अबे चुप साले।
अरे
भगवान,
तेरा प्लांट है।
क्लोज किल बेटर होगा। क्लोज नहीं कर रहा, मर जाता। तुम तो साला वही एम किया था बेंचो।
पता नहीं क्या बकवास गेम हो रहा है, समझ में नहीं आ रहा।
लगता है उस साइड से।
पता नहीं अभी तो स्पेस नहीं है भाई।
ऑफ निकालिए ना। नहीं
तो गेम और बचा बस। ये इसका आखिरी गेम होगा, स्पेस तो नहीं है।
कैसा बात?
मुझे लगा कि
एक ही था ना रेड डेविल।
पैसा था मेरे पास।
होल्ड करो मैं
गली ले रहा हूं।
होल्ड गाइस होल्ड।
गली दे मेरे को।
पैसा का 1100 में गली कैसे आएगा?
मैं तेरे का 3100 दिखा था तेरे में मैच होता अभी।
साला
मास्टर खाली।
बे यार 2-3 लोग हैं क्या?
मास्टर चलो खाली है।
गया वो स्मोक कर दे। बी साइड से स्मोक आया। रुक जा।
3 लॉन्ग।
रुक जा।
3 लॉन्ग है तो बी चलो ना।
हां बी चलो ट्राई कर।
बॉम्ब ड्रॉप है ना?
बॉम्ब नहीं है भाई।
नाइस ब्रदर।
कर दे।
कौन लॉन्ग था?
बॉम्ब लेके आ सकता है। बैरल वाटर गया।
ये हेडफोन लगा है इसका भैया का। रिवेंज सॉरी क्या नाम है? रेड डेविल। हम लोग एक्सचेंज करते हैं हेडफोन। मैचेस जीतना शुरू
नहीं को करी वाला।
बीरस
मैं तो डिगल आने दे सकता।
तो प्लान चाहिए।
नहीं होगा बीरस नहीं होगा।
नहीं यार ऑफ
जो करते हैं ना।
कुछ मत ले।
ठीक
कुछ मत ले। नहीं कोई
वीकेंड है भाई। अभी बीच में मैच चल रहा था ब्रो, तो मैं नहीं था, मैं बाहर गया था तो 1-2 घंटे के लिए।
नाइस डूड, नाइस है। प्लांट चाहिए हमें, प्लांट चाहिए। स्मोक दो, प्लांट दो। ओ मैं मेरे पास
कनेक्टर है।
हेवन।
क्या बकवास किया हूं मैं।
एक और
आ गया। बी शॉट।
नीचे।
नहीं इनविटेबल। अरे बाप रे बाप।
नाइस है, नाइस है।
साला दोनों के दोनों
हट यार, मैं लो हो गया साला पहले वाले से, नहीं तो हो जाता।
अब मिड लेते हो।
मैं एक चीज बोलूं, इजी है सबको ये बात से चलना। कितना राउंड तो निकाल रहे वहीं से जा जाके।
रेड सुन भाला ये ले, लीगल पड़ेगी।
मल्टीपल आता है, ठीक है, स्कोप करके वेट करो।
लॉन्ग आते वही मैं बोल रहा हूं,
लॉन्ग के स्कोप करके वेट करो।
कुछ टीम का वो हो ही नहीं रहा है कोऑर्डिनेशन। देखो देखो देखो,
होल्ड करो।
क्यों होल्ड करना है वहां जब हमें रश करके निकाल सकते हैं।
होल्ड होल्ड करना ही पड़ेगा। कुछ नहीं है, कोई नहीं है इधर रश करने के लिए, कोई नहीं है। क्यों
है तो कौन बोला कोई नहीं है? देखो दो भाई
जी भाई जी दिख नहीं रहा। एक तो स्मोक से ऊपर तुम रश कर रहे हो, उसका एडवांटेज है हमेशा।
स्मोक का नाइस।
हां भाई
ध्यान से रिवेंज आपको देख।
रुक
एक और था यहीं पे ऊपर।
नहीं मर गया।
भाई ये लोग नाइफ करने आ रहे हैं भोसड़ी वाले।
नाइफ ने इसको पता दिखाई नहीं था बंच।
अबे नहीं, नाइफ निकाल के आ रहा था।
गलत देख लिया था ना साइड में।
टाइम
कहीं ना कहीं तो ये कोई है पीछे।
कनेक्टर ज़्यूस लेके बैठा होगा।
हाँ कोई तो कोई बैठा है पीछे, तभी ये लोग पुश नहीं।
साउंड है ना
कनेक्ट
होगा, पक्का होगा।
अब तो जय माता दी भाई। 19 से
डीगल आउट होगा, एक तो होगा ही।
और से भी प्लांट भी जाना।
पीछे मॉन्स्टर के
लेकिन निकालना आपने। वो मत खोलना।
ये अगर लग जाता तो होता।
ये तुम नो स्कोप मार सकता था।
वही तो स्कोप खोला ना तो आवाज आ गया पूरा।
ये भी है।
तो भाई बहुत पैसा आ रहा है यार अचानक से।
क्या फायदा हो रहा है भाई पैसा का? एक तो राउंड नहीं आ पा रहा है। शर्म आना चाहिए मुझे। वो रश कर रहा है। मैं क्रेडिबल रुक जा। रेड
सुन शॉट सुन 20 स्प्लिट करते हैं। 3 मॉन्स्टर 2 शॉट खत्म। इजी है।
ठीक चलो हम शॉट
पूरा एकदम स्प्लिट कर।
एक B-शॉट पे रुक जाना, ठीक है?
हां मैं जा रहा हूं।
मैं कनेक्टर।
हां ठीक है।
तुम बस होल्ड करना।
चलो ना। अरे भैया ब्लॉक नहीं।
क्यों चलना था उसमें? स्मोक किया था उसने यार, नहीं पूछना था।
कॉल स्मोक है। डेविल आप ब्लॉक करें। बहुत खराब हो रहा है, बहुत खराब। कॉल वॉल कुछ तो दो। आगे आप घुस के होल्ड कर रहे हो
ना। हम लोग
नहीं हो रहा, कुछ नहीं। मैं समझ गया गाइस, मैं गया सोलो करो। मैं ए पे मार के आ रहा है सबको। आप जाओ भी अपना। टीम पे भरोसा नहीं रहा मेरा।
अरे ठीक है कोई बात नहीं।
नहीं भैया
भी आओ सब।
आओ चलो
रश करो मॉन्स्टर।
स्मोक नहीं यार, मैं फंस गया।
स्मोक नहीं है भाई।
नाइस घुसो 429
अभी
नीचे आ गया।
बैरल से वाटर
होल्ड
इजी
दो और है।
ये चले जाओ फटाफट। बस गया।
स्पेस
एक टीवेस
मार दे। शॉट को मार।
ये साला वी मतलब टीवीएस फुस करके आ गया भाई, गजब है।
अरे वो लोग क्या फॉरवर्ड पिक कर रहे हैं ना उन कॉपर, तो जिसे क्लियर को बोला होगा ना तो आ गया होगा।
सब पूरा हम लोग पूरा नावी की तरह खेलना है, देखते कितना पुश करते हैं।
आराम से एंगल लो, जो मिड जा रहा है ना तो केयरफुल रहो।
रश तो कर नहीं पा रहे।
होल्ड कर
हां भाई मैं कौन
ये आप कनेक्टर होल्ड करो।
मैं होल्ड कर, कनेक्टर से नहीं तो मिड होल्ड करना बीपी, फ्लैश करके तू आराम से होल्ड कर, मैं कनेक्टर होल्ड करता हूं।
मिड स्मोक क्या आप इस
होल्ड कर रहा हूं,
मैं हाइड कर रहा हूं।
मिड स्मोक होल्ड मिड स्मोक करना जाने दे पहले।
ये वालर है,
बी पुश कर पीछे, बी पुश कर।
इधर है
दोनों जगह,
सामने लेफ्ट में होगा तेरा।
ऑपर था।
एक और नाइस
बॉम्ब लेके।
अभी क्लियर है, एक है ऐसा ये मत छोड़ देना कि कुछ नहीं है।
ट्रक
ऊपर है टीवीएस बी क्लियर बी पे कुछ प्लांट सेव करना है थोड़ा सा, मतलब हेवन हो सकता है। हेवन और बी शॉट। इसलिए होता है इतना सिटी है ये मैप, इतना सिटी है और इसमें टी के लिए कोई स्ट्रेटेजी नहीं है। टी के बस इस मैप में टी को भी स्ट्रेटेजी मिलता ही नहीं है। वन ऑफ द वर्स्ट मैप्स एवर।
टी का स्ट्रेटेजी है एम डुओ में हराओ।
हाँ वही एम डुओ लेके चलना पड़ता खाली, बस वही कुछ नहीं है।
तो साला वन वे स्मोक करता है।
एम डुओ में प्रॉब्लम ये है सिटी का हमेशा इसमें ये है, वो ठीक है सिटी का हमेशा परफेक्ट है।
उसको मॉली करो ठीक है,
वो वन वे स्मोक की जरूरत नहीं, कोई बात नहीं, मैं सभी वो तो ले लूंगा। स्मोक कर काउंटर इन।
नाइस।
एक और कनेक्टर है। मदर पीछे कहाँ को
नहीं बी चलना है हमें बी चलना है। जाओ सॉरी
क्लियर करता हूं।
भागो
बी क्लियर है
ठीक है। प्लांट
वो ट्राई करने आ सकते हैं, उनका बहुत पैसा है।
क्यों नहीं आएगा ऑब्वियसली।
मैं कौन देख रहा हूँ।
किधर हेवन लास्ट
हेवन
नाइस राउंड।
तो डुअल जितना इसीलिए इम्पोर्टेंट है क्योंकि रोटेशन के लिए उन लोग को सतर्क रहना हो। हम लोग कंट्रोल ही दे रहे हैं तो फिर उन लोग तो आराम से खेल पाएंगे ना।
एक और राउंड निकालो, एक और राउंड देखते हैं
लास्ट राउंड
जीत सकता है।
डीगल लीजिए
ये कितना रेड लेवल पीछे
देखिए चावी के अंडर बार्सिलोना बहुत सुधरेगा। अब उसको पता है ना
रेड लेवल
कैसे खिलाना है।
लेना कहाँ
देना पीछे
छक्का जैसा करता है भाई।
इसको बेचना भी, इसको एक ही को बहुत पैसा आ जाएगा।
नहीं एकदम नहीं।
कौन सा एक है भाई?
आइस मिस्ट।
हाँ मैंने सीएसगो इतना साल खेला, मैंने सीएसगो में इतना स्किन नहीं खेला इतना वैलो में।
अब इसका साथ दाम 2700 हो गया।
500 में लिया था
पूरा सारा स्किन बेच के।
अबे क्रिप्टो से बड़े तो ये है बे, क्या बोलता है
हाँ।
रेड लेवल इसे पैसा बढ़ता है
कैश आउट कर सकता है कुछ जो बढ़ता है।
हाँ
उस पे
ऑफिशियल साइट्स होते हैं
सब पे
बहुत कम, उतना रुपया मिलता ही नहीं इतना।
नहीं इतना नहीं, 5-7% तेरा कम होगा, ज्यादा कम नहीं होता।
स्मोक है यहाँ पे कनेक्टर
ऑपर है यार फॉरवर्ड पिक कर रहा है ऑपर आ रहा है मॉन्स्टर पुश करेगा ऑपर पुश करेगा गन निकाल ले मतलब राइट से करना एक बार हाँ मैं वो पुश कर रहा था
साला ये हरामी है भाई कनेक्टर में एक है बंदा
लॉन्ग भी एक है
स्टेयर के पास था कनेक्टर में
बी की तरफ ये बहुत डिफिकल्ट
यहीं पे मार एक और होगा इधर क्लोज
हाँ आया
राइट कनेक्टर
का हिम्मत बहुत ज्यादा नहीं बढ़ रहा है
कनेक्टर वाला मरा नहीं है अभी तक
बहुत ज्यादा भाई बहुत ज्यादा लग रहा
ज्यादा ही
सब आपको सब रेन ऑफ फर्स्ट समझ रहे हैं
माइक
आवाज दी चुका मतलब फायदा नहीं है
और उनको पता है कि टाइम नहीं है तो कमिट करेगा तो
मैं को स्मोक में प्लांट करना बेटर होगा
यहीं पे
साउंड आया था नहीं पीछे जरा नीचे
माइक ऑफ
अरे कैसे देखा
फ्लैश को
पीछे मुड़ जाता ना
मतलब ना मैं पहले उठ गया ना
ये उठने की बात नहीं है तुम फ्लैश से तुम समझ नहीं आएगी कब उठना है क्या करना है तुम इतना फ्लैश हो गया था
समझ नहीं आया 41 टैग था यार इसका पता है एक ही काम है ये स्मोक मारता है स्मोक के अंदर बैठा रहता है
ये जीतने लगता है पता है ये फ्लैश को अवॉइड करना चाहिए था सिर्फ
अरे यार
क्यों फ्लैश किया
मैं उठा क्यों ऐसे साउंड सुन के सोचा मार देगा तो मैं उठ सब छोड़ो मेरा ये
ठीक है 4 भी खेलेंगे 4 भी 1 है और रीटेक खेलेंगे
देखो डी टेक इज इजी ए रीटेक बहुत डिफिकल्ट है ए आप आगे जाओ 4 जन डी खेलो रिवेंज हां वही कर अरे नहीं इधर आओ ब्रो
पीछे
यहां से खेलते हैं ठीक है
मैं वही बोल रहा एक जन
ए पे
वापस मैं ए जा रहा
3 ए पे
ओ नहीं ए पे 2 है वेट अभी नहीं कोई साउंड बीबी
कोई साउंड
ए मल्टीपल
अरे लॉन्ग आके
नाइस
होल्ड हो सकता है क्या नहीं हो सकता
क्लोज
लेफ्ट गिर गया लॉन्ग
डंपस्टर है
दो लॉन्ग शॉर्ट पे
पर रेड डेविल को तो बिल्कुल सुनाई नहीं देता डंपस्टर बंदा गिरा था
ये पिस्टल अपने को हारना चाहिए नहीं था अपने को पीछे से खेलना चाहिए था खाली बस इन्फो के लिए खेलना था
अबे इन्फो के लिए खेला तो वो पुश कर दिया
हां तो वही
साइड से
इसीलिए नहीं दिखने से वो पीछे आ जाना चाहिए था
अरे आ तो गए पीछे हम लोग साइड पे थे हम लोग
और साइड में मारा है क्या अच्छा
तो साइड में मरे हम लोग
बी हैवी स्ट्राइक कर लो
कोई मतलब इस बार डुअल नहीं जीत पा रहे एक तो दिक्कत है
बी एक क्लियर है पूरा बी
आराम से
दो सब भी
हेवन केयर करना
ये क्या था ना इधर
हाँ मुझे भी लगा
कहां तक कनेक्टर ही होगा
बम देखा
मैं हेवन देख रहा हूं
अरे ए मत जाओ ए रिटेक हो जाएगा
मैं हेवन देख रहा हूं
एक मॉन्स्टर देखो मैं ओपन हुआ मैं कनेक्टर देख रहा हूं
हाँ एफके हो सकता है क्योंकि मैं पूरा घूम के आया था कोई था ही नहीं एफके होगा पक्का
नहीं एक है
ये डबल ड्रॉप
इनका फुल इको होगा इनका ना भाई
हाँ,
उनका
तो
चांस ही नहीं है ठीक है एसएमजी बी कर सकते हैं मैक्सिमम तो बी थी हम लोग वही खेलेंगे हेवी खेलेंगे कि नहीं
इसके बाद कोई न्यू
हम
खेलेगा
किसी
क्या
से पीछे
या फिर भाई मैच बहुत इंटरेस्टिंग मैच चल रहा है फनाटिक
इसमें जीता
गेम देखो
फनाटिक का मैच को देखना
तो मैं जा रहा
हाँ
आगे मत जा ब्लू आगे मत जा
अच्छा ठीक स्काउट है मेरे पास
बी नो साउंड कनेक्टर कर कनेक्टर
आ रहे हैं
किधर आ रहे हैं
दो बंदे ए पे आ रहे हैं
मैं जा रहा सब अरे सब रोटेट करो
पुश कर दिया भाई स्मोक पे क्या मॉली से पुश कर दिया वो टेकना है ना भैया
भी छोड़ रहे हैं
लॉन्ग देख लो
यहाँ पे है
तेरे को पता चला क्या मतलब लॉन्ग लास्ट
लॉन्ग
लास्ट
लॉन्ग के पास
-41 है
बीबी आराम से नाइस वेपन लेना उधर पे
हाँ,
कुछ
बढ़िया
P90 था P90 का कुछ था हाँ
ये लोग फुल बाई किया ना इसमें आर्मर होगा पक्का और
BB,
नहीं गोली नहीं लगता
निकालना है तो निकाल लो अभी मौका है और रिवेंज
अभी नहीं निकालेंगे अभी इनका इको होगा कोई मतलब नहीं है इसमें आप निकाल के
अच्छा मैं
तो आप निकालना है तो
मुझे MP9 देना
नहीं निकालेंगे हाँ दे
हम निकाल के दे देंगे आप अगले राउंड में अगर चाहिए होगा तो
मैं कनेक्टर जाऊंगा
बी हेवी खेलेंगे आप लोग बी हेवी खेलेंगे इस राउंड पे
लॉन्ग छोड़ दो भैया
रेडो लागे जाओ वॉक कर
ठीक है
डेविड
एक कौन है मैं बैक हो रहा हूं एक कौन है
एक था
मैं स्पॉन ए साइड जा रहा हूं
एक यहाँ पे था मॉन्स्टर के पास
ठीक है
और एक कनेक्टर था हो गया
एक और मॉन्स्टर के बाहर
मैं कनेक्टर देखो ना कोई नाइस मैं कनेक्टर देख कनेक्टर है नाइस
अब निकाल सकते हैं ठीक है तो कैप्चर चेयर मदर एक ही ले छोड़ दे इसको
भाई
एग्रो पीक लो और पैसिव खेलना ए पे हमें पैसिव खेलना है ताकि रीटेक इजी हो एग्रेसिव मर गए तो फिर हम लोग का ये पूरा गया अभी राउंड्स है नहीं
मैं मॉन्स्टर मॉली कर रहा हूं मतलब
हां करो मैं फ्लैश करता हूं
लॉन्ग जा रहे हैं
कुछ मरा पीछे आ रहा हूं
नाइस वन बूस्ट लेना
ए शॉट एसएमजी रश ए शॉट इन खाली एक है बी रेड विल आराम से रेड विल कनेक्ट हो सकता है रेड प्लांटिंग रेड विल आराम से पीछे जा तेरा पूरा है उसको मार रेड विल दो शॉट एक ट्रक
फ्लैश कर रहा हूं राइट में
ट्रक है
लॉन्ग टू ट्रक गया ए शॉट 3 गाइस स्मोक चाहिए मदर तेरा स्मोक चाहिए अभी
वेट
बस शॉट दोनों शॉट बोथ शॉट स्टिक करो एक स्टिक करो
अच्छा
आ गया ठीक है नाइस लॉल
सेव कर
ओ बहुत मजा आ गया
ओ भाई बहुत बढ़िया था
कॉल गलत कॉल आप चाहिए
हां मदर
तो मुझे लगा बी रश होने वाला है तो 2 ए पे खेलो 3 बी खेलो
नहीं अभी बी खेलो अभी बी हेवी करो 3 जन दियो
बी खेलो 4 खेलो बी
मॉली कर रहे हो क्या
मैं मास्टर मॉली करूंगा
ठीक तुम करना
हेवन से खेल रहा हूं
बाद में करना
बी 1 ए ओनली 1 ए
बूस्ट लेना
आ रहा है
जा रहा हूं एक ए पे आया पार्टी
क्लियर
एक आ जाना, एक आ जाओ, एक आ जाओ, एक आ जाओ।
मैं जा रहा
शॉट
लॉन्ग देना, लॉन्ग
शॉट मल्टीपल
मैं देख रहा
होल्ड।
भाई एक स्मोक बचा के रखना, डिफ्यूज के लिए काम आएगा प्लीज। एक बंदा भी
मेरे पास
है मल्टीपल है।
घुस गया अंदर।
ओपन हो गया मैं। नाइस मदर।
लास्ट ये पे ना। नाइस। अरे एक बंदा साला बी पे वो लॉक करता है सारा।
हाँ तो मत आओ ना, कॉल तो आने दो ना। किधर
इधर मैं ड्रॉप दे रहा हूं। नहीं ड्रॉप दे ये लो।
बियाना मॉली वाले 3 बियो सेम डेविल और बैक पेपर आप एक खेलो।
ये हम हेवन से खेल रहा था।
हां अभी
ठीक है कोई बात नहीं, आ जाओ।
ठीक हम लॉन्ग खेल
ज्यादा आगे मत जाना।
ला लेंगे
डेविल
हां बाद में आना, लेकिन हेवन अपना जो खेल रहे थे।
मॉली को
बी केयर
ठीक है जा रहे हैं बी।
चलो एक
आना बूस्ट लेना।
ये रश कर रहा मेरे को।
मैं आ रहा। ये फेक हो सकता है।
हां फेस बस है, वो रश कर रहा खाली, बस नहीं रश कर रहा खाली, वो बना रहा कनेक्टर कर।
मैं गया नीचे।
लॉन्ग 1
होल्ड
2 लॉन्ग
ठीक है।
नाइस
बी होल्ड चाहिए।
एक मॉन्स्टर
पुश कर गया पीछे हो रहा हम।
अरे मॉन्स्टर यार, मॉन्स्टर वॉक इन किया उसने यार।
अबे यार बी हो गया। दो भी
लास्ट दो बी वाला। हेवन दिया तू। नाइस आराम से वेट कर मदर।
स्मोक कर
प्लांट कर,
डिफ्यूज कर डेविल।
एचपी का मैच
करना तू कर।
इधर पीछे एबीसी साइड आया।
नाइस
आप ले रुक जा डेविल, आप स्टिक मत करना, रिफ्यूज मत करना। ऊपर हेवन ऑफ है, नहीं मिलेगा आपको। पीछे गिरा हुआ वाटर पे गिरा हुआ।
ठीक
नाइस। करो ना जूस करो मादर चोरो।
ला
ड्रॉप दिया ये लो। बीरज के अभी तक बीरज नहीं।
बीरज चारों भी खेल।
हेवन से खेल रहा हूं।
क्या नहीं?
अरे गलती अटक गया मेरे को। शिट आ रहा हूं।
एक क्रॉस है पार्टी।
पैक हो जा।
लॉन्ग के श्योर हूं।
लॉन्ग है
क्या?
एक लॉन्ग है।
पीछे जा। बैंक खेल।
स्मोक है क्या? स्मोक नीचे गिराना डेविल। आप येलो आप स्मोक ले लो।
बूस्ट लिए हाफ वॉल बूस्ट लिए लॉन्ग पे।
ठीक है
मैं स्मोक कर रहा हूं।
स्मोक कर दे रहा हूं।
मैंने कर दिया।
अभी स्मोक
गड़बड़ हो गया स्मोक। 2 स्मोक हो गए शायद।
जाओ डेविल आप जाओ।
दो शॉट एक लॉन्ग एक और है शॉट।
इन दो साइड के साइड डबल नीचे आ गए। नाइस ऊपर ट्रक राइट साइड।
एक -92 है। ट्रक पे नेट मारना रेडविल।
नहीं इधर राइट साइड नहीं है, नहीं फुल चला गया। शॉट अबे गड़बड़ कर रहा भाई।
नाइस
ऊपर स्मोक है तो 89
नाइस।
इतना रिस्की।
अबे रेड
बाथरूम से मारा।
ट्रक मत लो लेट दी एक भी
नहीं और पैसा जमा लो अभी एक इज इंपॉर्टेंट नहीं
भाई।
पैसा नहीं है अभी।
यार वही तो गेम में आते ही में
1000 प्लस हो तब सोचेंगे, अभी नहीं है हमारे को। 2 राउंड है हमारे हाथ में अभी। 2 राउंड नॉट गुड एनफ। अभी एडवांटेज भी नहीं अपना। चलो बी रेस फिर येलो आप मॉली। ओके ठीक है सेम जगह में।
बीरश पूरा बीरश कर। फुल बीरश 5। शॉट ऑफ लिया बी शॉट
ए शॉट
एक रोटेट करो एक ए रोटेट करो
बूस्ट लो वॉक करके
दो ए रोटेट करो गाइस दो ए रोटेट
क्या एक और
ए स्मोक हो रहा
एक ए जा रहा है शॉट में मल्टीपल
डेविल ट्रक लो कितना टैग दिया
30 टैग है बॉम्ब बना
आराम से
मैको
ट्रक प्लांट
अरे यार यहीं पे
कुमार
एक ही बंदा है
ट्रक है
अरे
मेरा
देख रेड डेविल जब तो अकेले यहीं पे है ना तो एकदम पैसिव खेलना है पूरा पैसिव हो जाए
डेविल आप कॉल नहीं देते हो पता है
अरे ऑफ क्यों लिया भाई ड्रॉप देता ना
ओह फक
कमेंट से ये
दे दो
क्या करें आप
ठीक है
ठीक है एक बार इसमें मतलब होल्ड कर दो थोड़ा सा जो भी होगा इसमें किट है क्या
हाँ मेरे पास है किट
वापस आना पिक लेके
कोई दिख रहा पिक्चर आ रहा हूँ दिया मेरे को
आया बी शॉट
बे ये आराम नहीं है सर
वन मोर बी शॉट वन मोर
कहां मारा तूने
पीछे हो मेरे शॉट
बी जा
देख सकता
नाइस मदर होल्ड थोड़ा सा मदर और बस 1 मिनट
नाइस मदर
शॉट स्मोक करना
मास्टर स्मोक किया
शॉट स्मोक करना
नहीं मत करो मैं शॉट देख रहा हूं
एक
लॉन्ग किया
मॉन्स्टर क्या कर रहा
अब ये देखो मैं मॉन्स्टर देख मॉन्स्टर 40 लेट आराम से आपका टीममेट है अरे
कैसे करते हैं
वेपन तो नहीं
बे कहां
हेड कर
आपका टीममेट है
आ गया
गुड बेस्ट
अरे वो कैसे करते हैं मतलब बता ना कहां कूदते हैं बिना आवाज
वो
के
ये यहां लेफ्ट यहां हां यहां कूदते हाईएस्ट पॉइंट जो है ना मुझे ड्रॉप दो
ये लो ये खेलेगा
बीपी आप ड्रॉप
दे रहा
ले
क्या हो गया भाई
रेडी तू ले ले
ओके ठीक
रेडी वाली तेरा
गाइस अगेन बी केयर
कौन खेल रहा हूं
बी
लेट
आ रहा मारो
कौन
लेट हो गया मेरे को बी केयर
आ गया
फ्लैश
कुछ नहीं है पे कुछ नहीं है
बम ड्रॉप
अरे मॉन्स्टर से घुस गया
हां ब्रो तो घुसेगा बी रश है ना रुक जा जितना भी हम लोग पीछे मिल सकता ठीक है
नाइस मैं रिस्पांस आ रहा हूं
दो वाटर
54 लेट
मैं होल्ड कर मैं पूरा घूम के आ रहा हूं
54 लेट
लो 45
बहुत कम है क्या एक बुलेट
ऊपर जाता है ये जा रहा
वेपन निकाल लो ना बहुत तो है
ए प्लांटेड
सुन लेगा ठीक है यहीं पे होगा वो फ्लैश करके जा
नाइस
ये राउंड जीतना बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट था एक्चुअली में
पैसा ही नहीं था इसके बाद तो
इनके पास इको नहीं है अब इनका एकदम 3400 पे आ गया
मेरा भाई हो जाएगा चलो नाइस
उनका तो बाय हर बार बाय कर रहे सर ये प्लांट कर दे रहा है ना साले
हर बार तो करेंगे 34 42 का पूरा ये
ले ऑफ ले
किसी को मैं दे रहा हूं येलो को दे दूंगा ड्रॉप
येलो को ड्रॉप दे तू बाय कर
भी आओ
हां मैं भी आ रहा हूं रेड डेविल कोई एक बंदे एक खेल लेना वाला के साथ
ए हां इस बार ये लगा
रेड डेविल खेल लेगा
ठीक है बीपी के साथ खेल
तू बस बात करते रहे बीपी के साथ रेड डेविल क्या करना
और एग्रो मत खेलना ये ही लगा
बी स्मोक
पीछे जितना पीछे जाता है
अरे फ्लैश हो गया था तीसरे चलो वापस आ गया
सब मत आना बीबी मैग फ्लैश डालो
अभी जरूरत नहीं है कनेक्टर होल्ड
बॉम्ब ड्रॉप
नाइस नाइस बॉम्ब ड्रॉप
मैं आप होल्ड कर
शॉट है बी शॉट
स्मोक करूं क्या बी शॉट
कर दो
बॉम्ब लिया क्या वो लोग
हां करेक्ट नहीं मेरे पास है
मॉन्स्टर
मैं आ रहा हूं किससे राज हो क्या
आ जा मारा
नाइस
आप ए देखो
लेफ्ट चेक करना मतलब लेफ्ट राइट
लेफ्ट क्लियर
तू स्पॉन चले जा मतलब वहां से होल्ड करना
पीछे बैठ मैं यहीं पे बैठ रहा हूं
ठीक हम लोग शॉट देख रहे हैं तू मॉन्स्टर तो देख
ऊपर देख रहा हूं नीचे से आगे तक नहीं चलेगा
हैंडबैग बता गई
पता नहीं
ड्रॉप चाहिए किसी
मेरे को ड्रॉप
मैं देता हूं दिया
अरे भला अब उधर ना मैं पिक करता हूं एक स्पॉन है मेरा एक के लिए
इस बार भी लग रहा है
मैं भी खेल रहा हूं
मैं तब इसके साथ जा रहा हूं रिवेंज मैं बोल रहा हूं ना आप पीक करो एम लो अगर एम हिट जैसे ही होगा बुलेट फायर हुआ मैं फ्लैश देता हूं आप रिट्रीट करो ठीक है
ठीक
वो फ्लैश हो जाएंगे गारंटी आओ
ट्राई करो
फ्लैश उनका था मॉन्स्टर पे क्या
वो सही है
लॉन्ग खाली है
नहीं तू लॉन्ग दिख रहा मतलब हाफ वॉल जाना
खाली
आप लॉन्ग देखो
लॉन्ग खाली है ना
हां मैं आज जंपिंग
बेस
तू बस स्पॉट पे वेट कर ब्रिंग हम भी एज है
ए यहां पे आया आप इधर देखो दिखा ना
कनेक्टर होल्डिंग होगा
यहां पे
एक और है शायद आई थिंक
लॉन्ग दिख रहा मतलब
है एक लॉन्ग है
क्लोज रोटेट कर रहा
लिट है 78 लिट लास्ट 78 लिट गुड जॉब
नाइस
नाइस क्या कमबैक मारे भाई हम लोग
चुप ना
एक
हुआ नहीं है
M4 देना रिवेंज
अगर अब हार गया ना रेड डेविल तेरा ही गलती पूरा मैं दे रहा हूं
यार अच्छा से ड्रॉ भी कर रहे हैं ना
नहीं ड्रॉ नहीं करना बस पिक लेके आता हूं
गेगन दो ना कोई हमको
भाई फोकस कर लो ना अभी जीते का है गेम ड्रॉ नहीं है ना
बेकार का इसका
ड्रॉ क्यों करना है आपको बताओ जरा जीत सकते हैं तो
बी शॉट ठीक है बी
बी शॉट
वो रन गन कर दी
आया बी आया नो
पनाती हो गया
नाइस ओ सेक्सी डेविल ओपन
ठीक है
प्लेट ओपन
रोड टैप
पिलर्स के पास है
पिलर्स के पीछे वो इसके पीछे
पिलर्स के पीछे उधर ओह शिट 57 टैग था यार
नाइस फायर
ड्रॉप मिल सकता है क्या कोई ड्रॉप दे सकता है क्या
हां
रिवेंज M4 मिलेगा
हां M4 दे रहा हूं M4 टाइम उधर
वापस सेम पोजीशन चलो तुम भी जाओ मैं खेलता हूं
क्या पिकर है क्या मिड तू
हां चल साथ चल कनेक्टर जा दो कनेक्टर में तू सामने आ तू नीचे जा पिक कर मैं
ऊपर
हां रस कर रहा है वो लोग रस कर रहा है आराम से
बूस्ट लेना है
कुछ नहीं है
देखना लेट आता है
अभी तक कुछ नहीं है देख रहा हूं
तो छोड़ दे बीजा
भी है
छोड़ा हुआ आ रहा हूं
बी शॉट देख रहे हो ना मदर
हां
ठीक
कहीं कैरेक्टर से आएगा तो नहीं पता चलेगा
बी स्मोक करना बी शॉट स्मोक करना हाय रे
नहीं हुआ ना
एक बिलोंग है फेक कर रहा है ये
दो आगे नाइस एक और है
अरे यार कैसे
ए है बहुत सारे बिकर वो रेड
इस पर एसॉट मल्टीपल है
ठीक
एक और
नाइस
नाइस लास्ट गाय जीतना है
साइड नाइस ओ भाई भाला सेकंड शॉट क्या था भाई
मजा आ गया भाई मजा आ
मस्त
ओ भाई
बढ़िया
बुलसाई भाई बुलसाई अब इन्फर्नो
न्यूक
क्या बोला
बहुत ड्रॉप दिया रिवेंज
भाई न्यूक और इन्फर्नो में से कोई भी मिल जाए
थोड़ा वो बहुत वन डिमेंशनल
सिल्वर था भाई सामने में देसी बिहारी देखो ना
ओ भाई कुछ तो हुआ भाई इसलिए वो तो ओवरपास इज द ब्यूटी भाई कमबैक जो होता है ना वो ओवरपास में होता है
भाई सिटी साइडेड मैप है
तभी तो वो तो जो वही जो मजा आता है ना खेलने का इसलिए तो मतलब ऑपर्स के लिए कितना बढ़िया मैप है भाई समझ रहा है
हां ऑपर्स के लिए
मतलब सीटी वाले क्या क्या नहीं कर सकते हो भाई लॉन्ग पुश कर सकते हो शॉर्ट मॉन्स्टर
प्रॉब्लम ये है कि तुम इसमें अग्रेसिव ओपनिंग नहीं आंसी नहीं है
हाँ मतलब तुम बी में मैक्सिमम कितना करेगा शॉर्ट ही कर सकते मॉन्स्टर तो कोई इतना कोई है नहीं
इसलिए तो मेरे
मॉन्स्टर पुश करेगा
अग्रेसिव ओपनिंग नहीं होता तो फिर
एग्रेसिव करना तो वही जो बाथरूम है वही एग्रेसिव है
यार तुम लोग हमको आप चलाने नहीं देता यार
रेड डेविल ऑफ करेगा आज मैं फिर छोड़ आवाज नहीं करूंगा
ठीक है आज
कितना था भाई 3 12 था ना सर कि 4-11
4-11
अरे न्यूक लगा दिया इन्फर्नो बोला था ना यार
अरे न्यूक मत खोल
हाँ यार न्यूक मत
बेस्ट
खेलो
भाई
यार
न्यूक में हम लोग
अबे हम लोग पिस्टल हारे थे क्या
कोऑर्डिनेट करो कोऑर्डिनेट हां पिस्टल हार के सेकंड राउंड जीते फोर्स करके
ओ भाई
13 12
हाँ मतलब 12 4 से
सबको पर्सनली मैसेज करके गाली दे क्या
12 4 से हम लोग 12 11 लेके आए थे उसके बाद एक राउंड हारे
तो फेज की तरह खेले हम फेज का कमबैक बहुत अच्छा
सच में मतलब एक राउंड के लिए था शादी साला उनका स्काई मतलब 2 एस लिया है
वो भाई लेकिन जो मार रहा था वो बंदा बहुत अच्छा मार रहा था ये पुराना प्लेयर है 2017 से खेल रहा है
सोलह से खेल रहा है और पुराना है
अरे नहीं मतलब वो मैंने देखा ना उसका सर्विस मेडल 17 का था तो मुझे लगा 17 से खेल रहा है मेरे पास कितने सर्विस मेडल है इससे मैं देखता हूँ मैं
अबे ऐसे मत बोल हमको से पहले से चल खेल रहे
20 21 16 17 18 19 20 21 6 है मेरे पास आपके पास कितने भैया आपके पास 15 से होगा आपका या उससे भी पहले
नहीं 15 या 16 से होगा
हाँ मतलब आप कॉलेज में तो स्टार्ट किया होगा आपने
हाँ सेकंड ईयर से स्टार्ट किया मेरे ख्याल से
हाँ तो आपके पास 16
सेकंड ईयर अरे उस समय वो लैंड पे सब खेलता था
6 साल 4 साल खेला हूँ मेरा आर्स और तेरा आर्स बराबर
क्या पागल है क्या मेरे आस के बराबर तो पहुंच ही नहीं सकता
अरे एक बात बताओ तुम लोग का लैपटॉप का टेम्परेचर कितना रहता है मेरा 95 चल रहा है अभी
एक गेम खेलते समय हो जाता है भाई, 95 नहीं होना चाहिए लेकिन 90
नहीं
92
95 होता है, वो नॉर्मल है। वो कौन सा रहता है, एसएस है ना?
हाँ आरोजे
हाँ एसएस जाएगा
लेकिन भाई
एसएस जाएगा।
तुम्हारा जाता है, तुम लोग का जाता है
मेरा
क्या
प्रेडेटर
विजन विजन?
मेरा 80
चेक चेक कैसे करते हैं? कोई ऐप है क्या?
तेरा अपना वो होगा।
का उसमें दिया
तेरा
रहेगा।
हाँ
वो जो
तेरा कौन
उसका
सा ये
ऐप,
है
हाँ
लैपटॉप है?
वेंटेज है, उसका ऐप है लेनोवो का।
हाँ तो उसमें
हीट सिंक क्यों चेंज करेगा तो?
मेरा भाई
हाँ तो
मेरा
प्रिंट
12
प्रिंट
घंटे
नहीं हो रहा ना।
मेरा 12 घंटे से ओबीएस चल रहा है, और वो चल रहा है 12 घंटे से ज्यादा स्ट्रीम चल रहा है।
उसके बाद
कुछ
कितना चल रहा है तुम्हारा?
फिर देख रहा हूँ।
सा वो नहीं रहता तो टॉप 10 में साला।
Start the wing. और अगर टीमो वर्नर को मारे
80 चल रहा है, 80 चल रहा है मेरा।
कंटोहेस है।
सही है भाई, 80 चल रहा है। नाइस।
गुंडोगन तो मिडफील्ड है ना यार।
गुंडोगन मिडफील्ड। बर्नार्डो सिल्वा मैं नाम भूल गया था।
हाँ सिल्वा
बर्नार्डो सिल्वा इन लोग का ये बहुत अच्छा विंगर है। वो विंग भी खेलता है, मिड भी खेलता है, दोनों बहुत अच्छा खेलता है।
मतलब हाँ मेनली मिडफील्डर है ना तो।
हाँ मिडफील्डर है, लेकिन वो विंगर बहुत अच्छा विंगर है। अपने को टीम मिल गया पहले।
थोड़ा सिटी साइडेड मैप में टीम मिल रहा।
कोई बात। टीम में अगर हम लोग 6-7 राउंड निकाल लेंगे तो
मतलब ज्यादा सीटी रेट कौन सा लगता है, न्यू क्या और पास या ट्रेन?
न्यू ओवर पास बहुत ज्यादा सिटी,
ट्रेन
न्यू
भाई,
से भी ज्यादा सिटी है। ट्रेन तो
ट्रेन में तो कुछ कर ही नहीं सकता टी भाई, कुछ नहीं कर सकता टी।
ट्रेन इतना बकवास
लेकिन
मैप है।
लेजेंडरी मैप था।
ट्रेन बहुत कोऑर्डिनेशन चाहिए भाई उस मैप में, हम तो एकदम नहीं खेल पाते। इतना कोऑर्डिनेशन चाहिए ना उस मैप में, मतलब बहुत कुछ आना भी चाहिए, स्मोक को आना चाहिए, कैसे आउटर तो लेना
साला
इतना
वो
मुश्किल
सोच रहा है, वो तो वर्टिगो आ गया और ट्रेन हट गया। तो ट्रेन होता मैप पूल में तो नावी तो भाई अनबीटेबल होता भाई। सो तो मतलब
ट्रेन
क्या
बहुत अच्छा है, बहुत अच्छा है ट्रेन उनका। ट्रेन उनका बहुत मतलब वीटो में पिक करता, हमेशा पिक कर देता, हमेशा
तो नावी एनआईपी खेलते नहीं था ट्रेन, हालता ना बिल्कुल यहाँ पे।
अरे भाई 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 डिलीट कर। ओह
अरे भाई
मैं भी डिलीट कर।
मैड
ऊपर
तेरे ऊपर।
अरे मुझे लगा नीचे कूदा वो, अरे मुझे लगा नीचे कूदा वो, कसम से भाई देखा मुझे ऐसा।
किधर देखो,
एक साइलो के ऊपर था, पता नहीं कहाँ है।
नाइस, एक लेफ्ट।
ये किल मिल जाएगा तो
रिलोड
मारना पड़ेगा।
यस
ये लोग थ्रो कर दिया भाई।
ये पता नहीं पीछे क्यों पड़े थे मारने के लिए।
चीज़ है इनको, लॉल भाई
साला डरा दिया।
अभी बहुत गाली खा रहा होगा साला, तुम लोग पुश कर दे यार।
एक गोली नहीं मारा भाई
भाई मजा आ गया, बहुत अच्छा। लेकिन वो देखो रेड विलासी पिस्टल करना है रेड वे।
अरे भाई दो रेड में
ऊपर 2 ए 59 है, 2 रैंप 2 ए। चल ना पूरा आउटर अपना है।
हां
हेवन छोड़ दे के, नहीं उसका एंगल है।
होल्ड येलो बॉम्ब ड्रॉप करके दिखाना उन्हें।
नहीं वो तो अंदर घुस जाएगा इतने पे, बहुत अच्छा है उसका।
हटिया
मैं घुसे हुए
मैंने 70 एक हट से पुश कर दिया।
जी
एक हट में था,
ऊपर आएगा हेवन।
इधर ए साइड पे
एमेन
गराज देखे।
कैसे ये था,
हम लोग हार कैसे गए भाई ये राउंड?
कोऑर्डिनेशन।
लास्ट वाले को हमने कितना हिट दिया था?
ये
लास्ट वाला
गाइस, ये वाला फोर्स क्या लास्ट फोर्स करो पहले।
हां फोर्स करो।
देखो दो ऑप्शन है, एक ए जाना, एक रैम जाना। किधर
रैम
डिसाइड करो।
रैम पूरा एकदम और स्मोक कर देना।
फ्लैश आता है,
स्मोक नहीं है मेरे पास, मैं फ्लैश डाल रहा हूं।
पीछे से आ रहा है एक रैंप आ रहा है।
टाइगर लेफ्ट में
अरे -54 है
पे प्लांट दे रैम से बच के
बाप रे बाप बहुत अब नाइस शॉट
रैम
लास्ट -50
दो लोग भाई रेड टेबल पता है तेरे में बिल्कुल दिमाग नहीं है साले ऐसे वॉक करके जा रहा है तो पता है रैम से बंदे आ रहे हैं तो मुड़ के वॉक करके जा रहा है
नहीं भाई कैसे
अरे भाई होगा और हम लोग बोल रहे हैं रैम। अच्छा एक चीज कर सकते हैं सुनो ना उनका अभी उन लोग को रखने देते हैं ये वाला वेपन हम लोग सब एम हट से घुसो प्लांट मिल जाएगा
क्या बाई करना है क्या
भाई मदर तूने बोला बाय बोला मदर
बाय डिसाइड नहीं बाय
भगवान मदर तो बाय नहीं
या ना
सुन वॉक
तोड़ के नहीं तो नहीं होगा अपने को
तोड़ दे क्या गेट
वॉक नहीं मत तोड़ दे
क्या ठीक नहीं तोड़ रहा जा ट्रेड लेंगे तेरे को जा
शॉटगन रहेगा वहां पे मेरे
लेवल किधर हो
बाप रे
कहां से मार दिया
पीछे
ये
क्या मार रहा है भाई
ओ भाई क्या स्विंग कर रहा है ये लोग
स्विंग क्या इसका नाम ही है
इको
हां हट रश करना
हां करते हैं
प्लांट मिला तो मिला वरना जल्दी मरेंगे ठीक है
cool
हट से चलना है एमएन से नहीं हट से चलना है पांचों हट से चल
अरे वेट करते हैं ना यार
वेट करना है तो वेट
मैं आउटसाइड होल्ड करता हूं
सब ऐसे भी मरेंगे गारंटीड मरेंगे आने दो ना
करना तो है जल्दी मरो अभी आते हैं
नहीं रुक ना इकोनॉमी में डैमेज करते हैं ना
रस के ब्लू ठीक है
भाई ये लो हैकर है ये पूरा हैकर मैं लिख के दे रहा हूं मैं ये हैकर है
लॉल
मुझे देखा तो है
मतलब मेरा स्ट्रीम देखना मतलब मेरी स्ट्रीम देखना ये वाला राउंड जो मैं छुपा हुआ था
टाइम आउट
वो चेक कर लिया होगा ना क्या पता
जिस तरह उसे पीक किया एक बार देखना एक टाइम आउट लेना मेरे को लिखूंगा बंचो हैकर है तो जस्ट कंफर्म करना है बस ये राउंड में देख मैं बिल्कुल आवाज नहीं दिया था मैं एकदम हाइट के बैठा हुआ था
बट दिस श्योर नहीं है कि हैक किया है मतलब वहां चेक किया होगा
ऐसे चेक करेगा स्ट्रेफ करके
मतलब वो देख के आया ये नहीं कि फ्री फायर या कुछ किया मतलब अभी
उसको ऊपर देखना चाहिए था हम ऊपर में थे हम मतलब सो हुए थे ये नीचे था ये सो नहीं हुआ था उसमें
तो पता नहीं कोई बात नहीं
हां नहीं ठीक है नॉर्मल है ये तो एकदम नॉर्मल है ये
तो
मतलब
वैसा नहीं है वैसा नहीं है
ये तो भाई हम भी चेक करते हैं उसे को चेक करना चाहिए
अबे लेकिन फिशी रैप पे
फ्री फायर नहीं कर दिया तेरे को फ्री फायर करता तो मैं सोच भी सकता कि गड़बड़ है
फ्री फायर कर दो डायरेक्टली भाई
रिपोर्ट तुम अभी भी कर दे कोई फर्क करना पड़ेगा
कोई ना ये निकालते हैं यार आउटसाइड पुश कर
भाई हैकर
मिड पे रस
करता है ठीक है लगा ना तुमको
चलो मिड रश
वो मिड पे रस करता है ठीक है
हां उसको मारेंगे
एक रैंप आता है साले को तो हम मारेंगे छोड़
जाओ
नहीं स्प्लिट नहीं होना
ठीक है कहां चलना है बोलो
देखो हम लोग सब सुनो सब हम लोग साथ में रहेंगे लेकिन एक जन बैक स्टेप देकर दैट्स ऑल ठीक है
ये रश कर रहे ना वो
जाना क्या बताओ ना
आउटसाइड जाना
आउटसाइड
ठीक है
और
हम ऊपर से मारेंगे
बिना स्मोक का ठीक है
अरे क्लोज
फ्लैश
अरे पुश किया
अरे -52 नाइस
ये हाँ गड़बड़ तो है भाई
ये गड़बड़ है भाई
जैसे वो पीक किया मेरे को सही नहीं है
मां कसम ये बहनचोद क्या बकचोदी है
अरे साला
पीछे आ रहा नाइस
ओए सुन भाला आप देखना ये वाला एक बार मेरा
लग क्या भाई मेरे को पीक किया
नहीं मेरा वाला देखना भाई जंप कर रहा है मेरे पे साला जस्ट रात को हैकर्स भाई
सबको रिपोर्ट करो यार धर्म बनता है तुम्हारा 89 टैग मार मार
अबे
मार मार
यही
ओ
चुतिया
भाई ये क्या हैक कर रहा है स्विंग वाला भाई मैं इसको बिल्कुल भी क्या कर रहा है इसको
मार्केट शूट रैंप
पे तो होल्ड कर
हो गया मेरा बेंच दिया
एक ईमेन है
इवन को मार दिया
उधर यहाँ है
बॉम्ब नहीं है उसके पास
ओके माइक ईमेन प्लांट करो
हेवन है
क्या तो स्पॉट हो गया
हाय रे सॉरी
कोई ना पिक कर लिया साला
ड्रॉप चाहिए होल्ड करो हो जा रहा है अभी साइड हो नहीं
कैसे हो जाएगा भाई हैकर लोकेशन में नहीं खेल पाएंगे
कोई ना नॉर्मल खेलो जस्ट
परेशान हो रहा है न्यू के ऐसा मैप है जिसमें हैकर नहीं आना चाहिए उसमें भी हैकर है
गाली खोलो गाली
कहां से मार दिया भगवान जानता है
क्या पीक ले रहा मगर ये उन्हें क्या मार रहा है
फ्री फायर कर देगा तेरे को लॉल
भाई या तो बहुत अच्छा एम है उसका
आई गिव अप
ये स्वप्न विकल्प वाला का या तो बहुत अच्छे एम है या फिर
ग्लोबल लोग है क्या भाई
तो अगर वैसे कंफ्यूजन है तो फिर ट्राई करते हैं ना जब
तो सर एक काम कर रैंप रश कर अच्छा सर रैंप
बाहर वेट कर सब दौड़ते हैं
वो आगे फ्री फायर मार देना एक बार ये रैंप करते हैं अगला करना आप होल्ड करो
चलो रैंप करो हाय रे
मत जाओ वो भी कान मार देगा
दो है एक और है अगर
दो आउटसाइड
रुक जा मत
ले
अरे तुम तब से
तो वहीं आके देखता है साला
अरे ऑफ निकाल
मुझे एक ऑफ देना सबने सब कुछ कर लिया मुझे नहीं हो रहा एक ऑफ देना मुझे रैंप मारने दे
राउंड
पीछे पड़े यहाँ
एक किधर
है रैंप ऑफ कहाँ गया
इधर आओ
हिट हो गया
आउटसाइड रश
पुश क्या कैसे मारो यार इसे क्रेज ले 81 लिट नाइस
पीछे छोड़ दे फ्लैश है
लग रहा है ऊपर आएगा
हो सकता क्या चुतिया है भाई ये बाप रे
फॉरवर्ड है
पता हूँ मुझे वालों को ये फिर बस कर डेविल बस कर
एंजॉयमेंट ऐसा ही हो रहा है।
एक राउंड कैसे करते हैं?
एम गाइस, एम प्रैक्टिस कर लो थोड़ा सा।
तो आपने क्लच कर दिया ना?
नहीं सॉरी।
देखो यही आएगा साला, मारेगा बूम।
रैंप
साला वॉल के उधर से भी लग रहा है उनको।
दोनों से मिलके मारा मेरे को, दोनों ने मिलके मारा।
ये आ जाओ ना।
प्लांट करो।
अरे रे कोई प्लांट भी नहीं कर।
मारे सारे लोग। कौन है क्या?
हेवन है कर देना।
मार
मैं आएगा, एक पीछे से आएगा। लॉबी
एक हेल्प चाहिए। चलो
आगे लॉबी।
भाई क्या प्री फायर मार रहा है मैं करोड़ा?
कुछ भी मार रहा है।
लॉबी लास्ट।
लॉबी नहीं लॉल।
होल्ड करो हो रहा है, थोड़ा बहुत हो रहा है।
कुछ नहीं हो रहा है।
हो रहा है।
तुम चिता के दिखा रहे हो।
मैं बोलूं गाइस सुनो, देखो ए रश करो, ए हट 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 रश करो।
कर रहा हूं।
बाकी लोग को बोला, उन लोग को देखो।
अरे भाई हट के रश करो। आप लोग क्या
मार।
अबे वापस आ।
कहीं से तो मारा मेरे को साला।
चीट ऑन। मैं एक शॉट
इस बार सुनो ए रश फेक करेंगे, अगर किल मिला तो घुस गए, वरना रैंप रश करेंगे। तो एक जन रैंप होल्ड करो, बाकी चाहो रश करो। डेविल नहीं, आप ही के पास पेनल्टी है। देखो ना ये कमेंट का।
अरे चलो
रश करो, ये रश बॉम्ब। हाँ
आउटसाइड कर।
साला हम कहाँ टक।
एक हट के ऊपर है।
रेडबल रुक जा। पीछे से कौन आ रहा है?
पीछे कोई नहीं है।
नाइस रेडेबल।
हट के बाहर 53 टैग।
हाँ बी आप वहीं देखो। मैं रैम देख रहा हूँ, आप वहीं रैम पर है। तुम थोड़ा हाइड रहो। कवर मिलेगा। प्लांट दो।
पीछे आ गया मैं। पीछे से कहाँ? कंट्रोल। ये कांच में। लॉल नाइस।
लेफ्ट
माइक। हाय रे
स्विकी
माइक। हाँ
स्विंग।
-78।
नाइफ करना चाहिए था, बट रिस्की होता। ठीक है, माफ करना।
क्या मतलब ब्रेडल पागल हो गया क्या भाई? छोड़। क्या जरूरत? फायदा नहीं है ब्रो, इन लोग को बोल के कोई फायदा नहीं है।
अरे हमको मजा आ रहा है ना।
ए रश डेविल।
ये अलग बात है।
आपने तो साले टेरेस में क्यों बोल रहा है मेरा डेविल? हॉल में बोलना।
रैंप पे क्यों?
पे तो बोल।
छोड़ दो मत जाओ। मारा क्या? गुड जॉब। घुसना।
रश कर दिया। मुंह पे रश कर दिया। आकर मुंह पे रश कर दिया।
अरे
heaven
88 लीटर 88 लीटर
अच्छा साला
भाई P90 तो बहुत जरूरी है। P90 दो।
मैं देता हूँ।
अच्छा कोई भी दे दो यस यस यस।
बीपी रिवेंज को ड्रॉप चाहिए।
लीगल दे सकता हूँ।
नहीं चाहिए ईगल है मेरे पास।
एक राउंड निकालो पहले से। मुझे पढ़ने दो ना। नाइस। आओ ना। एक भी है। रैम पुशिंग।
क्या कर रहा है क्या नहीं?
भगवान क्या हो रहा है?
क्या था भाई वो?
ये तो भाई हक दिया। वो लोग अच्छा नहीं खेला, वो लोग हैक नहीं किया, लेकिन तुम हक दिया।
अच्छा गाइस इसका कुछ स्ट्रैट बनाओ।
स्ट्रैट बनाए। जाके खड़ा हो जाओ और अपना पैंट खोल दो।
गाइस अब हम लोग के जीतने का टाइम आ गया। लेट्स विन।
कौन किधर जाने जल्दी कॉल दो।
हम जा रहे रैंप।
हट ठीक है मैं आउटसाइड खेल रहा हूँ। मैं नहीं खेल रहा।
कौन रैंप जा रहा? क्या नहीं जा रहा रैंप? आउट। एक इन भी। अरे एक तो यहीं खड़ा है हट के बाहर।
प्लांटिंग भी।
एक तो हट पे खड़ा बी है। बी प्लांट ऑल। पीछे जा। उसको पता है इसलिए वो नहीं आ रहा है। क्लोज है क्लोज।
नाइफ मत होना।
क्लोज है क्लोज।
जैसे बंदा इधर घुमा वो पीछे से आके मारने लगा।
बाई करो बाई करो। ये विनेबल राउंड है।
बिल्कुल भी विनेबल नहीं।
आप गलत चीज क्यों बोल रहे हो?
चलो रश करेंगे हम लोग।
अभी पुश करेंगे हम लोग। रैम मिनी जहाँ से आने जाओ। मैं हट से जा रहा।
कैसे पुश कर रहा है?
लो है जरा
नाइस डल एक से पड़ ले।
नहीं मार दिल
नहीं करना मस्ती करना।
शिट
गाइस ये लास्ट है मेरा। मैं आज डिसअपॉइंटेड हूं।
बस सो जाते हैं अब।
अगर लोग के सामने
नहीं मेरे को इससे मतलब ही नहीं है वाला गेम से। हमको मिराज खराब लगा कि
मेरे टीममेट्स लोग हार मान चुके हैं मेंटली। मुझे ये बुरा लग रहा है। ट्राई हार्ड
ऑब्वियसली इसलिए कर नहीं सकता मैं।
नहीं मेहनत
भाई मुझे देख लिया 3 बार खेल। मेरे को इतना खराब लगा कि फिर मैं ट्राई हार्ड मार लूंगा।
नहीं एक गलत बात। हम लोग जीत सकते हैं। आप लोग थ्रो करो।
चलो
कहां?
रैंप
आउटसाइड।
मार डुल।
साला 69 टैग।
86 हिट है। नाइस।
ऐसे कैसे जीतेंगे? डुअल से हार रहा है।
फमास का मेरा हेवन आ रहा है एक साथ। आप फमास को छोड़ के मैक्टिन उठा
लीजिए। सामने एक है।
वही तो यार। हाय
69 टैग है वो।
एक ही उठा लीजिए। भगवान
गन नहीं लेने देगा ये। उतना देर से ऊपर बैठा था लेकिन
मुझे कोई M4 दो ना। डेविल M4 देना ना। मैं आपको वो दे रहा हूँ।
ठीक बिना खेलेंगे।
मैं आपको लैंड दूंगा।
आप नहीं खेल पा रहे।
आप मुझे M4 दो। मुझे
देना।
Yeah baby yeah।
ये होगा। ठीक है
देखो अब क्या बोलोगे, अब हम ट्राई हार्ड करके मतलब क्या है?
देखो ऐसे ऐसे मतलब किल ले रहा है, देख रहा है।
ठीक है भाई, लेने दे। अच्छा है, तो कम से कम हम लोग कुछ कर रहे हैं क्या? हम लोग तो कुछ भी नहीं कर रहे।
रायट का मदर
माइक ऑफ।
पीछे पीछे पीछे।
मदर नहीं, मदर नहीं, मदर नहीं।
पे एटलीस्ट नाइफ तो नहीं हो रहे बे वाला।
हाँ टीममेट लोग पहले गिव अप नहीं करते तो नाइफ नहीं होता।
अरे
ये
क्या बात हुआ?
ऐसे न्यूक नहीं खेल रहा था।
तो बता दो मेरे डेविल, कौन सा मैप वो नहीं खेला तुमको?
मुझे बर्न करना शुरू करते, इससे खराब दिन क्या? मैं जा रहा हूँ।
न्यूक में प्रॉब्लम नहीं है, प्रॉब्लम है
Csgo नहीं खेल रहा। मैं बहुत देख लिया।
एक गेम से परेशान हो गया ये।
हैक्ड। अच्छा हुआ।
कहाँ?
मेन से टैग है।
अरे वाला
मारता
चलो नीचे। नीचे नहीं जा पा रहा।
लास्ट राउंड है।
एक और कैन यू वैसे मत।
चलो गुड नाइट, गुड नाइट।
गेम नहीं था भाई, हैकर लोगों का गेम था भाई।
चलो गुड नाइट। ओ गाइस चलो कॉफी के लिए चलते हैं। गुड नाइट गाइस, गुड नाइट।